Okay. Mic check on the orange mic.
Welcome to the 38th Annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE Art to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin.
And welcome to day 3 of the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Cindy Shelton here with the curator of our art auction, Dean Neath, and we are so pleased that you are joining us on this, the final day, to celebrate another day of beautiful art from Northern California artists.
Today, you're going to have the opportunity to bid on and buy works from the Viewpoint Gallery, Lodi Community Art Center, and the exciting investment collection, and so much more.
And if you purchased art on Friday or Saturday, you can pick it up today from noon till 5 right here at the KVIE studios located at 2030, that's 2030 West El Camino Avenue right here in Sacramento. Be sure to bring your photo ID and a blanket to protect your art when loading it into the car.
And now take a look at how you can get involved in the auction by bidding on some beautiful artwork.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE Art and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for artists from the Lodi Community Art Center coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Located in downtown Lodi, the Community Art Center is a member organization designed to stimulate and encourage interest in the visual arts, offering a gallery space, art instruction, and more. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Steve Wenlock, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art from the Lodi Community Art Center. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. Item 27A is Grounding Compass by Patty Wallace. This is a mixed media measuring 36 by 36. Retail value, $1,300. Item 27B is On the Way to Halibut Cove by Patty Kennedy. This is pastels measuring 20 feet, 25 by 31 inches. The retail value is $300. Item 27C is The Sea Lions by Shay Livensparger. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 48. Retail value is $500. Item 27D is Eternal Flame by J.C. Strode. She's right here. This is a glass measuring 11 by 24. Retail value is $425. Item 27E is a Lodi Crane by Elsie Bates. This is a metal measuring 29 by 38 by 15. Retail value is $400. During this break, we're pleased to be joined by J.C. Strode. J.C. serves as this year's award juror in the sculpture category and is here today representing the Lodi Community Arts Center, of which she currently serves as president. Thanks for being here, J.C.
Thanks for having me, Steve. I love working at the auction.
Great, let's get started. We're going to be looking at our first item, and this is item 27A. It's Grounding Compass by Patty Wallace. This is a mixed media, and it's measuring, 36 by 36. It is absolutely stunning.
It's an imposing piece, but I think it would be wonderful to be like the centerpiece of your living room. I love it. This was a series that she did. Grounding Compass is meant to orient yourself to the journey in art. Patty is an art therapist by trade. She's retired now, but she works with all different, I think because she worked in a lot of hospitals without a lot of money, so they did all kinds of paper things that she could get. And so this is actually done on deli paper. And if you don't know what deli paper is,
we do.
It's butcher paper, like you wrap your meat in.
Yeah.
And so this is the shiny side. And then she takes other papers and adds them to it and does it with matte medium. And so she attaches all these with matte medium. And then you notice that she also did gold leaf, and so the piece is just gorgeous. I love it, and I love the colors.
I do too, JC. It's just, this mixed media is just fabulous. This retails at $1,300. We want an opening bid. We've got it right now, $300. We'd like to hear from some of you out there about this piece. JC, what I love about this is the vibrant of the colors.
Right.
It's just fabulous in this one.
And under the base, it's on a canvas base, but the colors you see in here are all alcohol inks that then she adds the papers on top of, or she colors the papers and adds them. This piece is a companion piece to the one she donated last year. So if you bid on it last year,
you might want to
have another piece.
JC, would you consider this kind of contemporary art, would you say?
Absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning, I think, in the way that it's layered, the colors. You know what? We're looking at a starting bid of $300, and we know that's out there. So you might want to consider, if you have the piece, this is a great companion piece to be a part of this.
Or put it in your waiting room if you're a doctor or a lawyer.
Oh,
this would really set off your office as art friendly.
All right, great. Well, this is great, JC. We're going to turn it over to Cindy. She's going to talk about it. Over there's Cindy. You're in the phone bank.
Thank you so much, Steve. And thank you so much to the Mid-Placer Democratic Club. They've given up their afternoon to be here with us and to help you bid on and buy a beautiful piece of artwork that you could actually be hanging in your home tonight. Don't wait. If you see something you love, the thing is they go in about 3 to 5 minutes. So you've got to go get your credit card, go to the phone, quickly dial that number. And if you've got questions, dial the number as well. And remember, it's 844, either KVIE Art or 844-584-3278. Now let's go back to Steve.
Thank you. Cindy, you know what? JC, tell us about this artist a little bit more.
Well, Patty, like I said, she's an art therapist, but she gives classes at the Art Center, loves to give kids classes, but she loves working with mixed media, but I haven't found a media that she doesn't excel in. And she sells her work at the Art Center, all different medias of it.
And is her work hung in Lodi? Do you know of it in places that are?
Well, I'm sure she sells a lot, so I'm sure it's, but I haven't seen it in public places. We're trying to get a public program going with the Art Center.
So you know what? This has a retail value of $1,300, and we have an opening bid of $300 that we're looking at. My goodness, that would be a wonderful bill.
Yeah.
And remember, all the proceeds go to KVIE and will help us in the work that we do in providing you great programming. So if you were to walk away, you'd be sad about walking away, wouldn't you?
I would be sad walking away to see this go for $300. So I hope you're out there bidding.
Yes.
I hear the phone bank's going, so they must be.
This is the time for you to call in and have this piece again. The artist, we're going to keep this open, and then we're going to move on a little bit, JC, and go to the next piece.
Okay.
But I know it's still going to be there. It's still going to be up. We're going to make sure that's there. So this is 27B, On the Way to Halibut Cove by Patty Kennedy. This is pastels measuring 25 by 31. The retail value is $300. JC, when I look at this, I think water, I think what's
Does this evoke Alaska? Because
yes, there we go.
This is in Halibut Cove, and this is on the edge of the cove. But in the cove itself, there's art galleries and restaurants that she went to see. She actually was invited. This was she calls it her friend's piece, because she was invited to Alaska by an old childhood friend.
Oh,
and they went. But the pastel work in here, this is our second Patty at the Art Center. Mm-hmm. And Patty is a school teacher. She actually works for San Joaquin County, giving art classes to kids a week at a time in all the different schools. And I just love how she got the red in here, and it just sort of pops the painting.
Doesn't it?
But it's a little bit off center, and the sea, you can actually, I think if we look close, probably could see fish. Maybe not. But
I see the shadow of them.
Yeah, the shadows of the fish, and she got the shadows in here really great.
Well, she's wonderful. You know what? I just see that we've got a bid already of $100, and we know that this is one that we're looking at. The retail value is $300. If you want to get in on this, this is the time to call in now. We have a bid of $100, and we know that there's more of you that are out there that are interested in this. But JC, tell me more about this.
This Halibut Cove is a tiny community on the Kenai Peninsula of Alaska, and Patty took a picture of this, or did thumbnail sketches actually, and brought it home. And so this she brought home, and then was having the memories of being visiting there, and came up with this picture.
Yeah, you know what? That is great. You know, Dee is going to share with us a little bit more about this piece, or at least our last piece that you want to make sure you get in on. Dee.
I am standing here with piece number 27A, Grounding Compass, $1,300 piece. I'm asking for an opening bid of $200. This is all work from the Lodi Community Arts Center. I had the privilege of during a competition for them a couple years ago with the late Eric Dahlin. It was a fabulous event. You need to realize these are professional artists. This piece comes straight from the gallery wall here, and it needs to go to your wall next. I'm looking for a bid of $200 on 27A, Grounding Compass. Let's go back out to JC.
Well, JC, what do you think about this?
I love this piece. I think this would be really nice in your living room or your bedroom. Can you imagine looking out at the blue sky? And so Patty always uses nature in her pictures, and so even her abstracts have nature. So you can almost see, look in here, you can almost see the whale out there. And I love the trees and how delicate they are compared to the heavy rocks.
You know, I love this. You always have nature with you, always with you in this photograph.
Exactly.
I just love that. Excuse me, in this painting of pastels that are part, again, this is by Patty Kennedy. We have a bid right now of $100. We know that you're interested. Don't let this piece get by. You want to call in right now to our phone banks, the number's right there on the screen, and you want to make sure that Patty is in your home.
Absolutely. She's a wonderful artist, and she does lots of work that shows in the Art Center. like I said, she teaches art school. She always incorporates nature, and it's the stone arches and the lighthouses. This village is a unique place to go visit.
JC, could you tell me about the colors and the what you see in the texture you see in this?
Well, you do see the textures of the rock.
Yeah.
And you see, again, the browns, the grays. I think this will fit into a lot of homes. You can see that I don't know if that's the ocean or another side of the cove, but it looks like you can just see walking through there or floating through there. But it's Alaska, so maybe not.
You know what? I do picture Alaska right there.
Yeah.
You know, that you can see it whether you're on a cruise looking at it or whether you're walking through there. I'm just so impressed with that.
This was in the summertime, obviously.
Well, you know what? We have a bid right now that is at $100, and we know that you are interested in this piece. We'd like to hear from others that want to make sure this piece is with you. We're going to keep this open, and JC, we're going to move over to our next piece. So this is item 27C. It's the Sea Lives by Shay Livensparger. This is mixed media. The Sea Lives, excuse me. And this is mixed media measuring 24 by 48. Retail value is $500. I love
Shay's work. She just does she does so much work. You know, she's only been doing this about 3 years.
Wow.
And she works with resin a lot. This has alcohol inks underneath, and then she puts the resin on it and blows the colors. So she blows that, so that's how she gets all these different variations in colors. Down here where she's added the purples and the greens. And then I know you asked me at the gala, so I went back and talked to the artist, and this is actually sand and dirt.
Wow.
That she mixes into here, and then she added the gold leaf, and then she flows it again with a hair dryer to flow it. And I know that Shay, she has lots of these kind of pieces. She does a lot of work with resin, even though she is totally allergic to it. She has to dress in it like a spacesuit to be able to do this.
Well, you know, JC, the title is that the sea lives.
And can't you just see it?
I can. As you see it, it does live right here. I love that the sea is here. So we're going to check in with Cindy in the phone bank.
Hi, Steve. You know, this is the last day of the auction this year. It's been 3 days. This is it. Don't miss out. If you miss out today, you have to wait an entire year before we have the art auction again. And this is by far the best time to be watching KVIE Channel 6 because you can bid on and buy beautiful, one-of-a-kind pieces of art to hang in your own home. And all the money goes to KVIE Channel 6. So it's win-win all the way. And these pieces are brilliant, brilliant in color. Call the number on your screen right now.
Wow. You know, it is brilliant. I mean, that's the piece that I really love about this. Tell me a little bit more about the artist, because I think, you know what, first of all, I want to make sure that you know we have a bid right now, $100. So we know that this is a piece that is sought after by a number of people. So you might want to call in now and not miss this.
Oh, this piece is just gorgeous. She gravitates toward the blues and the purples, but I like the brown in it because it kind of adds to the dimension of it. And Shay does a lot of work with the resin. She does these wonderful resin cups, which if you ever look on YouTube, look for Shay Livensparger and look at her stuff, because she actually shows how she does this. If you're interested in finding out the actually wheres and why fors, I get fascinated by that. And she gives classes at the Art Center. So we love having people sign up for classes. We have a studio in the back. But Shay's pieces, look at how this comes down.
I love that.
So you can see the water swirling. I mean, it's kind of evokes water swirling.
Is that an area that she is really involved in, the sea, water?
Yes, she does a lot of these in the blues and the purples. I mean, a lot of them. She also does a lot of florals, which is great.
You know, I want to also mention the size again. It's 24 by 48.
This is a couch piece.
This is a beautiful piece, okay? So we're going to check in with the phone bank because they're going to let us know. Where are we?
We've got some great contemporary art in this section. You know how I love a traditional home with a contemporary piece. I'm standing next to 27A Grounding Compass. It's a $1,300 piece. I'm looking for a bid of $200. 27B on the way to Halibut Cove is $275. We are only $25 from a bell ringer. You can take that piece home. 27C, The Sea Lives, is at $100, and that's a $500 piece. Again, I want to thank the Lodi Community Arts Center for choosing some of their best artists to bring from the gallery straight here. We've got our first bell ringer of the night. 27B is up to $325. It's beyond retail, but we're holding it open. Right now I'm next to 27A, and I'm looking for that $200 bid. Buy your first piece of contemporary art. What a great piece for your boardroom, for your bedroom, or a stunning piece to make a focal point in your living room. Again, that's 27A Grounding Compass. Next piece, we're going to go back and look at JC's piece.
We love that. This is item 27D. It's an Eternal Flame by the wonderful J.C. Stroke. This is a glass measuring 11 by 24. The retail value of this is $425. First of all, I want to say we get a chance to talk to the artist right here about their thoughts. And tell us about this, J.C.
Well, this is fused glass. There's 3 different kinds of glass. There's hot glass, warm glass, and cold glass. This is warm glass. This is made with iridized glass, and it's layered, and it's a contour fuse, which means that the pieces are rounded on it, but they're not flattened into it. It's got 3 different kinds of iridized glass. It's got orange, amber, a clear, and I think I threw some dichroic in there. I love this. I made it to go into a show that was for the Stockton Opera Society.
Oh, wow.
And I had to find an opera that would fit my work. So this was Eternal Flame, the opera Eternal Flame. So if you're an opera buff, by all means, buy this piece.
And I feel the heat. You know, it is absolutely stunning. You know what? We have a bid right now of 100, and we know that there's more out there. You don't want to let this piece get by, especially by this our artist that's right here with us, telling about your thoughts behind it. You kind of shared with us about how it got to it.
Right.
Tell us about the actual technique.
The technique is, again, I start with a flat piece of glass that I cut out to the shape that I want, and that's usually a clear piece, and then I decorate the clear piece with others. These pieces were all each cut individually, and I had a whole table full of them.
Okay.
And so then I laid them out to get them to look like what I thought would look like. Of course, you never really know how it's going to come out after it's fired.
Yeah.
And I'm so pleased that this one came out with the contour fuse. You get to see the edges that come through. They're layered, so there's multiple layers of glass. You have to be really careful when you do a piece like this that is more than one layer but uneven, because you have to fire it so much slower. This piece probably fired for about 9 hours.
Wow. Wow.
To get that. And then of course I have a custom stand to put it on, and the stand is painted bronze, so it kind of just folds into the piece, so it doesn't take away from it, but it adds to it.
Wow. And again, we have a bid. This is a retail value of $425, which is really a steal as we look at this. So, you know what? We're going to check in with the phone bank just for them to tell us where we are with Sea Lives.
I can't believe this hasn't gone yet. This has got a bid of $100. This is an auction, KVIE, once a year, 2019 auction, and this 3-dimensional piece is one of the most beautiful I've seen, and Dee will tell you more about it.
This is item number 27C, The Sea Lives. It's right now at $150. It's got a $500 value. It's got a lot going on in it. It's got so much depth.
Yeah.
I like it if I had a house by the ocean, which I don't have a beach house, but if I had a beach house, I would be putting this on the wall. We love the Lodi group. Lodi Community Arts supports us every year, and like I said, they take the art off the walls at their gallery and they bring it straight here for you to buy. Again, 27C, The Sea Lives. We are now up to $200 on that. Let's go for 3, and let's go back out and look at JC's piece.
JC, tell us about you.
Well, my career was in computer science. In fact, I was one of the first computer managers here at KVIE years
Wow.
ago, but always I was into the arts. And I started taking classes in glass because I love the look of glass.
Yes, it's
so I've been
fabulous.
doing this about 30 years.
Wow.
Which is long time for a fused glass artist, because fused glass didn't even begin to be developed until 1972.
So you know, as I'm looking at this, JC, I could actually see from both sides.
I know,
and with the lights on it, it just is.
This needs to be in a window.
Yes.
It needs to be under lights. If you had can lights,
Yes.
put it underneath that. But the glow, it just glows like a flame. I think it would be great. And again, in an office, like.
Oh, how long does it take to make a piece like this?
Well, because you're cutting a lot of different pieces, it probably takes 2 or 3 hours or 4 hours, and it takes a lot longer in the thought process of what you're going to do.
Well, that's what the artist does. That's a part of it.
I actually had the stands, and so I had to figure out what to do with those stands in that shape.
Wow.
And they were actually stands that another artist had used for masks, and she'd sold the masks without the stands.
Wow.
So I'd love doing something different.
You know what, JC? Everyone needs to have a JC in their home. They really do.
Absolutely.
And when you look at right now, we have a bid of $250 that's up for this. Again, the retail value is $425. The artist is right here with us, able to talk about it and share with us. We're going to keep this open. We're going to move on to our next piece. But JC, the artist.
Thank you.
Please. Our next one is
Elsa.
item 27E. It's a Lodi crane by Elsa Bates. This is a metal measuring 29 by 38 by 15. It has a retail value of $400. And we have a bid already out there at $200. We're looking at more that will be coming in because this is a retail value of $400. Tell us about this piece.
Well, Elsa is this cute artist that's maybe 4'11", and think about her doing these pieces. But she told me that she always starts with the piece that draws her to the piece, and she's known for doing her cranes.
Yes.
In the Lodi area, because you know the Lodi has the Lodi Sand Crane Festival. But so she started with this, and she said she knew this pair of rusted tin snips was the beak, and so everything was built from that. And so this is grinder things, I don't know that go on a grinder. And then, of course, your shovel and rebar, and then some long nails. But again, she was telling me that this bottom piece, which is, there is a disc, like from a farm thing, and she loves to find those because they make great stands.
This would look great outside in your yard, yard art as a piece of this. Tell me about Elsa again. How did she get started in this?
Well, you know, we had a welder walk into the art center and say, I want to give classes in welding at my house. And so Elsa and 2 of our other artists said, well, let's go out to Jared's. And so they went out there and he started them, and he has like a bone pool out there of rusted bone, not bones, but rusted pieces of metal. And so they went out in his yard and just picked out pieces to do it. And Elsa had a piece that was similar to this that went for the Lodi Historical Society auction for $3,500. So if you think about it, this is a key buy here.
Well, you know what, and I just picture Elsa with her blowtorch and putting these together. It's really phenomenal. So, the phone bank, where are we?
Thank you, Steve. I'm here with Megan, one of our art captains, and now you can see the beautiful light through this incredible piece. If you had this in a window, the oranges, reds, yellows would come beaming into your house. It is outstanding. And all the money would be going to KVIE Channel 6, and you would actually have this forever. Take a very close look at this beauty and the piece of art. Don't let this go by without it. Tomorrow morning you'll wake up and you'll wish that you had bid on this. The number's on your screen. Now let's go back to Steve.
Great. You know, Elsa captured the crane. I really do. I didn't know that in Lodi that cranes are such a piece.
Oh, it's our big festival of the year, the Lodi Crane Festival.
That's great. And you could have this in your home that would really kind of signify, wow, you know, cranes of Lodi.
And, you know, Elsa's going to have another crane in that festival.
She is.
The festival is the first week in November if you're coming to Lodi. the one thing I wanted to say about Elsa is she has a bumper sticker on her car that says "Stop for Rusted Metal," so people know that she's going to stop by the side of the road when you throw something out.
You know what? We have a bid of 200. We're waiting for 250. We know that that's out here. You don't want to miss Elsa's crane because, again, it is really unique in the sense of the design. I want to just kind of remind you that it's 29 by 38 by 15. It's a beautiful piece to have in your yard, and it's such a great work of art. We have a bid of 200. We know that 250 is one of those things that you won't let this get by if you look at that bid, the next bid that's coming, making sure that that's a part of it. So when I look at this, JC, I think that you actually could probably get a number of cranes. I understand that Elsa really is into this and doing a number.
She loves doing birds, and so they're all different sizes, and you can find them at the art center. And if you can find them, because honestly, she brings a work of art. She brings her art in at the first of the month, and it's sold by the second week.
Wow, wow. So your center focuses and highlights a number of Lodi artists?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We have over 50 members.
Wow.
And I would say a good 25, 30 of them display in the art center over the year.
Wow, wow, and Elsa is definitely, how long has Elsa been a part of the community?
Oh, she's been at the art center for maybe 10 years. She's actually originally from Massachusetts, and she's very heavily into the San Joaquin Historical Society, so we're really lucky to have her put her art in the art center.
Again, you know, there's a bid of 200. We know that there's more. Cindy, I know you're out there.
Here I am, Steve. Thank you so much, everybody. We've had a great break so far. Thank you so much for calling. This is an exciting auction. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour at the KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for Sculpture coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by J.C. Strout, this category features three-dimensional works in all media, including functional art. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Steve Wenlock, and we're back for another half hour of auction excitement featuring some incredible sculptures. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. Item 28A is King Neptune, Pete by James Powers. This is a metal measuring 9 by 24 by 6. Retail value is $625. Item 28B is Aunt Effie's by Robert Beers. This is a clay measuring 16 round by 4. Retail value is $500. Item 28C is another horsehair raku trio by John Condor. This is clay measuring 5 by 15 by 11. Retail value is $175. Item 28D is Bullet by Matthew Glazier. This is ceramic measuring 18 by 14 by 14. Retail value is $200. Item 28E is The Three Housewives by Darcy Robinson. This is ceramic measuring 16 by 32 by 7. Retail value is $600. This also is a Jurors Award sculpture. Item 28F is Red Swine by Anthony Gill. This is ceramic measuring 33 by 19 by 16. Retail value is $850. During this break, we're pleased to be joined again by J.C. Stroh as we take a look at artwork in the sculpture category. Thanks for being with us, JC. Again, here we are.
Absolutely.
I love this piece.
This is
You know what?
great.
Great.
This piece is powder coated. I'm going to get this in as a start. It's powder coated so you can put it outside if you wanted to, like on a pedestal in your garden.
Yeah.
Or I don't know that I'd put it on the ground, but I would put it up off of
Somewhere.
something. Yeah, but I love the piece. You can obviously see that he's a king. That's why it's called King Neptune. But what was a couple of fascinating things about it to me was that the little scales, I kept trying to figure out what it was when I saw it at the gala, and then I talked to the artist. He actually took a motor apart, and this is the inside of the motor.
Oh, wow.
That he welded onto here. This is all found metal pieces.
I love this piece. Again, I want to remind you, it's King Neptune, and we have a bid of $150. This has a retail value of $625. You know, when I love the different, you were saying a little bit earlier when we were looking at this, it's metal from all over.
Exactly. One of the fascinating things that the artist told me about this, you know, artists use so many different pieces from all over, was he told me that it has these great marble eyes. And so I'm thinking, well, that's really cool. But then he tells me that he took the paint cans apart, that, you know, that sound when you're using spray paint? Those are the marbles from inside the paint can. Who takes paint cans apart? This kind of artist does.
This fabulous. Let's check in with the phone bank, JC.
Well, we have a bell ringer at 2070. That one I love so much. Eternal Flame is a bell ringer. But don't let that stop you. You can still call in with your highest bid.
I am standing here next to 27E,
Also?
a Lodi crane, also a bell ringer. We are currently at $450. It has a $400 value. You need this to welcome you in your front porch every single day. We're keeping the lines open at 844-584-3278. It's hopping in here right now with all this great sculpture coming up. So let's go out and take another look at James Powers' little dog.
Never-ending story.
You okay? Do you know, when I look at this piece, it reminds me of a Sphinx, you know?
Yeah. And the artist said when he made it, he thought it reminded him of the Sphinx in the dog from the Never-Ending Story. And the turquoise paint on it just makes it shine and bright. But it is powder coated, so you can put it outside.
You can have it out in your yard. You know what? What kind of dog do you think this kind of resembles as you look at it?
Oh, this is a spaniel by all means.
A spaniel.
Don't you see? Because it's got the bird in its
it
mouth.
Does. Well, that's true.
It's a retrieving spaniel.
You might want to have this as a representative of your dog if you have a spaniel there, to have that always with you. Look at it. Look at the way what is that? Oh, that's a little, what is that, a bird?
I think it's a bird. I think it's a duck. It's a purple duck, but I think it's a bird.
Well, let me just tell you, this is quite the piece in the sense that it captures, as we're looking, our imagination in so many ways, our looking at dogs. This is King Neptune, and again, there's a bid of $200. So you want to make sure that you want to get in on this because you don't want to lose out.
And what I like about it is that it's not like painted solid. He has gone and burnished each end of these pieces of metal, so it actually looks like fur. Don't you think?
Yes, I do. I do.
And with the burnished metal, it shines because he's enhanced it with gold paint.
Yeah.
And it just, I think it's a stunning piece.
How do you get the finish that you're talking about here?
He did powder coated it.
Yeah.
And then went back and burnished the powder coating, so that he got this the color of the metal underneath.
Wow. You know, when you call in, you are supporting KVIE. Right now, we have the King Neptune, Pete. I love that little name that's right here. It's $200 is the bid right now, and we know that this is a piece you don't want to let get by. It's retailed at $625. We have a bid of $200. We're going to keep this one open. We're going to move on to the next one. But JC, rough. Here we go. Okay, we're looking at item 28B is Aunt Effie. I love this, by Robert Beers. This is a clay measuring 16 round and by 4. Its retail value at $500. This has an opening bid right now of, well, we're looking for an opening bid because we know that there's $100 out there that you're interested. After you hear the story about how this came about, you're going to be calling in.
Well, he's a clay artist, and he shows it at, I'll go watch there when that gets back in my mind. Anyway, but he did this with a rolled out clay, and then his Aunt Effie gave him this doily.
Oh.
So that's a pretty big doily that she had made. And so then he rolled that into the clay and then cut out to make the holes in here.
Just like the doily.
So, but this is just, he did a piece similar to this last year and donated, and it was a bell ringer and sold for $850. So we really need to sell this one well. And
this is a doily for life.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
And this would be great on your dining room table full of fruit.
Yes.
It also looks great just as an art piece standing up. It's fairly thick. It's maybe a ½ inch thick, maybe not quite that much. So it's sturdy, so you're not going to, it's not a delicate piece, even though the doily was delicate.
Yes, but you still sense the delicacy even in the clay, don't you?
Yeah.
Just because of his fine work and this piece about it.
Definitely you can see that the uniqueness of the doily, and I love that it came from his Aunt Effie.
Yes,
I think
what a memory.
That evokes such memories of my grandmother that did doilies. I love those pieces. And it's a blue glaze, semi-opaque, so that you can see the clay shining through.
Oh, it's stunning. It really is. Again, this is Aunt Effie's, and it's by Robert Beers. We have a bid of, we're looking for a bid of $100. This is a retail of $500. So I know that you're interested in, keeping a little bit of history that's a part of it, and Robert Beers is a known artist in a lot of ways.
Exactly.
We know that. So we need to check in on the phone bank. How are we, Cindy? Oh, Dee.
We've got another past winner of the KVIE Art Auction here. This is King Neptune, also affectionately called Pete, number 28A by James Powers. It's got a bid of $200. I'm looking for $625. He has one of those little Kong treats in his mouth. It's not a dead bird. It's a little purple treat. He would look fabulous sitting next to your fireplace. What I love about welded work is it can go anywhere and you don't have to worry about it, like a paper piece. You don't have to worry about the atmosphere it's in. 28A King Neptune, $200. It's a $625 value. Came straight out of the gallery here and can go home with you today. Let's go back to JC.
Yeah, here we are. Thank you, Dee. It's great. Again, we are looking at Effie's Aunt Effie. I love that name, first of all. It's just beautiful. But you know what? This piece, again, we're looking for a bid. We have received a bid of $100. You don't want to let this one go by because this is history in some ways.
Exactly. It's family history. And the other thing to note is that it is food safe. So although you couldn't put anything substantial, like this is not a soup dish because of all the holes, but it is great for fruit, for vegetables, to just have it on your table, put a coffee table place.
Stunning. Robert Beers is well known to us. Every year he has a piece that it's a part in the KVIE auction. As you mentioned, last year the piece went for over $800.
Right, and it was a very similar piece, and you can't let this one go.
You don't want to let this one. We're going to move on to our next piece. JC, this is item 28C. It's another horsehair raku trio by John Condor. This is clay measuring 5 by 15 by 11. It retails $175. Oh, you know what? We know that there's a bid out there. In fact, we have a bid already because of that at $300.
Wow.
So it's a definitely bell ringer. At the same time, we know that this is a piece you may want to get now. It is stunning.
This is horsehair ceramics is done by, this is a bisqueware. It cannot hold water. So if you're going to ruin it by putting something in it and not use it as just an art piece, which is what it is, don't use water. But I love it. The horsehair technique is that you take while it's bisfiring or after it's bisfired and it's hot, you take it out of the kiln and lay the horsehair or the feathers. You can see the feather on the sides, and you lay it on it, and it just sizzles and makes it wonderful. And so And look at how it crosses. Let me turn this a little bit. How it crosses and you get these wonderful patterns in here as the horsehair burns into the clay.
Well, I love his the technique. You don't always know when you burn the horse if it's going to come out exactly that way.
Well, and you don't know how it's going to fume. So
Yeah.
you put the horsehair and then you get these wonderful gray fumes coming up
Stunning.
that causes the coloration in the piece.
I love
but
the
I love
feather.
the feathers. I just think those are
Yeah,
great.
that is amazing. Those were actually taking actual feathers and placing those on the very hot ceramic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horsehair raku is just wonderful.
Well, JC, it's a bell ringer.
Oh, great.
It's a bell ringer. I love that. This is great. But that should not stop you, because you know what? You may not want to let this piece get by, because it is stunning. It really does. It really adds, the artistic piece of it is just brilliant. In the
Turn
way.
it a little bit. So it also contains some turquoise and some, he added a little bit of glitter with a, what's that called? A glitter bead in there.
Yeah.
I
with
should
a
know
little
that.
copper and, oh, wow. It's
But
just.
I just love this technique and I love his work. Look at how this is not smooth. It's got the art,
wow.
art shape to it.
JC, we've got some excitement in the phone bank.
Oh, let's
Let's
find
hear
out.
it. Let's talk to them.
You see how fast things go? King Neptune, that gorgeous little dog, just jumped up to $575 in no time. So you can still get on the phone call and make your best bid on that one.
Right now we've got 28B Aunt Effie's bowl. I wanted to show it flat because it does have little feet on it, so it could go flat. It sits up on a pedestal that it comes with, so it sits like this. It can also be mounted on the wall straight on. So you've got 3 different pieces out of one. Piece number 28B, Aunt Effie's bowl, is at $100. It's a $500 value, so get on that phone. There's somebody getting on that phone to bid right now. King Neptune is still open, 28A. The dog sculpture is at $575. Let's make it into a bell ringer. Let's go back out and look at that raku again.
JC, you mentioned an interesting point that the artist shared with us.
Yeah, he was saying that because each piece is laid on there and you don't know what's going to happen, none of these are reproducible. He might do similar art, but it's very unique.
They're all unique.
Each one is a unique piece.
Wow.
And this is definitely an indoor piece. It cannot go outside.
Right.
It's all this is done
Good
in
art.
the second firing. So it's bisque fired and then it's heated up again and the horsehair is put on it.
Wow.
He loves working with clay because it's malleable and he can do whatever he wants with it. Like I said, I love the shapes that he put in here. It's not smooth, it's organic, and all of his pieces are.
Well, you know, and again, have a custom, unique piece. You know, right now we have a bid of $300. I know that you're interested in this. Give a call right now. We're going to move over to the next piece. We're going to move over to item 28D is Bullet by Matthew Glazer. This is ceramic measuring 18 by 14 by 14. So this is a retail value of $200. Wow, JC, this has some unique characteristics.
It does. And again, this piece can go outside, which is good, but I would put this on my hall table as you're coming in my foyer because it is so good. But it's got a hole in the bottom, so if you look inside, you could actually put a light or a candle in it, and then it would shine. And we thought if you had a candle in it, imagine what the shadows on the wall would be. They
Exactly.
would just be so fantastic.
Right now, Bullet has a bid of $50. This is retailed at $200, which is just what a terrific in the sense. But you know, it could be in many, many different places. We were talking about projecting in a hallway and seeing those lights that are there entering sometime.
I did make a mistake. This can't go outside.
It cannot.
Cannot.
Great. Okay, so we want to be clear about that. And again, it is ceramic, and it's measuring 18 by 14 by 14. So it has some great dimensions as you kind of look at it. Right now, it is our retail on this is $200. We have a bid of $50, and we know that you do not want to let this get by. It's very unique. Very unique in the design and its sculpture and what it's going to do.
Right, and
really like it.
the name of it, Bullet, is only because that's the shape.
Yes, okay.
It's the shape of it. But I just could see You could actually put colors inside of it and have them come out.
Yeah.
This artist has been exhibiting for 15 years, and he's been in many of the KVIE shows already.
Do you know, it's my understanding that Matthew gives us a piece every year for the KVIE auction, and so many people have them in their homes. This is one of his most unique pieces, wouldn't you say?
I think so. You have to be careful because he paints the ceramic. I'm not sure that means that he didn't glaze it. He actually painted on the ceramic. So you need to clean this piece with like a t-shirt, not a cloth. You need to be really gentle with it. But I think that it would be, and look at all these different cuts that he did in it. And again, it's about 3/8 of an inch. It's fairly thick, so it's very substantial, but each cut is different. It's just so unique with all the carving that he did in it.
And again, this is a retail value of $200. We have $50 that has been a bid. You do not want to let this piece get by. You want to own one of Matthew Glazer's pieces. And again, as we've mentioned, he's been ongoing in every year providing a ceramic sculpture. I'm assuming ceramic sculpture.
Yeah, he likes to work with ceramics, and his
Really like
work
to,
shows at the Akai Gallery.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's really busy over in the phone bank. Let's hear what's going on. Let's check in with the phones.
Well, the phones are crazy right now. The people at Mid-Placer Democratic Club are just on the phone, busy answering your questions, taking your bids. We've only got about 5 minutes left. You got to go so quick. You see something you like, don't dilly-dally. Get on the phone, make your bid, ask your question. You will keep this thing and love it for life, and you'll feel very good that all the money is donated to KVIE Channel 6, your PBS station. Now back to Steve.
Great.
And
okay. Well, JC, any thoughts?
well, Matthew has been exhibiting our ceramic art for about 15 years, so he's a well-known artist in the area. And I think that if you had a piece and you said, I have a Matthew Glazer piece, it would be something that would stand out in your art collection.
So again, he's in your community center that's there with...
No, this is not one of my artists. This is a Sacramento artist.
A Sacramento artist. That's terrific, really. That's great. Well, we're going to keep this open. We're going to move on to our next piece, but don't forget about Bullet, Matthew Glazer. We're going to move right over here. We're going to move right over to item 28E, is The Three Housewives by Darcy Robinson. This is ceramic measuring 16 by 32 by 7. Retail value is $600, and it's also a Juror Award sculpture.
This is a unique piece. I love this one, and obviously I did because I gave it a Juror's Award when I did the judging. But so Darcy was, when she quit work, she was thinking out in her garden about housewives and how really unspecial they were. So she wanted to make them very special. So each one is a separate piece. So you can either display them together, or you could actually display them separately, and you could display them vertically or horizontally.
Yeah, they are so unique.
But I love the broken mirrors in the glasses. And look, there's a key to the house here hanging off of it. It's a mixed media kind of piece.
And it's detailed.
Yeah.
It's really, really fascinating. You know, again, let me just kind of share that The Three Housewives, it retails at $600. We have a bid of $100. You know, and that's not just for one. We want to make sure that you take the whole concept and really look at what this is. And I know that your bid will be higher because this is a unique piece.
Yeah, she told me that you could display it outside, but it would have to be in a protected area, like in your covered patio, or something like that. But she wanted to talk about housewives and how they can be so beautiful and unique. And so she hand builds the pieces and then does the mosaic mirrors in them and adds the little features that make it very special.
And each house on each of the ladies is a little bit different because
Yeah,
it's
and
unique to
they're
them.
all textured. The roofs are
Yeah.
textured. They all are just different,
wow.
and I just think that would be great. I love
so
this.
many places
I so
this
much
could go.
love these pieces.
Oh, I do too. They're just, like you said, it could go in a variety of places, but one in one room and one in another room and find them all.
Exactly.
I mean, it's just terrific
I love
about that.
quirky.
You know, it is stunning in the way that it's kind of, you know what? We're going to check in with Dee in the phone bank.
I am with 28D Bullet by Matthew Glazier. This is a stunning contemporary piece of ceramic. It would look great in an office setting or in your home. I believe they mentioned earlier it can also be lit from within because these holes are carved through the piece. Sticking my fingers in artwork again. 28D Bullet by Matthew Glazier. I currently have a bid of 100. I am looking for 200. Let's make it a bell ringer. It's just got a beautiful shape and form to it, and it really carries from all the way across the room. Again, 28D Bullet. You can only get it by calling 844-584-3278 and place your bid now. Let's send it back to the housewives piece.
Yes, great. Tell us about the artist, JC.
Well, Darcy is an Elk Grove artist, and she's a member of the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center.
Wow.
And they just opened a new gallery, so if you haven't been there, you need to go in and check out Elk Grove. Mm-hmm. And she uses clay to create one-of-a-kind, and she loves to put humor, and obviously we can see that she loves to put humor in her pieces. But she wants to do a positive to a touchy subject, and so her feeling was that housewives are sort of unappreciated, so she wanted to do this piece so that people would see that housewives are all different, they're all beautiful, and that
all
she appreciated.
Amen.
Exactly.
Amen. I just think this is just a terrific piece, and you look at the uniqueness of it and the design and the colors are very vibrant in a lot of ways. The sunglasses are what attract me. So we're going to keep this one open, and we're going to We have a $150 bid right now, so we see that a number of people are ready to bid on this. So we're going to move on to our next piece, and we're going to look at this. This is item 28F, is the Red Swine by Anthony Gill. This is a ceramic measuring 33 by 19 by 16. It has a retail value of $850. JC, this piece is very exciting. Tell me about it.
Well, this is red clay, and it can go outside, and we noticed that it has a hole in the back, so you could put a light in it, like put one of your garden lights in it and have it shine out through the eyes.
Yes.
I think that would be kind of spooky, but it would be good.
Oh,
and I love the way he stamped it. So he's got all these different stamps. Up here, he's got a leaf stamp. He's got some flower stamps. He's got some different shapes, like just unique designs in it. But when we were looking at it at the gala, we liked the way that it is decorated on the outside.
Yeah, right. And the red clay is really a great piece to kind of highlight. I mean, it's really beautiful in a lot of ways. The clay.
Yeah, and again, I think this would be great in your garden. I think it would be a wonderful garden piece with a garden light in it.
So this again is the Red Swine. We have a retail value of $850. We have a bid that we're looking for, that $150 level. I know it's out there. Tell us about the artist, because I think this is really.
Well, the artist is a professor at Sierra College. Gives classes up there in ceramics. This is his first time in the art auction, so we want to make his first time a successful time.
Yes, we do.
But I want you to look, Steve, at his evil smile. Don't you think that's kind of an evil smile on this pig? So if you put lights in it, it would just shine out, and it would be so unique to have that.
Wow.
He's known for ceramic animals, so this isn't his first ceramic animal. And he was recommended to Dee, so she sought him out to get a piece from him this year. So I think that tells you that we want to have artists that are doing wonderful pieces.
Are doing the work.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're really excited about this. We're excited that this is his first time and that he's going to be with us again. We know that. So we're going to go to the phone bank.
Hi, Steve. Yes, we want to welcome this fine artist and thank him so much for donating that piece of art. And this is the only time that you can call today, after today, that's it, to donate and buy pieces of art for your gallery. And won't you support us and this wonderful artist? Red Swine is the name of the piece of art. It would make a fabulous statement in your yard. $150 for an opening bid. Let's go. The number's right on your screen. It's so easy to do and it takes no time at all. Now back to Steve.
The one that told
Well,
me nothing.
you know, when I look at this piece, I just think that the uniqueness of it is one. What other animals do you know that he does or that he's looked at?
No, you know, I don't. I just know that he has done a number of the animals, and he's known for this kind of big art. And this isn't easy to do a hollowed out thing.
Sure.
So he probably does it. He hand builds it, so he probably does it with coils to coil up and then smooth it out and stamp.
Is it a heavy piece? I mean, can we put this outside?
We can put this outside, and it's not heavy because it's very hollow on the inside. It's probably only a ½ inch thick all around, so you can easily carry it and move it out to your garden. I'm not sure where I'd put it in my house, but I would definitely put it in my garden.
Well, that's terrific. I tell you again, this is Red Swine. It's $850 retail. We're looking at a bid of $150. We know this is a piece. And again, we want to make sure that Anthony Gill is also a part of our auction every year.
Yeah,
let's make sure that he knows he's a part of this.
Let's make his pieces successful in the auction, because I know as a teacher he probably supports KVIE and as we all do.
This is great. Fantastic. We're going to go back to the phone bank.
What I love about live TV is we have a great staff here and a bunch of really good volunteers. So while I am standing in front of the camera keeping your attention, Alice is back there lighting up that piece so you can see the piece is hollow, how it's going to light up from the inside. I want you to call and bid on Red Swine. I wish I could sing the song for you, but I just can't sing.
Red Swine.
28D Bullet is now at $100. We're looking for a $200 bid, and now we're going to see it lit up a little bit from the inside.
Excellent.
Yes, look at it. It has such dimension. There we are. Okay, you can see the light kind of coming through in the eyes that are there. Again, this is a piece that's very unique in the sense about when it is lit, and it does give even a different kind of dimension as you start to look at it. Oh, there we go. Okay, so look at this. Whoa, wow. Fantastic. We're gonna, there's the light, there it went, we're sending it back to the phone bank.
So stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour at the KVIE Art Auction.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase, and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for Landscapes, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Stephanie Taylor, this collection celebrates beautiful landscapes in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Miranda Johnson, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art graciously donated by Northern California artists and featured in the landscapes category. And now, here is an overview of the art that you will be which will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 29A, Badopo Wilderness by Ron Wade. This is oil on canvas measuring 30 by 24. The retail value is $500. Item 29B is Hawaiian Koi Pond by Lucille Ratterman. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 28, and it is framed by the artist. Retail value $500. Item 29C is Untitled by Alan Shannon. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 23. Retail value is $300. Item 29D is Finding Nature's Strength by Lenora Morris. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 39. Retail value is $500. And item 29E is Falls in the Fall by William Van Hill. This is acrylic on board measuring 19 by 23, framed by the artist. Value is $300. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Ed Goldman. Ed is a longtime contemporary art collector, sometimes artist, and a well-known Sacramento area playwright and author of numerous books. He is a past board member of Blue Line Arts in Roseville and a longtime supporter of the arts in this region. Welcome, Ed.
Thank you, Miranda. It's wonderful to be here again.
All
I'm
right.
loving the work we're looking at. This is fine, very traditional and nice. This is Bodopo wilderness, and I thought I'd just mention to you and our viewers, Bodopo is a corn silk. It's named because it resembles corn, grows in the northern meadows.
Oh, wow.
And one of the really important things about it is it resembles corn, but it's toxic to eat, as would the painting be. But it's a beautiful piece. It's oil on canvas. You don't see as much oil these days as you see acrylics, and it's a beautiful landscape. And I'm not usually crazy about landscapes, but this is kind of what landscapes are supposed to look like. You've got the beautiful water back there. You've got the sky. And the trees are just magnificently rendered, really, really are.
For me, I felt like I was looking out of a window when I looked at it. When I first saw it, I just was wowed by how it feels like you're standing at the top of the hill and you're kind of looking out. At
an ideal cabin. This would be the perfect view to have out your window. This would be something that if you put in your office, of course, during the week, you'd be thinking, when do I get to go away and go look at this? Or if you put it in your cabin, you can close the window if you want. But I think it's beautifully done. The colors are soft, very soothing.
And what about these trees? They look so real.
Yeah, they really do. It's and if you get as close as we are to it, the detail does not let up. It's just really magnificently done.
So you don't want to miss this one. It's standing next to it. I just am in awe of feeling like I'm standing there looking out the window watching all of this. So get to those phones and get to bidding. And we're looking for an opening bid of $150 for this one. So get to those phones and get to calling. Tell me a little bit more about this artist.
Well, I think I will. I'll let him talk for me. It's Ron Wade. He says, I prefer to restrict myself to oil painting the wilderness landscapes of the Great Basin, Mojave Desert, or Sierra Nevada and Cascade Mountains of California. Not only does it bring enjoyment for me to concentrate on places I cherish, but it also allows me to be authentic to what I know. And so and he says the majority of his work is brushing oil paints onto a stretched canvas. He's enjoyed doing watercolor painting too, and as I've mentioned every time I've been on this show, watercolor is the most unforgiving of media, and for him to be able to tackle both and oil he's very versatile.
Yes, I know that Ron is a long-time contributor, and so he's always giving a piece to be a part of the art auction. So
That's
it's amazing
terrific.
to see this again.
It's also what's really nice is that it's very unpretentious. A lot of people, because landscapes have landscapes are what everybody always paints, and you can sometimes almost see the numbers underneath them coming out. But this is really nice. It's a very traditional landscape. It's very, as I mentioned, soothing. It would be wonderful in an office. It would be wonderful in a home. And it's an original piece of art. It's the real deal. It's not a print.
Oh, well, get to those phones. We're going to go over to Cindy over in the phone bank.
Well, I want to thank the phone bank again, these wonderful people that gave up their Sunday afternoon for you and for us. And I want to let everyone know, too, if you like a couple of pieces, we had somebody in the last set who actually bid on and bought 2 pieces. So that's how much interest are in these pieces. And this next set that we've just started right now are all landscapes. So you are not going to want to leave your couch for the next half hour. Call the number on your screen right now. Now let's go back to the art.
Thank you. So, Ed, tell me a little bit about, was this an image, painted from an image, or was he there?
He was there because but this is actually painted in a studio, which makes it even more remarkable because it's the artist using his imagination, using his memory, his sensual memory. I'm sure he might have taken photographs. I don't know that for a fact, but the fact that he actually produced this in a studio, and I'm sure it was a transformative experience as he was actually working on it.
Just looking at, I noticed some of the little bits of color throughout. That kind of is what you see when you're walking, on a hike or anywhere. So I think anyone who enjoys hiking or just anything about landscapes, this piece is just stunning.
It's really
a
the great
lot
outdoors.
of realism in it, and I'm amazed by the beauty.
It's a great outdoors piece, and if you're a great outdoors person, I think you'd really want it in your collection.
No, and the browns, the way we're going to keep this one open and bid high, bid often, and we're excited to have this piece with us today. The next one coming up is item 29B, Hawaiian Koi Pond by Lucille Ratterman. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 28. This is framed by the artist, and the retail value is $500. Ed, tell me a little bit about this one.
Well, I think that what's interesting is we were just talking about Ron Wade's piece and the fact that he had done that in a studio. This was actually done plein air style, which means the person was right out there painting in the wilderness, near the koi pond, but then also did some work in the studio. So it's a combination, but it has wonderful definition to it. The outlining that you see throughout actually gives it more of its depth. I don't know this for a fact, but a lot of paintings like this are often brought up from a black gessoed canvas, so that all the gaps become black. I don't know that this artist did that, but it's got terrific depth to it, almost like a finely wrought. And I hesitate to say this, like a cartoon, but it's not a cartoon. It just has.
No, you see the beauty of those.
And the outline
fish.
and the. I had a student years ago at Sac State who missed an entire semester because she had koi trauma because her koi died. So if you love koi, this is really the painting for you.
It's beautiful. So we're looking for an opening bid on this one of $150. I can't tell you the colors in this one are really just, it's the beauty of landscape again with this one. But again, get to those phones. We're looking for an opening bid of $150 on this one. So tell me a little bit more about the artist on this one and was it sketched from a photo or is
I don't know that. The piece was done plein air in Kauai, Hawaii, and in my studio. She loves to paint nature. She sees it. What is interesting is that Lucille Ratterman has been exhibiting art for 50 years.
Wow.
So she's getting really good at it. I mean, just and she's been in the KVIE Art Auction for several years. So we're really glad to have her back.
Oh, wow. So we're going to head over to Dee in the phone bank. Dee.
I wanted to give everybody one more chance on our sculpture from the last break, number 25 or 28F, Red Swine. I'm looking for an opening bid of $150. We have sold every piece here at the auction. I'm really fond of this piece because I'm from Arkansas, which means I'm an Arkansas Razorback. So anytime you've got a big red pig, I'm all over it. It's a beautiful piece. It can go outside. The artist is incredibly well known and a professor at the local college. It can be yours for $150. We've got it lit up a little bit so you can see the face on him better. He's open in the back, so that's how we can get a light in and out of it. Again, 28F. Let's get a bid on this. 1-844-584-3278, and you can go home with some red swine. Let's go back out and talk to Miranda.
I want to make sure everybody knows Badopo Wilderness is at $200, but you got to get that one. So let's get to bidding on that one. It's at $225 now. Wow, it's at $225. So get to the phones and bid on that one. Ed, tell me a little bit more. The water rushing by.
I think it's interesting that Lucille prefers to paint and she uses pastels. So you'll notice here pastels being for, I'm sure everybody knows that, not primary colors. They're softer colors. And nature is filled with both pastels and primary colors. Here, there's an emphasis on the pastels, and it looks like Wallace sandpapering, if my memory serves. And then you have this little fish, and that's almost a primary color. It's a kind of a bright orange, and it really, I mean, you'll find it. Your eye will go directly to it when you look at the painting.
Oh, wow. Good job. We are at 150 on this one. Please get to bidding on this one. Let's get up to 200 on this one. 200. We're at 150. Let's get to 200. And just remember that every dollar goes to support PBS, your KVIE PBS station, for the KVIE Art Auction. The number, if you don't know it right now, you should. It's 844 KVIE Art. So get to those phones.
Well, there's one other thing I would add, Miranda, is that this is the artist did this to show tranquility and serenity, and I think. Just as people will put fish tanks in their offices or have koi ponds if they're so blessed, this has the same feeling. It's just very calming, relaxing, and lovely to look at. It really is.
No, I can imagine kind of the walk when you walk down the hallway to someone's home in the restroom area. You always have those nice tranquil, feelings walking.
Transitions, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so we are headed over to the next one, 29C. This one is Untitled by Alan Shannon. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 23, retail value $300. So tell me a little bit about this artist.
Well, the thing I like most about Alan Shannon's artist statement, and artist statements are a whole art of their own, and people will say the most convoluted things, and he just says, I just love to make art, which I think is one of the best statements, and that's why you become an artist, or why you are already, you're born that way maybe, and you just discover it. So I think this actually shows his love of art, his love of nature. We can see this has a good mixture of colors in it, and nothing feels outlined. It's all shadow. You can see it on the rocks,
blues.
and the blues are just magnificent. A lone bird flying up here. And against the white clouds.
I love the calm of the water.
And looks like a tree has been downed here, perhaps, which happens. Trees actually fall on their own sometimes. And what's nice is that you probably do want to frame this because the artist did not paint the edges of it, but you can see the technique. He actually came above the lip in doing this because he was so enthusiastic. What I find most amazing about the painting is what he did with the leaves and the trees. Wow. They're very richly shown, and of course, you're watching this on KVIE. You can see this as well as we can. It's just really richly done.
The greens, the blues. I mean, the sky. Standing next to it, I feel the color. Like I can actually feel the color coming.
I can feel the breeze. I feel cool. I was watching that going. Have to put on my sweater.
So this one is at $200 now. So get those bids in because this one looks like everyone is seeing this and going. The color is just amazing. So it's at $200 right now. Continue to bid. Let's check in with Dee in the phone bank.
I am here with the beautiful 29A Badopo Wilderness. If you know somebody that's a hiker or somebody that loves the Sierra Nevadas as much as I do, what a beautiful gift this piece would make. Right now, it's only got a high bid of $250, and it's a $500 retail value. Art makes an amazing, precious gift. It becomes something that you pass down from generation to generation. So start your landscape collection with 21A Badoco Wilderness. I've got a bid now of $250. Let's get it up to a bell ringer nearer to $500. 1-844-584-3278. Let's take a look at some more landscapes.
Well, we are at $250 on this one, so keep those bids coming in. Ed, I just noticed it's kind of the trees, not only the one that's fallen, but this one has the hole in it. Mm-hmm. Kind of, when you're a kid climbing the trees, but it's just so peaceful.
Yeah. Oh yeah, these are not strong enough for tree houses, but they're wonderful. You know what I think is most interesting about this is that you feel you're actually there, and yet the artist did this in Alan Shannon, in his studio. And he is also completely self-taught. And that is rather amazing because the sense of composition looks like something you would have learned from a good teacher or a good book or a good video.
Yeah.
But it's a very, very strong sense of composition.
We're at $275, and for me, it's like you can't see the sun. but you feel the sun.
Oh, yeah,
when you're looking at
absolutely.
this piece.
Absolutely.
It's
Good point.
absolutely gorgeous. I love how the water kind of flows through, and it looks like it's moving, but it's a calm stream. It's not intense in any way.
Yeah, but this looks like the kind of place where somebody might cast a fishing rod because it's because the water is rushing, and that's nice. So it has, again, that coolness that you really like over in the outdoors.
Yes. So again, art is a gift that keeps on giving. So this one is at $275. The retail value is $300. So let's get those bids in. This beautiful piece. I mean, the colors and the single bird flying over. It's kind of like it wanted to be there to see this beauty.
I want to be there too, actually. It's a great day for it.
Tell me, these trees, the way they kind of sit within the clouds.
That's very nice. Yeah, they seem to be extending into the clouds in the picture. The clouds, of course, provide a really nice backdrop that only emphasizes the artist's really serious skill with color and with light coming in. Wow. These clouds are sort of bursts of clouds. It looks like it might have just rained or is about to rain, and maybe the clouds are forming. In any event, it's the real key is that it's evocative.
Oh, amazing. So we're at 325. We're going to keep this one open and move over to the next one. We are at item 29D. It is Finding Nature's Strength by Lenora Morris. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 39. The retail value is $500, and we are looking at it's at $425. So if you want this one, you got to get those bids in now. I'm the color on this. It's. Do you remember those natural rocks? That when you look at in Peru and all the different colors.
Sedimentary rocks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that, just the beauty of nature and the colors it creates.
Oh, it's actually, I think this is wonderful because this isn't ordinary in any way, shape, or form. In fact, this reminds me of when David Hockney, the great California portraitist mainly, started turning his attention to landscapes, and so did things that were very abstract. And this is great. I mean, this says nature and the outdoors and landscapes, as well as a beautifully rendered painting like some of the ones we just saw. Yeah. It's wonderful. And the artist, Lenora Morris, she says, I painted this landscape in an abstract manner. Large, bold shapes, small, medium, selected volumes of paint intermixed and blended, a coloring appearance of nature at her best. It is not just a landscape photograph, it is art piece, which is exciting and harmonious at the same time that it is strong and beautiful. And she says she was inspired by rocks and rock formations, and we can certainly see the inspiration on the canvas.
No, and it's constant, and you almost feel the rock when you look at it because it has some of the different texture that kind of has it pops out.
The nice thing is that you can look at this many times a day and you'll always see something different in it. And that's, if you're going to live with a painting, that's kind of the stuff you look at. Is it going to ever change? Is it going to ever this? But here it changes as you move from section to section, and there's a really robust array of colors in this painting.
You know what, Ed? We're going to come back to that, but we have some really exciting news, and we're going to head on over to the phone bank.
Good.
I'd like to report Ron Wade's Wilderness Piece 29A is currently sitting at $550. That's $50 above the retail, which makes it into a bell ringer. And what that means is anything above retail becomes a tax deduction to you and a gift to KVIE. 29B, the Hawaiian koi pond, is sitting at $150. That's got a $500 value. 29C, the Untitled Landscape, is a bell ringer at $450, and it's got a $300 value. We're keeping all of these open. Let's get Lenora Morris, Finding Nature's Strength, out there up to a bell ringer. It's at $425, so let's look at it again.
Terrific.
That was a lot of bell ringers, so get to those phones if you want these beautiful pieces. Ed, I love how she put the water with whites and blues to kind of mix into the different color of the rock.
It's a very fluid painting, and especially considering its abstract nature, that's a wonderful thing to achieve. I think it's also interesting that Lenora, she doesn't, well, first of all, 14 years ago, she was the best of this show, and the show judged by Gregory Kondos. So you can see perhaps some of his influence, at least with the almost outlining. But she doesn't like to give away her paintings. She doesn't like to sell them because her family members love them. And so I think that's wonderful. And that's what happens when you're an artist. You sometimes, if you write something, if you're a writer like I am, you still have the original copy. But with art, it's different, and it's hard to part with something that you love, that you fell in love with maybe creating it.
I think it's amazing, and it says a lot for how dedicated artists and volunteers are to KVIE. And so to be able to have the audience have the opportunity to bid on this one, I think it just goes back to all the support that we appreciate from our viewers, and just understanding that all of this goes back to support your PBS station, KVIE.
It's also interesting to note that she has been contributing art to this auction since 2003.
Wow.
So that's a real loyalist.
Yes, no. I caught the blues just now looking at the trees.
And they're everywhere. And what's nice is that this is what you call integrating color. It really is a little bit of each color is in every formation here, and that really keeps you looking at it. It really does.
Oh, without a doubt, because I'm almost finding different colors as I look at it.
Yeah.
Yes, we're going to check back with the phone bank. Let's see if we have some more bell ringers.
Thank you, Marlinda. See, I told you the landscapes are extremely popular. So you got to be very aggressive, going very quickly. And when you think about yourself, also think about your family, your friends, your boss, wedding gifts. I mean, a lot of these things, wouldn't it be fabulous to give a young couple who's starting their life out together a piece that you donated the money to Channel 6, and they get to remember that every single day? I'm getting goosebumps. Anyway, the number is on your screen. It's 844 KVIE Art, and I sure hope that you'll call. Let's look at the next piece.
All right, this is item 29E, is Falls in the Fall by William Van Hill. This is acrylic on board measuring 19 by 23. It is framed by the artist. Retail value is $300, and this one is retail value $300, but the opening bid is $75.
Well, I can tell you something about this artist because I spoke with him this morning. I think a lot of you probably realize that the artists, they will turn in statements, they will turn in things about themselves. I got nothing from William Van Hill, so I called him. And I said, what gives? And he goes, first of all, he had to switch phones because he said, I'm 87 years old. And I said, oh. And he said, and I said, well, when did you start painting? And he goes, well, I started painting a long, long time ago, but then just started again when he was 85, just 2 years ago. And I said, what was the interruption? He goes, well, the Korean War. And he was in the United States Air Force. Wow. And he came back to painting, and I said, do you paint a lot now? He goes, no, not that much. He goes, but it's wonderful. And I think, boy, if I would really encourage this kid to keep painting. I mean, I really do. It's a wonderful piece. The level of detail is staggering. You can see it on your TV. We can see it right here. But if you look at just the every single little color and every little single piece here and every little shadow, magnificently wrought.
And it's almost like it's fall, but then there's those little peaks of green throughout.
But I love the title Falls in the Fall because it is. And then he framed it himself, too. It's just pretty remarkable. He lives in North Highlands, and so he's local, and I'm really glad he decided to take up the brush again.
So we have a bid of $100. Let's keep bidding on this one. I'm amazed by the feel of fall. Just looking at the piece, you actually feel fall within fall.
Yes, right. The colors have a lot to do with that, of course. Almost a sepia and an orangish tint, umber, ochre, but it's also the rush of the water is really lovely and refreshing. And this sounds like a man who has seen a lot in his life, and he's trying to show some of it back to us, which is a real gift.
This is fantastic, Ed. Let's check in with Cindy in the phone bank.
Thank you so much. I want to give you a recap. 29A is on fire. It was a $500 retail value. We are at $750 right now, and it's still going up. 29B, Hawaiian Koi Pond, $500 retail value at $250. 29C, that untitled, we have $550. That was a $300 retail value. Thank you so much. And Finding Nature's Strength, which is 29D, $500 on that one is the donor value. $550 on that one. We've got all these bell ringers. And on 29 29E Falls of the Fall in the Fall, $300 value. We're at $125. Phew! This is fantastic. Keep calling. Let's go back to Melinda.
Thank you, Cindy. We really just want to thank all of the artists, all of the phone bank, all the volunteers, and you watching. Just your participation and your dedication to KVIE is always appreciated. And we thank you guys for tuning in today. Call the number on your screen, 844 KVIE Art, and get involved in the KVIE Art Auction. And especially, let's start with Falls in the Fall.
There's one thing that I would like to add to this conversation, and this was painted, it's acrylic on board, as opposed to canvas, as opposed to paper, as opposed to a lot of other materials you could use, margarine, I'm not sure.
Does it change the way you paint?
It does. Well, board, depending on the board you use, it can absorb the colors more, or it can make it a little glossier. So if you look at this, you'll notice that it almost looks as though the artist painted this and then sprayed it with something like varathane, but didn't because the colors are so vibrant. So the actual brightness of the colors comes out because of the board. It's a little like something I was mentioning earlier when you gesso a canvas maybe in black beforehand or in another color. Some people will use yellow to bring out certain colors. So everything just is really dynamic in it.
No, it's beautiful. So we are at $200 for Falls in the Fall. Retail value is $300. So get this gift that keeps on giving. Art never stops. You look at it, you see something different every time. Let's get to those phones and start bidding on Falls in the Fall and get some more bell ringers going. So Ed, the artist itself, when you called him, is this something that he kind of is continuing, now that he's found this love of creating?
Well, he said he started again 2 years ago when he was 85, and he's 87 now. And he didn't make it sound like painting was the only most important thing in his life, which is great. I mean, you get to a certain age and you have some perspective. But the thing that I thought was wonderful is that he had this kind of skill. This is a very steady, calm hand. The way some of these paints line up against each other, you almost think that he had worked for the post office when they use those sticks to paint names and numbers on doors. So, I mean, this is a very, very steady hand. I would think this was the work of a much, much younger artist. I really would have.
Well, he's showing us that art has no age limit.
I
and
agree.
It continues to advance.
I hope not.
Share
beauty. I hope not, or I'm in trouble. That's right.
So we are at 200. Get to those phones and get to calling at 844 KVIE Art. You can't miss this one. It's the beauty. You feel the fall. You actually feel the fall in the falls. Tell me a little bit more about, you were saying the difference between painting on canvas and painting on board. Is that kind of the artist's decision on how the paint goes?
Sure, unless, I know when I first started painting, I just had a bunch of plywood and board hanging around, or I'd break up a desk that I wasn't going to use anymore and paint on that. It gives you a really slick surface. It's just a different, almost like a different medium, but it's actually a different texture and experience. So it's great, and I love this piece.
Thank you, Ed. We're going to send it over to the phone bank.
Thank you so much. Again, 29D, the Finding Nature Strength. The high bid is $550, which we're so happy for that bell ringer. 29E, Falls in the Fall, and then 300 at 200. Well, stay tuned if you're waiting to bid, because there's more art coming up in the next half hour at the KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for Sculpture coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by J.C. Strout, this category features three-dimensional works in all media, including functional art. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again. I'm Miranda Johnson, and we're back for another exciting half hour of the art auction featuring a celebration of sculpture. And now here is an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. First, we have item 30A. It's Chinese Junk Boat by Joe Rene Daniel. This is glass measuring 16 by 17. Retail value is $500. Item 30B is Stone Plate by Jack Richardson. This is stone measuring 4 by 8 round. Retail value is $350. Item 30C is Dog by Shirley Tasuda. This is ceramic measuring 17 by 18 by 10. Retail value is $125. Item 30D is Untitled by Rosalie Roth. This is ceramic measuring 16 by 9 round. Retail value is $200. Item 30E is Contained Burst of Earth Ripples by Taylor Gutermute. This is metal measuring 19 by 19. Retail value is $400. And item 30F is Rockland by Randy Wan. This is sculpture measuring 37 by 25 by 8. Retail value is $400. During this next break, we are pleased to be joined again by the Ed Goldman as we look at artwork in our sculpture category. Ed, thanks again for being here.
Oh, it's my pleasure. You're being joined by one Ed Goldman and Ed Goldman, but thank you very much. I love the sculptures that I just saw that we're going to be yakking about. This one especially caught my eye when I read the artist statement. This is a complete accident. Not that I read the statement, but that the artist, Joe Rene Daniel, says that, or Danel, I'm sorry, says that this happened when my glass kiln, you don't really pronounce the N in kiln, but I did, malfunctioned and shut down at a very high temperature. This caused the glass inside to break. When the kiln cooled, there were numerous irregular shapes inside. And so here the artist took this, turned it into a magnificent piece. It's called Chinese Junk, which is like the boat, not garbage at all. And it's beautifully wrought. It's very smooth around the piece. It's not. A lot of people worry about having a glass sculpture in their home that they're going to actually catch something on, snag something on. This is really nice. Seeing it on the stand here is beautiful. I have a number of glass pieces, and I've also done a lot of sculptures that were the result of accidents. Years ago, when Michael Himovitz represented my work, a bunch of terracotta pots had burst in my backyard, and I put them back together and did little funny drawings on them, and suddenly I was selling them, and we called the series Crackpots. But it was, so I can appreciate that the artist took sort of like the phoenix rising from the ashes, just made something out of an accident. And it's fused glass, and that's apparently the medium for Joe Rene Daniel.
Wow. So. No, I had read something that it's a metal glass fusion.
Right. It was into a layer, so that when you finally see it, it's not like three-dimensional. It looks three-dimensional, but it's flat. It's all like one layered, and so it has a nice finished feel to it.
Is this? Can glass shine through if this was a piece that was sitting kind of in your foyer? Is it foyer? Am I saying that?
Foyer.
Foyer. Yes, that. Yeah. And can the light shine through?
Going this way, but you see from the back, this is very, very dark in the back of it. And this is not a piece you'd want to spin around and look at different angles, but it certainly will catch the light. It's catching the light from here in the studio. So you're going to do something.
We're going to see about that light.
See, I wasn't kidding.
Oh, wow.
It's dark in the back.
And you can almost see the fusion of all the different color within the glass.
You should be on television. You're very good.
Yeah. Oh, you so funny. There you go.
It's beautiful.
I love this piece.
I do too, very much.
Yes.
Yeah. Who was that?
Drive-by artist. So this piece is at starting bid of $100. Retail value is $500. And I can't tell you how, just even now seeing the back of it, the way the colors fuse kind of throughout the glass, it's absolutely beautiful. And it would be amazing at any of your homes.
And by the way, I should point out that the glass can be displayed outside.
Oh, awesome.
So it'd be a wonderful wonderful thing to have on a patio.
By a pool?
By a pool, yeah.
Yeah.
There's the light from the pool, and all, it would actually play on it. So
especially that greeting at the door.
Mm-hmm.
I always love when I'm walking up to someone's door and they have a beautiful sculpture or a piece of art right outside. It kind of already changes the mood when you walk into their home. And I think this is one of those that will already change the mood as soon as they walk in.
I did that at my last house, and somebody stole the sculpture.
Oh, no.
It was right around Christmas time. They must have thought it was a gift, but and it's okay. I hope they're enjoying it. But it's a fine piece and very, very carefully made. And the seeming monochronism of it is it's got a lot of different light and a lot of different hues to it.
Yes.
Almost like a patina here. So it's almost like a verdigris.
Oh, yes.
So it's very, very nice.
We are going to keep this one open, and we're going to move along to the next one. The next one up for bid is item 30B. It's stone plate by Jack Richardson. This is stone measuring 4 by 8. Retail value is $350. We're looking for an opening bid of $75. And wow, you can almost see through the glass. Even though it's more of a cloudy glass, you can almost see through it.
Well, Jack Richardson says he works on a unique wood lathe that was built in Belgium. So to do this on a lathe is kind of interesting. He says, I use shapes taught to me many years ago while a ceramic student of Ruth Rippon, one of our favorite artists of all time in Northern California and throughout the country. In addition, there's 30 years of playing with the stone, the artist says, to develop a unique style. So you're not getting the work of an amateur. This is somebody who's honed and refined his technique over the years. It's just a beautiful piece. I hope you can see it. I'm hoping my showing it up like that won't wreck the impact, because it's gorgeous.
It is.
Really
and
gorgeous.
I can say if this artist learned from Ruth Rippon, then he learned from the best. She is an extraordinary artist. I had the pleasure of meeting her for KVIE Art Showcase, and the way she teaches and the way she creates, it's endless. So I can say that this is a piece you must have if Ruth Rippon was his teacher.
I also must say that just his own work himself, it's just fabulous. And this artist, Jack, has been exhibiting for about 50 years.
Wow.
So another talented amateur is out there doing stuff, and I think it's a wonderful, wonderful piece. It compared to a lot of the large-scale sculptures you'll see, you might be thinking, "Oh, who'd notice that in my house?" Everybody.
Okay.
Everybody. It's got a
amazing.
real quality.
So we're going to send it over to the phone bank.
I'm in the phone bank again with piece number 30A, the Chinese junk boat. I love glass work. J.C. Strode was the one that got me involved in it. I own quite a few pieces. This has a metal stand that really incorporates well with the glass piece. It just glows. Even when I had it in my office, I get to keep all the artwork in my office for a month or two before the auction. Without all these great lights, you could still spot this piece from across the room. 30A, Chinese junk. It's at $225. Let's make it into a bell ringer at $5. We're going to go back to item number 30B, that little stone bowl by Jack Richardson.
You guys got to get to that. That one is beautiful, even from all the way over here. So stone plate is up to $100 bid. You guys got to get this one, called it in, because it's a beautiful.
Well,
wow, we're at 175. It's going up as we speak.
And there is a backstory here that Jack has provided for us, which is wonderful. He used to just when you throw pots and you throw clay and do that. And then he didn't want to keep doing that, and he didn't think his neighbors, he says, would appreciate if he built a huge kiln in his backyard. So that's when he developed this technique using the lathe. He says he didn't have the chemistry to create all these things without it. But so one night I attached a piece of soapstone to the lathe and turned a really ugly bowl. That was 20 some years ago. I haven't thrown another piece of clay since, and I think we can be grateful he didn't, because what he does is just beautiful.
I heard that he creates and builds the boxes to go with each piece of art that he creates.
Well, that's terrific. Yeah, the box itself is a piece of art. That's very nice.
And it's almost, you have something to keep this beautiful work of art inside along with displaying it.
Box included.
Exactly.
I wonder if it's upside down, if you put this in the box and take it home. But anyway.
I love the little sprinkles of almost like stone, black within.
Yeah, it's and it is so evenly done for something done on a lathe, which is always a little perilous. But this is absolutely fabulous. Yeah.
It's beautiful. So we're going to keep this one open and move on to the next one. Item 30C is Dog by Shirley Tasuda. This is ceramic measuring 17 by 18 by 10. Retail value is $125. I think this dog is absolutely adorable, and just the eyes made of the, I don't even know, what is that? What are the eyes made of?
Geez, I don't know. It looks like, well, they're not pieces of tile, but they're fabulous. Maybe it says so here. I'm sorry, I didn't. Oh, broken floor tile.
Oh, wow. Okay,
and a china plate. But what's really interesting about this is that it's also a lidded container.
Oh, no way.
I'm not going to demonstrate
we're
because
not.
I'm just too scared to do it.
I'm accident prone, so we're not going to.
But I'm assuming the entire head lifts off. It looks like there's a break right here.
So you think, is it cookies or something outside?
Well, I think dog biscuits are what I.
Perfect.
Put in there. Or a very small.
Wait! Here comes drive-by artist. Dee's going to help us figure this one out.
Okay. I don't want to frighten any children at home, but his head comes off.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you can put your cookies in
Jimmy
there.
Hoffa.
I know.
Jimmy Hoffa's in there. It's astonishing.
But yeah, it is meant to contain something.
Thank you, Art Lady.
Yes, let's make sure that's on time.
Yeah.
Next time, bring cookies.
Yeah. There was no. I should have put treats in there.
That's amazing, and the little pearl necklace
I know,
that
it's very
seals the top.
Cute little dog, and it's just adorable. It really is. But something adorable is also a real work of art. This is not just something that I'll try to make something cute. It actually has a real personality.
Oh, without a doubt.
And the colors are terrific. This little splashes.
Look at the little ears.
The little ears going up there.
You guys, this is cute. This is an adorable dog.
And as Shirley Tsuda says, it was mid fire to 2,185 degrees. So this dog's been through hell. You got to take him home and cool him off. And it's also, she said, it was inspired by a favorite dog picture.
Oh, wow.
And it was hand built with clay, coils, and slabs. Shirley says she loves making art and working in different mediums. She works diligently on her art, which is clear. And she has a high work ethic, which artists really do. People think, you're working. Whoop.
I heard the bell.
Oh,
so we're going to toss over to the phone bank.
I am here with Jack Richardson's stone plate. I love this piece. Jack is always donated to the art auction. He's just a California jewel. It's number 30B. It is right now at $450. The retail was $350. Anything over $350 is a donation to KVIE. I'm going to show you the bowl. I am also going to tip up the box where you can see where the artist signed it. You can own today item number 30. Stone plate. I've got a bidding war going on right now. We're at $450. So give me a call at 844-584-3278 and let's take one more look at that dog vessel.
The dog. I'm telling you, if you have a dog at home, my dog would probably bark at this in excitement that she has a new friend. So you've got to call in for this piece.
Especially if there's dog biscuits inside, then she will have a new friend. I wanted to point out that this is Shirley Tsuda's very first time in the KVIE Art Auction, and I have the strongest feeling you're going to see her work again here. Where she exhibits most of the time is actually, did I have the Yuba City? Do I have that right? Oh, at the, her gallery affiliation is the Creative Arts Center Yuba.
Yes.
So we're very glad to have her here in Sacramento and at the KVIE Art Auction for the very first time.
I hope that we, like, just from the side view, it's almost like you see the dog smile from each angle. Let's keep this one open. We're going to move on to the next work of art. This next one is item 30D. It's untitled, by Rosalie Roth. This is ceramic, measuring 6 by 9 round. Retail value is $200. And I'm looking at this. Is this one have an opening as well, or is it just sealed all the way around?
At the very it doesn't. No, it's a solid piece. I just think those are the natural cracks that come with the texture of it.
Wow. But
this is about the life cycle. It's a fertility piece.
I don't want to touch that.
You have 5 children. That's true. It's true. Be careful around this piece. This is Rosalie Roth's usual style, she says. It's clay underglaze and stamps that put this all together. And it's a really pretty piece. It looks like a great piece of earthenware, but it's so much more.
It almost has like a native feel, like a natural of the land.
Yeah, and she says, actually, you're absolutely right. Ancient fertility cycle of life spiral is how she describes it. Somewhere in there, you're going to find something that you said. It's ancient. It has a feel. You could discover this in a ruin, somewhere deep in Mexico, and think, and yet here it is, and it was made recently. In fact, I think
it's beautiful. For me, if you have someone who is building their family, I'd say they should have this as a centerpiece in their home, and just kind of you feel actually the nature of it coming through it, the earth relationship.
And
earth,
because you said
fertility.
that, it's interesting to point out that the artist says this is perfectly safe to have outside.
Oh wow!
So so it would be an absolute natural to have there, or if you want to bring the outside in, to have this in your home would be terrific.
So this one we're looking for a starting bid of $50. Retail value is $200. So wait, I think we're having another drive-by artist.
It's that art lady again.
Oh wow! Oh my goodness!
Oh,
It actually goes either way.
okay.
That one scares me just a little bit.
But I want to show it this way because that's my
Yes.
favorite way.
Oh wow! It's kind of like that endless of fertility.
Belly button and
Oh wow! I didn't even think about a belly button.
If it said fertility, I haven't had my mind on anything else. No, it's a wonderful piece. Actually, as long as Dee did that, if nobody minds, I wanted to turn it sideways too, so you can see just how balanced this really is. He said as he dropped it. No, I got it.
Do that for you, Ed.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
there
right.
you go.
Let me have the art lady with the liability insurance show you.
Well, I got a manicure for something.
I did too, but it was years ago. I just love this piece. There's so much indentation and so much detail.
It's kind of life, fertility.
It really
actually.
I'm going to set it this way because it does go this way as well. So,
okay.
though I do like it tilted.
Ed, tell me a little bit about the process of putting this together with the stone.
I have no idea, except
Or ceramic, excuse me.
It's ceramic, and it's there's a clay underglaze, and that's an important thing. And you would do this as any kind of ceramic. You would create it, probably bake it in a kiln, and then. And when you do things like that, you keep it hollow as you're making it. This has a very solid feel, though. It feels like it's lightweight, actually, as you saw me almost dropping it. The markings on it, all these markings are really interesting. I'm sure if you contacted the artist after buying this, she might tell you what this is all about, what these markings mean, because they look like they could be Aztec, they look like they could be a lot of things.
So we're looking for an opening bid of $50 on this one. We're going to go ahead and send it over to the phone bank.
I am here next to Shirley Tasuda's dog, number 30C. It is a bell ringer at $200. It's got a retail of $125. We want to thank Shirley for giving us this wonderful piece. It does open and can be your top secret hiding place for your family jewels. That's 30C dog. It is now at $200. We're looking for an opening bid of $50 on 30D, the untitled sculpture that I just was looking at out there, which can go a myriad of directions. We want to thank the Creative Art Center of Yuba. That's where Shirley's from, and that's where a couple of these pieces in this came from. You need to call 844-584-3278 so you can take one of these sculptures home today. Let's go back to Ed.
All right, so we are at item 30E, is Contained Burst of Earth Ripples by Taylor Gutermute. This is metal measuring 19 by 19. Retail value is $400. We're looking for an opening bid of $100.
Anybody who ever tells you that metal sculpture cannot be really excitingly colored has not seen this piece. It has got so much patina and muted colors that begin, colors that are picked up again. The metal itself is really well worked. It almost looks like a series of belts. And I was very curious about what inspired this. And the artist says, I am concerned about climate change in our planet Earth and found out that volcanoes have done wonderful things for the Earth. One is that volcanic gases are the source of all the water and most of the atmosphere that we have today. And I didn't know that. So this is fun and educational too. But it's a beautiful piece. It's a real conversation starter. I have some metal sculpture in my house, and it's great if you have to place it where somebody's not going to keep crashing into it. But it's not that it's dangerous. It's just the piece could fall.
Maybe more, this one kind of, I feel the entryway, because especially you see it, you come in, and that, the whole perspective of global warming and everything, that conversation already is extended as soon as you see it, trying to figure out what it is.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah.
It's the artist says her work is typically done by cutting metal with my plasma cutter, rusting it a bit, and then painting it with powder coating pigments. It is finished with a clear coat of powder coating, which makes it weather resistant for display outside or inside. And that's another key wonderful thing about metal sculpture, is that you can put it outside and you can really make your garden. I've got a huge metal sculpture in my little backyard. I always call it Cramps Are Common, but it's Campus Commons. And, but we're all old there, but we're really not. But it's. I have some metal sculptures in the backyard, and they just really spruce up a garden. They're really.
Is this recycled material? I don't know if it was something else. Just I see the screws. Was that intentional just for this piece, or were the items something?
I don't know. That's a wonderful question. But the piece was conceived, the artist says, on a helicopter ride over one of the volcanoes on the Big Island of Hawaii, and also in 2 trips to Bali that the artist made. So I think it's. You can see that this might be, perhaps it's an aerial view.
You do see the land when you kind of fly in.
You can see a lot of stuff
on the plane.
in it. It's wonderful. I think it's like a lot of great art. You can look at it many, many times and see something new in it.
And I feel the volcano scene. It almost is like melting. The whole thing of relationship to Earth, and then the volcanoes, it almost feels like it's melting in.
Watch out for the magma. Austin Powers would have said that. It's magma. It is a sensational work. I would love it in my own home, absolutely. Not even my backyard. I'd want it on a wall.
So this one is, the retail bid is $400. We have a high bid of $150 right now. So get to those phones. 844 KVIE Art. This one, it's beautiful. I'm really feeling everything that I'm looking at.
And Taylor Gutermute works at the Art House on R Street.
Oh, wow.
So that's where this was rendered. So it's very local and is done by local artists really reaching out. It's a great piece.
Yes, so we are going to send it over to the art auction. I'm hoping to hear some bells.
We are here with item number 30D, this lovely untitled sculpture. I have 2 people bidding on it right now. It's at $150. We just need to bring it up to $200 to make it into a bell ringer. Again, it can be viewed from both sides. If you've got a southwestern interior in your home, it would be perfect. It can also go outside on a patio. Again, item 30D, untitled. We're at $175. We are $25 from a bell ringer. Item number 30E, the continued burst of earth ripples that we were just looking at, the metal piece, is currently at $175. And we do have a bell ringer on untitled 30D. It just takes a few minutes for the pieces to sell. You got to call 844-584-3278. I love this next piece. Tell us about it.
Well, Ed, this is one of our last for this half hour, but I am excited to see birds. This is item 30F. It's it is titled Rockland by Randy Wan. This is sculpture measuring 37 by 25 by 8. Retail value is $400.
It is a beautiful piece. I'm not surprised to find out that Randy Wan is an architect or studied as an architect. It has a very, very clean look to it. And you'll notice this background is just the background of the pegboard
Yes,
here.
yes.
That obviously you would put this up and it would look like birds in a window or in a box by
wow.
the window. The birds are just very, very sweet up front because they are almost, their images are almost indistinct. You don't see a lot of, and so there's a calmness to that. The branch is beautifully wrought. You can see little bits of color in the branches. The one that pops right out of the box, which is breaking the fourth wall, as in theater.
We get pieces like this from Randy often, but normally the birds are smaller.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a first time being able to have this real perspective of the larger birds. And I love the fact that you can put whatever you want behind it. And so it almost adds to the piece itself. You can put it against another work of art. You can put it against color, against grass, against anything, and it changes
I would
the
definitely
art.
not put it another piece of art behind it. It would tend to distract. I would use a very solid
Very
background.
true. Very
but
true.
it's but you can make the solid background could be brightly colored. It could be a lot of things. Randy says that it was as a graduate student that his passion for art was discovered, which eventually introduced him to his first art classes. Since then, this largely autodidactic sculptor exhibits and is collected regionally and nationally. And we know that, and we've had him here before, have we not?
Yeah.
He lives and works in Sacramento, California. The materials used in this are interesting too, Miranda. They're reclaimed wood. You asked about recycled stuff before.
Yes.
Branches and ceramic. The little birds obviously are little ceramic guys.
I see. This is a family of birds. And so anyone with a family, this is perfect because you can kind of almost have each mom, dad, whatever your family dynamic is.
This
you
one's
can
asking
kind of
for the
name
car.
each one.
This one's saying, he always gets the car, Mom. So no, it really is. It's very sweet, has a lovely sweetness to it. A very positive addition to any home or office, though I'd rather have it in a home, quite frankly.
Oh, without a doubt.
Where otherwise you'd be lonesome all day thinking about your family.
Yeah.
Those little birds at home.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a wonderful piece. And Randy says his inspiration comes from observing nature around the Sacramento Valley. And so most of his work in general comes from nature. And I think that's a very true statement, very honest
Without
statement.
a doubt. So we're going to head on over to the phone bank.
Coming up next is going to be a wonderful half hour of landscapes. And at the very end of that half hour, we have a special surprise. So you don't want to go anywhere. The landscapes run from the contemporary to the traditional. So I want everybody to stay tuned because we're going to have lots of art coming up in the next half hour. We've got the lovely Kim Scott in studio, who will be our art expert. And we've got all of our volunteers here from the Democratic Club. They will be answering your phone calls. Let's go back to the last piece.
So the thing I love that it mixed with the nature of birds, and this is an actual tree limb, is it not?
It sure looks like it to me.
It's beautiful, the
it
moss on it.
Reclaimed, that would be reclaimed wood. You know, I was actually, I had been looking at this last night. I was looking at Randy's curriculum vitae, resume to all of us, that he had an education in architecture at Cal Poly in Pomona. He's had solo exhibitions lots of places, and coming up at Sparrow Gallery, Los Rios Union Hall Gallery in Sacramento, and he's had been in a number of group
Ed,
exhibitions.
it's a bell ringer. We're at 4:50, but it's still not too late to get in there. Love the bells. It's not too late though. This is a representation. That's your family. You got to name those birds. So get those calls in.
Anyway, so I think his career has just been very fluid as his work is, where he's really stuck to nature, the thing he loves.
I hate to interrupt, but we're gonna go ahead and head back to the phones and look for the next half hour. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 38th Annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for Landscapes, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Stephanie Taylor, this collection celebrates beautiful landscapes in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction. KVIE.org/art auction.
More original works of art from the landscapes category. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 31A is Neighborhood Watch by Sandy Delahunty. This is watercolor measuring 14 by 21. It is artist framed with a retail value of $950. Item 31B is Barcelona Balconies Spain by Barbara Kemp. This is a watercolor measuring 24 by 18. The retail value is $750. Item 31C is Cherry Blossom Time by Naomi Hyde. This is watercolor measuring 19 by 23. It's artist framed with a retail value of $450. Item 31D is Land's End by Robert Lindbergh. This is acrylic on board measuring 20 by 24. The retail value is $250. Item 31E is Cave at Shark Fin Cove by Daryl O'Sullivan. This is photography measuring 26 by 21. It's artist framed with a retail value of $450. And we have item 31F that we'll talk about later. During this break, I am pleased to be joined by Kim Scott. Kim is a nationally known artist who has been active in the Sacramento art community for over 30 years and has recently retired from teaching art. She's a California master and has participated in the art auction for the past decade. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Excellent. Well, let's jump right in. We're here with Neighborhood Watch, which is a really, really beautiful piece set in Cuba, I believe. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
This artist has been traveling around and taking pictures all over the place. And I've been watching her on Facebook. She comes up, she shows where she's been and stuff, and it's so nice to see some of her artwork from her travels. This is a watercolor of a woman. She calls it the Watcher, and she's been to Cuba twice, and both times that she went down the street, this woman was watching. She's like the neighborhood watch, right? So she knows exactly what's going on in the neighborhood, and the artist found that extremely interesting. And when she got back to her studio, she found this photograph and started working on it. And it's so interesting that the technical aspects of this thing are watercolors really sophisticated. She uses both wet and wet and dry on wet on this, and it looks like she's spattering stuff on here to make it look like the old stucco walls in Cuba. And the way she does the shadows, so with that sort of purple color, you can really get a sense of the light and shadow in this thing.
It's a beautiful piece. It's Neighborhood Watch. We're looking for a starting bid of $200. This piece has a retail value of $950. Perhaps you've traveled to Cuba or somewhere near there, and this piece reminds you of those times. It's really a lovely piece, a good size, absolutely a conversation starter in any home.
And it's a painting that looks beautiful from far away, and it looks beautiful up close too. And the details are pretty amazing on this thing for watercolor. She works from photographs. She also does sketches while she travels. And this is a piece that's completed. It's not a sketch, it's a completely finished piece of art.
It's a beautiful piece. Again, Neighborhood Watch, we're looking for a starting bid of $200 for this piece. I just love the colors that this artist chose. They're so, it's not natural, but they're kind of, it's interesting. It's a little bit off. Can you talk a little bit about that?
One thing I see her doing here is that, I mean, she has a variety of different colors here, but she has a predominance of purple that she's using in the shadows on this thing. And purple on the color wheel is opposite yellow on the color wheel. And when you put them close together, it makes them pop more than other colors do that you put next to each other. And what color is she wearing? Yellow. So with all that purple around, it's really easy to find her in here because that color she's wearing is popped out. And that's a skill that the artist brought to this piece.
It's a beautiful piece. Neighborhood Watch, we're looking for a starting bid of $200. Perhaps you are a traveler who spent some time, or perhaps you know a traveler who might love to have this piece in your home. To place a bid on it, just call the number on your screen, 844-KVIE Art. Again, Neighborhood Watch, looking for a starting bid of $200. So let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
Yeah, good.
Well, we're here in the phone bank, and Mid-Placer Democratic Club is here, and they've given up their afternoons to help you bid on and buy a piece of fabulous art. You know, we're doing another landscapes right now. You're not going to want to go anywhere because these pieces are outstanding. So if you've got something planned, hold off for about a half hour because you're going to want to pick up the phone and make a great bid on this one because this is the last day of the auction. I can't say that enough. Numbers on your screen, 844-KVIE Art. Won't you please be one of our callers today and be the high bidder and have one of these pieces on your wall. Now let's go back.
We're standing here with Neighborhood Watch. We're looking for a starting bid of $200. Just a reminder that these pieces are framed and ready to go home immediately. If you want to place a bid on this piece, just give us a call right now. You'll be able to pick it up pretty much immediately. What else can you tell us about it, Kim?
This is a fabulous piece. I look at art all the time, and this is a superior piece for sure. What Sandy does when she's painting this is she starts out with all the light colors in this thing. So she has a white piece of paper, and as you may know, with watercolors, there's no such thing as white paint. And so when she wants something to stay light, she has to keep it light through the whole painting process. So what she does is she figures out what she wants to be light and what she wants to be dark, and she starts with the light colors, then she gets it darker and darker and darker until she has the almost blacks in here, in the shadows, in the deepest shadows. And Sandy says also watercolor is her absolute favorite type of painting.
I love how it's almost a moment in time. You see this woman kind of leaning out of the window. You can almost picture yourself walking down that street. But we are going to keep this piece open to allow you to continue to bid on it. We're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 31B, which is called Barcelona Balconies, Spain by Barbara Kemp. This is a watercolor measuring 24 by 18. It has a retail value of $750. This piece already has a high bid of $150, so we have some interest in this piece. If you are looking to bid on it, now is the time to call. What can you tell us about Barcelona Balconies?
Well, it's so interesting to have two pieces in a row that have a similar theme, but you can see they're quite different. The way they're handled is quite different. This one, Barbara is really known also for her travel photography that she brings home to the studio and then paints from memory and from the photography. And this particular piece is a lot more intensely colored. You can see those blues. It's like we keep talking about those Sacramento blues, you know? It's those types of blues.
It's a very cool feeling.
Right. And once again, she's left different parts of it white, so those were left white through the whole painting process. And she's also used complementary colors, the blue, and then this orange down here that really helps the whole thing pop, and a little bit of oranges here in the balconies too. She said she was interested in the graphic appearance of how these balconies were built and how they laid out almost like in a grid.
Barcelona Balconies, right now we have a high bid of $150. We'd love to see that number go to $200. Maybe you're somebody who's spent some time in Europe, you're a traveler, maybe you've spent some time in Spain. What a wonderful reminder of those wonderful vacations that you've had by bringing a piece like this home to your house. And it's a good size. Again, we talk about that. This could go pretty much in any room of the home. It's got a very neutral looking frame, so it would match pretty much any decor. What else do you like about this painting?
I like the shape of it. It's very vertical.
Absolutely.
It's also a shape that's easier to place in your home. And it's easier to find a nice vertical spot someplace.
Absolutely,
put it.
any wall.
So you can't say you have no room.
There's always room for original art. And just a reminder that the artists donated this with 100% of the proceeds going to KVIE to support the programming that you love. If you're interested in Barcelona balconies, right now we have a high bid of $200. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
I have piece number 31A, Neighborhood Watch by Sandy Delahunty. Let me tell you about Sandy. She is one of our California masters. She has been involved with the art auction for well over 25 years. She works as a volunteer here. She is an amazing watercolorist. This is a great rendition of one of her works. If you want to own a Sandy Delahunty, $225 is my current bid. The retail price is $950. Number 31A. Give us a call, 844-584-3278. Let's go look at another great landscape.
Thanks so much, Steve. We're here with Barcelona Balconies, which right now has a high bid of $200. We'd love to see that number go to $250. Again, it has a retail value of $750. I love the colors in this one, the blues and kind of the oranges and the greens. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Barbara is a well-known local artist, watercolor artist, and one of the things she's known for, besides her locations, how she paints locations, is the brightness of the colors. What she does is she puts pure color on the paper. This is like a heavy-duty watercolor paper, and she applies like in some of these cases, she's put water on the paper first, and then she applies the pure color to it and lets it mix on the paper. She'll put one thing next to another, like in here with the blues. She'll put, it looks lighter in some places and darker in others, and that's happened naturally on the paper. It's not something she mixed on a palette or anything like that.
It's beautiful. Barcelona Balconies. We do have some bidding going on. It now is a high bid of $350, which means people are calling in, which is excellent. And if you want a chance to take this piece home, again, framed, ready to go, now is the time to give us a call. We're going to keep this piece open to allow you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 31C, which is Cherry Blossom Time by Naomi Hyde. This is watercolor measuring 19 by 23. This is artist framed with a retail value of $450. This is a lovely piece, Cherry Blossom Time. Right now we have a high bid of $275. We'd love to see that number go to $300. Kim, what can you tell us about this piece?
The artist has been painting for over 40 years. She's had a lot of experience, and that's a long time to maintain an art profession.
Absolutely,
that's
40
really
years.
Impressive. And what I've seen of her work is predominantly landscapes, flower arrangements, and natural kind of looking, still lifes with fruit and stuff like that. Really beautiful stuff. And I think this really expresses that springtime cherry blossom look. This is also watercolors like the other ones that we've seen. And you can see to some degree it's slightly abstracted. She's not painting a lot of details of what we're looking at here, but she gives you enough to know exactly what you're looking at.
There's a lot of really lovely details. Our camera's panning in right on those cherry blossoms, and you can see all the little details that go in there. You can see the branches popping out.
And the cloud, I love the clouds. The sky really captures that cloudy sky.
The cloudy feeling.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Feels like a warm spring day looking at this piece.
Right. And she's also very sophisticated in how she uses her colors. There's like a band of pink. If you look at it more abstractly, there's like a band of pink, then there's a darker green, a lighter green. It's like there's bands of colors coming up here, only being broken through a few places by the trees. And that all makes it very harmonious to look at.
It's a beautiful piece, and it's got this nice clean white frame. Again, we talk about these pieces that can go anywhere in your home. This is another one that's nicely sized, nicely framed, ready to go home with you. Cherry Blossom Time right now, we have a high bid of $325. It does have a retail value of $450. We'd love to see that number go up to $400. What else can you tell us about this piece?
She has also studied with a number of well-known watercolor artists, and so she's really well trained, as well as spending 40 years practicing. That's like the big part right there.
She is an expert, absolutely.
I also really like how this is framed. Here's her signature down here and the name of the piece as well. It's from this year. This is a current piece of hers. And so I always like that.
Personal touch.
I used to think don't sign your work, and now it's like I'm so happy when people sign.
It's a personal touch,
Yeah.
and this is a personal painting. Perhaps it reminds you of some time in the spring. It does evoke a very warm feeling, springtime, kind of in a garden, and it's a very calming piece.
I think this piece too. I would like to see it in my home for sure. But I think you could also use this in a business, or I'd make a really lovely gift too.
Absolutely, yes.
Or housewarming present.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Item 31C, call the number on your screen if you'd like to bid on this piece. Again, it's framed, it's ready to go home. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
So have you called yet? You're the one we're actually waiting for. The number's on your screen. It's easy to do. Call in with your bid, and Dee's going to tell you a little bit more about this fabulous piece.
This is a piece by Barbara Kemp. It's an absolutely gorgeous piece. If you've traveled to Barcelona, if you've been, if you're a traveler at heart, it's a great piece. It is number 31B. We're currently at $450. We're looking for a bid of $500. So call in now, 844-584-3278, and take a little piece of travel home with you today. Let's go back out and look at some more pieces.
Thank you so much, Dee. We're here with Cherry Blossom Time, which right now has a high bid of $375. Kim, final thoughts on this piece?
One thing I found really interesting about Naomi is she also has been to Monet's garden and painted at Monet's garden, has been to Rome, Florence. So she's also, I think, has a deep appreciation for painting work and being influenced by other artists that have done likewise.
Very significant artist, absolutely. We'll keep this piece open to allow you to continue bidding on Cherry Blossom Time, and we will move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 31D, which is Land's End by Robert Lindbergh. This is acrylic on board, measuring 20 by 24, with a retail value of $250. We're going to walk over to this piece.
Snooze.
Item 31D, Land's End. This is a really beautiful piece. There's a backstory behind this one, Kim. Can you tell us where this particular piece was painted?
Yes, the artist in his statement told me that he went to Kauai and with his daughter, and that's where he saw this particular landscape. It was part of the Nepali coast, and they just fell in love with the Nepali coast. It's so wild and beautiful. But he said that something very interesting about it, that even though it's the Nepali coast, he says there's lots of Land's End around the world that could look very much like this. And so he hopes this is something that people can look at and it'll help them to escape, to wherever their Land's End is.
I love that. This really could relate to anybody. This could be someplace that you've vacationed, maybe with your family. Land's End, we're looking for just a starting bid of $75. I love how you say this could be just about anywhere. So wherever it speaks to you, this painting could be that. What else can you tell us about the kind of colors that this artist has chosen? It seems like there's three very predominant ones that we're looking at here.
So this is done in acrylic paints, and with acrylic paints, depending on how you finish them, they can have a very matte finish or a glossy finish. This one has a very matte finish, so there's not going to be any reflections coming off of it when you hang it in your home. And I can tell by looking at it that he's using a lot of palette knives when he's painting. So he has a color, let me see, he was telling me his color theme, John Stobart. I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar with him, but John Stobart has a color theory, and he adheres to John Stobart's color theory. So, which includes a lot of ochres. I know that part. So he's using palette knives, so you can actually see the marks made by the palette knife. It pushes the paint around more than a brush does. It's a little bit different. Yeah.
Excellent. All right, well, go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
I am here at 31C Cherry Blossom Time. It is an absolutely beautiful watercolor. I love this white frame on it. If you have one of those dismal offices and you didn't get in a window, you can buy your own window here at the KVIE Art Auction. You just need to bid. It's at $375. It's got a retail of $450. You need to call 844-584 3278. I've seen some great pieces coming by already, and we've got some really good ones coming up. So let's take a look at that Hawaii piece again.
Thanks so much, Steve. We're here with Land's End. We're looking for a starting bid of just $75. There's art for everybody at any price point, and this is a good reminder of that. This is original works of art that you can have in your home. All we're looking for is a starting bid to get this piece going of $75. It's an original piece of art. We were just talking about how it's nicely framed around the side, so this is a very clean painting to bring it to your home. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
This is self-framed, and what that means is the canvas has been pulled around the side tightly and really cleanly, and then the painting actually continues around the side. So as you're approaching this painting from the side, you see the same things on the side that you would on the front as well. And so that's one way that you can finish a painting without actually sticking it, wood around it or something like that.
A very easy piece to hang and place in any room. Again, maybe this reminds you or your family of a vacation you took. I love that we can, Land's End could be anywhere. It can be anywhere that reminds you of that. And we are looking right now for a starting bid of $75. We're going to keep that open to allow you to continue bidding on it. We're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 31E, which is Cave at Shark Fin Cove by Daryl O'Sullivan. This is photography measuring 26 by 21. This is artist framed and it has a retail value of $450. This is a beautiful photograph. It's pretty stunning. You definitely want to take some time and look at this photograph when you first walk up to it. There's a lot to talk about here. Kim, where would you like to start?
Well, the artist practically gave me a map on how you find this.
So where is it?
So it's north of Santa Cruz.
It's a classic
5 miles
California.
north of Santa Cruz and on Highway 1 in California. And he says that if you drive along, you have to actually pull off the road and look over the cliff to start to see where it is. But to get this photograph, you need to climb down the cliff, go through this arch, and then you see the shark fin right there is the shark fin rock.
Oh, it is. It does look like a shark fin, and our camera caught that right there. That's excellent. So Cave at Shark Fin Cove, and you can see the shark fin right there. Right now we have a high bid of $325. It has a retail value of $450, so we'd love to see that number go up to $375 to own a beautiful original photograph here. And I love the warm colors of this one too.
He mentions like the best time to take the photograph is at sunset.
It looks like a sunset.
This is at sunset, and he says it's kind of a little bit risky because you go down there and the water starts coming back in and you're waiting for the sun to set and get that shot and get out of there before the water
You don't want high tide.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want the high tide. So, and also he told me there's a certificate on the back somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Sorry about that. He has a certificate of authentication on the back as well.
It's a lovely piece. It's framed very nicely, ready to be brought home. Cave at Shark Fin Cove right now has a high bid of $325. Again, it's an iconic California coastline. All of us who grew up in California spent a lot of time on rugged coasts like this, and I just love that.
And the light just looks like it's gold. I mean, it really looks like it's gold leaf or something. It's so amazing with that moody sky in the background.
And moody sky is a good word too, yeah. And it's a good reminder of some of the rugged beauty that we're lucky to have here in Northern California. A lovely piece for a home or maybe an office. Really just have a little piece of the California coastline in your home. Cave at Shark Fin Cove right now has a high bid of $325. Let's go ahead and check in with Dee and phone back.
I am standing here with Land's End number 31D. It is at $200. Let's make it into a bell ringer. I know there's somebody out there where Hawaii is a very special place for you. Maybe you went on your honeymoon. What a great painting to remind yourself of that time. 31D, Land's End. 31E, Cove, the Cave at Shark Fin Cove. That is a beautiful photograph. Daryl O'Sullivan. Boy, sorry. Daryl O'Sullivan from the Lodi Community Arts donated that piece, and I'm just enjoying it from all the way over here. We're going to go back and take another look at it.
Thanks so much. We're here with Cave at Shark Fin Cove, which right now has a high bid of $325. It's a really nice size photograph. It's a pretty good size photograph that would look lovely on any wall. We keep saying that, but this one really would.
This is also an original photograph. This is not like a duplicate photograph. And signed by the artist, it has the certificate on it. It's not like a print that you would buy at IKEA or something.
Or or a souvenir
it's an
shop.
original
Absolutely.
piece by a Northern California artist, and the size is really substantial. That's not cheap to print a big color photo like that.
Absolutely not.
And that's a gorgeous, gorgeous photograph.
It's just
It
very
makes me want to
beautiful.
go there. Dee said something yesterday. I hate to steal her good line, but she said, "Are you in an office with no window? How about making your window something like this?"
This will bring a smile to your face wherever you are, whether you're at home or whether you're at an office. Cave at Sharkfin Cove. It kind of brings the outdoors in no matter where you are. Reminds you of the wonderful California natural beauty that we have here. Maybe you're somebody who spends a lot of time on the coast.
It's kind
What a
of
beautiful piece.
mysterious looking too to me. It's almost like a temple or something.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and check in with Dee in the phone bank.
Okay, I've got a funny little story to tell. Once upon a time, there was a live art auction that depended completely on its computer system, and it went down for a whole hour. I bet y'all didn't know that. It happened yesterday. So we recovered, and we're all fine now. So we were bidding the old-fashioned way, and unfortunately, we skipped a piece. So I've got a little beauty here, number 31F, Searching for Blondie. It is by Lynn Edwards. It's a beautiful photograph. I framed it myself. It's in a nice olive wood frame. We're looking for an opening bid of $100. It's a $350 piece. I want to commend our phone bank and our producers for getting us through the snafu yesterday. Again, this is piece 31F. It wasn't online, so it's just a special surprise if you're watching right now. I need an opening bid of $100. Searching for Blondie. It's a photograph, 31F. If I love bears, even though we have a house in Dunsmuir and they're a huge problem, bear on the wall, way better than bear in your trash. Number 31F, Searching for Blondie. So call and bid on it now. Let's go back and look at that photograph one more time.
Thanks so much, Dee. We're still here with Cave at Sharkfin Cove, which right now has a high bid of $325. Let's get that number to $375. This is, again, a beautifully framed piece, ready to go home. What can you tell us about the frame as well?
Well, it's interesting. It's it's slightly distressed. It looks like it has little tiny, I don't know, originally it'd be wormholes, but it's not wormholes.
It's a tiny detail,
yeah.
absolutely.
It's got some sort of like pocking in it, which really, it sort of takes it off of that super polished look and back a little bit more natural, which is really nice. And also the color of this, and it looks like it's silver underneath, and then it has a black glaze over the top, so there's just barely a little bit of metallic in there. And then with this, with the matting, that matting, they didn't use a pure white on it, which actually helps this pop the whiteness of the waves coming in right here.
What a nice detail.
So I think they really did a great job. Using this matting helps keep the tone of the whole thing more warm, you know, which I think is great.
It has a very warm, natural feel. And again, we kind of go back to natural California. This is that natural California piece that would look lovely in any home or an office, a study, a bedroom. I mean, there's really, this place will make you smile anytime you see it and remind you of some wonderful times spent out on the coast.
Go on a vacation.
It will. It'll also make us go on a vacation. Let's go check in with Dee in the phone bank.
I am here with our surprise number 31F piece that you only see live here on KVIE, Searching for Blondie by Lynn Edwards. It's a photograph. It was taken in Alaska. If you are one of those people, my ultimate cruise idea is I want to go cruise Alaska. You want to remember a good time in Alaska, this is a piece. We got an opening bid of $100. It's a $350 value, and you can only get it here and you can only buy it live. You need to call 844-584-3278. We got the Placerville Democratic Club. Give yourselves a round of applause. They are answering your calls and taking your bids right now. 31F, our surprise piece of the hour, Searching for Blondie, is at $100. It's got a retail of $350. Let's recap what we've just seen. 31B, the Barcelona balconies, a beautiful piece by Sandy Delahunty, is $525 is the current bid. $750 is the retail. Cherry Blossom Time is almost a bell ringer, $375. It's got a $450 retail. Land's End 31D is a bell ringer at $275. We're still taking bids on it. If Hawaii is your thing, that's the piece for you. 31E, that beautiful photograph, Cave at Sharkfin Cove, is a bell ringer. That's 2. Stay tuned because there's more art coming next.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE Art and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for contemporary classics coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Peter Stiegel, this category features abstract and non-objective works in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
I have no telephone for Steve. Hello and welcome back to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. Thanks so much for joining us today. We are selling original pieces of art today with the proceeds going to benefit KVIE. We have a really exciting half an hour coming up for you today. We have several pieces of art. We are going to begin talking about those pieces right now, which we'll see in the next half an hour. Item 32A is Vacation Envy by Whitney Lafrano. This is a watercolor measuring 37 by 29. It is artist framed with a retail value of $1,200. Item 32B is Moon Phrases by Jennifer Keller. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 40. It has a retail value of $1,200. Item 32C is Grotto of Rush Henrika by Eleanor Rosen. This is an oil on canvas measuring 25 by 31. It is artist framed with a retail value of $650. Item 32D is Blue Flower by Amandeep Calcutt. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. The retail value is $100. Item 32E is Party Tree by Sylvia Wilson. I love that name. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 18. It has a retail value of $150. Item 32F is Jubilation by Wendy Cashin Obata. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 36, and it has a retail value of $350. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Kim Scott. Thank you so much. As we explore these amazing contemporary pieces. Kim, thanks again for being here. Thank you so much.
Love it.
Let's jump right in. We're going to talk about Vacation Envy. And let's just start with that title, Vacation Envy. Where do you think that came from?
The artist, in her statement, told me a little story, which is so great. She said that she was on Instagram following a friend of hers, a couple that she knows that are just going around the world and sending back pictures and doing the best of everything. And she felt like she was getting some vacation envy from these people.
Yeah.
And one of the photographs that was put on Instagram was a picture of this person that was traveling, her bathroom floor tile in Dubai. And so Whitney said, okay, I've had enough here. I've got to do something with this. So she took this piece of really great deckled watercolor paper and she graphed it all out. You had to use math and had to use a lot of skill to get this all lined up in the same pattern as the Dubai bathroom floor.
That's a great backstory. Vacation Envy, we're looking for a starting bid of just $250. This has a retail value of $1,200. It's extremely well done. It's very large. This is a very big piece that could definitely dominate a room with some really lovely kind of neutral colors in it, but a pop of blue too. Can we talk a little bit about the colors that we're seeing here?
Yeah, so So Whitney went in. It looks like the colors here. Let me see. Is it inks? It says it's watercolor.
Watercolor.
Okay. So there's metallic watercolors. All these brown tone dots, tiles are metallic. And if you look at it at different angles, it like flashes the sparkles in there, which is really nice. And then there's this sort of cerulean color. You can see just lightly, you can see hints of the pencil lines and the grass that she used to arch these circles out. And so it has that geometric feeling, but it's also, you can tell the artist's hand is there. It's not like so clean that it looks like a machine made it.
No.
It looks like it has the artist's hand, and a lot of work going into making circle after circle after circle after circle. And she said while she was painting on this, she meditated on the gratitude for her children and her home. And by the time she was done, she says, now I have my own Dubai tile bathroom floor, and I have a lot of appreciation for my kids and my home. I'm much happier now. So
Gratitude. What
it's like a
lovely,
meditative piece.
Absolutely. This is a very good, meditative is the perfect word for this. Vacation Envy, we're looking for a starting bid of $250. This meditative piece, as you call it, which I really love, that does have a lot to do with gratitude and appreciating what we do have in our homes. This piece can be yours with a starting bid of just $250. It does have a retail value of $1,200. Again, it's quite a large piece. With these colors, it could really match any decor in your home, or maybe an office as well. And you can see the size there as we're standing next to it. It's quite large. It's another interesting detail is the art is actually kind of floating almost in this frame. Can you talk about that style a little bit?
Yeah. In watercolor circles, see, when you have a deckled edge like that, it means it's a hand process piece of paper. And so you like to reveal that edge that shows that hand process. And so in this case, what she's done is she's mounted this on looks like a linen background, and she's left it just with a little bit of the bend of the natural paper, showing those deckled edges, and then there's glass over the top to protect it. So it's sort of just floating in there. So you get a little cast shadow from it as well, which gives it more depth.
Absolutely. Vacation Envy looking for a starting bid of $250. Let's check in with the phone bank.
Thanks, Christina. You have the number. We have the art. Call in right now. We've got a phone bank here. Everybody, we're really excited. We want you to be a part of the excitement. This is your opportunity to be a part of an auction and to get some local art into your collection or start a new collection. The numbers on your screen, all of the art proceeds support your public television station, PBS KVIE, and now is the time to call in. The numbers on your screen, 844 KVIE Art, and let's go back to Christina.
Thanks so much, Kelly. We're standing here with item 32B called Moon Phases by Jennifer Keller. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 30 by 40. It's quite large. The retail value on this one is $1,200. Moon Phases, we're looking for a starting bid of just $250 to get this one going. This is an interesting piece. It's actually mixed media, I believe, Kim. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Jennifer is a well-known Sacramento artist, and she collects textiles and other things too. And in this particular piece, the base of this is acrylic painting. It looks like a lot of dripping and dashing and such, and it's punctuated by these beautiful pieces of textile. And she goes to thrift stores and finds beautiful embroidered scarves and dresses and tunics, and she uses those, recycles them into her work to add a little pizzazz, to her work. And this piece I think is so interesting. It's a night landscape.
Moon Phases is the title, so you can see how where that comes in. Moon Phases. Right now we have a high bid of $300, so we do have some interest in this piece. Thank you so much for calling and supporting KVIE. If you would like to have this piece in your home, just call the number on the screen and place a bid for it. Again, it's a large piece. You can see again how large this is. Beautiful, bright colors that would just draw the eye to any room. I mean, can you talk a little bit about all the colors that we're seeing here?
Yeah, there's that blue again, huh?
Right, it's the beautiful blue.
The whole thing is blue. That's great. Popular. Well, she works in layers, and so she starts with a color layer, and you can, if you look really closely, you can see there's like different shapes that are kind of like just peeking through, and those were the first layers that she did. And she uses some transparent colors where she goes over the top, and it's like there's a turquoise there, and there's a blue there, and there's a lighter blue, and then she puts blue over the top, and it changes the colors again. And so every square inch on this thing has some interesting layering going on in it.
Absolutely. There's detail all over for this one. We do have some good news, so I want to check in at the phone bank and hear what that great news is.
We have some great news. It gave me goosebumps. That really special photograph, Searching for Blondie, it is a bell ringer. So that's really, really exciting. We love that sound. You are making that sound happen by calling the phones and making those bells rings too. I'm standing here with 32A. We've got a bid for $250. This is Vacation Envy. Don't have art envy. Don't let it get out of your hands. Call the number right now. We're looking for a bid of $275. $275 for Vacation Envy 32A. Let's make this a bell ringer just like Searching for Blondie. And let's go back to Christina.
Thanks so much, Kelly. We're here with Moon Phases, which right now has a high bid of $300. We'd love to see that number go to $350. There's some interesting details in here that we actually just noticed standing up close. There's so many things you'll notice when you start getting up close, but there is some writing if the camera wants to pan down. There's a little bit of writing right here. Do you want to talk a little bit about some of these details, Kim?
Well, I think that sort of fits in with the whole mixed media collage kind of thing. She's using painterly techniques. She's also, when I finally got around and took a really good look at it. So there's writing down here, there's writing up here. I see it in a number of different places. And you would have to sit down and really look at them to see what it says. That will be, whoever buys it will get to figure that out.
There's a lot to explore in this piece. If you have this in your home, you could definitely spend a lot of time looking and meditating on a piece like this.
It's a magical place, really.
It is. It's very celestial, moons, and it's definitely kind of almost spiritual in some ways.
She says that she always has to remind herself, trust the process, trust the process. So she starts working, and then the work kind of tells you, as an artist, this happens to me too, the work tells you what it wants next, and so you keep adding, oh, look, and it may not look anything like you thought it would in the beginning, but you have to trust the process and go until it's finished. And she's really adorned it with a lot of this sort of sparkly embroidery. It's so beautiful. And I love, too, this is so dominating in a way, but just the land part of it is really beautiful, too, with that orange line. That orange really works to set off all of this blue up here. It really kind of pops it, and it separates the land from the sky.
Absolutely. We're going to keep this piece open so you can continue to bid on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 32C, which is a Grotto of Rosh Henrika by Eleanor Rosen. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 25 by 31. It's artist framed with a retail value of $650. We keep talking about some amazing blues that we've been seeing in this last hour, and here is another one. And it's not just one blue. I feel like there's quite a few different blues in this one. Kim, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Well, I am not familiar with the Rosh Hanikra, sorry if I said that wrong, grotto, but I do know what a grotto is, and I can see what's going on in a grotto here. A grotto is generally either a natural or man-made cave that has water features inside of it. And if you look at that in that light, it's pretty clear that you're in the grotto and there's the entrance to the cave right here with the light shining outside. And what the artist said is she actually went here and saw this, and she was so fascinated because the blues, those Mediterranean blues that were in the water, were reflecting off of the ceiling, so it actually looked like this, where it was blue light on the ceilings.
It's beautiful. It has kind of a mood. It definitely sets a mood in whichever room that you choose to place this piece. If you want to place this piece in your home, all you have to do is give us a call on the number on your screen. We're looking for a starting bid of $150 for this piece. It does have a retail value of $650. It is artist framed. It has a really nice frame around it. It's ready to go home pretty much immediately with you. What else can you tell us about it?
Well, she's used predominantly monochromatic colors, which means a variety of blues. When you have monochrome, it can be a color that's mixed with white or black, but there's no other colors mixed with it, except for this tiny, like this little bit of yellow here, and there's like a little reflection of the yellow. Everything else are blues, either mixed with black or mixed with white. And so it makes it very harmonious when that happens.
It's beautiful
You use
piece.
monochrome.
Absolutely. Let's go check in with the phone bank.
Thanks, Christina. I'm here with Jennifer Keller's Moon Phases. There's a bidding war on this one. I love Jennifer Keller's work. She's well known to the art auction. It's very inspirational as an artist to me. Every time I look at it, I want to try something new and see something new. The number is on your screen. We have the art. Don't let this one slip away. This is Moon Phases 32B by Jennifer Keller. We have a bid of $400. We're looking for a bid of $425. There's not a lot of time. The Moon Phases are passing quickly. So get Moon Phases and let's go back over to Christina.
Thanks so much, Kelly. We're here with the grotto piece. We're looking for a starting bid of $150 for this piece, which has some really lovely details. It has some big sweeping kind of movement to it almost. I know we kind of talked about the grotto and the waves, and you can almost feel that coming out of this piece. Kim, can you talk more about that?
I see on here, I mean, it really is energetic from far away or from close up. And what she's done to help to get that feeling to us is the texture and the movement of how she's handling the paint. It doesn't even really look like it's necessarily brush strokes. It almost looks like she's used her hand, some newspaper or something like that to like add these textures to it. It's very like, if you follow the marks of the paint, you can feel the energy that she put into it. There's also some dripping going on, which is a standard abstract style. And in fact, if you get back, as you guys can see on the TV, right through here, there's amazing dripping coming down. It almost like in a grotto, it could be like moss.
You could feel you could feel the cool of that grotto. And we would like to thank this artist. Eleanor Rosen has been a longtime contributor to KVIE, so we want to thank her for contributing this piece, which does have a high bid right now of $150. We'd love to see that number go to $200. And just a reminder that the artists donate these pieces with all of the proceeds going to benefit KVIE and all of the stations that you love. We're going to keep this piece open to allow you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 32D, which is called Blue Flower by Amandeep Calcott. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. It has a retail value of $100. Blue Flower, what a sweet piece. We are looking for just a $50 starting bid. That's just $50 to get this piece going. Kim, what can you tell us about it?
So this painting, the artist was interested in exploring blue. It's in the air. And so there is some green in the background. There are some other colors. But basically, most of the painting is covered by this huge blue flower. And they have really used their brush strokes to give you a sense of depth of how the petals are curving. And then this amazing golden center that's just like fireflies or something. It's so bright in the middle of this thing. This is really cool. And then the background, you can see there's almost like not really plaid, but like they've done strokes this direction and then the opposite direction to kind of get checkerboards going in the background as well.
This is a great piece. It has a starting bid of $50. It's very affordable. Just a reminder that we have price points for everybody. Art is for everybody. You can own an original piece of art in your home. We're just looking for a starting bid of $50. This would be lovely in a kid's room or some other room in the home. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
Thanks, Christina. I'm here with item 32C, Grotto of Rosh Hanikra. We have a bid of $300. We're looking for a bid of $325. It's halfway to being a bell ringer. Let's make it a bell ringer. Call the number on your screen and support public television and all those programs you love. Local programs like Rob on the Road and The Journey with Rob Stewart. We're looking for a bid of $325 for this beautiful Grotto of Rosh Hanikra, item 32C. And you have to call in right now because it's not going to be open very long. The phone bank is waiting for your phone calls. It's very busy and we want it to be even busier in here. And let's go back over to Christina.
Thanks so much, Kelly. We're here with Blue Flower. We're looking for a starting bid of $50. We're in the contemporary part of the evening here, and this is a very contemporary piece, and it would look great in really any style of home, whether it's a modern or one of the beautiful older homes that we have here in Sacramento. Kim, what else can you tell us about it?
I wanted to say that this artist has been exhibiting their work for 9 years, so they've been in the business for a while, but this is the first time that they've donated a piece to KVIE, so we'd really like to give them a lot of support for coming forward for us. And also that this artist works at the studios in Yolo called the Creative Art Center, which is a center for professional artists that also have developmental disabilities. And so she has no disabilities when it comes to art.
No, this is a beautifully done piece.
Really great, and is extremely enthusiastic and willing to try all kinds of new techniques and stuff like that. She's, that's how I hope I am too, you know?
Absolutely. Blue Flower, we're looking for just a starting bid of $50. It's a good size piece that would look fantastic in any room in your home, really. You could fit this anywhere. It would add a really nice pop of color to just about any wall. It's a good size right now. It's about an 18 by 24, so it would kind of fit just about anywhere. Can you tell us a little bit more about what kind of draws your eye to this? I mean, you're just drawn straight to that flower.
Right. The way that she has put this together, it's pretty much centered into the canvas. And this is all very low contrast around the edges, but that center right there with the little golden dots in the center is high contrast in both in color and texture, and it pops right out at you. And I love how she put little red dots in there too. Really cool. So that just pins the whole thing down. And you know how that is when you go out in the garden and you see a flower and then you look at the center and it's just like, I get transfixed anyway. I'll just, what?
Keep
Look
on
what nature
staring.
made.
Well, Blue Flower, which is excellent news. We do have somebody on the phone calling. We have a high bid of $50. We'd love to see this be a bell ringer. Retail value of $100 for that one. And we do have some good news on some of the previous pieces. Vacation Envy now up to $350. Moon Phases is $700. And the Grotto piece we were just at, $300. We're very close to making some of those bell ringers. So please continue to call in, offer your support for the artists and for KVIE as well. And Blue Flower is the one that we hope to see become a bell ringer. We're going to keep this one open and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 32E. It's called Party Tree by Sylvia Wilson. This is mixed media. It's measuring 24 by 18. It has a retail value of $150. This is a really fun, playful painting. This one just put a smile on my face. And good news, it's already a bell ringer. Great. We have a high bid of $150. That's our bell. It has a high bid of $150 and the retail value is $150 as well. But that doesn't mean you can't call and bid on it because every dollar over the retail value is tax deductible. And all of the proceeds, again, go to support KVIE. So what can you tell us about Party Tree?
Well, I love this piece. It really is a party.
It is a party.
It does. Now, Sylvia, right? Sylvia, she painted, she uses all different kinds of materials, but this particular piece is predominantly, the tree itself is painted in acrylics on canvas. And it has that self-framed edge, just like I mentioned before. And what she's done, which is so unique, is she took some watercolors that she'd done and she cut all these little flowers out and put rhinestones in the middle of them and stuck them on this painting to give it that party look, you know? She thought the rhinestones would go there.
It does. I love that you pointed that out because our camera's zooming in right now and you can really see these little rhinestones dotting all the flowers.
And she's really done a great job using different colors of green. And really the shapes of the leaves in this tree almost look like streamers, you know, like party streamers.
It does feel like a party. This piece would put a smile on your face. It would go great in a kid's room. Absolutely has kind of a whimsical, playful feeling. It'll just make you smile. Right now we have a high bid of $225, which is excellent. That means we have people on the phones calling right now for Party Tree. If you want to be one of them and get in a bidding war, we would love for that. All proceeds, again, going to KVIE. Just call the number on your screen. Party Tree, and I like how everything's kind of falling off on the edge, too. There's a lot of little details here, too. The party's continuing.
Sylvia also attends the Yuba City Art Center. It's the Creative Art Center in Yuba City for artists with developmental disabilities, and clearly she has a ton of energy for making art. It's really great. I wholeheartedly support artists. Artists that have disabilities often have been pushed back into the background as not real artists, but I gotta tell you, they're real artists, you know, and they contribute to our culture every single day in Sacramento and in the greater area, KVIE area.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
We're really excited. We're back with 32A Vacation Envy. We have a bid of $400. There is a little bit of a tussle for this piece, so don't miss out. Call the number on your screen. We're looking for a bid of $425. This piece won't stay open for very much longer. Vacation Envy item 32A. It's a beautiful, exciting piece. It could be yours. The retail value is $1,200. So get on the phone right now. Make it a bell ringer. We're looking for a bid of $425 for Vacation Envy. I said it before. Don't have art envy by missing out on this. And let's go back to Christina.
Mounted and
We're here with Party Tree, which right now has a high bid of $250, which is amazing, $100 over the retail value. We love that, but we could see that number go to $300. It did go to $300, which is excellent. I love that there's a bidding war happening over this piece. It's so fun. What else can you tell us about it?
Well, it's really well finished. I see the paint goes from edge to edge. There's no raw canvas showing through or anything, which I think works really great for this piece. And in fact, the paint goes right around all the edges. I'm surprised I don't see one of these over there.
It's very clean. So it looks it's ready to go on your wall.
And the her technique with painting, like layering the paint up, is really cool. And I love how she came up with the idea for the little flowers using other examples of her artwork, you know. I think sparkles are good.
Sparkles, rhinestones, paint. This one has it all. We're going to keep this piece open to allow you to continue. That bidding war is still going. It's actually up to $400. So we're going to keep that bidding war going and move to our next piece.
Worth it.
This one is actually already a bell ringer too, which is pretty exciting. It's item ID 32F. It's called Jubilation by Wendy Cashin Obata. This is a mixed media. It's measuring 24 by 36. The retail value of this one is $350. So again, we get to start out. I mean, this is great. We already have two bell ringers right off the bat. So Jubilation already has a high bid of $350, but just a reminder that doesn't mean you can't call in. You can call in. Every dollar above the retail value goes is tax deductible, goes to KVIE. What can you tell us about this great piece?
Well, I'm fascinated with this piece. There's a style of painting, this style of painting, that uses predominantly acrylics and sometimes inks and some other additives as well, called pouring. And so this is a poured acrylic painting. And you might know pouring from Jackson Pollock or something like that, but this is a little bit different than that, but you do lay the canvas flat and you pour the paint over the top. And you get these fabulous effects when you do that. And so that is what she's experimenting with here. And it's one of those painting styles that you can do it over and over and over again, and you can gain a small amount of control over it, but the painting really has a mind of its own too. And you get surprises all the time with this kind of painting. I barely tried it before, and it's not that easy to do.
It's a difficult one.
Yeah.
I love how you use the word surprises, because as we're looking at all these close-up details, there is something different everywhere that you look. It's a different color or a different style. There's a lot of interest for the eye, correct?
And often, as you can see, this is a great example of, in the pouring technique, sometimes you get looks like outer space or foaming water or like cells, or like inside of a body or a nebula. I mean, it's like got this really kind of spacey, cool, natural look to it. I mean, the colors are, I don't know how natural, but it's like really cool.
Absolutely, they're very fabulous. Let's go check in and see what's going on in the phone bank.
What's going on is we're $50 away from making 32C a bell ringer. Let's get a bid of $650 right now. Time is of the essence. It's not going to stay open for very long. Again, call the number on your screen. Let's get a bid of $650 to make Grotto of Rosh Hanikra a bell ringer. Now is the chance. It's a beautiful blue piece, lush and vibrant. And let's call the number. It's 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. Call now and let's get a bid of $650 to make this beautiful piece a bell ringer. And let's go back to Christina.
Thanks so much, Kelly. We're here with Jubilation, which right now has a high bid of $350. We could see that number go to $400. This is a large piece. As we're standing next to it, it's a good sized piece that would absolutely add some really interesting detail to anybody's home or office. It could definitely dominate a wall.
I would find myself just staring at it for an hour.
Another meditative
Going
piece.
to another land in my head.
And a happy place too, because it is called Jubilation,
Oh, yeah.
and I do think that you get a kind of joyous feeling from this particular painting.
It's so rich looking.
It's very rich. And is that because of all of the details and the different layering that we're seeing?
this technique really develops a lot of detail for sure, and it's that's what I love about it too, for sure.
There's a lot to love Jubilation. Any other details that you can share with us about it?
Yes, the artist told me a little story in her statement. I think is so cute. She says, recently she came across her 3rd grade report card. She was a straight A student, but the teacher forewarned her parents that she was uninhibited, unrestrained. She says, wow, was she right?
Well, that is not a bad thing when it comes to art. I will tell you that, because the unrestrained artist here put together a gorgeous piece of art. It's an original piece of art that you could have in your home. All you have to do is call the number on your screen and place a bid on Jubilation. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
Thanks, Christina. We are so excited here. We're thankful for our phone bank helping out on the phones. Call the number on your screen. All these pieces stay open only for a little bit. And we're looking for bids on item 32A, Vacation Envy. We're looking for a bid of $475. We're looking for a bid of $725 for 32B. We're looking for a bid of $650 to make it a bell ringer for 32C, Grotto of Rosh Hanikra. And Blue Flower, we're looking for a bid of $275. Item 32E, we're looking for a bid of $525. That's Party Tree. And item 32F, Jubilation. We want some jubilation. Let's look at all those bell ringers. We want more bells ringing on the phones. And we are going to stay tuned, hopefully with you, because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase, and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for artwork from the Artist Collaborative Gallery coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Located in Old Sacramento, the Artist Collaborative Gallery has been a membership gallery for 40 years, representing artists in a variety of mediums, including wall art, 3-dimensional art, and jewelry. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm David Nash, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works from the Artist Collaborative Gallery. This portion of the KVIE Art Auction is sponsored by Bender Insurance Solutions, and we would love to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts here on KVIE. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Our first item is item 33A. It is titled Conservatory Flowers by Dick Stern. This is acrylic on board, measuring 18 by 24 inches. The retail value is $400. Our next item is 33B. It is titled Aspens by Dennis Ariza. This is photography measuring 38 by 28 inches. Retail value is $400. Item 33C is titled 5 Oil Cans by Grant Kreinberg. And this is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $650. Item 33D is Partners by Catherine Kaufman. This is oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 48 inches. Retail value is $650. Item 33E is Lady in Red by Mel Rose. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $400. And item 33F is The Big Blue by Janet Copper. This is photography measuring 16 by 24 inches. Retail value is $350. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Marcy Bombola. Marcy is a graduate of Sacramento State and has taught art in both public and private schools. Her paintings have been on display in the Sacramento City Hall, as well as the California State Commissioner's Office of Insurance. Her current work is being featured in the Artist Collaborative Gallery on K Street in Old Sacramento. Welcome, Marcy, and welcome back. This is your 5th year in the auction.
Fourth year.
Fourth year.
Fourth
okay.
year. Second year as a art expert.
Well, we're glad to have you. Let's get started with our first item. This is item 33. It is Conservatory Flowers by Dick Stern. This is acrylic on board, measuring 18 by 24 inches, and the retail value is $400, and we're looking to have a starting bid of $100. So make your bid right now and get things rolling on this piece. An opening bid we're looking for $100. Tell us a little bit about this piece, Marcy.
Okay, Dick and his wife have traveled all around the United States to flower conservatories and beautiful gardens, and he's been a scientist most of his life, but he always knew he wanted to use that other side of his brain and create this magnificent florals. And so they were in Seattle, Washington, and this was taken at a conservatory. And what he likes to do is create realistic images from his photographs, but with colors that absolutely pop off the page.
And do they ever?
They really, really do. And so what he does is he takes a picture and then he sketches it, and then he does put it in his computer, and he thinks about, he has this image in his mind, and then he gets that, then he sketches, and he loves the color of the natural greens that come out in his work, and they can be seen in all of his paintings. They're really emphasized. But here you can see these beautiful, and I think that they look like daylilies to me, that are absolutely popping off the page. And he
just real quick, we're looking for an opening bid, $100, retail value $400. Make that call right now for the art auction. $100 opening bid, that's what we're looking for right now. It pops, doesn't it?
It does. He contrasts these beautiful pinks, the hydrangeas, looks like some kind of a daisy, and opening hydrangeas, and then gives it a black background that makes it just pop.
Well, and the detail in the hydrangea and in the lilies and the leaves here is just fascinating. This room, a room with a lot of light, a sunroom type of environment would be perfect for this painting. It is absolutely detailed and beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Looking again for a $100 opening bid. Let's check in over to Dee at the phone bank.
I am here with our brand new phone bank. The Bender Insurance Solutions guys are here, and they are ready to take your call at 844-584-3278. We have some very exciting pieces coming up, including an amazing piece of a couple of horses that I see from here. I love that floral they have right now. The pieces go in 3 to 5 minutes, so you got to make the phone ring and call the minute you see a piece. 33A, the Conservatory Flowers needs an opening bid of $100. That is a stunner. You'll never have to buy her flowers again. Let's go back and see Conservatory Flowers one more time.
All right, Dee, we now have a $100 opening bid, $400 retail value, bid high for public television. This is how we keep the arts programming here at KVIE. So once you make it not only an investment in yourself by adding some beautiful art to your home, but also why don't you support and invest in this public television station, KVIE. There's something else you wanted to point out that's very important in
Remember the Highlights magazine when we were kids? His backgrounds remind me of that. He purposely keeps them white, and it keeps your eye going around the painting to see, oh, what else is there? And he's just got this great signature.
Okay,
here.
we're looking to move that up to $150, and we're going to move on to our next piece of art. While you are on the phone at making that phone call, the phone number is on the screen. Our next item is item 33B. It is Aspens by Dennis Ariza. This is photography measuring 38 by 28 inches. The retail value is $400, and we already have a bid of $175. This is a beautiful piece, Marcy, beautiful photography. Tell us a little bit about this and the artist.
Well, Dennis has been a member of our gallery for not quite a year, but he's very prominent in the Solana County area of art galleries as well. And he was taking a walk one day, and he was specifically looking for subject matter. He was walking by a barn, and all of a sudden he turns around and he sees this and this. And he says, that's it. That is what I am looking for today. And one thing that's very important about photographs is the ability of the photographer to make the viewer look like he is part of the
I feel like I'm
entire
there.
experience. You feel like you are absolutely here.
Shh, I think I hear the aspen quaking. I mean, this is beautiful. And we're looking now to move that bid up to $250. We're currently at $175, retail value $400, and framed absolutely beautifully. And so tell us more about, because you told me something earlier that was fascinating.
One way Dennis creates this depth is this is 3 pictures that he has taken of this scene, and he overlaps them. He has a great deal of, he's trying to capture this absolute light and 3-dimensionality by overlapping the pictures, the photographs that he's done. And he's able to create this magnificent texture you see going up the trees. And I swear, it's like you could smell you were there. The contrasting warm colors against the blue sky, I think it's just magnificent. And the depth that he has created is just awesome in this picture.
All right, we're trying to get up to $250, retail value $400, framed absolutely beautifully. You may look around the room, Marcy, and know that it takes hundreds of people to put together this art auction.
Yes.
We're in our 38th year. Let's go over to Dee, and she'll tell us more, okay?
We have the best stylist here. I always love the auction because it's the only time I get to have my hair and my makeup done, and I have really nice eyebrows thanks to this gal over here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your shop and why you're here?
Hi guys. Okay, my shop is named Vandalay Hair Industries. We are in Midtown on O and 20th, and we are here to make all these people look beautiful and fabulous, like Dee. I have my stylist over here named Gina, and she's been doing all the makeup.
And eyebrows.
Yeah. What was your favorite part about doing all of this?
Just the experience of meeting all the different people and just making everybody look good and feel confident on camera. So yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and they do make us feel good and confident. Let's give them a round of applause. We're going to go back out and look at some more artwork now.
And they make us all look pretty good too, huh? Hey, so final thoughts on this piece. We're up to $200 right now on our bid. We'd like to get up to $250. Retail value again $400. Do we hear $250? Final thoughts.
Dennis, through his photography, is really hoping to involve the viewer and have them experience something that he has experienced. Maybe it makes their life just a little bit better. And his love of outdoors knows no bounds.
All right.
That is really what he's trying to create.
Well, great. Thanks, Marcy. And we're going to move on to our next piece, okay? All right, let's go to, I love this piece. This is item 33C. It is titled 5 Oil Cans by Grant Kreinberg. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $650. We are looking for an opening bid of $100. Tell us about this piece.
Okay, Grant is a longtime artist at the Artist Collaborative Gallery, and he was at an open house in Sonoma County at a place called Sturgeon's Mill, and it's a 105-year-old steam-powered mill. So he was sitting down, and he just happened to be looking around, and Dick sees kind of life in patterns, and he says, "Oh my gosh, look at those warm, inviting colors that just take your eye up." And so he said, you know, I've got to take some photographs of this. And what I notice is these beautiful yellows, lime greens, and the fact that the
corrosion,
the depth, the corrosion,
the
exactly.
rust.
And he's got these sharp edges against this beautiful steam. And so the steam has just been let out, and it's creating this kind of mystical background to me.
Big tree saw there.
Yes.
Unbelievable. This is so rustic, and so this is this is photography. We'll point out this is number 1 of 15 copies only. Okay, if you can zoom in on that. This is 1 of 15 copies, beautifully matted and framed, and you know, I have a really nice man cave, and I have some photography and some art in my man cave. This is man cave material right here. We need an opening bid on this, folks. This is a $650 retail value. We're looking for a $100 opening bid. Go over to your phone right now and bid high for the 38th annual auction here at KVIE. This is how we keep the arts programming alive here on KVIE. Dee, tell us more.
I've got 33B Aspens is a bell ringer. It is currently at $400. That doesn't mean we close it out. We still keep taking bids, and we want to see it get higher. It's a beautiful photograph. It's framed and ready to go home. 33C, the 5 oil cans. Who's got a 5th wedding anniversary? You know it's copper, and there's 5 cans. 33C is at $100. That's what I need to open up the 5 oil cans. This one's at $425. Let's go back and look at that photograph one more time.
It's hard to, okay, we do have a $100 bid. Let's move that up to at least $150. Something so simple as this, so rustic, but so beautiful. And so if you like some nostalgia, how old did you say this wood mill was?
This is 105 years old.
105, okay.
Yes.
So we are at $100 right now. We're trying to move up to $150, $650 retail value. Beautifully matted and framed, and just incredible piece of art.
Yes. Don't you feel like you're kind of going back in time, maybe to the Industrial Revolution, or it has this feeling to it that you can't just, I guess, describe very well, but it is inviting. And I just love the colors, the 2 contrasting colors.
So Grant Kreinberg has been contributing to the auction for a number of years. We're so grateful for that. And here he's just outdone himself this year. 1 of 15, only 15 copies of this is being produced, and you'll have the number 1 copy. It is numbered by Grant, and this is just an astonishing piece. I can almost smell the steam and the wood. It takes you there. Marcy, some final thoughts on this piece.
Well, when I said before that Grant kind of told me that he sees in patterns, and he sees life through a lens. And so he said to me, you know, it's as simple as if someone says, wow, that's a neat picture. That's all it takes for him.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what moves him. That's what moves him to create more art.
We're at $125 right now. We're trying to push this up. This is a beautiful piece. $650 is our retail value. And where are we going next? Okay, we're going back to Dee. Wherever you are, Dee.
I am way over here in the phone bank. I want to introduce you to a super volunteer. Helen Planer not only juried all of the figurative work in this year's art competition, not only gave us a beautiful Yosemite piece, but she is answering the phone today. Helen, thank you so much.
Well,
Give
thank
them
you.
a wave so they know who you are. And
Thank
how
you.
hard was it to jury this year?
Actually, you made it so easy for me. I was amazed. Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
good. Are you enjoying being on the phone bank?
So far, so good.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, if you want to talk to Helen, it's 844-584-3278. Let's go back out and look at that great painting of the horses.
All right, this is item 33D. It is titled Partners. Well, of course. And it's by Catherine Kaufman. This is oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 48 inches. Retail value is $650. And we were looking for an opening bid on this at $150. And Marcy, tell us about this large, beautiful
yes,
piece.
Very large. Catherine has a history, and her family has a history of horses. She herself has owned over 30, and this was taken in her field, and these two horses are best friends, and they go everywhere together. And this is in she painted this in plein air, and she didn't even have to use photographs. She just sat there and painted them and really tried to capture the moment. And it's interesting, she's known for her expressive faces in horses. And she captures their emotions just through a tiny glint of light reflecting in their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell the depth of this when you stand back of one horse being in front of the other, that they are indeed friends. That's immediately what I thought of when I saw it. They're friends. But in oil painting, she's kind of done a new technique where you just kind of take the oil paint and drip it down, and it kind of becomes, the horses kind of become part of the wood in a way.
And I want to come back to that, but we're looking for an opening bid of $150, retail value of $650. Get on the phone and bid high. And this is a large piece. If you have a room with a high ceiling, sometimes it's hard to find the right piece of art to fit in a very tall room, and this is perfect. I want to get back, because when I first looked at this, I thought, oh, this is just the main coming down, but it just kept going. And yeah, she let this run all the way down here, and all these are runs, and there's some over here too. And I love that discipline.
I love that too, and it just brings the whole thing together. And at first you don't even notice it, and then you go, oh, that's cool. Okay, it's not their main. It's
So this
just
is a perfect
technique.
this is a perfect piece to share with a friend as a gift. Holiday season's coming up. This would be perfect for a child's room, anywhere pretty much. But this is a $150 opening bid, and that's what we're looking for right now. It's a $650 retail value, bid high for public television. It's the last day of our auction. It's our 38th annual. And Dee, what do you have? Oh, she's got the 5 oil cans, and it looks great from this distance.
I want to say a special thank you to the Artist Collaborative Gallery. Remember, these pieces came from the Artist Collaborative Gallery. They took them off their gallery walls. They brought them here so they could be on your walls. I've got 33C, 5 oil cans. It's at $400. It's got a $650 value. I can tell you it's got an absolutely gorgeous weathered frame on it. This photograph is so incredible. It looks like a painting. It's just a really great photo, and it's presented really well. I want to sell it on air. Right now I've got a $400 bid. Going once at $400, going twice at $400. Somebody got a deal. $400, 5 oil cans is gone. That's how fast it goes, kids. 844-584-3278. Call right now. Let's go back and look at the horses.
All right, Dee, thank you. We're looking for a $150 bid to start us off here on this Partners $650 retail value. So bid high. You're investing in yourself by adding some beautiful artwork to your home, or a friend's if it's a gift, and at the same time you're investing in this important institution in our community, public television KVIE. So bid high on this item. This is Partners item 33D. We're looking for your opening bid of $650. Wilbur.
One thing I can tell you, another thing I can tell you about, when you buy Catherine Kaufman's paintings, you are getting a part of someone's heart that loves animals so much and knows so much about actually the musculature, I can't say that word right, the musculature of horses. And it's because her father, she asked him to paint a picture of a horse, and it was just made out of lines, and she goes, there's got to be something
A stick
more.
horse.
Yes, it's got to be more than just that. And that is what gave her the impetus to start painting and create her beautiful, beautiful horses.
Very large piece, beautiful piece, and it's got so much to it. And if you really look into it, so much detail. It's a remarkable piece. We're looking for your bid right now at $150. Again, a $650 retail value. That's item 33D. So go over to your phone, get things rolling on this Sunday afternoon. Last day of the auction, your last opportunity. We're going to keep this item open. You see the phone number on the screen, 844 KVIE Art, 844-584-3278. Let's move on to our next piece, Marcy. And this is item 33E. It is Lady in Red by Melrose. This is photography. This is not for, well, it's sort of.
It is photography.
It is photography.
And a painting program.
Okay, you're going to tell us more about that. Measuring 16 by 20 inches, and its retail value is $400. We currently have a bid of $75, and we would love to move that up if you are interested in this. And I'll tell you, standing on the other side of the room, did this thing pop? I mean, it's amazing. So tell us the background, because I said photography and I backed off a little bit, but this is kind of a hybrid.
Exactly, that's perfect. It's a hybrid. This is a friend of Mel's who's a model and he has captured her in photographs many times. And so Mel takes a photograph and then he sketches out the picture, but before he does that, he has taught Adobe, I believe, programs for a long, long time, professional level. And so he has in his mind what he wants, and then he plays around with it on the computer, and he actually paints on the computer. And that's where all of the color changes, but you get these, he's chosen these magnificent oranges and reds, and he has created a story to me when I look at this, because you've got the soft background. She's in front or kind of in the middle of a tree. He's got these beautiful soft blues, cool colors, greens, and then your eye travels to these magnificent, strong, bold colors. And he's got them throughout the painting, which makes your eye travel around.
All right, $75 is our current bid. Our retail value, $400. Item 33E, Lady in Red. Let's go back over to D.
I am here with the lovely painting partners, 33D. My nieces love horses. I know somebody's got a daughter out there who just absolutely loves horses. Maybe you have two daughters. There's one horse for each one. 33D is partners. It's a beautiful painting, an original piece of art. I am looking for an opening bid of $100. It's got a $650 value. We took it straight from the gallery into here. You got to call us at 1-844-584-3278 because Roland is looking for something to do. Let's go back out to the phone bank.
All right, give Roland a phone call. This is Lady in Red. We're at $75 currently, and we're looking to move that up, invest high in public television and beautiful artwork for your home. Where do you see this photo being, in a home, a business? Where do you see this?
I'm going to be honest with you. I see it anywhere. Somebody that likes to think out of the box, somebody that likes something that's different, that can create a conversation on this piece. I think it could be actually
like a beauty salon.
That'd be great. I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. A terrific boldness in the color, and the way your eyes are drawn in to the bright orange first, but then to the blue eyes and the lips. Beautiful.
And she's got that look in her eyes that you want to know what she's thinking. To me, it's I don't know. I just think this is very,
Now,
very
this is on
interesting.
canvas and it's got a wrap around.
Yes.
And so the art wraps all the way around all four sides.
Yes.
And we're going to keep this item open, 33E. We are currently at $75, retail value $400, bid high for Lady in Red, item 33E. Our next item is item 33F. It is titled The Big Blue. Well, of course it is, by Janet Copper. This is photography measuring 16 by 24 inches, retail value $350, and we are currently at $300. So can we please push that up to a bell ringer at $350? And I think we're going to get in a bidding war over this, because this photography and how it's matted and how it just draws you into Lake Tahoe is absolutely magnificent.
This is an excellent example of really the breathtaking beauty of Lake Tahoe. And what she's done here is, again, the warm colors contrasting the, the lake colors, but the texture that she is able to create. This is taken in spring when the snow is melting, and you've got all of the probably pine needles and dust that is blown onto the dock. And again, it is the relationship that the photograph is taken that allows the viewer to just want to walk right out there.
Yeah, you want to just walk right out and hang out at the end and partake in the amazing view of Lake Tahoe. This is also numbered, if we could zoom in here if that's possible, to the lower right-hand corner. This is numbered. This is one of 25 copies, so you get the first one, as you can see here, and this is a beautiful piece. Current high bid is $300. Can we please move that up to $350, our retail value, and make this a bell ringer? A bell ringer means that we have matched or gone above the retail value, and we would love to get a bell ringer right now here at the 38th annual KVIE Art Auction.
Janet really specializes in magnificent seascapes, waterscapes, landscapes, but she has an ability to have her paintings look translucent, that make you feel, I've already said this, that you're absolutely there. But in her seascapes, somewhat like this, she has I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm so sorry. I'm so impressed by this painting, but
we're going to come right back, and I want you to finish that thought, okay? Let's go over to Kelly.
This is item 33E. We need a bid of $100. $100 for item 33E. Call the number on your screen, 844-KVIE Art, and stay tuned, because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Bender Insurance Solutions, a proud, locally owned family business, is an independent insurance and risk management firm serving businesses and their families in the region for over 80 years. They're happy to support public television. More information at mybendersolutions.com.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the Still Life Collection, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Carrie Kelly, this category depicts commonplace objects found in the natural world or human-made. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm David Nash, and we're back for another half hour of auction excitement featuring artwork from our Still Life collection. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Our first item is item 34A. It is When Life is Sweet by Marcella Bombola, and this is acrylic on canvas measuring 43 by 31 inches. Artist framed, retail value is $800. Item 34B is White Magnolias on a Branch by Polly Dams. And this is oil on canvas measuring 36 by 36 inches. Retail value is $1,500. Item 34C is An Iris for Lily by Carrie Thompson. This is watercolor measuring 23 by 33 inches. Retail value is $300. Item 34D is Russian Teacup Lace and Fresias by Anna Judd Edwards. This is oil on board measuring 20 by 18 inches. Artist framed, retail value $1,200. And item 34E is Art Gallery, Honfleur, France by Joyce Bisbee. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $325. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Marcy Bombola to talk about these beautiful works of art. Marcy, thanks again for being here, your fourth year here at KVIE. And now let me just ask, does this piece look familiar at all?
Yes, it does indeed.
This is item 34A. It is When Life is Sweet. It is beautiful piece of art, and this is acrylic on canvas measuring 43, a large piece by 31 inches. Artist framed in an incredible frame. Retail value is $800, and we are looking for a $150 starting bid. So tell us about what inspired you to create this beautiful piece.
Okay, this is my nod to Impressionism. Although the entire painting does not have bold strokes, you do have some up here. And I'll tell you the story really quickly. When I was a little girl, we had lilac trees in our front yard, and I used to sit under those lilac trees and dream about what my life was going to be like. And so I have loved painting them. And also my husband and I had gone on a trip to San Francisco, and we bought these two beautiful hand-blown glass vases. And this is based on that trip. And I got to thinking about how much in life we look forward to something and forward to it. And then as it's happening, it's fading as it's happening. And so it's sort of a metaphor for the happy times in our life, and then they kind of start to fade away.
Oh, they fade. Oh.
Then they fade.
Oh, gosh.
And if we're lucky enough, our life is filled with these wonderful, wonderful moments.
Well, this is full of joy, and we're looking for a bid right now. When Life is Sweet, we're looking for a $150 opening bid, and we're going to go over to Dee and Kelly and give us an update at the phone bank.
We are with item 33F, Big Blue by Janet Copper. It is almost a bell ringer. We need a bid of $350 to make it a bell ringer. Take your plunge into the art auction and get the Big Blue. Call the number on your screen. Give us a bid of $350 for this beautiful piece, the Big Blue, 844 KVIE Art. Time is of the essence. Don't wait for this beautiful piece. Again, call the number on your screen. We're looking for a bid of $350 for the Big Blue. And let's go back over to David.
You created this piece. It seems like the center focal point is this peace rose and the vase, and it is a stunning piece that would look great in any formal living room, I'm going to say, or a formal foyer,
right.
A large foyer. So tell us more about what inspired you, and also tell us a little bit about this beautiful frame that just makes this stand out.
Well, a few years back, I bought the frame knowing that I wanted it for the future, for just the right painting that I had in mind. So I wrapped it up and I put it away. And when I was thinking about my childhood, and I thought, that's the frame that needs to be, this is the one that comes together. And although it is very formal, it's perfect for this painting. Sorry, excuse me. Basically, I'm just hoping to add a bit of loveliness to the world. I'm hoping to add a bit of beauty, and flowers are a symbol of
It is stunningly
lovely.
beautiful, and you have created and you are contributing to the world a piece of beauty, and you can own it by making a high bid and investing not only in yourself and your home, this beautiful painting, but you can also, you're investing in public television. This is item 34A, retail value of $800. We're looking for an opening bid of $150, and we're going to head back over to Kelly.
This is your opportunity. Pieces go in 5 minutes or less. Call the number on your screen.
final
Big
thoughts?
Blue, we need a bid of $350. When Life is Sweet, we need a bid of $150 just to start that auction on that piece. Call the number on your screen. When you do, you're supporting all the great programs you love every day on KVIE, Masterpiece, Nova, Nature, Frontline, and so much more. Again, when life is sweet, it's sweet when you're supporting public television. Let's get a bid of $150 from that item. And let's go on to the next piece. And let's go see David.
All right, thanks, Kelly. Item 34B is White Magnolias on a Branch by Polly Dams. And this is oil on canvas measuring 36 by 36 inches. Retail value is $1,500. We are at $425 currently. We would like to, let's kind of just move things up to $500 and stay in $100 increments for this fabulous piece, White Magnolias on a Branch. And it's remarkable how this looks like steel.
It does. It absolutely does. Polly starts with an acrylic painting for the main flower petals and the insides, and then she paints the entire painting in oil, and then she adds hot wax, a glazing system, and she paints wet. So when she's doing the oil, she paints wet on wet and many, many layers to get this sort of 3D effect that she has. And even though magnolias are white, they're not really just white. She's seeking to get all of the colors that are really, really in there. And when you see the stamen, you'll see beautiful burgundies and even blacks in there. And she's able to create these deep shadows to create depth in the work. And it absolutely pops off of the canvas, and it's almost a metal-like quality because she has all these different layers.
All right, we're at $500. We need to work in $100 increments. This is a $1,500 retail value. We are at $500 right now. Do I hear $600? Go over to your phone and bid high. It's the last day of the auction, 38th annual auction. Invest in your local public television station, KVIE, and you're at the same time investing in your home. And the magnificent piece, and we're going to come back, Marcy, because I want to learn more as soon as we get back from D, okay?
I am with piece number 4A, When Life is Sweet. I have a current bid of $175. It's got an $800 value. Are you the one that didn't get the painting that hung in Grandma's house that you loved forever? This is a family heirloom. It's framed like a family heirloom. What a great way to celebrate a wedding anniversary or a birth. It is a beautiful, contemporary, but kind of vintage feeling painting. When Marcy gave it to us, she wanted us to get that $800 price for KVIE. Make this into your family heirloom. Piece number 4A, When Life is Sweet. Right now we've got a bid of $200. I've got bidders on the phone, but you can't win it if you don't call 844-584-3278. Let's go back out.
Okay, Dee, we're back to item 34B, White Magnolias on a Branch by Polly Dams. This is oil on canvas, 36 by 36, retail value $1,500. We're at $500, looking for $600 right now.
Polly painted this from her own magnolia tree in her backyard, and it really is one of her very, very favorite flowers. And Polly is really hoping to bring the nature indoors when she paints. And I think that she has done that absolutely beautiful. And it's kind of this soft focus that just draws your eyes right in and then comes around. There's sort of a magic in threes.
Oh, yeah.
And she just captures the beauty of this flower magnificently.
Well, you can almost smell the aroma of these
Yes.
magnolias. That's how incredibly strong how beautiful and remarkable this piece is. And again, we are looking for a $600 bid now. We're currently at $500. Bid high, and you may take this investment home, white magnolias on a branch.
Yes. Okay, so when Polly started off again, it's just a sketch, but her thing is layering to create that depth, which again, she does absolutely beautifully.
And this has got a wraparound, canvas wraparound, gallery wraparound.
Yes. In her work every day, she seeks to bring happiness and joy, you know, to anyone that sees it. And she really does that with this. When I was at the gala, I saw this from across the room and I went, oh, that's what I love. I just love it.
It's a fascinating piece. 844-584-3278. We're going to keep this item open. We're at $500 right now, and we're looking for a $600 bid. So call the number on the screen, and you may be the high bidder on that item. Our next item is item 34C. It is an Iris for Lily by Carrie Thompson, watercolor, measuring 23 by 33, and retail value is $300. We are currently at $75 on this item. Marcy, tell us what style this is done in.
Okay, well, this is watercolor on watercolor paper, but this is a nod to both of her grandmothers that were named Lily. And although they have since passed many years, when she was painting this, she was thinking about both of her grandmothers that actually never knew each other. And this year she has been focusing on painting white flowers. And it's you know, you think, oh, they're just flowers, but they're not, because white, I think, is the very hardest color flower.
How to do white on white.
Exactly, and because it is really the white of the watercolor paper, it's not white paint. And so she is able to pop these irises out by also, well, her shadowing of the flowers themselves, and you see the greens and yellows and burgundies in the flower, but also she creates depth with these different deep, rich greens that come out through. So she's got light. So she's using both a wet on wet technique, I think, through the petals, and dry on wet.
And just a couple little spots of some subtle color. You got the yellow here and kind of this peach color where it's coming out of the shoot right here. Very subtle, but it adds so much depth to this piece.
And I love it that she hasn't done anything in the background.
So we are currently at $75, retail value $300. The phone number is 844-584-3278. Numbers on the screen. This is the last day of the auction, your last time to make an investment in KVIE's 38th annual art auction. Let's head back over to the phone bank.
Marcy's big, beautiful piece of the flowers in the vase with the giant gold frame on it that I love is sitting at $200. I need to get another bid on 4A, When Life is Sweet, the big vase of flowers. That was the first one you saw. This is the second one, 4B, White Magnolias on a Branch. I've got a bid of $800. It's a $1,500 piece. I saw people at the gala that just were going nuts over this gorgeous piece. But you can't win it if you don't call. Again, the number is 844-584-3278. The pieces are only available for like 5 to 10 minutes, so don't wait and lose your favorite piece. Let's go out and look at that watercolor one more time.
Hey, Dee, could I get a little bell ring, a little, yeah, there we go, yes. Can I get a little cowbell? Yeah. All right, Iris for Lily. We're currently at the retail value of $300. This is item 34C, and we would love to push that up to $350 and go over now. This is a beautiful piece. It is so, it feels like heaven in a way.
It does. It's very tranquil, and Polly really does paint. Well, she paints in her studio at home, but she is fascinated with white and how you can create it, the three-dimensionality of it. She's self-taught, and she's really in a constant quest to go what is beyond the obvious, such as these little tiny pops of burgundy and the depth of this. I think she does an absolutely beautiful job.
This could go in a living room. This could go in a bedroom.
Yes,
I mean,
anywhere.
This is a nice way to wake up in the morning. It's got some brightness to it and so tranquil. It is absolutely beautiful. We are currently now at $350, and we're looking for $400 now on item 34C, and Iris for Lily by Carrie Thompson, 23 by 33 inches. So let's head back over to the phone bank, see how we're doing over there, okay?
More cowbell! Somebody had to make that joke. We need some more cowbells going. Right now, 4A, When Life is Sweet, that big, beautiful vase with the gold frame is up to $300. I'm looking for $800 on that. Magnolias is so close to a bell ringer. I've got $1,200 on it. I want to see 15, that's 4B. An Iris for Lily is a bell ringer at $400, and we are still taking bids. Coming up next is a beautiful Russian teacup. We're going to look at that, and I'm loving that frame from all the way over here. Why don't you tell us about it?
Okay, item 34D, it is Russian Teacup Lace and Freesias by Anna Judd. Freshas, Anna Judd Edwards. This is oil on board measuring 20 by 18, artist framed, retail value is $1,200, and wow, the frame is incredible, the art is incredible. We were talking about grandmas. This looks like my grandma from Canada loved her tea, and this is grandma work here. This is absolutely beautiful.
It is stunning.
Old school.
Yes, and Anna has studied with some of the great masters in the entire United States, and this is done in the old master style. And I can't say this enough, I just gasped when I saw it.
Oh, it feels so nostalgic.
It does, and this arrangement in still life does not just happen. It takes a lot of thought, it takes a lot of practice with the lighting and contemplation on what it is you want to bring across to the viewer and how to make essentially dead things alive. And she is able to absolutely do that. Just the lighting for this painting took days. She basically kind of puts everything in a shadow box, and she waits for the light to happen. And that can take days. And then she arranges, after she's arranged it, and then she's got the light just right. This is an oil, and it is a lot of layering, but what she is really able to do is to capture this reflection in the fruit, in the cup, in the flowers, and pull it forward.
You know, I see this in my breakfast nook. I mean, this is a perfect fit. It is absolutely beautiful. Oh, it's up. We were looking for an opening bid of $250. We've got it. Thank you. Let's move it up to $300. It's a $1,200 retail value. We're at $300. Let's move it in $100 increments now, if we could. Let's hear $400 on this beautiful piece that would look good in a dining room, a breakfast nook. It is an absolutely brilliant piece that just takes me back to in time, to my grandma's time.
Exactly, it takes you back in time. And Anna really is drawn in her life to calm and truth. And her paintings really represent that. And it's It's so hard to paint lace, and look at the light that
my
is
gosh.
shining on that lace.
Yeah, zoom in on the lower right here if we could. Just down and to the right.
And the
look at
shadowing.
the detail in the lace.
Very difficult to do.
Absolutely beautiful. Down in this corner right here, look at that. It's just fascinating how detailed it is. We are currently at $425. Let's push that up to $500 and work in $100 increments if we could. It's a $1,200 retail value. Last day on the auction, your last opportunity to invest in your home and the art in your home and invest in public television, KVIE. Dee, tell us more.
We've got the Bender Insurance Solutions here in our phone bank. They are answering phones. Holly Darms, your piece was a bell ringer, I know. The artist is going to be excited about that. And Iris for Lily still is being bid on at $400. It's another bell ringer. The Russian teacup that we're looking at right now in that absolutely amazing frame is up to $525. It's almost a little over half of retail. We want to see it go for $1,200. Remember, folks, these are all great pieces. They can go home with you. You can pick them up today and tomorrow, but you can't pick it up unless you win it. 844-584-3278. Let's go look at the tea set one more time.
Right now.
Okay, one last, we just got about a few seconds left. Tell us one last thing you know about the artist in this beautiful piece of nostalgic art that is just remarkable.
Polly began as a quilting artist and has toured the United States with that, but has been painting for 30 years. And with Polly's work, it is her contemplation to try to bring it forward to the audience, the light.
We're at $525. We're looking for $600, $1,200 retail value. We're going to keep this incredible item open. Call the number on your screen, and we're going to move to our next piece, which is item 34E. It is titled Art Gallery, Honfleur, France, by Joyce Bisbee. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $325. We're looking for a starting bid of $75, Marcy.
Okay. First of all, I want to say these magnificent blues just catch your eye, and they are so happy. I love it. Joyce and her husband were visiting Normandy, and they stayed in Honfleur, which is a very colorful fishing village. And what struck her eye on this particular painting building downtown were these timbers. And she made the color all her own. But these timbers of this building, she said, were just striking. And the fact that it's an art gallery.
Well, so you can see in the windows, there's art.
Absolutely. And the texture in this painting is wonderful. You can feel the texture of the walls of the outside of this building. And she does it both with paintbrushes and a palette knife. And this is really a nod to Impressionism. Very much so. And she's got these beautiful yellows in there, and the blues are repeated throughout the painting. But it is...
It takes you to France, doesn't it?
It absolutely takes you to France. Her studio is here in California, and she was kind of called. She feels she was walking down the street, and she was really... This called to her. And so... It's like you get a part of her experience when you see this painting.
So it's a canvas gallery wraparound.
Yes.
So you've got art all the way wrapped around the edges, on all four sides. Looking for an opening bid of $75. Retail value is $325. This beautiful piece of art titled Art Gallery, Honfleur, France, by Joyce Bisbee. We're currently looking for an opening bid of $75, Dee.
I am here with the lovely Emily Elders, who's been an art mover for 2 days. She is holding Russian teacup lace and freesias. It is at $725. I want to see this get to its retail of $1,200. It's a beautiful painting. It is in a very gorgeous, what we call a plein air frame that's got a nice vintage tone to it. Again, it's item 4D, Russian teacup. I'm looking for an $850 bid. It's at $725 right now. They've got the art gallery in France. Did you go to France on a vacation? Is it an important place to you? Are you an art collector? 4E is for you. So let's go look at 4E.
All right, final thoughts, Marcy, on this beautiful piece from Honfleur, France. It's titled Art Gallery Honfleur, France. Item 34E, it's 16 by 20 inches, wraparound gallery framed, and we're currently at $150. Let's move that up to $200, a $325 retail value. And so some final thoughts on this, Marcy.
Well, she was trained at the Royal Academy of Arts in England, and all of her strokes have meaning. They're not just haphazard. You've got the browns that have your eye travel. Her strokes are very bold. It really is very impressionistic and
accentuated by these little flowers in this little bush out front that just have some magnificent colors in them. If I get my head out of there, the shadow out of there, beautiful colors that just make it pop, along with the blue. As we mentioned earlier, it really does take you to Honfleur, France.
It does. It just makes you feel good looking at it. And it really is her nod to Impressionism. I've said that, but she sees other artists' work, and that's what inspires her also.
So we're currently at $175. Our retail value is $325. Let's move it up. There's $200. Can we push it up to $250? And in fact, we can maybe push this up to $325 and get another bell ringer. A bell ringer means that we have reached or surpassed a retail value on one of our pieces of beautiful art created here in the local community and donated to KVIE. It's our 38th annual art auction. It happens because of you. Thank you for your support. Let's go back over to Dee at the phone bank.
Okay, 40D, the Russian teacup, is at $850. I've got my Bender Insurance Solutions guy. I got Roland. He's my new pal. He's taking phone calls. He has nothing to do right now. Somebody calls at 844-584-3278 and bump that bid up to the $1,200 it should be. That's item 4D, the Russian teacup. The art gallery in France, which we're looking at right now, that's got a bid of $200. That's 4E, a lovely original little painting that you could pick up and pay for and take it home tomorrow. Remember, folks, it's all for KVIE. The artists have given 100% making these pieces, and it all goes to programming. Let's go back and look at 4E.
All right, thanks, Dee. And Marcy Bombola, thank you for the donation of the art that you provided the auction this year, and also your time here explaining some of this beautiful art to us today. We are so grateful. One final thought on this piece.
Well, Joyce has won many art awards over the years, and her work is in collections in California, Massachusetts, the United Kingdom, and she's just a very skilled artist. And the perspective, I forgot to mention that. She really likes to emphasize architecture and perspective in her work.
So we're at $200. Would love to push this up to $250. Our retail value, $325 bid high on any of these great pieces. The last day of the art auction. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction. Thank you.
Welcome to the 38th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for featured artist from Blue Line Arts. Located in Roseville, Blue Line Arts has showcased regional and national artists for 50 years. while also providing event and exhibition space and accessible arts education opportunities. You can view all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Kelly Rains, and over the next half hour you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art from artists affiliated with Blue Line Arts. This portion of the KVIE Art Auction is sponsored by Bender Insurance Solutions, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on KVIE. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 35A is Gatherers by Louise Thompson Scheel. This is mixed media measuring 16 by 22. Retail value is $350. Item 35B is Easy Riders by D.A. Brown. This is oil on canvas measuring 15 by 30. Retail value is $1,350. Item 35C is Day at the Beach by Joe Strickland. This is mixed media measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $800. Item 35D is Sand and Sea by Joyce Williams. This is pastels measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $500. Item 35E is Poppies by the Levee by Carol Hodgson. This is pastels measuring 28 by 28. Retail value is $750. Item 35F is Spring Bluffs by Ina Rankin. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 30, and the retail value is $350. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Raymond James Irwin, an entrepreneur, artist, and supporter of the arts in our region. Raymond James currently serves as a board member for Blue Line Arts in Roseville. And welcome, Raymond James. It's a privilege.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Let's dive right in. This is item 35A Gatherers. We are looking for a starting bid, or we've got a bid of $125. We're looking for a bid of $150. And while you call the phones, Raymond James is going to tell us about this.
Yes. So this is The Gatherers by Scheel, and it's just an absolutely incredible work of art. You can see that this entire painting or piece of art is all quilted, which is just absolutely incredible. And Scheel likes to focus on everyday tasks of women. And so here these are women in their village going and bringing water, supplies, food for their community, for their families. It's just an absolutely incredible piece.
It's a really, really beautiful piece. You need to get on the phone right now, gather some art, including this piece, The Gatherers 35A. The phones are a little quiet right now. We need to make this a bell ringer. We need to make all of them bell ringers. We are looking for a bid of $150. The number is on your screen, KVIE Art. Raymond James, tell us more about this beautiful piece.
Well, as you can see, it's a mixed medium. So all of the faces, it's going to be coming from a photo. Black and white inkjet, and then what the artist does is stencil everything, quilt everything in, and then uses colored pencil. Everything, it's all colored pencil. If we can zoom in, you can just see all of that is done by hand. All the quilt work, all the stitching. What I love is just the detail. I mean, look at the stitching where the ropes would be. It's absolutely incredible. It's exquisite.
It's exquisite. When I first saw it, I thought it was a photograph, and as I got closer, I'm like, oh, this is quilted, and it's tactile. I even just got goosebumps, and that's saying something. This is item 35A, Raymond James. This is called Gatherers. It's a retail value of $350. We're looking for a bid of $150. These pieces only stay open for about 5 or 6 minutes at the most. So call right now to get that piece, and we're going to go over to the phone bank and see what's going on.
Hey everyone, I'm so glad to be here. So glad that all of you could spend your sunny afternoon, sunny Sunday afternoon with us. We're here with the Blue Line Gallery. Some great choices up ahead, one of the more exciting half an hours today. Just a reminder, we're here with Bender Insurance with Jillian and Maggie here in the front row. I was going to ask Jillian a few questions, but they're so busy. Remember, this is a live auction, so we need you to participate. We need you to call now. Each piece is only up for about 5 minutes. So if you're the kind of a person like me that doesn't like lines, doesn't like to wait anything, then this is the auction for you. We need you to call in. So let's go see some more from Blue Line Gallery.
Thank you, Martin. I'm here with Raymond James, and we're with piece item 35A Gatherers. We're looking for a bid of $175. It's a stunning piece. It changes as you get closer to it. It's absolutely beautiful. It's a conversation starter. What else would you like to share about this?
Well, I mean, I think it's first and foremost just humbling, isn't it? When you look at this and you see the faces, you see the images, and it feels so 3D because of the quilting that you just get the story. You get the story, you feel these women having to do so much just for the basic necessities. And one other thing about the quilting is this entire piece is all quilted. The back, it is all quilted. The entire thing's a work of art.
It's so beautiful. We're so excited to have a textile piece here in the auction, and it's a rare thing to have, and this is a beautiful, rare piece of art. We're looking for a bid of $175. There's only going to be a couple more minutes while this piece is open. Make it an auction, be a part of that auction, and supporting public television programming that you love. 844-584-3278, Raymond James, and I wish I could have this piece, because you're right, it's humbling.
It is humbling, and it just makes you realize everything we have to do and all the more they have to do.
It's absolutely beautiful, and what you have to do, because you're a part of this community, is support public television by supporting local artists and getting this beautiful textile piece. It's a rare find here. We've got a bid of $175, and we're going to keep this piece open. We're going to move on to item 35B, which is Easy Riders, and that is by D.A. Brown. It is oil on canvas measuring 15 by 30. The retail value is $1,350, and we've got a bid of $260. We're looking for a bid of $300 for Easy Riders. Raymond James, what can you share with us about this great oil on canvas?
Well, one thing that is really neat about this piece is you may even recognize the floor a little bit. This is actually coming from pictures the artist took from the second floor of the Crocker Art Museum.
How fantastic.
Isn't that amazing? So very, very local at heart. And so the artist was watching a woman unlocking her bike and was taking pictures as she was going off. And so the artist decided, well, let's get her out, let's get the bike out, but let's keep the other bikes in.
Oh, that's really, really beautiful. It's local art. It tells a story about a local iconic landmark, the Crocker Art Museum. We're a biking community, a nature community, very outdoorsy. We are looking for a bid of $300. It's at $260 right now. The retail value is $1,350. It's item 35B, Easy Riders. It's a beautiful piece. Call the number on your screen. Support public television while you're doing it and getting a beautiful piece of art. I love the shape of this too. It's beautiful.
It is. Well, and the lines. Look at the detail of the lines, the shadows. It's just so crisp. It's so detailed, and it's precision, isn't it? And that's something that the artist is really into. He likes those lines. He likes exaggerating that to just make it so vibrant.
It's so vibrant. We have a vibrant bicycle culture here in this region. So if you're into bicycling and you love that, or you know somebody who is, this is a great piece to add to your collection or to start a collection for the bicyclist in your family or loved ones. We're looking for a bid of $300. Get the phones ringing. We want some bell ringers in this hour. We're close to bell ringer on item 35A, but we want to make 35B and all of the other ones bell ringers. Ring the number on your screen, ring the bells of the phone. What else would you like to share with us?
Well, notice all of the foliage, right, on the ground, all of those beautiful leaves. What the artist did, it's a phenomenal story, is those weren't there. They weren't there at all. He added them in, but how did he do that? It's so cool. He actually went to the Halloween store, so it's probably about a year ago today, and he got some confetti. And after the underpainting had dried, he strewn it on the painting to give this kind of light, damp breeze.
Oh, beautiful.
And so he actually put that on. He then took photos of that and then lightly brushed it off and then sketched it.
It's so, so beautiful. We have a bid of $260. We're looking for a bid of $300, and we're going to go talk to Martin in the phone bank. Martin?
Hey guys, I'm here with gatherers. Right now we're at $250. As you can see, our phone bank is quite busy, so we do have an auction going on for this piece. This is a great piece. Standing here on the side, you can kind of see the fabric wrapped around the back. You can see all the stitching that was involved incorporating into this piece. So if you wait, this one's going to get away from you. So we do need you to call in. This is a live auction. Several people on the phone right now with gatherers, 35A. Let's go back and see some more bicycles.
Thank you, Martin. We are here with Easy Riders. We are feeling Easy Riders, but we want it to be a little bit more easy with the phones ringing. We're looking for a bid of $300, Raymond James. What else would you like to share with us?
Well, I would just like to say that the lines and the colors of each bicycle, I mean, they really jump out. And that also is the artist's primary objective when it comes to the colors. He wants to make them a little bit more brighter. He wants them to jump out at you. So in this wonderful fall scene, you can feel a little bit swept away. You're ready to jump on that bike, maybe come on down to KVIE, who knows, and keep on riding.
It's really, it's got a really nostalgic kind of feel to it, a little retro feel to it. It's really soft and sweet. We're looking for a bid of $300 for item 35B. Time is of the essence. You are making that happen. And we're going to keep this one open. We're going to move on to the next piece, which is item 35C. That is Day at the Beach by Joe Strickland. It is mixed media, measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $800. We've got a bid of $300. Let's get a bid of $325 for Day at the Beach. Raymond James, we were fawning over this piece earlier, weren't we?
We may have to buy it if the bid doesn't get to where we need it to be.
That's right. So tell us about this.
Well, I mean, first of all, wow. Look at just the lines, everything. I mean, it's absolutely incredible, the technique of this artist to get this color. So the artist was actually in Naples, Florida on vacation somewhat recently, and over the miles of coastline in Naples, shot some photos and did some on-site sketching to create this beautiful painting.
It's such a beautiful piece. I love hearing about the process of the art. You're part of the process of public television and this auction when you call in and get a beautiful piece of art for your home or for somebody you love. We've got a bid of $300. We're looking for a bid of $325. This is the last day of the auction. This is your opportunity to play a part in the auction as well as a community resource like public television. 844 KVIE Art is the number on your screen. Raymond James, what else can we know about this?
Well, let's just talk about the metallic and the acrylics and how they really play and they sparkle. The sand, it sparkles with the sun just beaming on it, don't you think? And so what the artist does is he'll take a layer, he'll paint on. Take another layer, paint on, layer after layer, and then very carefully and sometimes incidentally, we'll just chip away. So you can see these little chips that just feel so perfect, don't they? I mean, little circles, broad strokes, lines there, each intricate item.
It's so beautiful. It's one of those paintings when I dream about wanting to jump into a painting, this is the scene that I would want to jump into. This is your chance to jump into the auction and jump into this painting too. Day at the Beach. We all love a day at the beach. Item 35C, and let's go see the phone bank. Martin?
Actually, it's D this time. 35B, Easy Riders is at $350. It is a $1,300 painting. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Blue Line Gallery in Roseville. One of my favorite galleries to visit, and God knows I've visited a lot of galleries. They do an event there called Lottery for the Arts once a year. It is so much fun, almost as fun as bidding at the auction. All you need to do is call 844-584-3278. These went straight from the Roseville Gallery, Blue Line, off their walls, into here, needs to go on your wall. Call us now. Let's go back out and hear some more about the Blue Line artists.
Yes, we're with Raymond James. He's on the board of Blue Line. Raymond James, why are we so proud about this collection?
We're just so proud of everything that our artists do at Blue Line. You know, it's a collaborative of artists. We have more than 250 artists that are members of our world-class gallery, and we like to support our artists by giving lots of workshops and really focusing on them. So having events that showcase their specific art.
That's so great, and we're showcasing this specific piece of art right now. This is Day at the Beach, item 35C. We're halfway to a bell ringer. It's at $450. Let's get a bid of $475, inching our way towards that bell ringer because we love that sound. You like making the sound. And any final thoughts on this piece, Raymond James?
Well, one thing that I love is while it's so sunny, it's dreamy at the same time. Wouldn't you say? I mean, as you mentioned, you just want to hop in it, hop out of it. It feels like Mary Poppins, right? When it's raining a little bit, yeah. So I think it just has so many emotions and joys and layers, just seeing the beautiful metallic sunny side.
It's a beautiful painting to escape to when you need to. And this is item 35C, Day at the Beach. I love days at the beach. I know you do too. We're looking for a bid of $475 for item 35C. Call the number on your screen. These pieces, again, we say it a lot, but they really do only stay open for about 4 to 5 minutes, sometimes a little bit less. So get on the phone and make it an auction. And we're gonna move on to the next piece. We're gonna keep it open though. This is item 35D. It is Sand and Sea by Joyce Williams. This is pastels measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $500. And we're looking for a starting bid of $100. Raymond James, I love pastels, and this is exquisite.
This is really exquisite. I think, to me, the number one thing when I look at this is the blending, right? Just absolute soft movement in this blending, the way the sand and the water, they just blend together, don't they? Just seamlessly, but you still see some of those sand crystals almost that just shining off of it.
It's so beautiful. I got goosebumps again. This whole break is giving me goosebumps. I love it. We're looking for a starting bid of $100 for item 35D, Sand and Sea. We spent a day at the beach and now we're with Sand and Sea. So get the phones ringing and make this a bell ringer. The number is on your screen. And Raymond James, let's talk about the movement of this piece. There's so much movement in it.
Well, there's great movement, but looseness in the movement, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
And so Williams, that's kind of her modus operandi. She wants that movement where it feels like impressionistic realism. And I think that's what you get here, absolutely impressionistic realism.
I hear the swell of the waves and everything. We're looking for a starting bid of $100 for Sand and Sea. This is your opportunity to support local arts programming that you love on KVIE Art Showcase, as well as Rob on the Road, and all those national programs you love, Masterpiece, and all of the great music programs that you can see, including Austin City Limits. So call the number on your screen, support public television. Raymond James, you're here at public television. Tell us more about this public art.
Absolutely. Well, I think the love of the sea, that's the first thing that I get from this. And Williams truly does love the sea. So she really enjoys doing lots of landscapes at the sea all over. And for anybody that does and loves the movement and loves to hear the sound of the waves crashing, I don't think there's a better piece.
It's a really beautiful piece, and pastels I know are really hard to lay down. This looks effortless. It's absolutely stunning.
Absolutely. Effortless in movement, effortless in execution, and that is exactly the goal of this artist.
It's really great. We're going to go over to the phone bank and see what's going on. Guys?
Hey, Art Auction family. Listen, I want to recap where we are. You know, Blue Line Gallery, the phone started ringing the moment we began this gallery. So, Easy Riders, we have a $500 high bid. Day at the Beach, who I'm here with, we have a $450 bid, and I believe there are a few people on the phone battling it out for that one right now. Sand and Sea, 35D, we're looking for our first bid at $100. 35E, Poppies by the Levee, we are at $500, several people on the phone. And Spring Bluffs, 35F, $200 is our current bid. So remember, we only have 5 minutes, maybe less, for each of these pieces. So this is a good time to pick up the phone and take home a piece of original art. Let's go back to Kelly.
Thanks, Martin. We're with Sand and Sea. This is item 35D. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. Pastel piece. It's absolutely beautiful. This is your chance to support local arts, but also your favorite station with all of the great programming that you love. Time is fleeting for these pieces of art, and it's beautiful pieces of art. So we're going to keep this one open, and we're going to keep it open, but we're looking for a starting bid of $100 for this gorgeous Sand and Sea. So call the number on your screen right now. We're moving on to the next piece, though, and it's a beautiful pastel piece, Poppies by the Levee by Carol Hodgson. Item 35E, retail value is $750. It measures at a beautiful size of 28 by 28, and we have a bid already of $500. It's a People's Choice Award winner, and so we have the honor of standing with the People's Choice Award winner, Raymond James.
I mean, I feel like I should be in a tux. I'm not sure. This is absolutely a beautiful piece. So the artist got inspiration from a walk that she did by Folsom Lake and the start of spring, and I think you can totally see that, especially in the brightness of the poppies that have just bursted.
It's so much fun when we hear about the local artists making art about art places in our background. Our Folsom is in our backyard. This is Poppies by the Levee, a beautiful piece. We've got a bid of $500. It's a little quiet in the studio right now, so we want to get it up to a bell ringer. We're close. It's a retail value of $750. Let's get a bid of $525 for this beautiful People's Choice Award.
Wow, absolutely. I mean, one thing that I think is so neat and a juxtaposition from the last pastel we saw is the strokes, right? You can see everything is an individual stroke, very, very difficult. There's no blending whatsoever. So the precision that you have to make it all come together is truly extraordinary.
There's so much skill involved with this. Pastels are a really hard medium. It's so beautiful to see the skill involved. Item 35E, Poppies by the Levee. We've got a great phone bank here. We want to keep them busy. They want to take your phone calls. We're looking for a bid of $525. Call right now because this piece is going to go away soon, and this is your chance to have an award winner from the people in your collection. And what else can you share with us?
Well, I mean, I just love the fact that you have such beautiful blues, right? Blues mixed with beautiful pinks to give such depth in the sky. It makes me just wonder what time of day exactly was this to get such incredible colors, both in the poppies, in the sky, the blue of Folsom Lake. I love it.
It's so beautiful. We're going to go over to the phone bank now. What's going on, Dee?
I have got number 35D, Sand and Sea here. We've got our opening bid of 500 or 100. It's got a retail of 500. If you have a beach house, if your family goes to a certain beach every day, Sand and Sea, you can change the title to whatever beach you want. It's number 35D. I'm looking for a $200 bid. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Poppies by the Levee 35E. That was the People's Choice Award. We had hundreds of people go on the website, look at over 200 pieces of art, and that's the piece that was chosen as the people's favorite. We announced it on Monday. So let's take a look at the People's Choice Award for 2019 right now out in the studio.
Thanks, Steve. We have such beautiful landscapes in our region, and this piece really does celebrate it. So this is a chance to have some of that in your home. Item 35E, Poppies by the Levee. We're looking for a bid of $525. And while you call, Raymond James, what else can we learn about this?
Well, Hodgson gets most of her inspiration on all of her works of art from her walks, and it's really amazing what can be inspired just from that. I mean, this wasn't even from a photo, this was from her imagination.
Wow.
So she saw it, took that inspiration, brought it back to the studio and did all of the work with just, again, incredible marking.
It's so beautiful. You know, when you're calling in and supporting these artists, you're also supporting inspiration, not just for yourself, but for future learners, with all kinds of educational programs and exploration and adventure programs that you can only find on PBS KVIE, your local public television station. We're looking for a bid of $525 for Poppies by the Levee. Let's make this a bell ringer. It's a People's Choice Award winner. It's a beautiful pastel piece. And we're going to go over to the phone bank. Martin, what's going on?
Hey guys, you know what this is? This is our bell. So we place a retail value for every piece that's listed, and if you at home bid, we get into a bidding war and we exceed that value, then we get to do this. We get to ring the bell. So that's what we call a bell ringer. So everyone at home, we only have about 5 to 8 minutes per piece, so you don't have a lot of time to wait, but now's the time to make that call the number on your screen, and participate in supporting the local arts, supporting all the programming that you love on KVIE. And you know, I like to think of the art auction as sort of a connection. You get to connect with local art, you get to connect with local artists, and maybe even connect with the local art community. So I've always looked at our auction as sort of a connection. So we need you to pick up that phone, make a call, and pick up and take home some local art today. Let's send it back to Kelly.
Thanks, Martin. It really is about connection here, and you're a part of that connection, so keep it going. This is item 35F, Spring Bluffs. The retail value is $350. We've got a bid of $325, so we are precipitously close to making it a bell ringer, so let's make it happen. Call the number on your screen. Raymond James, tell us about this beautiful painting.
Oh my goodness. Well, who does not love an early morning walk along Sonoma coastline?
Right.
I think everybody loves it. So that is exactly where Rankin got her inspiration, walking along the Sonoma coast in the morning and then taking some beautiful photographs to then replicate it.
It's absolutely beautiful. We're really close to making this a bell ringer. We want to make it a bell ringer. Call the phone so you can ring those bells. This is item 35F, Spring Bluffs. Beautiful landscape, again, that's in our region. Celebrate it, bring it into your home, or start a collection for somebody that you love. We're looking for a bid of $350 to make it a bell ringer. Let's go out with this break with making it a bell ringer. Call the number on your screen. What else can you share with us about Spring Bluffs?
Well, the artist loves to play with the emotion in the seascapes. The artist loves seascapes. So you can see just the beautiful blues and grays. They blend together, don't they? And you get this coolness, that crispness of the spring morning. But then look at the green. Do you see how bright that is? And that's because the sun's affected that. These gorgeous strokes, beautiful different colors of green, and then it's eventually going to reach there.
It's so beautiful. Every time I go to the coast, I feel a sense of hope and discovery. And you can also have that feeling every time you look at this painting in your home. We're looking for a bid of $350 to make it a bell ringer. It's a beautiful landscape. And we're going to go over to the phone bank and see what's going on.
I've got 4 people over here that need a job on the phone. So call them right now and place your bid for Sand and Sea. We're at $200. It's a $500 piece. The lovely Emily Elders has been moving art all weekend long, and she'd like to move this into your living room. So give us a call, 35D, Sand and Sea. I'm looking for a bid of $300. I've got a bid of 2, and I've got plenty of people to take your call at 844-584-3278. Thank you again, Blue Line Gallery, for giving us some of your finest artists for the auction this year. Let's go back out to Kelly.
It is a really beautiful collection, and I am here with Raymond James, board member for Blue Line Gallery, and tell us more about this beautiful piece.
Well, I love the kind of misty effect as we get lighter. See just the way it's a bit wider and it's coming in, isn't it? So you're getting this beautiful mist over it, which just goes wonderfully into the blues, into the grays, and it's just pulling you in.
It's really beautiful. It's got a sense of romance and mystery. It's very sensual. We all love the coast. Item 35F, Spring Bluffs. We're looking for a bid of $350. We just need $25 more to make it a bell ringer. Call the number on your screen. Again, these pieces, we tell you, they're only open for just a few minutes. This is your chance to be a part of the auction and have this beautiful landscape in your home.
Absolutely. And I love the fact that the way she used the acrylic, 100% acrylic on the greenery. Doesn't it feel so lush?
It's really lush.
It's very lush. And it contrasts, I think, just the crashing waves so much. So you have 2-in-1, lushness, waves crashing, just a whole evocative scene.
It's really dramatic. There's a whole story here. You can create your own story. And you enjoy all the stories that you see on public television. When you're supporting those programs, you're supporting those stories for you and your family, online and on air 24/7. Call in with a bid of $350 and let's go over to the phone bank.
Hey guys, I'm here with Emily and also our 2019 People's Choice Award, which was voted on by all of our artists this year, and this took home the grand prize. Isn't that exciting, Emily?
It's so exciting.
Okay, so we want to remind everyone that we have bidding on all of our pieces currently. 35C is at $450, 35D $200, 35E $625, and 35F is at $350. So now is the time to call. No more time to wait, and maybe you can take home the People's Choice Award like we have here right now. What I like about the Blue Line Gallery and what I like about this piece in particular is it reminds all of us about that family vacation we took somewhere on coastal California. And so I've just had fun going through all of these pieces today, remembering trips that my wife and I have taken to Monterey and San Luis Obispo and those sorts of things. So this is a great memory piece for all of you that may have taken special vacations with your family or friends throughout California. The Blue Line Gallery has supplied some great memories for you to take home today. So we want to go back to Kelly right now and see some more wonderful art.
Thank you, Martin. We are with this piece. It is at $400. I believe that makes it a bell ringer. This is 35F. Keep calling those phones. And I am here with Raymond James. Raymond James, give us a parting thought.
Well, I think this whole half hour has just been amazing. What Blue Line does, I'm honored to be on their board. I'm honored to believe and be part of their mission statement and bring such great works of art to KVIE.
It's been a privilege to have you and the art here. We've got a bid of $425. Let's keep the bells ringing. Let's get a bid of $450 for Spring Bluffs and all of this beautiful art that's up for auction here until 10 o'clock tonight. Stay tuned. Call the number on your screen and keep bidding. And let's check in with Dee in the phone bank.
Okay, we've got some pretty good auctions going on right now. 35C, Day at the Beach, is at $450. I need to see $800 on that. Sand and Sea 35D is at $200. It's a $500 retail price. Poppies by the Levee is at $625. Let's make that a bell ringer. It was the People's Choice Award. And number 35F, Spring Bluffs, is our bell ringer at $425. It has a $350 value. We will keep these pieces open for the next 4 or 5 minutes, but then they close out. So if you're hemming and hawing, get on the phone now and you can stay on the phone until you win the piece. let's stay tuned because we're going to have more art coming up in the next half hour at your KVIE Art Auction.
Bender Insurance Solutions, a proud, locally owned family business, is an independent insurance and risk management firm serving businesses and their families in the region for over 80 years. They're happy to support public television. More information at mybendersolutions.com.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase, and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the figurative collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Helen Planer, this category celebrates the human and animal form in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan, and we are back for another half hour of auction excitement with some beautiful pieces from the figurative collection. And now, let's do an overview of the art that's coming up for bid during this next half hour. First, we're going to take a look at item 36A. It's called Pride and Prejudice by the artist Stephanie Nickel. It's watercolor measuring 21 by 14 with a retail value of $650. Item 36B is simply called Vase by Thomas Sellis. It's ceramic and it measures 13 by 9 round and carries a retail value of $350. Item 36C is called The Shake by Gladys O'Keefe. This is pastels and measures 28 by 33 inches with a retail value of $650. On we'll go to item 36D, The Buffalo Hunter John Nelson by the artist Robert Wise. This is pencil color, measuring 22 by 25 inches, framed by the artist, thank you Robert, with a retail value of $400. Item 36E is entitled Crescendo by the artist Margot Comer. This is oil on canvas and it measures 18 by 23 with a retail value of $350. And then we're going to round out the half hour with item 36F, which is called Untitled Mask by D.L. Thomas. This is ceramic, of course, 10 inches by 45 by 6 inches with a retail value of $750. Now, during this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Raymond James Irwin as we talk about these wonderful pieces from Blue Line Gallery. Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, so let's get to it. We're here at item 36A. This is Pride and Prejudice. We've got the phones ready for you to call in. It's a $650 value. We're looking for a starting bid of just $150. Now, Raymond James, Pride and Prejudice, obviously reference to the Jane Austen classic.
Yes.
Very romantic scene right here. This is a watercolor, but it looks so much like a pastel.
Yes.
As the camera will eventually zoom in and people are going to be able to see what I'm talking about. Talk about that technique.
Well, I think that's what makes the artist so incredible. The artist's primary medium is watercolor, but the way the strokes are and the softness and the brushes that she uses, it just gives that much softer feeling that you get from the pastel, I think.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous piece. We're looking for that opening bid of $150. If you haven't called in before, now is the time. It's real simple. You've got the number there on your screen, 844-584-3278. We've got a phone bank of volunteers. They are ready to take your call. We make it easy for you to support public television by calling in now. And hey, you could become the next owner of Pride and Prejudice.
It's true. And this is coming from Nickel's vast Pride and Prejudice pieces. So
we have a Jane Austen theme going on with this
Jane
artist?
Austen theme,
All right.
absolutely. And so this is coming with the first dance of Mr. Darcy falling for Elizabeth. And I think you can just see that. I mean, look at just the smiles, the way they're meeting. Close, but not too close.
Well, you know, I mean, it's a tempestuous relationship, as all the Jane Austen lovers out there know. And if you are a Jane Austen lover and an art lover, what a great piece for you. You can see the clear romantic message here. It's a lovely piece. Call in right now. We've got a bid. We're still looking for that $150 opening bid. You can become the leading bidder. You can support public television and all the programs that you love all year round. All you got to do is call the phone bank right now. We might as well check in.
I love that piece. It reminds me of somebody that's just been engaged. If you know somebody that's just been engaged or you need that special wedding present, 36A Pride and Prejudice could be yours, $150. I want to thank Bender Insurance Solutions for being our phone bank. You need to give them a call at 844-584-3278. Let's keep them busy. This is all figurative work coming up in the next half hour. Let's go back and look at Pride and Prejudice one more time.
Thank you so much, Dee. Raymond James, what catches your eye? What's the first thing when you look at it that your eye's drawn to?
The embrace, just seeing that embrace, and then the way they lock eyes, right? I mean, you just know what's brewing, you know what's there, and you want to just keep it going, don't you?
Yes, romance never goes out of style, and if you're a romantic and an art lover, now's the moment for you to pick up the phone. Support PBS KVIE with your contribution right now. That would be if you were the winning bidder, of course. You become the next owner of Pride and Prejudice. We're still looking for a $150 bid, and this is a $650 retail value. So you can... We don't want you to get a bargain. I want to be very clear. We want to get the $650 for KVIE because when Stephanie donated the piece, that was her intent. The artist donates the piece with the intent to net that out on faith that the viewers are going to call in and make their bids. So please do that right now. Pick up the phone, make that call. And, she's quite an artist. She's a longtime contributor. She's a past award winner. And I think this is not her first Jane Austen-themed piece to be here at KVIE.
No, and as I mentioned, there's an entire series. So if you absolutely love Pride and Prejudice, this piece has to be in your collection.
All right, so you've heard it from an expert right there. Blue Line Zone, Raymond James Urban. Call up, make that call of support right now. You're doing a wonderful thing for public television, which supports everyone in the region. And you're doing a wonderful thing for yourself because you can become the owner of this piece. I heard a phone ring. That's probably the first call. Raymond James and I have an appointment with item 36B, so we're going to be moving on down the line shortly here. But the phones remain open for you to call in and become the winning bidder, we hope, on Pride and Prejudice. Meantime, you can see on your screen item 36B. It's called Vase by Thomas Sellis. It's ceramic, measuring 13 inches by 9 inches round with a retail value, 13 inches tall, I guess, with a retail value of $350. We've got a high bid right now of $100 on the piece. So why don't you call in at $150, become the high bidder right now. This is curious in so many ways.
So many ways. Well, I think we can all kind of see what the artist is kind of resembling and going for, and that is Picasso. And so the artist, who usually works with landscapes and acrylic, wanted to work on some pottery here and read a book called Picasso's Picassos. And of course, we're going to get some Picasso.
There it is. Okay, so we wouldn't be giving it full justice if we didn't rotate the piece. So with permission from the camera operators, I'm going to give it a slow 360. I got the thumbs up. We're on our way. Here we go. So you can see that the color, Raymond James, extends all sides. There are lots of Picasso references in here. It is a great use of color. I was going to say mishmash, but I think that would suggest that that is random, and I don't think it is. There's very clear intention, and talk about that.
Well, I mean, the artist really wants to bring you into that Picasso style of painting with the sharp lines and the dimensions. And what I love is that no matter at what angle you look at this beautiful piece, it's telling you a story. It's painting a picture, if you will.
Which, a great piece of art makes you feel something. And when I look over at it, right, it gets me off balance a moment, right, as Picasso does. Right? A Picasso theme does, right? It makes you stop in your tracks and look at this slightly tilted, a little bit offbeat view on things. But it's done at a very high level.
Right, and I think just you get this kind of joy and playfulness. I think this piece is very, very playful with the use of colors and just the shape of the piece itself. I mean, it's just a really unique piece.
All right, 150 right now is the leading bid. We've got a couple different bidders on the line. That is great news for everyone who loves KVIE. 350 is the retail value. We're looking right now for the next bid to come in at $200. Why don't you do that? Right now, I'm going to send it over to the podium where Dee is stationed near the phone bank to get an update on Pride and Prejudice.
I've got the Pride and Prejudice watercolor here. It is a beautiful painting. Every piece in the auction is an original. I always enjoy her work. She always quotes PBS in her work. She's shown in our gallery. It's number 36A. I'm asking for an opening bid of $100 on a $650 piece. It's framed. It's ready to go home with you. If this lovely couple reminds you when you got married, I'm on my 20th wedding anniversary this year, folks. And it kind of, me and my husband, it kind of reminds me of that first dance. 36A Pride and Prejudice, looking for an opening bid of $100 at 844-584-3278. Let's go look at that vase one more time.
All right, the news is that we're at $250 right now on vase, this $350 retail value. The camera's zoomed in and is panning up here. You can see it is splashes of all kinds of different colors. Visually, it's arresting. You have to look at it, right? So if it's on an end table, on a table, in a home, it is going to add just this pop. Absolutely. Over wherever it is, right?
Wherever, no matter what the angle is. I mean, as you spun it around, you saw it was so unique, so interesting. And actually, the artist did say that they would love to see large bundles of flowers. Have it in there, you know, when you have dinner or when you have people over. It's such a statement piece, and I just would love to see it with beautiful colors of big bundles.
Well, people are loving it. It's a $325. We're closing in on that bell ringer amount, which is the $350 level, but that doesn't mean we have to stop the bidding. We've got that $350 bid, so it's going to become a bell ringer. Let's see where the bidding goes from here. You mentioned the flowers. It is, in essence, a working vase, right? You can put in colorful pops up top. You can put in nothing, or you can put in all kinds of different stuff. That is what you get to choose when you become the owner. It's at $375 right now. We're looking for $400 and beyond, but right now we're going to keep the bidding open on vase, just like on Pride and Prejudice as well, as we continue to move on down the line to item 36C, The Chic by the late Gladys O'Keeffe. This is a figurative pastels piece measuring 28 inches by 33 inches with a retail value of $650. And Raymond James, we're looking for an opening bid right now of $100. When people call in and bid on this piece, what are they getting themselves into?
I mean, I think they're getting themselves into such an emotive and evocative piece, and I think O'Keeffe just did an incredible job at the shading. That's what I'm really taken away with, is all of the shading.
And when you say shading, you're looking at, besides the subject, some of the background areas or the cloaking?
Absolutely.
Where do you find where is that striking you as impressive?
For me, the head covering, all of the layers of the shading, it's just absolutely exquisite. The detail and all of the bits of color, different bits of color that had to go in to make that detail really pop.
It's a big piece. As you can see, it's a substantial size, so it obviously has the power to command a space, and all it takes right now is for you to pick up the phone and make a bid of just $100. That'll put you in the driver's seat and perhaps the next owner of this impressive piece. Is that level of detail difficult to do in pastels?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the way you have to shade it just perfectly with multiple different types of pastel, multiple different colors of blues, of grays, as you see here. It takes so much time and so much expertise to be able to do it.
All right, well, show your appreciation for this great piece of art right now. Show your appreciation for PBS KVIE by calling in with your bid. Meantime, we got to catch up on the news over at the phone bank. Away we go.
More cowbell. 46B, the vase is currently at $425, so it's a bell ringer, but it's still open. We're looking at Pride and Prejudice, number 36A. I have a current bid of $100. I'm looking for a bid of $200. It has a $650 retail value. It's a beautiful piece. You could take it home today. The Chic, 46C, we're looking for an opening bid of $100. And clear across the studio, that piece is stunning. I love a good pastel. We're going to go back and let Kevin talk about it a little bit more.
Thanks, Steve. By the way, I'm with you on the $1,000 for this piece, but right now only $100 will put you in the driver's seat. Raymond James, it's not only this image, which is in itself beautiful and interesting, but talk about the matting choice and the color choices of matte and frame and how it all works together to build this larger harmony.
It's so important. You know, people sometimes think it's just about the center, just about that focal point. But without the matting, without the frame, it just doesn't work together. And in this, the beautiful choices of the light blue that I think blends into the background and brings you in even closer. It just goes out to in effortlessly.
Yeah, and it's an interesting piece as we continue to look for that first $100 bid to come in on the phone lines. It's interesting because it's a subject that's a little bit different than what we often see. This is not a bowl of fruit. This is not some roses.
Right. Well, you know, it's the shake, and for me, I'm imagining that this is going to be on a very hot day in the desert, and this is a moment where he's taking time for just a bit of contemplation to think about everything that's happened earlier in the day he's had to do, and all of the tasks he still has yet ahead of him.
Yeah, and the eyes, right? Isn't it kind of all about that visage, the eyes right there?
Incredibly so, and the detail with the eyes, and even the beard. I think it all plays in so beautifully.
Yeah, excellent piece. I mean, it's beautiful. The technical merit is very, very high.
Absolutely.
So out of the equation, we got two of the three things here. The third thing is you picking up the phone and making your bid of just $100 right now. The lines remain open and the bidding remains open for this one, and hot we hope it will be. But we're going to move on down the line and introduce you to the next piece in this half hour's collection, item 36D as in David. It's called The Buffalo Hunter, John Nelson, by the artist Robert Wise. This is hard to believe, but it's pencil, colored pencil. It measures 28 by 33, framed by the artist, and with a retail value of $400. We're looking for an opening bid of just $100. And Raymond James, when I said surprising that it's pencil, I mean, it just doesn't look like it's pencil.
No, it doesn't. I mean, to me, it almost looks like watercolor, especially just with the sky and with the waterfalls. It's really an incredible piece.
Yeah, it's that level of detail seems like a huge amount of effort by the artist.
Well, not only effort, but I mean skill to be able to create that detail and the amount of time and intricacy just in the trees. I think that's where I get lost in just the amount of time and beauty that I've never seen pines as gorgeous.
Yeah, it's super interesting piece. Looking for you to call in right now. Opening bid of just $100, and you would become the leading bidder on this piece, which carries a retail value of $400. So we're in bargain land at the moment. When you look at it, obviously it's got a Western theme. I mean, do you see this having particular appeal for people who are up in the foothills, people who have some agriculture or rural background? Talk about where this makes sense. Is this a kind of like a den piece by the fireplace?
This is a place, if you live in the foothills, the Sierra foothills, you live anywhere in the foothills, Placer Eldorado, wherever you have a cabin in Tahoe, this piece belongs there. It absolutely belongs there. That evocation of a simpler time, easier, just much more relaxed.
Yep. And so right now we've got a phone bank full of volunteers. We've got the great folks from Bender Insurance Solutions there waiting for you to do your part. Pick up the phone, become the high bidder on this piece. Just $100 will do it. Pick up that phone right now. Why don't we send it on over there?
I am here with piece number 46C, The Chic, from one of our legacy donors. Artists occasionally remember us in their estate planning, and that's where we acquired this piece through the Lodi Community Center. 46C, The Chic. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. 36C, I'm sorry. I really enjoy this piece. It kind of has a nice biblical feel to it. I don't know why, but he looks so serene, and the light behind him is very spectacular. Again, it's a pastel. 46C, The Chic, looking for an opening bid of $100. You got to call in now, 844-584-3278, and place your bid. Let's go back out.
All right, thanks, Dee. You know, Raymond James and I were talking about how the piece sort of represents a crossover between two periods in American history, right? Absolutely. He's the Westerner, he's the Buffalo Hunter, and yet he's next to a Model T.
Yep.
So he's not riding a horse anymore.
No.
And you've yet have the timeless beauty of the waterfalls in the background. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on, and I do love thinking of this gentleman born into the 1800s, and then now he's moving on up and into his Model T. Just a long day of buffalo hunting, and now ready to relax.
All right, well, if you're at home relaxing, watching the art auction, we're so grateful that you're with us. But to truly be engaged means picking up the phone and making your bid. $100 on this piece, which is a $400 retail value, will make you the leading bidder, and there's a decent chance you might be the winning bidder. So pick up the phone right now. Remember, we are raising money to support public television, and it's a great way to treat yourself to a great piece and also support all the programs that you value all year long here on your PBS station, KVIE. 844-KVIE Art, 844-584-3278 is the number. As we turn our attention back, Raymond James, you see that little pop of red in the taillights. That and his shirt are where you see some red brightness.
Absolutely. I mean, the color where it's the artist is just wanting to bring you into those little bits of detail with the lights, and it's so crystal clean. I mean, again, this just came right off the factory floor at Ford, and then with the shirt, it's all such lovely detail, attention to the detail.
Indeed it is. All right, well, we are going to move on to the next piece because we need to stay on time, but we'll continue to encourage you to call up and bid on the Sheik and on the Buffalo Hunter, John Nelson, even as we introduce you to the next piece, item 36E, entitled Crescendo by Margot Comer. This figurative is oil on canvas, and it measures 23 inches tall and 18 inches wide. And as the camera gives everybody at home a clear look at it, I got to tell you, I just love the power in the blue, the motion in the figure. This is a great piece, and we're looking right now just for an opening bid of $100 on this gorgeous piece.
100%. I mean, the blue, the vibrancy of the blue, it's a crescendo, without a doubt. I think the naming of this piece is so true. And the artist herself actually does play violin as well, is a performer. So it's really showing the two loves of performing as well as the painting.
Right, and the artist knows that moment, knows that buildup of building the tension and the power of the music. Right now we're looking for, as I mentioned, a $100 bid on Margot's piece. The camera has zoomed in to that beautiful face at work, making beautiful music. It's just really, really pretty, and the use of color and the changes across are interesting.
Absolutely, and that's Comer's kind of modus operandi when it comes to painting. Big, bold colors and somewhat everyday life. The everyday, if you're a performer, of performing, and what that means when you got that climax and you hit that crescendo. It's incredible.
Well, we are proud to be the home of great performances and many other PBS programs that bring you classical music. So if you appreciate that and you appreciate great art, I'm so glad that the camera is at the top now and panning down, because the large blue field at top is a big piece of the composition that makes it interesting. It's not centered, obviously.
No, it's not, but I think that just brings you in even more, doesn't it? And then what I like is just the ripple from the vibration, from the hair, everything, that moment, that attack. It comes in so incredibly.
Yeah, attack is really a great word, because there is a visceral power and movement to this piece, which is not easy to accomplish, I wouldn't imagine.
No, and one thing that I think is so interesting, the attention to just the know-how and the detail, is you can see a bit of the hairs from the bow are off. They've broken because she is performing so intensely, so vivaciously, that she's just in that moment.
All right, in that moment we are, and we're looking for you to get in with us. $100 is the starting bid on Crescendo. Please pick up the phone right now. Be generous with your support of KVIE and become the leading bidder on an outstanding piece of art. Meantime, I'm going to send it over to my pal Deanie. She's our art curator, and she is at an easel by the phone bank.
I have got number 4060, the Buffalo Hunter. I love this piece. I have a little cabin up in Dunsmuir. If anybody out there knows a clamper, this is the piece for them. If his shirt was just a little redder. If you enjoy the lure of old-time California and where we come from, this piece is for you. 4060. I have a current bid of $100 for this piece. It's a $400 piece. 3060. Call us up right now at 844-584-3278 and let's get this going. Back to you, Kev.
All right, thank you so much, Dee. We continue to fawn over this piece because we're both really very, very enamored with Crescendo, and it's a little bit of a mystery to me why we haven't seen a bid yet. $100? You kidding me? This is a tremendous piece of art. It's a $350 value, retail value, which probably is very low. Too low, to be honest. So it is a great piece, and you're going to want to call up right now as the camera gives you one last look. We've got to move on to the next piece of art. Incredibly, we're still looking for the first bid on Crescendo. Be that person. Pick up the phone right now, 1-844-584-3278. Meantime, we are going to stroll on down the line to item 36F, which is simply called Mask by D.L. Thomas. It's a ceramic, 10 inches by 45 inches tall on a post and 6 inches deep. It's got a retail value of $750. Raymond James, one of the great things about the auction is that you get an incredible variety of talent shown before the people of the region. We've seen a great Jane Austen themed piece. We saw a Western piece. We saw that incredible classical music piece that's still open, Crescendo, and we've now got that $100 bid. Thank goodness. Now we go to a mask. This is the first ceramic in the half hour. It is different from the others, especially from Crescendo, because where we saw so much color in that last piece, the hallmark of this one is kind of the muted color.
But I think that's what brings you into the expression of the eyes. You know, it's a little bit melancholy and muted, but it makes you want to know more. It makes you want to understand the story and find out more.
Yeah, there's a haunting element to it, obviously. It's a $750 retail value. The starting bid we're looking for right now is just $150. And the post upon which it stands becomes an interesting part of the art. I mean, it goes beyond the mask, which in its own right is a great piece of art, but the presentation adds drama.
I think that's what's so amazing is that you do get this incredible holder and how the artist decided to make that. I mean, clearly the artist is wanting this mask to be right there, not down low, not over to the side, but to really command the room.
Yep. Speaking of commanding the room, I'm going to send it on over to the phone bank where our great friend Rob Stewart has a very special guest with us. On to Rob we go.
Yes, we do. Give it up for Congresswoman Doris Matsui. Former board president. Look at this applause. That's a fantastic applause.
You know what I want to do, though? I want to give applause to all the volunteers here. Believe me, you've done a great job. I remember being here about 50 years ago, maybe.
Former board president of KVIE and now right here, picking up a piece of art. What'd you get?
I got a painting that I'm giving to my son and daughter-in-law. It's where they got married. It's Napa.
Oh, how nice.
So it's really kind of nice. And so I have to give them a anniversary present, so that's going to be it. But I'm delighted to be here. I love the KVIE auction. I love KVIE. Yes, I was former board president in the late 70s, but I used to bring my son here when we were in the Garden Highway in the old rickety building, and we used to do we used to get him on television when he was like this high, talking about Sesame Street and everything else. So,
and speaking of Sesame Street, what are your feelings about PBS?
I love PBS. I do. It just kind of covers the world, both locally and nationally. And I think that's really, I was telling Rob, it's honest TV. And whether you want to know about the world, nature, whether you want to know about government, whether you want to see the wonderful theater like Masterpiece Theater, it's all there. And we just love it. Absolutely love it.
Well, thank you so much for coming by. It's always good to see you. And I know you're headed back to Washington this week, but it's been great to have you here this week.
Thank you.
Congresswoman Doris Matsui.
Yay, KVIE.
Toss it back across the studio.
Okay. Yay.
Go back.
Go back.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Congresswoman Matsui. Honest. I love that she used the word honest television because honesty is such a part of the purity, not only of PBS KVIE, but also of the art. And as the camera zooms in back on the ceramics, we can see it right there on that monitor. There's an unflinching honesty about this piece, you know?
I think honest, vulnerable, it's so pure in its expression. For me, what I love is the detail to the nose. I think the nose is so intricate. It's one of the hardest things to create in ceramics to make it really feel lifelike, and this one does. It feels like it was just taken off.
All right, right now we've got a high bid of just $150, so I thank the $150 bidder right now, and your good fortune is, of course, that you're in the lead. This is, however, a $750 value, so we're looking for other bidders to call in. It's not an auction unless there's at least 2 people on the line, so why don't you become one of those people right now? We are having a great time here in the studio. We've got high bids now of $250 on Buffalo Hunter John Nelson, $350 on Crescendo, which makes it a bell ringer, $150 right now on Mask, so there's room to grow right here. Raymond James, I want to thank you for spending this half hour.
Thank you very much.
It has been a blast having you this past hour on the KVIE Art Auction. Thanks to Blue Line and everybody at home. Stay tuned. There is so much more art coming up in the next half hour at the KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 38th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin. Stay tuned for photography coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Jesse Bravo, this category features a selection of photographs and limited edition prints. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Christina Salerno, and over the next half an hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art from artists featured in the photography collection. This portion of the KVIE Art Auction is sponsored by Bender Insurance Solutions, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 37A is Carousel Dreams by Lucille Von Oberyn. This is photography measuring 29 by 21. It was framed by University Art. It has a retail value of $650, and this was a first place winner in landscape. Item 37B is Against the Storm by David Nassiter. This is photography measuring 32 by 24. It was framed by University Art with a retail value of $300. It won a Juror Award for photography. Item 37C is Zion Narrows Bonsai by Douglas Parks. This is photography measuring 19 by 27. It was framed by University Art with a retail value of $525. It won the Juror Award in landscape. Item 37D is For Wheatley Allen by Michael Fitzwater. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. It was framed by University Art with a retail value of $425. Item 37E is San Francisco Gay Men's Choir by David Best. This is photography measuring 18 by 40, framed by University Art with a retail value of $700. And this one won a Juror Award in photography. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Martin Christian. Martin's career spans nearly 30 years as a professional photographer, working as a photojournalist for network affiliates in 4 different states, and he's had numerous gallery shows in Sacramento. As our very own chief photographer here at KVIE, he's been nominated for 15 Emmy Awards and winning 3. He's a longtime contributor, award winner, and juror to the KVIE Art Auction, and is proud once again to serve as an art expert. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you very much, Christina.
Well, let's get started. We're going to start here with item 37A, Carousel Dreams. What can you tell me about this?
Well, first of all, the buzz around this piece is quite something. We've had several people, hi Whitley, who have said that this is their favorite piece, and I think I would agree in our grouping here tonight. This is my favorite piece. What I love about this large horizontal piece of the State Fair, Christina, is we see a lot of long exposures with carousel rides such as this, where you see blurry lines. Lucille has gone the opposite direction, and she's frozen a moment in time. And she prides herself in her post-production techniques in Photoshop and Lightroom. And so you can see how she's kind of removed some of the color from the edges and kind of given us some gray tones on the outside. And that really makes the tilt-a-whirl in the center really stand out. This is a beautiful piece, and it would look great in either home, office, or maybe even a kid's room, somewhere to brighten up a room.
Absolutely. Carousel Dreams, we're looking for a starting bid of $125. This has a retail value of $650. So just call the number on the screen if you're interested in bidding on this piece. We're looking for a starting bid of $125. This is the first place award in landscape too, which I'd like to point out. I mean, this is absolutely an award winner. It almost looks like a painting when you look at it from far away, and then you have to look up close to tell it's photography.
That's impressive, and I give up on trying to explain how people do things sometimes in post-production because it's such a signature. It really becomes part of the artist, and so Lucille has gone to great lengths to create her own vision of the tilt-a-whirl here, and so that's what you have a chance to take home. It has a beautiful double white mat. It's signed here in the lower left corner. A very classy, shiny aluminum frame here. It's a great piece and would look great anywhere.
Absolutely. This piece is framed. It's ready to go home. It's ready to be taken to your house. Carousel Dreams. Right now, we actually jumped up to $300. We have a bidding war going on for Carousel Dreams.
Wow.
If this is a piece that you want in your house, now is the time to call. These pieces are only open for a couple of minutes. So if you're interested in bringing this piece home, call the number on your screen. Sacramento's got a lot of hot summer nights that we spend at fairs all over the place. So I love how this kind of reminds you of that time.
It's really great. We see a lot of photographs of the State Fair, and this is one of the most unique ones that I've ever seen.
I love it. The phones are going crazy right now, so we're going to check in with the phone bank.
Okay, for the next half hour, we have some beautiful photography, including some award winners. I want to thank our Bender Insurance Solutions folks for answering those phones. They need something to do, so give them a call right now. The number's 844-584-3278. We're looking at piece number A, Carousel Dreams. I've got a high bid of $300. I'm looking for $400. It's an award winner. Let's take another look.
Thanks so much, Steve. We're standing here with Carousel Dreams, which now is a high bid of $400. We love to see that number go up. I think this will be a bell ringer. I think this will hit $650. There's so many reasons why. Martin, what else would you like to tell us about it?
I'm really intrigued by Lucille's statement. She says, to achieve an otherworldly painterly effect, I took my image into a special art filter to make additional customized adjustments. So she's really going for a soft watercolorish feeling here. And I just love how things kind of get more sharp and more bold as you move into the center. That's just a great compositional tool to bring the viewer into the center. There are lots of different ways that this is achieved. You notice the background has been created. Lucille probably created that luscious blue background there. And I think all of that does one thing, Christina. It makes that tilt-a-whirl in the center really stand out.
It really does. It draws your eye right to the center. And there's a lot of little details in here, too. You can see all of the people enjoying their day at the summer fair. Perhaps this reminds you of some fantastic times you've had at the summer at the fair. Carousel Dreams, right now we have a high bid of $400. We'd love to see that number go to $450. Just a reminder that all of the proceeds here go to supporting KVIE and the programs that you love. Martin, this is also a good size. I mean, it's pretty large for a photograph, so this would definitely be a centerpiece of any room that you place it in.
16 by 24. It has a brilliant white mat, so it'll go with any color, any wall. If you have a blue, yellow, red, white wall, whatever you have, the brilliant white double mat will go with pretty much anything.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to keep this one open so you can continue to bid on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 37B. It's called Against the Storm by David Nassiter. This is photography measuring 32 by 24. It was framed by University Art. It has a retail value of $300, and it won a Juror Award in photography. This is really a beautiful piece. It kind of sets the mood. I definitely, as a mood, atmospheric piece, is it not, Martin?
Yeah, and you know, we don't get a lot of skies like this in the valley, so I love the fact that the artist waited for a day when we had a big, bold sky like this. What I want to point out to our viewers is, you know, we do have this beautiful sunflower that looks like it's kind of on its way out in terms of its life expectancy. But in the background, I'm hoping maybe our other camera can zoom in. You can see that these are probably peppers or tomatoes in the background. It's a very Yolo County or very Solano County scene. It reminds me of riding my bicycle over towards Winters and Lake Berryessa. We see a lot of this, and it's almost like there's one sunflower on the edge of this pepper field that's just sort of holding out. If you love agricultural scenes, if you're big on Yolo County, Solano County, Sacramento County, this would be a great memory of those areas.
I like how you said the sunflower is kind of watching out over this field. It's keeping its eye out on it. Against the Storm right now actually has a high bid of $325, which means it's already a bell ringer. This piece has actually surpassed its retail value of $300, but that doesn't mean you have to stop bidding. There's our bell. Any dollar over the retail value is tax deductible, and again, all the proceeds go back to KVIE. This is such a stunning photo. It kind of stops you when you see it.
This one you can see across the studio. It doesn't surprise me that this is a bell ringer. I also want to point out that sunflowers are notorious for their petals that move. I mean, like 1 mile an hour winds, the petals move. And so the photographer, you have no choice but to wait for mornings when there's no wind whatsoever. So I think a lot of research, a lot of anticipation, a lot of patience by the photographer went into making this photograph. And I love how the sky just becomes this big, bold compositional element.
It's a gorgeous one. It's framed again by University Art. It's beautifully framed. It's ready to take home. These pieces you can pick up immediately. Against the Storm right now with a high bid of $325. It's really a stunning size too. Again, it's a good size piece that would absolutely, be the centerpiece of any room.
It's 16 by 24. It has this wooden frame on the outside, again with a beautiful double white, brilliant matte. So, what I love about these black wood frames is they go with pretty much anything. So it will fit with any decor.
Any decor. Let's go ahead and check in with Dee in the phone bank.
37A, Carousel Dreams. It was first place in the landscape category. It's a beautiful photo. Right now, it is sitting at its retail price, $650. That doesn't mean we can't bring it up. Against the Storm, 37B. Also a bell ringer, is sitting at $325. You got to call to bring him home. We've got a lot of great pieces and photography coming up in this half hour. 844-584-3278. Let's hear some more about that gorgeous sunflower.
Thanks so much, Steve. We're here with Against the Storm, which I do want to remind our viewers at home, this was a Juror Award in photography. So this is actually a very well-respected photograph. Can you talk a little bit about the composition of it, Martin?
Yeah, what I find interesting is, we really only have one big bold color here. That yellow head of that sunflower really stands out. It's not every day that you can have clouds be such a dominant subject of your composition. What's interesting about this is the peppers are fully grown and mature, so this is probably a summer storm. Now, those don't happen every day in Sacramento.
Not in Sacramento.
So what a blessing it would be to be out there, on like June 15th or something to get a photograph like this.
It's absolutely stunning. It's a beautiful piece. It's capturing a moment in time, and probably reminds a lot of folks out there of agriculture, of the Central Valley. This would be a great piece, not only in the home, but maybe in an office as well.
It's very warm. It's a very comforting image. It just sort of makes you want to relax, have a cup of coffee. I could see this, any room in your house, this would be appropriate.
Absolutely. Well, it's in a bidding war right now. We're up to $350. We're going to keep the phones open so you can continue to bid on this one, but we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 37C, which is Zion Narrows Bonsai by Douglas Parks. This is photography measuring 19 by 27. It was framed by University Art. It has a retail value of $525. This was a Juror Award in landscape. We have some amazing award winners in this half an hour, Martin. I'm very excited about that. And this is just a gorgeous, gorgeous shot. Where do you want to start? What would you like to talk about?
Well, this is in Zion National Park. The artist states that this is a cottonwood stand against the red sandstones of Cliff 5, and I believe this area is referred to as Wall Street 3. Now, what's interesting about this, if you had any direct sunlight at all, this would not be possible. You would just have way too much contrast, way too much brightness. So, think of like the most drab, overcast light. that you would have. You wouldn't normally think that's a great time for photography, but in this case it's perfect because the cottonwood tree really stands out. If you had shafts of light coming through there, this would not be achievable. So you have all these beautiful horizontal lines going through. It has kind of a water, waves and ocean feel. You can kind of see how rock was evolved over time. What I like about this also, Christina, it's a horizontal. We don't see a lot of horizontal photographs anymore. So if you have a tighter room, a tighter wall, this would be very appropriate.
Absolutely. Douglas Parks is the artist. He's a longtime KVIE contributor. We very much appreciate his donation to the work. He's a very well-known artist. And again, right now we are looking for a starting bid of $100 on this piece. It has a retail value of $525. So we're just looking for $100 to get this piece started. Perhaps you and your family have been to Zion National Park. It's one of the nation's most amazing national parks, and this photographer really captured that beautiful moment here.
And I think I misspoke saying horizontal. It is indeed a vertical, and boy, you just don't see a lot of those. Imagine what it took to get this photograph, Christina. Maybe they were on some, dangerous hike where they're warning you that the rivers or the streams are going to swell with flooding. So I know it's a very dangerous part of the world to go hiking. So it makes me really wonder how much effort, how much planning went into taking this photograph. So I really appreciate the effort the photographer took here.
Absolutely. It's a lovely place. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
We currently have a bidding war going on. 37A, the Carousel Dreams that we saw earlier, is currently at $750, and yes, that's a bell ringer. I've got 2 bidders on the phone. Right now, I've got 37B, Against the Storm. I love this piece. It's a bell ringer at $375, but we're still bidding it out in the phone bank. If you don't call, you can't win, and if you don't win it, you can't bring it home. So give us a call at 844-584-3278. I've got an opening bid on Zion. I need an opening bid of $100. Let's take another look at 37C.
Thanks so much, Dee. Again, we're looking for a starting bid of $100 on this award-winning photograph. Again, it was a Jura Award for landscape. Martin, what else would you like to tell us about it?
Well, we just saw the carousel earlier, which had heavy post-production techniques. The photographer says that almost zero post-production went into this one. So we're seeing the opposite range of our photographers. He states that very little post-processing was needed on this image since the light was so soft.
It's so perfect.
So great effort, great planning. We really appreciate the photographer bringing us this memory. And, maybe we have people at home who've vacationed in that area, hiked in that area. Maybe they grew up in that area. I've never been to that area. So I think if I had been in that area, this would be a great memory.
Absolutely. It's a very memorable place, and this is a piece of that you can take home and have in your home. Again, we're looking for a starting bid of $100 by this very well-known photographer. It has a retail value of $500. All you have to do is call the number on your screen to take this piece home. It's another, as Martin was talking about earlier, it's a good vertical piece. Hallways, living room, pretty much any room in your house. This is a very easy piece to place in your house. It's professionally framed and it's ready to go home. Once you bid on a piece and win it, you're able to come and pick it up pretty much immediately. So again, we're looking for a starting bid of just $100. And this frame is quite nice. I love it's a very natural feel that complements
it. Has a very nice brown rustic feel to it. How many of us have an office or a home where you have a long hallway and then there's a bare wall at the end of that hallway? Well, this would be a great location for a piece like this.
It absolutely would. We're going to keep this piece open to allow you to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 37D. It's called For Wheatley Allen by Michael Fitzwater. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. It was framed by University Art. It has a retail value of $400. For Wheatley Allen. Let's talk about that title. First of all, For Wheatley Allen. What do you think that means, Martin?
This is a very interesting piece that Michael has donated to us this year. I'm going to read directly from his statement. He says, this image is a driftwood collection used by the late Mendocino artist Wheatley Allen as part of his sculptural work. He was internationally known for his bronze sculptures, and he had several gifts to presidential administrations. He was a beloved artist. So Michael probably spent time with this artist or spent time near this artist or in this artist's location and found some of his raw material, the driftwood. If any of us have spent time on the California coast, you know that driftwood, it gets covered in kind of a dust and it has a gray look to it. So that's a very natural look. It reminds me of vacations that we've taken to those areas and maybe walked at sunset on the beach. And so he's found a way to sort of connect us not only with his art, but another artist as well.
Absolutely. For Wheatley Wheatley Allen right now has a high bid of $100. We'd love to see that number go up to $150 for this beautiful piece. It's black and white, which is a little bit different than the past couple of pieces that we've looked at. And maybe that adds kind of to the starkness. It really draws your eye in.
Michael's known for his black and white. Anytime you have black and white, you're removing a tool, you're removing a compositional element of color, and that reduces things to its natural shape. So it really makes the shapes stand out in a way. And so that's what he's done here. It reminds me of like photographs of the 60s, like an album cover of a bunch of people like playing Twister or something, where they're all like have their arms and legs twisted around each other. That's kind of what it reminds me of, like a Brady Bunch episode or something where everyone's twisted. That's kind of what it reminds me of. I'd love to know what the sculptor that Michael is following here. I'd love to see like the finished pieces that what he would make from this driftwood.
Absolutely, it leaves a little bit of curiosity. It leaves a little bit of imagination. So it's up to your imagination to imagine what sculpture this would be part of. Right now we have a high bid. We'd love to see that number go up to $150. A good black and white photo like this would perhaps look good in an office or other room. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
We are here with our phone bank vendor, Insurance Solutions. We want to thank them for volunteering their time to support the mission of public television. You can support that mission as well by calling the number on your screen. And we're looking for lots of bids. Make some bell ringers. Call 844-584-3278 and support the mission of public television and all those great programs you like. We're looking for a bid of $325 on 37C, and you can call in right now and make that happen. So stay tuned, keep bidding, bid high, bid often. Call the number and support all of those great programs you love year in, year out. And let's go back to Christina and Martin.
Thanks so much, Kelly. We're here with 4 Wheatley Allen. Right now it has a high bid of $100. And we were just talking about how this is kind of the perfect size.
16 by 20, I think, is one of the most comfortable sizes to fit in your home. You have a big wall, small wall, wherever you need to put it. 16 by 20 generally works. You know, what I love about this is it is from Mendocino. So a lot of people from the Valley, you know, we try to escape the heat and move over to Mendocino. So this is a great memory for anyone that wants to remember, you know, maybe you were playing on the beach with your kids, or maybe you were a kid and played on the beach with your parents. And I have memories of our dogs chasing and bringing back big giant pieces of driftwood. This would be a great piece to remember those trips to Mendocino.
Absolutely. It's a good reminder. It's California coast. It has been professionally framed by University Art. This piece is framed and it's ready to go home for you to take home immediately. And I do like that sense of place. I mean, this is from Mendocino, but it could really be any coast. California has such beautiful, rugged coastlines, and what a great reminder of some of those times that you've maybe spent with your family on the coast in a place like this, you know, walking through the driftwood, as you said.
It's a great shout out to University Art. I've always loved their work. They've done a beautiful double mat here, brilliant white, black indented frame. It's a very easy piece to fit in. So if you have the other artwork that maybe has a lot of color, yellows and reds and blues, because you have all blacks and all grays and brilliant whites here, it's going to fit in just fine.
Absolutely. And I like a little hint of, you can see some trees just at the top. I know we're talking a lot about the driftwood, but there's some hints of some other things in this photograph as well.
There's some pine trees that are just sort of making their way into the frame.
So there's a lot to look at here as well. So any final thoughts on this piece, Martin?
Well, again, it's a great size, 16 by 20. Michael's very well known. He's known for his black and white photography. So, you know, this is just a great memory piece of Northern California, being on the ocean, being near the waves. And it makes me want to sit down and maybe start a bonfire and a blanket and kind of wrap up for the night.
Or make a sculpture out of these pieces of wood.
There you go.
As the artist intended. Well, for Wheatley Allen, again, high bid right now of $100, but it does have a retail value of $425. We'd love to see that number go up to $150. Again, for Wheatley Allen, a piece you can take home immediately. We're going to send this over to the phone bank now.
Hey, there are a lot of phones here for you to call. Some of them are on the phone, some of them are not. So dial the phone number so everybody is busy. If you're dialing and you can't get through, keep calling, because that means people are looking for the art that you're looking for too. The number is on your screen. We're looking for a bid of $125 for 37D, a bid of $500 for 37C, and a bid of $400 for 37B. We're really close to some bell ringers. Let's make that happen. Call the number on your screen. Support all the great programs that you love, like Masterpiece and Nova and Nature, and your local programs like Rob on the Road and The Journey with Rob Stewart. Call the number on your screen, and let's go back over to Christina and Martin.
Thanks so much here. We are with item 37E, which is called San Francisco Gay Men's Choir by David Best. This is photography measuring 18 by 40. It was framed by University Art, and it has a retail value of $700. And this was a juror award in photography. You can see why. This is an amazing photograph. And David Best was actually a past Best of Show winner. So this is a very well-known artist, very popular photograph. Martin, take it away. What would you like to talk about?
David Best, his name is well known in Sacramento. He shoots with a large format, medium format. I believe he mentions here he's using a large format Fuji 6717 panorama camera. You don't see large cameras like that in active areas where you're shooting a photojournalistic style. So he's really providing us a unique image. It's very difficult when you're shooting panoramic where you have subject matter that's all the way from the left to all the way to the right. It's difficult to keep everyone in focus. So this is a master of his craft, because it's so much fun for us to look around on this photograph. You just see all the faces are sharp and in focus all throughout the photograph. The frame is purple. It matches some of the obvious colors that are in the composition. I love images like this, Christina. You could just stare at them forever. I guarantee you, whoever takes this home is going to create a lot of smiles in their home, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I love how you say every face is in focus, but not only are they in focus, but every face is happy. They're joyous. They're smiling. This is a piece that definitely brings you joy when you look at San Francisco Gay Men's Choir. Right now, we're looking for a starting bid of $125. It has a retail value of $700 by this very well-known photographer. It's a large piece. This would absolutely be a beautiful piece in an office or a dominating piece of a wall, especially with that purple frame. It just adds a pop of color.
It's 18 by 40. I don't get to say dimensions like that very often. Usually you would say something in the halfway, like 18 by 24. So it's just going to dominate a room. It's wherever you place it. You know, it's what we refer to as street photography, but you don't see large format cameras used in street photography very often. So hats off to David for really putting forth the effort. I want to make a special note. He's probably standing on a brick or standing on a curb or a trash can or who knows, but he's standing on something, and that's how you get the second row of people. You can see all of their faces. So David is there with his big camera, and he's probably standing on something. Who knows?
It's a beautiful piece. We have some good news. We have some bell ringers that we're going to hear about. Let's go over to the phone bank.
We're going to ring the bell. This is item 37C. We've got a bid of $575. We want a bid of $600. Let's keep the bells ringing. Just because it's a bell ringer doesn't mean you can't make the bells of the phones ring. And we are looking for a bid of $1,700 for 37A. It's at $1,600 right now. 37B, we're looking for a bid of $400. That is a bell ringer as well. Again, 37C here, we're looking for a bid of $600. And 37D, we're looking for a bid of $125. Call the phones, keep the bells ringing, make music to go along with the art. The number is on your screen, and these pieces are only open for a few minutes. So this is your chance to start a great collection or add to a beautiful collection that you already have. Call the number on your screen and support the mission of public television when you're supporting local artists. Again, this piece is at 37C. We're looking for a bid of $600. The phones are ringing. We want to keep them ringing. Okay, now let's go back over to Christina and Martin.
Thanks so much, Kelly. We're standing here with San Francisco Gay Men's Choir. We need a starting bid of $125 on this large, colorful, beautiful piece. It does have a retail value of $700. Again, I just love the joyous feeling that this brings. When I look at it, you can't look at this and not smile.
And how often do you get to see a purple frame, Christina?
That's true. That's a good point.
Not very often. When you're shooting large format, medium formats, it means you have a lot more information to work with, which means all of your mistakes are accentuated. So there are no mistakes here. He has a lot of images in focus. You know, if you notice, there's no direct sunlight, so he waited for the light to be just right. If you had shafts of sunlight coming through here, it would just absolutely destroy the warm, soft nature of this photograph. I love, try and find a face in here that's not smiling, Christina. I
It's
dare
impossible. I don't think you can. It's not possible. We're actually looking for a starting bid of just $100. So $100 to bring this piece into your home. And I love street photography, what you're talking about, photojournalism. This is a moment in time. Perhaps you're somebody who's participated in the San Francisco Gay Pride Parade, or you know others who have. And this piece is something that's a very joyous memory of that time that you've spent with those people who are so important to you in your life. What a wonderful photo to bring either into your home or into your office to commemorate that. Again, a starting bid of $100 to get this piece moving. All we have to do is call that number on your screen.
I think someone should buy this photograph and then make it their personal mission to try and find everyone in the photograph and try and ask them about like what they were feeling that day or how excited they were. Were they singing a song or were they watching a float go by? It's a lot of mystery behind those smiles. Like what was causing everyone to smile like that? It's just a great piece.
It does. It makes me smile every time I look at it. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
Thanks, Christina. I'm here with Emily. She is holding item 37D for Wheatley Allen. This is for you. Call in right now. The phones are going crazy. If you call and you can't get through, keep calling because that means art buyers are competing against you to get this art. We're looking for a bid of $125 for this piece. We're also looking for bids for 37A, $2,200. That piece is at $2,100 now. It's beautiful. Carousel Dreams. 37B, we're looking for a bid of $400. That's a bell ringer as well. Item 37C, we're looking for a bid of $600. That's a bell ringer. And again, this is item 37D. And look at the beautiful detail on this piece. It's absolutely stunning. Now's the time to call. It's not going to be available very long. Support the mission of public television. You love the programs. You're going to love this art in your home. Again, we're looking for a bid of $125 for this piece. Call the number on your screen. And let's go back to Christina.
Thanks so much, Kelly. We're over here with San Francisco Gay Men's Choir looking for a starting bid of just $100 for this very large piece. There's a lot of really amazing detail that we were just chatting about inside this photograph.
I think we agree that if our camera can kind of zoom in, maybe right in here, can we find my pointer here on the left side? Kind of appears like they're playing guitar. Is that what that looks like to you, Christina?
It looks like they're playing a flower guitar.
If we could pull
flower
out,
power,
if we could just
tie-dye.
kind
I
of,
love
there
this.
you go.
We have flowers, tie-dye.
I could see they're like, rocking out, playing air guitar or something. So there's a lot of fun that's happening here. It makes me jealous that I wasn't there to see it.
It's absolutely. We would love for you, just a reminder that the artists donate 100% of their art for the proceeds to go to KVIE. So by purchasing a piece of art like this, it's a win-win. You get a piece of original art in your home and KVIE gets the proceeds. So thank you so much for your support. And stay tuned because there's even more art coming up in the next half an hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Bender Insurance Solutions, a proud locally owned family business, is an independent insurance and risk management firm serving businesses and their families in the region for over 80 years. They're happy to support public television. More information at mybendersolutions.com.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for photography coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Jesse Bravo, this category features a selection of photographs and limited edition prints. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Christina Salerno, and we are back for another half hour of live auction excitement featuring more pieces from the photography collection. And if you are tuning in for the PBS NewsHour weekend, you'll find it airing right now on KVIE 2. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 38A is Summer Solstice at Chaco Canyon by Thomas Cox. This is photography measuring 21 by 17. It has a retail value of $150. Item 38B is Descent into Madness at Bergen Harbor by Paul Lambie. This is photography measuring 16 by 24 with a retail value of $350. Item 38C is Waiting for the Paint to Dry by Mike Boyle. This is photography measuring 16 by 20, artist framed with a retail value of $175. Item 38D is called The Lone Toilet by Derek Noves. This is photography measuring 16 by 24 with a retail value of $500. Item 38E is Myanmar Water Taxis by Rachel Rosenthal. This is photography measuring 26 by 36 with a retail value of $300. Item 38F is Sand Harbor Lake Tahoe by Dave Kent. This is photography measuring 24 by 36 with a retail value of $850. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Martin Christian to talk about these amazing photography pieces. Thanks again for being here, Martin.
Hey, you're very welcome, Christina. Can I tell you a secret?
Okay, what is it?
This is my 20th art auction.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm hoping there's going to be cake or ice cream or something.
He started when he was 2.
Yeah.
So what can you tell us about this piece? We're starting right here with Summer Solstice at Chaco Canyon. What can you tell us about it?
Well, I love that we're dealing with the golden light here. You know, if you were to stand there, these look like shapes. Possibly they look like people on the edge of the border all gazing down at Chaco Canyon in New Mexico together. But what's so interesting as a photographer, you know, the line, those heads, in 15 seconds, Christina, those heads, the shadows would all be above the cliff there. It moves so quickly. So this photographer obviously was in the right place at the right time, probably not by chance. They probably knew what they were doing and captured this pretty amazing moment in time. I love the fact that he included the figures, all of the visitors to Chaco Canyon there near the Four Corners, I believe. And so, you know, I've seen photographs of this area many times. I've never seen one quite like this.
It's interesting that he chose, I love that detail that you highlighted, that he chose to include the people in this, because it is, you go to these places, everyone tries to get the picture without people in it, but he made an intentional effort to include them.
Absolutely, and he was probably there for a while. He probably had other images both before and after the light became this magical moment. And so, it's pretty neat because just a few minutes later, this would be a completely different composition. So, you know, it's a great testament to both the patience that a photographer needs to possess, but also, you know, it's kind of a signature. It's a personal, they put their personal stamp on this canyon.
Absolutely, it was a choice that they made. Summer Solstice at Chaco Canyon, we're looking for a starting bid of just $50. There is a price point for everybody in this art auction. Again, $50 to just get in and own an original piece of art. This actually retails for $150. Perhaps you or your family have spent time, this is in New Mexico, I believe, but really anything from the Red Rock part of the United States, you could definitely relate to something like this.
I haven't been here. I've been to Canyon de Chelly, and that's what it made me think of, was that region. It's a beautiful, you know, it has a beautiful white mat and it's a very simple black aluminum frame. And, you know, we tend to encourage our photographs, our bright colored photographs, to be framed and matted that way, so it'll make the oranges stand out. So it's the perfect complement to this image.
I love the colors in it too. Yeah, the orange and the blues and the blacks and the whites. It could really fit in any room. It's just a very clean photograph. It's already framed. It's ready to go. Summer Solstice at Chaco Canyon. We're looking for a starting bid of $50. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
Thanks, Christina. We are here with Bender Insurance Solutions as our phone bank. We want to thank them for volunteering their time. They are here to answer your calls when you call into the art auction. The number is on your screen. Don't wait too long because these pieces aren't open very long. KVIE Art, that's 844 KVIE Art. Put them to work, and we need an opening bid for item 38A, starting bid of $50. Call the number on your screen. Don't lose Summer Solstice at Chaco Canyon. And we've sold every piece in the auction so far. Let's sell this one and make them all bell ringers. We've got a bid of $50. Now we're looking for a bid of $75 for item 38A. And let's go back to Christina and Martin.
Thanks so much, Kelly. We're here with Summer Solstice. It's such a beautiful, rugged piece, and it's a good size. This is a piece that could go in an office, in a living room, really any place in your home.
It's an 11 by 14 photograph, so I'm assuming the frame is probably 16 by 20. That's the sweet spot in terms of sizing. It can fit pretty much anywhere, except in your bathroom. You don't want to put original art anywhere where there's water vapor or anything like that. But otherwise, the size is perfect for pretty much anywhere in your home or office. And maybe you have a friend or a coworker who's from New Mexico or from Arizona and likes to talk about where they're from and talk about their memories. And this would be a good piece as a gift for them.
Absolutely, and Christmas is coming up. This would be an amazing gift for that person in your life who loves this part of the country. And I love how we're zooming in right now in these shadows. You can get a really good close-up look at these.
And I've heard some crew members have talked about visiting this, and they're going through their own memories as I've heard some discussions about this piece. So, you know, it reminds me of family vacations. Once again, maybe people piled in the old station wagon and went to Chaco Canyon and the Four Corners on their way to the Grand Canyon. This would be a great gift for those friends and family members who remember that part of the country.
Well, this is a wonderful piece. We're going to allow you to continue to bid on it. We do have a high bid of $50. We'd love to see that go to $75. And we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 38B. It's Descent into Madness by Bergen Harbor. by Paul Lambie. This is photography. It's measuring 16 by 24. It has a retail value of $350. This is a really cool piece. I'm excited to talk about this one. Where should we start? What do you see in this one, Martin?
Well, I'll give you a statement from the artist who says, first of all, this is a reflection of buildings in the harbor at Bergen, Norway. But Paul says, while walking along the harbor in Bergen, Norway, I noticed interesting reflections in the water. And what he wants us to look for are distorted chains, ladder, and the suggestion of a face. And as you and I were looking at this earlier, we were trying to find the face, and you found a face, and I found a face, but they weren't the same face. So,
there's probably more than one face.
There's probably more than one face in here. It's printed on metal, which is becoming very popular in the world of photography. And what I love about metal are two things. One, it rewards contrast, so you get deep blacks and great whites and colors, great contrast. But also, Christina, it removes the glass, so the viewer can you can get your nose right up to it. You feel much closer to the image as a result of being printed on metal.
It's a really stunning piece. It grabs your eye immediately. Descent into Madness. We're looking for a starting bid of just $75 on this piece. It has a retail value of $350, and there's so many places to look. I think you might be zooming in on where I see that secret face. I think you hit exactly the place. But you know, whoever buys this piece of original artwork will be able to see, you know, what is reflected in their mind in this piece. What else can you tell us about it, Barbara?
I think I see it. Are you referring to maybe like there's an eye there?
Absolutely. No, yeah.
There, is that the other one? Okay.
There's lots of faces
All right.
in this.
Well, I think I saw a different face. So, you know, when you're shooting reflections, it's not exactly easy. There are a lot of environmental factors that have to come into play. If there was a horizon here on the upper, you know, like maybe you'd see the edge of the water, it would just kill the abstract nature of this image. Sometimes you'll see reflections and you'll see the landscape, you'll see the horizon included, and that creates a completely different feel, like you're walking into that. But in this case, it's almost like we're looking at a painting from the 1600s or something. It's very abstract.
It is.
And it would only happen if you were at the latter part of the day with the golden light, because you can see there, I mean, there's proof with the yellows here that we're seeing. Only the very last moments of direct sunlight hitting the far shore would provide those saturation. And sure enough, printed on metal, it rewards that type of contrast and that type of saturation.
Absolutely. I love all the colors in this. It would really fit in pretty much any home. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
I am here with Emily. She's holding 38A, and it's a bell ringer. We love that sound. We want to hear that sound often, and you can make that happen by ringing the bells of the phones. The number is on your screen to make that happen. We're looking for a bid of $200. It is a bell ringer, but we want to get an even higher and stronger bell ringer, so call in for item 38A, Summer Solstice at Chaco Canyon. Have this beautiful piece in your home and support local artists and public television while you're at it. Call the number on your screen, and let's go back to Christina and Martin.
Okay. Thanks so much, Kelly. We're here with Descent into Madness, looking for a starting bid of $75 for this really stunning piece. When you see it across the room, you don't know, is this a painting? Is this a photograph? It has a number of different colors in it. It would go fantastic in a mid-century home. It's kind of contemporary, but really any home you could complement these colors with.
I heard several people ask, is that a photograph? It is most certainly a photograph. And you could prove it, you know, if you could toss a pebble into the water here, right in the middle, you'd see those ripples come out from the disturbance that you've created. It's very much a photograph. It's funny, you think of Norway, you think of snow and cold, and I mean, this could be something that was, you know, in Italy or Spain or Greece or something like that. It's a very, you know, it has kind of a market feel, like you're walking in a market somewhere in a very picturesque part of Europe somewhere, but it is indeed in Norway, and I think it's pretty cool that this artist went all the way to Norway to bring this very warm and inviting scene from the reflections of a lake.
Absolutely. It could be pretty much anywhere. Descent into Madness actually does have a high bid right now of $100, which is fantastic. If you would like to get in on this one, all you have to do is call the number on our screen. We have people on the phones waiting to bid. $150 for this piece. It does have a retail value of $350. It was very popular at the preview gallery. Lots of people paying attention to this one. So we're going to keep it open and allow you to continue bidding on it. However, we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 38C. It's called Waiting for the Paint to Dry by Mike Boyle. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. It is artist framed with a retail value of $175. This is a neat piece. There's a lot of really neon, bright colors in this one, which is just draws your eye immediately.
This was taken in the town of Locke, California. The town of Locke was built in 1915 by Chinese laborers. And let's see, Mike Boyle states that he enjoys the beauty of everyday objects. And, you know, there's nothing more everyday than a bunch of paintbrushes hanging up. I love how you can see on our close-up camera the different colors on each paintbrush. Like, look at this one in particular. You have white, and then you have green, and then you have kind of aqua. This one you have pink, and then you have aqua, and then a little bit of a blue. This one has yellow, and then blue. So each paintbrush has 3 to 4 different colors. It's very unique.
It's a really unique. Waiting for the paint to dry, we're looking for a starting bid of just $50 on this piece. Just $50 to get this one going. Maybe you are an artist yourself, or you have an artist in your family, or maybe you're an art teacher. What a wonderful piece to have in your classroom, or perhaps as a gift to that person in your life who values art. I mean, waiting for the paint to dry. I know there's a lot of artists out there that can relate to this moment as they're in between paintings. So $50, call the number on your screen to get this piece going. Again, bright colors would look really wonderful in any part of the home.
So imagine what they were painting in Locke there to have orange and whites and yellows. There's a lot of color in Locke as a result of these paintbrushes. You know, our camera, I noticed that we were kind of here in the center. This is the focal point that the photographer chose. This is what is in focus. And then as you drift towards the edges of the photograph, you begin to see that focus fall off. So a lot of manipulation here. It went in the field with the aperture and shutter speed and the choices that the photographer made in the field to achieve that point of focus. Again, we have the focus here in the center and things begin to fall away. And I think that's kind of how we see things naturally sometimes, where we have something in focus and things fall away. It has a very classy black frame. It will brighten up any area, any room, wherever you put this. Maybe you're an art teacher, or you're an elementary school teacher, a middle school teacher. Maybe you teach art or want to encourage art with your children or your students. This would be a great piece for those locations.
Absolutely. Waiting for the paint to dry, we're looking for a starting bid of just $50. It's not a huge painting, it's just the right size, but it has a lot of punch of color to it for the size that it is.
And there's no mat, so the image just goes all the way to the edge. You can really fill up an area wherever you decide to place this. It's going to do just fine. I just love the color wheel. It's, you know, we're seeing a lot of primary colors, and the background is really blurry. So, you know, a lot of choices were made by the photographer in the field to accentuate these paintbrushes. You know, photographs don't just come out this way by placing everything on auto. There's a lot of choices the photographer made here to bring us this fantastic image.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
Thanks, Christina. This is a new half hour. It is the photography half hour. We've got some beautiful pieces. Don't wait for the paint to dry to get some of these pieces. And we're starting with 38A. We're looking for a bid of $200. It is a bell ringer, but we want to keep the bells ringing. Item 38B, Descent into Madness at Bergen Harbor. What a great title. We're looking for a bid of $225. It's almost a bell ringer. Make that happen. The bells are ringing. 38C, waiting for the paint to dry. Again, don't wait for the paint to dry to get this piece. We're looking for a bid of $100. Let's make it a bell ringer and hear the phones ringing. That could be you. Get involved. Let's go back over to Christina. Christina?
Thanks so much, Kelly. We're standing here with Waiting for the Paint to Dry, which does have a high bid right now of $50, which is excellent. If you wanted to get in and bid on this piece as well, we could see that number go up to $75. Just call the number on your screen. And again, the colors and the size to me make this the perfect piece, maybe a gift or a piece for your, as we talked about, a classroom, a studio, an art studio.
Absolutely.
Somebody who can look at this for inspiration perhaps while they're painting.
And you know, Christina, sometimes photographers, we feel like we have to go on top of a mountain to see something spectacular, but no, you can just look at, as Mike says, he enjoys everyday objects. And so I encourage photographers, you know, as they look out over these big expanses, you know, look down at your feet and look what's hanging up on the wall. Look what's nearby. And that's what Mike has done here. Locke is a very photogenic town, and he may not have known going to Locke he was going to come back with an image of paintbrushes. The colors on this will brighten up any room, any area, and it really has my brain thinking about how great this would be for an artist studio or anyone that wants to encourage art in their students or their family members. Great image for that.
Absolutely. Waiting for the paint to dry right now, a high bid of $50. We're going to keep this open to continue bidding on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 38D. It's called The Lone Toilet by Derek Noves. This is photography measuring 16 by 24. It has a retail value of $500. Martin, what can you tell us about this photo?
Well, Christina, a lot of you may not know that Christina and I work together and we drive throughout Northern California. We've driven by this toilet many times, and I think you admitted that you've never seen it.
Never noticed it.
So I couldn't wait to get here and talk to you about this toilet. It's an HDR photograph, which means there's several different exposures were made and then placed over each other in the computer. And we can tell that this was done because if we look at the grass down here just below the toilet, if we pan down or tilt down just a little bit, here our camera, if we can just tilt down just a little bit, you can kind of see the blurriness that's in the grass. And we can also tell in the clouds that are up above, there's also another blurry nature. And so the reason why that occurs is they take several images, and when you place them all together, anything that moves is a little bit blurry, and anything that's still is really, really sharp. And so that's why you have all this detail. You know, Lake Natoma in Sacramento is known for its floating toilets, and I've always just been intrigued by those floating toilets. So I couldn't wait to get out here and talk to you about this.
The lone toilet, I mean, even the name is fun. This is just a fun piece. It's called the lone toilet. Obviously, that's the focal point of it. We already have a high bid of $150, so we definitely have some interest in this piece. But the retail value is $500. It's an extremely well done picture. It's going to be a talking point. It's going to be something that's going to start a conversation wherever it is.
Absolutely. If we could pull out to show the shack here, that would be fantastic. I also want to point out that this is printed on metal, which we've gone back and forth and talked about how the metal really gets you there. You're so much closer. But I want to point out one thing as a compositional tool, as a photographer. You see the horizon line right here, how it runs right into the center of the toilet on both sides. Now, if the photographer were to raise themselves up, or if the photographer to lower themselves down, then the horizon is going to become dangerously close to these other horizontal lines. You see that horizontal line right there? You see that horizontal line right there? If we could tilt down just a little bit. There's another one. There we go. So if the horizon here intersects either of those two lines, it's a little bit confusing. It's a tool photographers use. You get your horizon to kind of bisect your subject matter right in the middle. So I would love to hear the story from this photographer about maybe they were standing on a crate or lowering down or something like that to get that line right in the center. That's the very first thing I noticed about that photograph. That's someone who knows composition.
Oh, it's beautifully composed. I love this photo. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
Thanks, Christina. Martin, I'm here with Emily. She is holding Waiting for the Paint to Dry, item 38C. The phones are busy. If you call and you can't get through, keep calling because that means art is happening. It's a bell ringer. It is a bell ringer. I'm going to ring the bell. Waiting for the paint to dry. We have a bid of $200. We want a bid of $225. Hold it up a little bit higher, Emily, so you can see Waiting for the Paint to Dry, item 38C. Call the number on your screen. Keep the bell ringing happening. This is item 38C. Again, we're looking for a bid of $225. These pieces stay open only for just a few moments. This is a beautiful piece, as are all the wonderful pieces. And let's go back to Martin and Christina.
Thanks so much, Kelly. We're standing here again with the lone toilet with a high bid right now of $150, but it does have a retail value of $500. This piece also has a little hint in there, Martin, that you're mentioning. What is it that you were looking at?
Listen to this, Christina. The artist says, "I have traveled on Highway 37 and I have often wanted to capture the lone toilet." He says, what an adventure getting this image, walking in the mud, jumping over streams. What a blast. What I love about this is that we can barely see the toilet here. He didn't go all the way to the left to show it dead on. He kind of gave us just a little hint, a little mystery of that toilet. So, I mean, I almost feel weird saying, it's kind of just revealing the toilet there. It's kind of a mystery toilet.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to see more. I want to see more of the toilet.
We want to walk in and take a peek inside of there. Again, the lone toilet. I mean, this is a very intentional effort by the artist to set it in this exact angle, at this exact location, put a lot of effort into composing this beautiful photograph and then placing it on this metal frame. It is ready to take home immediately.
And people like to say what a photograph does for them. It brings out happy memories. It brings out a mood. You know what this does? It brings me a sense of relief, Christina.
And on that note, we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is called 38E. It's Myanmar Water Taxis by Rachel Rosenthal. This is photography measuring 26 by 36. It has a retail value of $300. This is a stunning, stunning photograph. I really like this one. Myanmar water taxis. And let's start with the perspective that this artist is almost looking down. Can you talk a little bit about that, Martin?
Boy, I love this. I mentioned an hour ago that the carousel was my favorite. This is also my favorite. It's a great lesson for photographers. I'm going to read a little bit about this. This artist said, "This lake was dotted with fishermen, water taxis, traditional wooden homes on rickety stilts, pagodas." So there was a lot going on, but yet this photographer at the end of their boat journey just looked straight down at their feet and they were granted this image. So it's a tremendous lesson for photographers as we look out over these big expanses. Sometimes there's magic just right there at your feet, and I love that about this photograph. It's a very interesting composition. It's very pleasing how, you know, it kind of creates this sea, it creates this circle so your eye moves around in a circle. It's printed on metal, so once again you can get right up to it. Your nose is right there. You can see different details in the boats. There are personal flotation devices. There might be a bottle of water, something that says that these boats were just recently used. Imagine the memory that this has for that photographer. It's amazing.
Absolutely. And it could be a memory for you too. I mean, this was taken in Myanmar, but really any part of Southeast Asia, Thailand, Cambodia, India. I mean, really any part of the world. Maybe you've traveled there. You are a traveler at heart, or your family has gone there. What a fantastic piece of art that would remind you of those wonderful times. Right now we have a high bid of $75. We'd love to see that number go to $100 for this fantastic piece of art. And again, call the number on your screen. We're going to go ahead and take a minute to check in with the phone bank.
Christina, we are here. Emily's holding the lone toilet a little bit higher. We're looking for a bid of $175 for this piece, the lone toilet. Item 38B, Descent into Madness at Bergen Harbor. We're looking for a bid of $375 for that. That's already a bell ringer. Let's make the phones ring crazy. We want more phone calling. Item 38C, we're looking for a bid of $225. It's already a bell ringer, but we want more bell ringing with the phones. And again, item 38D, this one, lone toilet. We've got a bid of $150. We're looking for $175 for this really wonderful photograph. Let's go back over to Martin and Christina.
There's my voice.
Thanks so much, Kelly. This is again Myanmar water taxis. Right now we have a high bid of $75. We'd love to see that number go to $100. This is a piece we actually both just said this is a piece that we would take home. I love this piece. I've traveled in this part of the country. I love it. And what is it about you that really appeals to you?
I just love the composition. I love all this empty space here, the water. The artist notes that when I look at this, Christina, I see a slow, peaceful boat moving through the water, a beautiful memory. No, sir. The artist says that these long boats have powerful outboard motors and they go very fast across the lake. So, boy, that sounds like quite a ride.
That's interesting. It is water taxis, and that is how people get around in these parts of the world. Absolutely. And I like also, too, how we have almost arrows pointing off to the side. So it's definitely drawing your eye in one particular direction. So maybe this is a piece in your home that you want to have an intentional direction pointed at it.
It's almost like a group of fingers there pointing in one direction, bringing us. There's something over here. There's something on this side. We just don't know what it is. There's a little bit of a dock, and it really creates a little bit of a mystery. Like, what's over here? What does that look like? Great piece. This is a great, powerful image. I love it.
Good word it is, and it's also very large. I mean, you can see in relation to how tall we're standing here. It's 26 by 36, which means this would absolutely dominate a wall in your home. Perhaps you have a large wall, and this would be a fantastic focal point.
26 by 36 is quite a commitment by the photographer to print on metal. Imagine if this was a print. If this was printed on paper, you'd have another 6 to 10 inches of mat and frame, so it would be even bigger. So this is a very big commitment by the photographer. Imagine how proud the photographer must have been of this print to give us such a large metal print. It's very, very special.
It is very special, and we do want to thank the artist. Just a reminder that they donate 100% of their work, which is then auctioned off, and all of the proceeds go to benefit KVIE and the programming that you love. We're going to keep this open for you to continue to bid on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 38F. It's called Sand Harbor Lake Tahoe by Dave Kent. This is photography measuring 24 by 36. It has a retail value of $850. This one is going to be popular. We already have a high bid of $350 on this one. It has a retail value of $850. And I think it's going to be popular because this is a place that a lot of people in the Central Valley, Sacramento area keep deep in their hearts. Lake Tahoe. What would you like to talk about, Martin?
Lake Tahoe artwork, photography, painting, sculpture. Lake Tahoe is a big seller in the art auction for big reasons. It's a very special place for those of us that like to recreate or maybe relax, ski, whatever we do in Lake Tahoe. Sand Harbor's in the northeast corner. The Tahoe Rim Trail, I'm a big time hiker and backpacker. I know this area. If we look off to the right here, the Tahoe Rim Trail runs across here on the right side, and that part of Lake Tahoe is known as one of the greatest views of Lake Tahoe on that northeast corner. It's an adventurous area for folks to take a photograph. There's not a lot of space there for you to pull over and grab this photograph. It's on metal, so once again, we've seen 2 or 3 metals in this group. The viewer can get right up to it. You feel like it's a window, looking back over your trip to Lake Tahoe. I'm sure our cameras are showing the folks that are recreating that lake there, as people have done in Sand Harbor in Nevada for so many years. So the memories out there that folks have of Lake Tahoe are countless. This is a great piece for anyone that continues to drive around the lake. It's the other side of the lake from Sacramento. So if you've been there, if you've had a great time, this is a great piece for you to take home.
Absolutely. I love how we're zooming in on the people there. And it is, as Martin says, it's something that reminds maybe you or your family of the great times you have in Lake Tahoe. Perhaps you have a cabin in Lake Tahoe. What a wonderful place to have in your cabin in Lake Tahoe. Right now we have a high bid of $375. We'd love to see that number go to $400. Let's go ahead and see what's going on in the phone bank.
I am in the phone bank with the lovely Phoebe, who is helping me keep this piece tilted so it doesn't have any glare on it. It is piece number 38D, the Lone Toilet. It's got a high bid right now of $150. The retail is $500. It's a really, don't you need this in your corporate bathroom? This is the corporate water closet piece right here. The artist did it with a touch of humor. It's on a beautiful mounting of aluminum. It's ready to hang. 38D, the Lone Toilet. Let's get that up to $200. We're going to go back out and look at that beautiful view of Lake Tahoe.
Thanks so much, Steve. We're standing here with Sand Harbor Lake Tahoe, which right now has a high bid of $375. We'd love to see that number go up to $400. This is a substantial piece. This is a large piece that, again, it would be a really nice size, maybe in an office or a large wall, a Tahoe cabin, really any of those places. If you want to get in, just call the number on your screen and place a bid. Martin, what is it that kind of struck you about this photo?
Well, I have a theory referencing the size. When you see big images, usually there's a lot of pride. It usually means it's a great photograph. It usually means it's very stunning when you get into these larger sizes. And so certainly this is an example of that. There's a lot of cloud activity that's going along in Lake Tahoe. You don't see that every day. You can see people are in the water without shirts on, so it's probably July, August. It's probably a pretty hot day.
Absolutely, yes. We're going to leave this piece open to allow you to continue to bid on it. However, we're going to thank Martin for his time. Thank you so much for
You're very
spending your time
welcome.
with us. This is a great half an hour. We had some great pieces. And stay tuned, because there's more art coming up in the next half an hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding, and now let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for the California Masters Collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Selected by curator D. Oldham Neath, this category recognizes the works of this region's amazing artists. Don't miss your chance to secure a piece from a California master. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction. Well, we are here once again live with the KVIE Art Auction. Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Rob Stewart, back with you, and over the next half hour, you will have an opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art, all original, from our California Masters collection. It's exciting. And here is an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. Take a look. It's a spectacular collection that we have for you this hour. Let's start off with 39A. You see it on your screen. This is Untitled. It's by Matt Bolt. It's mixed media. And this piece is 12 by 14, framed by Archival Gallery, and the retail value is $550. The next item is 39B. This is Sting. Take a close look. There's a story behind this piece, which you definitely want to hear, by artist Robert Bowen. This is lithograph measuring 37 by 25, framed by Archival Gallery. It retails at $800. Next in the California Masters is 39C, Cross Forms 7 by Julie Didion. Ceramic measuring 18 by 8 by 8. Retail value is $300. Item 39D is Whitehall Lane. Look at that. Y'all, that's a Gregory Condos, and it is legit. It's lithograph measuring 38 by 32, Skyline 1 framing, retails at $4,200. And the last item in this half hour, take a bite out of this fish. It's awesome. This is 39E Triggerfish by Fred Gordon. This is a huge piece. I can't wait for you to see it when it's actually over there with us on live air. It's ceramic, measuring 24 by 17. Retail value is $800. It's so pretty. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Maureen Hood, a well-respected Sacramento area artist. Maureen is also a wonderful artist with exhibits in Palm Springs. That's great. She has a huge history here, past Best of Show winner at the KVIE Art Auction and exhibits locally at Archival Gallery. Hey there, I'm glad you're back.
Glad you're back.
Good to see you.
Nice to be here.
And hey, Phoebes. This is Phoebe Verkel. You're behind the easel. There you go. Phoebe's having reducing the glare on this piece. Art handler for the evening. Okay, let's jump right into this piece. Good to see you. Okay, tell us about this piece.
It's collage. I love it.
You're a collage artist.
I am a collage artist, and this person is an inspiration for me. It's a small piece. It's just precious. It's been put into a shadow box with museum glass, so there's very little glare on it once it's hung in your house. And what's so interesting about this piece by Matt Bolt are some of the figures that are juxtaposed in here. Now, Matt is usually known for his sculptural, his assemblages rather than the two-dimensional. He's been here in Sacramento for many years. He's Wayne Thiebaud's son.
Right.
His son, Alex Bolt, started the Alex Bolt Gallery, which was here in town for quite a while.
A legacy of artists.
You got it.
And it is really important to point out that he is Wayne Thiebaud's son, but also I will say that Matt stands out on his own, as his own artist.
Yes, it's a totally different kind of art. We don't see the painting here, although there is a little bit of overpainting on this. But it's a very interesting composition here. Some of these blacks are repeated. The bird. What is this parrot doing over there? It's very surreal.
You can ask the parrot and find out yourself if you give us an opening bid of $100. Actually, we just have that. That's great. We have a starting bid at $100. We are looking to take this up to $150. It retails for $550. Please pick up the phone and get involved in PBS. This is your PBS station, KVIE. All the money that we're raising right now goes to support your PBS station. Let's check in with the phone bank. And Dee, what do you have over there?
I am so excited about this half hour. This is the Masters Hour. A California Master means these guys have resumes this thick. It also means they've been in major collections, including private collections, public collections, museums. Many of these names are household names like Condos and Matt Bolt. So now is your time to pick up a really nice piece of investment art. I have $100 on the Untitled Matt Bolt that we're looking at right now. Coming up soon, we've got Sting by Robert Bowen. It's an original print. We've got Cross Forms. We've got a really lovely Gregory Condos, but you can't bid unless you call 844-584-3278. If you want something in this half hour, you need to be on the phone right now. Let's go back out to Rob.
Yes, it's an exciting half hour indeed. Thank you for that preview. Right now we are at $100 for Untitled. It is by Matt Bolt. And tell us more about this fantastic collage. And like I said, you're a collage artist, so you know what you're talking about here.
I would hope so. I like the linear quality of this. Not only is Matt concerned with the shapes of some of the items here, and the parrot being the most recognizable, but he's got a nice line quality that brings the eye in to that particular figure. If we can look way far away in the background here, he's got a high-rise structure back here, and there are some interesting little tidbits down below too. The diagonal lines behind the parrot here bring our eye in again to the parrot. We've got a little bit of balance over here, the vertical on this black, so we're not swinging so far that we haven't got a pretty good anchor over here. It's a marvelously composed little collage.
And did you say it is or is not painted over?
It has some painting over the top. He also appears to have done some sanding or further painting over the top here, so it truly is a mixed media piece.
It's beautiful, and it's thicker than it appears as well. It has a thickness to it, and it is also raised off of the back of the frame here. So it's really a beautiful piece. It's exquisite. The colors pop. And also we have a bid now of $150. We have an auction going. Once we have more than one person or two on the line and people are bidding, then we have a live auction. So we're at $150. We're trying to take this up to $200. It retails at $550. And I know that this artist, if I'm not mistaken, was the juror when you won Best of Show.
He was.
Is that right?
One of them. He
Yeah.
was one of them.
That's
I
great.
appreciate the man very much.
We're going to keep this one open because look at there, we have 175.
Good.
And we're going to move over to the next piece, but as we do, I do want to tell you that these pieces go fast. So if you're on the fence, you're on the wrong spot because they go really quickly. And it is a very short minute window that they're on. About 5 minutes you have to get in, get your call in and your bid in. Let's look at this wonderful piece. It is called Sting by Robert Bowen. It's a lithograph measuring 37 by 25. It has a great story, framed by Archival Gallery. Retails at $800, and Untitled just jumped up to $350. We're calling for 4 on that.
Good.
We're at $150 on this. This has an $800 retail value. And this looks familiar, and there's a reason.
It does. This particular drawing, painting, this form is a lithograph by Robert, was adapted and became part of the wall mural project.
Wide Open Walls.
Wide Open Walls.
This
There you
year,
go.
2019 Wide Open Walls. It's on the site of Archival Gallery, which I believe is on 33rd and Folsom.
Yes.
And it is spectacular. And the story behind this is?
Robert loves to mechanize his creatures. Last year, he had a shark that had a motor hooked to it, and it was very eerie. This is our bee. And Robert asks a couple of questions. Do we make these creatures efficient hybrids and have them do their job better? Or is this the result of the disappearance of the species? And we all know that the honeybees are having trouble now.
Exactly. And that's one thing about art, is that it can tell its own story
Yes.
and be interpreted in many ways. I do want to share it is a wasp.
Oh.
But wasps are important too.
Yes, yes.
So we're not throwing any shade to
No, we're
honeybees
not,
or
we're not.
wasps. They're all so important for our nature. And this piece is spectacular. Let's go to the phone bank. We have $150 on this. This is great. Let's check in across the way.
We are currently at $450 for this jewel of a little Matt Bolt piece. Very easy size to find a home for. One of our California masters. It's at $450. $550 makes it a bell ringer, and that means we get the retail price for the piece. The lovely Phoebe here is holding it. It's got museum glass on it. It's framed, and it's ready to go home. Call 844-584-3278 and pick it up tomorrow. Let's go back and look at that great Robert Bowen piece.
Yes, I love seeing that one climb towards a bell ringer, and this one will do the same. $150, we're calling for $200 and an $800 retail value. This is already framed, ready to go. It is one of a kind.
Yes.
This is the only one like this that you will get
from the mural that is on the side of the building.
That's correct. And this is printed, it's numbered, it's signed, it's printed on acid-free velvet cotton rag, which means it's archival, it's going to last forever, even though it is a lithograph.
Robert I was wondering about that. That's the texture then that we see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it has that very nice slight texture. Robert has exhibited around the world and all over the U.S., so he is quite notable. He lives in San Francisco. And one of the quotes that I read about him was that he reappropriates contradictory symbols into unsettling situations. And I thought that really kind of hit the nail on the head with this one.
It does, because it becomes very scary when you think about animals having possibly to become mechanized.
Yes.
It's almost like a warning here, and you see the explosion right there.
Yeah. It's like what's going on here. What's so nice about this is that when you take this home, you'll have purchased a piece of Sacramento.
Yes.
Because this is out in the public domain to be seen by everyone.
It's a great story piece, and this is at $150. We're trying to get this to $200 right now. As you can see, it retails at $800. Also, we love it when you share the message that you can watch this auction anywhere in the world at kvie.org/art auction. So please share the message if you see something that you like and you think someone else might like it as well. Dee, let's check in with you.
Here I am in the phone bank. I've got all these great volunteers. Give yourselves a round of applause. We have so many volunteers. We've got art movers. All of our art experts are volunteers from the Sacramento art community. I'm going to do a little recap. Number 38A is still sitting at $450. Let's get that Matt Bolt up to be a bell ringer. Number 39B, Sting by Robert Bowen, is currently sitting at $150. It's got an $800 retail on it. Give us a call at 844-584-3278, and let's get these people busy answering phones. We're going to go back out and we're going to see number 39C, a really great piece of sculpture by Julie Didion.
All right, thank you so much, Dee. Look at this beautiful piece. This is Cross Forms 7 by Julie Didion. It's ceramic, measuring 18 by 8 by 8. And it retails at $300. We're looking for an opening bid of $75. Maureen, take it away.
Julie is a Sacramento artist, and she has a studio in McKinley Park. She's been doing ceramics for 25 years,
wow.
So she's really a professional at it. You may have seen a lot of Julie's shoes. She's known for her high heels and her purses.
I've seen those, yes.
But lately, she's been working on these things she calls cross forms, and she's recombining and blending different things from nature. Sometimes they're seashells. In this case, it's a pear, but the pear has maple leaves on it.
I see.
That have been imprinted on it, basically, and pressed into it.
Hey, Dee, what's up? What you got?
I'm turning it around.
Okay.
Because I have gloves on and you don't.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, let me ask you, is it heavy?
It's very stable, but it's not heavy.
Okay, and can it go indoors and out?
Outdoors.
Yeah, it can go outdoors. The only thing I would be careful of is the cat situation.
Oh, yeah.
You can put a little bit of earthquake wax on the bottom so it can't be toppled. But it's a very sturdy piece, and I love her work.
I love it too. It's very beautiful. And is this painted or is it fired and glazed?
It's low fired. She uses slips, glazes, and oxides for surface treatment. And not being a ceramicist myself, I'd say that's a slip. The outside's probably slip. I'm guessing that this is probably an oxide.
I don't know what slip means.
A slip is a slurry. It's like pancake batter or even thinner. And it's poured over the top to give a nice smooth surface, to give it this chalky effect.
Very cool. We have a starting bid for this we're looking for at $75 for Cross Forms 7. And this is Julie Didion's piece, 25-year ceramic artist here in our area. This is a California master. This entire half hour, California masters. What a conversation piece. And this can be yours tomorrow, because we're open tomorrow in our pickup as well as Tuesday. And to have a California master in your collection is a great, great opportunity. And to start someone with it at $75 is huge.
It's huge. And Julie is a continuing donor, so we really appreciate her support. This isn't the first time she's been here. So.
And I love it when someone does something different and then they give it to us so that we can share their art. And these are not pieces that are
leftover pieces. These are pieces that are made and cherished to give to KVIE so that we can bring it into your home. Starting bid of $75. And let's get an update on the Robert Bowen.
I am here with piece number 39B, Sting by Robert Bowen. I wanted to play a little trivia with this. If you have somebody in your family that is a real buff about airplanes, this is actually a wasp, and there's a type of airplane that they refer to as a wasp, and that's what kind of engine this is. Robert's done a realistic depiction of a wasp engine on a wasp. So it's a little play of words too, which I really like because I'm an Air Force brat. So number 39B, Sting, is at $175. I'm looking for 200. It's a one of. You'll be the only one. I've got a giant one on the side of my building, but this is the only print available. Give us a call, 844-584-3278. Let's look at that sculpture one more time.
Let's look at it right now. It's Crossform 7. We're looking for a starting bid of $75, and this can be yours right now. What else do you have, Maureen?
This is a very zen piece to me. It's relaxing in its simplicity, yet if this were, for me, I would probably put this out in my garden. I do a lot of gardening, and this would be someplace where I would put it just to catch my eye every now and then I could take that calm breath, that sigh. It has such delicate form, it's rounded, and then it has the nice little play of the points of the maple leaf. So this is really a stunning piece.
And we're looking for an opening bid of $75 for this beautiful piece by Julie Didion. And it's exquisite. It can be yours right now if you get online for the auction. That one's live. The rest of them in this half hour are still open. And check this out. We have Gregory Condos in the house. This work, Whitehall Lane. $2,000 right now. The auction is already going in the phone bank. It just jumped from $1,000 to $2,000. This is a lithograph. It's huge, measuring 38 by 32. It's huge like the artist's heart. He has the biggest heart. Skyline 1 framing retails at $4,200. Gregory Condos is one of the most famous landscape artists in the United States of America, as well as around the world. And he's a California master, and he lives right here in Sacramento. We're up to 2,000. Maureen, take it away.
I think you told me he's still working,
He's
too.
still working. He's still painting every single day.
That's just amazing. I mean, he's got this, he really feels it. He is truly a California
He was
master.
at our preview gala the other night with his wife, Monty Van Camp Condos, whose brother was also a very well-known artist. And he said, I'm still a student, even though he is the master teacher. He's a student.
Truly,
so,
truly
$2,000. Let's get this up to $2,500. Maureen, tell us more.
Well, and he taught at City College for 27 years, too. So he's one of our great givers of knowledge to other artists, which is just so commendable. I love this piece. The coloration on this, on Gregory's work, is always so clear. There's very little graying. The hues are pure.
You want to know why?
Why?
He went to Greece 47 times
That's right, I
to
remember.
master the color blue. That's fascinating to me.
It's the only way to do it, and it's perfect.
And that's why the
great.
blues in his pieces are so stunning, of the Sacramento rivers, the American rivers, the Delta.
Yeah, he looked, he saw, and he remembered. That's fantastic.
And he
This is
mastered.
great.
And he mastered.
Yes,
so this is for
true.
$2,000. We're trying to get this up to $2,500. This is a Gregory Condos. Pick up the phone or text someone, email, and tell them, hey, get on quickly because KVIE has a Gregory Condos right now for you. $2,000. This is a retail of $4,200.
I think the first thing you see automatically is this large field of blue. But the reason you see that large field of blue is because you have these diagonals of the road that pop you right in there.
He has a very special way of doing the walking into
Yes.
certain pieces, and this one is it. Let's check in with Dee across the studio. Hey, Dee.
Okay, I am here with Cross Forms by Julie Didion. My husband and I have this going joke that we are the perfect pair. So we collect little pairs and things like that. If you and your hubby are the perfect pair, you need to celebrate it with 39C, this perfect pair by Julia Cousins. It's got a $75 bid. We're looking for $100. Get my phone bank busy, right, ladies? It's women running the phone bank this hour. So give them a call at 844-584-3278. Let's look at that Gregory condos because these are going to light up the phone banks.
Lots of people ask me, do you have a condos this year? Yes, we do. And it's right here live on the air right now, and it can be yours. There you see the signature. It is from 2017. Let's make this a bell ringer. Pick up the phone. The number's on the screen. $2,000 right now. We're going to take this up higher. So if you're sitting at the $2,000 mark, I know the competition is coming in. Jump in now and get this price up.
There are only 5 of these. We just looked at the signature over here. This is number 3 of 5.
Right.
So that means there are only 5 of these. That's not very many.
That means there's only 4 more. And this is the one he specifically picked out, he and Monty,
right,
for us to have.
And you can't beat his brushstrokes. The light color right here, this orange, just contrasts with the blue. It's repeated over here again. This is symmetrically balanced to some degree, but then he throws us off a little bit. This building doesn't match that one, but we've got white here and we've got white there. And the white is very stark against this very dark silhouette of the tree line here. It's the sparks, the lights that just pop are always amazing in his work.
This is one of the largest lithographs we've had for the auction. I think that's important to point out. The quality is spectacular. It feels as if you are standing there in that. Look at it right there on television. The framing's beautiful. Thank you, Skyline Framing, for this as well. $2,000. We need this to go up to $2,500. If you're sitting there like this, oh, it's so pretty. Don't go, oh, I missed out. Pick up the phone and call and make sure you can get this piece. What else do you have, Maureen?
It's just, I mean, you can't say enough about this. I keep repeating that the brushstroke is so important, but it's so lively. It's a signature of his that it's quick, it's spontaneous, but yet it picks up so much emotion. You know that he, like you say, he looked at the color blue and he learned about it. He has looked at this landscape and he has learned it and he has translated it for us to enjoy.
And many times he sketches in the field and then goes back to his studio and fills in the paint.
Yeah.
Look at this. It just jumped up to $3,000. Fantastic. Let's get this up to $3,500, and we're going to get this up. I know we're going to get this up above bell ringing status. There's so many people on for the condos. We're going to move over here to the piece by Fred Gordon. This is beautiful. I love Fred's work. It's as if he just caught this right out of the river. This is Triggerfish. It's a ceramic, 24 by 17. Retail value is $800, and look at the size of this big fish. Oh, look, we got a bell ringer on condos.
Yay.
You can ring on my bell. Ring it. All right, yeah, that one's still open, by the way. Now let's get this one up. This is at $125, a value of $800. What do you have?
I love Fred's work. Let me tell you a little bit about Fred to refresh everybody's memory. He lives in Dunsmuir. He is an avid artist and an avid fisherman, and he conducts guided fishing trips for people.
Fantastic.
I mean, he is totally immersed in this. Now, you might think that this is just a painted ceramic fish. Well, it's not. Yes, it's painted. Yes, it's ceramic. But what Fred does, it's so unique, is he brings in the color of the stream. Here.
Oh!
This is the bottom reflection of all the pebbles in the stream. He brings it all in.
How did you know that?
Because we asked him.
Oh.
We talked to Fred.
It's beautiful. I wondered where these colors came from and why they look so real. Mm-hmm. And it's Rob, because they are real.
They're reflections of the colors that he sees and does.
How beautiful. It's almost as if he catches the fish, and as it's flying through the air, somehow he majestically turns it into ceramic.
Yep. He does, and this isn't the only style. He does a million different styles of fish that he finds in the river, fish that he catches, releases, catches, releases. You know, he's a fly fisherman. He goes out and stands in that water, and this is what he sees.
He's a masterpiece because he's in the California Masters category. And Dee Neath has an announcement across the studio. Look at that, Dee, $5,000.
Okay, we didn't doubt this was going to happen, but the Condos has become a bell ringer. We are sitting at $5,000. This is a very limited lithograph here. There's only 5 of them. It's beautifully framed. It's been done in a shadow box, so it's set back and it gives us a lot of depth. It's got a gorgeous signature. It is ready to go home. If you're a corporate collector and you're starting your collection, you don't have a Sacramento collection unless you have a Condos in it. So let's call in and bid on 39D. And now we're going to look at that fabulous Fred Gordon triggerfish.
It's amazing. There's a bidding war going on as we speak for the Fred Gordon piece. Triggerfish is up to $225. Why don't we just do this on the air live? We're at $225. Let's go to $250 on this piece. We're asking for $250, and then we're going to take it up. There's multiple people on the line. This piece, as Maureen said, captures the beauty of nature and what Fred sees when he catches the fish.
I always like to think, too, that it's Fred who's really talking to us when we look at his ceramic pieces.
Oh, I like that.
There's something about the gaze in the fish, the eye, and I kind of think sometimes that it's Fred's humor that's coming through, as well as his love for what he does.
I love that. Someone just asked, it's 24 by 17, so it's 24 by 17.
It's a good-sized piece.
Yeah, it's big. And his can go indoors and out?
Yes, indoors and outdoors. Fred's also a painter, and he does some lovely paintings. The fish are quite a bit more abstracted. He'll have parts coming off the piece, parts going into the piece. So it's a little bit of a different thing, but he still uses the same colorations, the things that speak to him in nature, the things he sees every day.
And also, I'll tell you that the back, this also can sit flat on a table because as I'm looking at it in the back, it is hanging in a way that it also would sit with this side up, okay? So, oh wow, the
Great
Condos
close-up.
just jumped up to 6,200. Triggerfish just jumped up to $350. We're now going to take that up to $400. It's a California Masters half hour, and we are clearly seeing the connection right here live on KVIE. I love that.
I do too. This is one to have in your house, and the size of it is really impressive too. I mean, I've seen some of Fred's work, and it's a bit smaller. Some are even larger than this one. But this is quite substantial.
And again, this is a piece that can go outside.
Yes.
And I love art outside. I just started putting a couple of little things outdoors, and I never really thought how cool it would be, and boy, does it make a difference.
It really does, because when you go out to enjoy that sunshine in the garden and the flowers, there's your piece of art. Yeah, I have several pieces out in my yard.
He's a very well-respected educator as well.
Yes.
He taught ceramics at Sierra College. So $350 right now.
Yeah.
It is a retail of $800, and this is the colors. If you're just tuning in and you missed Maureen telling about the colors are the reflection that Fred sees when he catches the fish under the water.
The
So
colors
cool.
wrap all the way around as well, except for the place where it is hung and the place where it can sit on the table. But they do go all the way around. It's not as if they stop right here.
Okay, yeah,
So it's
that's a good point.
It's completely wrapped in color.
All the way very back. Okay, let's go to Dee.
This is how the auction works. We are going to go on to another half hour of some exciting contemporary work. We're going to keep this open for only a few more minutes. The Condos is at $7,000. The Fred Gordon has 2 people on the phone bidding right now. We're looking for that $800 retail price on the 39E Fred Gordon. If you don't call in, these are going to slip away really quickly. I want to let everybody know that you should stay tuned because there is so much more art coming up in the next half hour at your KVIE Art Auction.
To the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California Masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for contemporary classics coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Peter Stiegel, this category features abstract and non-objective works in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Man, we have an active studio and a lot of people on the phone, a lot of interest. That's great. Hello again, I'm Rob Stewart, and we're back for another half hour of live auction action featuring some exciting contemporary art pieces. This is still California Masters, and these are contemporary classics right here. Let's take a look at the half-hour collection that we have put together for you. This is 40A. This is called Absolution. It's by Charlotte Cooper. It's in caustic, and it is 30 by 40. It's a big piece. Retail value $900. Item 40B is School One Day by Ann Nancy Maycomer, and it's acrylic on board, measuring 42 by 43. Retails at $2,000. Item 40C is Band Practice by Linda Nunez. Oh, I love her. I had dinner with her not long ago. She's amazing, and her art is phenomenal. It's also in caustic, and it's 30 by 31. Retail value is $800. Item 40D is Free Spirit by Cami Maliki, and it is acrylic on canvas, measuring at 18 by 24. Retail value is $350. Item 40E is Recurrence number 9 by Sean Royal, highly collectible artist, mixed media, measuring 23 by 35 by 3. The retail value is $650. And item 40F is Breakthrough by Allison Speedborough. It's a watercolor, measuring 29 by 23, and this has a retail value of $950. Okay, during this break, we're pleased to be joined again by Maureen Hood, and she's a wonderful artist, and you won Best in Show before, if I'm not mistaken here.
Yep, 2012.
Good job. And now you're here to tell us about some of the pieces that we have in this wonderful collection of contemporary classics. So tell us about this beautiful piece by Charlotte Cooper.
One of the interesting things about this is that it's encaustic. Now, encaustic is a beeswax with a resin. It means burned in the Eastern Mediterranean.
Oh.
It comes from that area.
Cool.
Fishermen used to use it for boats. The ancient Greeks used to use this for boats. And now it's been adapted and revised in the 20th century, last century, as an artistic medium.
How cool is that?
Yeah,
I didn't
really
know that that's where it came from.
Yeah, it's
but I
very
love
ancient.
that. I love that backstory, and I always wondered, well, where in the world they developed that from?
Yeah.
Is it heavy?
No, actually, it's very light. I mean, it's heavier than an oil painting, perhaps, but iota.
$200 right now is the bid that we have. That's great. We're looking at a $900 retail value piece, though. And when you give a piece of art to someone, you're giving a gift that lasts a lifetime and beyond. It is the best gift, in my opinion, to give someone. This is Absolution. We have a high bid at $200, retails at $900. Tell us more.
The technique requires that this is painted flat, and it's wax on board.
Wet? Is it wet when it's on? Is it hot?
It's hot.
Okay.
It's hot, so it's liquid. And it can actually be poured on. It can be painted on from a hot plate with a brush and painted on. There are a lot of different techniques for it. You see here that it's been scratched into once it's on here. So that kind of puts the technique together.
I love this piece.
Yeah, now as far as the emotional quality of this piece, it's a truly amazing piece. The artist wants us to kind of let our imagination just flow with this. Is this outer space? Is this the bottom of a pond? Where is this and what's happening there?
Yeah, is it nautical? I love the colors of it. Let's go across the studio and check in with Dee. She's standing by live in the phone bank. Dee?
Okay, I just listened to two disappointed people who called too late when something had been closed out. The last break is gone, folks. It's all been purchased and it's going to homes. We're talking about this break, number 40A. This is all contemporary classics. It's a really good set. Again, these pieces go in 4 to 8 minutes. Right now, 40A Absolution is sitting at 200. I have people on the phone bidding on the next 4 pieces already. So if you're interested in anything that's coming up in this half hour, you better be dialing 844-584-3278 so you don't get disappointed. Let's go back to Rob.
That happens like for the next 2 weeks. You'll see people and they'll say, I can't believe I missed that because I didn't call. Pick up the phone and call. This is Charlotte Cooper's work, and Charlotte is an annual donor here. She gives us a beautiful piece every single year. So thank you, Charlotte, as well as so many of our artists.
Yeah, last year she had that beautiful nest. It was a brown thing with all the circular forms. It was an encaustic too. Beautiful piece.
I did not realize that was hers.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of talking about it last year.
Nice.
It was wonderful.
Nice.
On this one, we have all this depth of space here, but then what is happening with this brilliant red piece here? Is that a warning? Is it stopping you? Does it want you to stop and think? Is there danger? It's so thought-provoking, and it's such a
Now, did you just
contrast.
come up with that looking at it?
Well, when I looked at it originally before I came tonight, yes. It was
Because
like,
when you
why
said
is it
that,
there,
I
you
saw
know?
it. When you said, could it be a warning? And I thought, wow,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Yeah, to me
That's,
it
you
is.
know what? That's why you're an art expert.
Well, and that's why she's a California master.
There you go. Okay, very good. And she's been, and that's why Dee picked it for the show. So it is Absolution. It retails for $900. Pick up the phone and call in right now because we only have a bid of $200 for this right now. We're going to take it over to the next piece. Dee is staring at us right now because I know she's got something to say about that piece. And I look forward to hearing it. Okay, this is 40B, School One Day, by Ann Nancy Makemer, and this is acrylic on board, and this measures 42 by 43, retails at $2,000. We already have people on the phone for this. It's at $400. By the way, Absolution just jumped up to $300, so we now have a live auction on that piece, and you'll see more of that in the phone bank in a minute. Okay, tell us about this piece, School One Day.
This is more sizable. It's larger than I thought it was. From what I was looking at before, it's a stunning piece. She is a repeat donor
There's
as
lots
well.
of pieces in there, actually.
Yes. She's from the Motherlode country, out down in Calaveras County, and her work is award-winning work in festivals and shows throughout the area. So again, she's a California master. This work harkens, in my mind, to a bit of Cubism. That is where artists very early in the 20th century, like Picasso and Braque and Juan Gris, were breaking up things into smaller pieces, and that started the whole Cubist movement. Although the distortion here is not as great as theirs was, we still have this
Intentional distortion.
Yes, intentional. We still have the breaking up of some of the shapes. Here the house changes color. The sheep here just borderline its nose on the top of this one. The head changes color here. The ground itself. This gives it a lot of movement.
So is it sort of a step into Cubism?
A little bit. A
Okay.
little bit. It's a reference too. Let's put it that way.
That's very well put. By the way, we have $400 on this piece. We're going to take this up to $500. Retails at $2,000. Dee, we're going to check in with you on Absolution jumping up to $600.
I love this piece, Absolution number 40A. It's an acoustic piece. We've got a bidding war going on. I don't know. I've always been a fan of the red, white, and blue. This piece sort of has a little patriotic thing going on. It reminds me of the sky. It's just such a statement piece for your home or your office. Right now it's at $650. We want to see it get to the retail of $900 because that's what it would cost in the gallery. 40A Absolution, call now. We're going to go out and look at that piece that Rob's standing next to.
Yeah, it's a nice one. It's at $400 right now. It's School One Day, and this is by Ann Nancy Makemer, and it's a fantastic piece with multiple layers and multiple dimensions because it's a step and a study into Cubism. That is a very difficult way of painting.
It is. Her colors are marvelous, though. Again, the coloration is very clear.
It's acrylic, is that right? Yeah.
Yes. Even though she does use some grays here, these yellows are nice and clean. The greens are beautiful. Some of these light colored of greens.
And I like the orange and the blue up in there as well.
Yeah, a little touch of fall in Calaveras County. We have the evergreens, and then this is what happens to those trees that are deciduous. So that's always beautiful up in that area.
I love Calaveras County.
It's
It's
beautiful.
just such a gold mine here in the state. School One Day at $400. We want to get this up to $500. It retails at $2,000. And this is the beautiful piece by Nancy Makemer, and it's 42 by 43. It's ready for you to pick up. Our lobby is open tomorrow for the pickups. You just need to bring ID to prove it's yours, as well as some other documentation. We'll confirm that with you on the phone when we call to say that you are the winner. This is now at $400.
Excellent. The horizontal of the roof here is very strong. It kind of gives us a counterbalance to many of these strong verticals. What's really interesting about this piece is the door that's open. Are we invited in? Is that for us to walk through? So that really just invites us into this whole composition and the gentleness of the sheep here. So I wouldn't be afraid to go into that house.
Yes, it's very, very charming and very inviting. It also looks like the old schoolhouse at Calaveras State Park, Big Trees State Park, which has been turned into a state park office. This is what that looks like to me.
Yeah,
So-
it could very well be.
But then again, that's art.
Well,
You
she's
can
not-
say it
yeah.
looks like anything you love.
Whatever speaks to you is what's important.
Right.
And that's all the artist really wants to do, is connect with the viewer in some way. And like you say, the thoughts are never going to be the same.
Well, it's connecting because we're at $400 on this piece. Let's go on to the next piece, Maureen. This is a charming, oh my goodness, it's a kitty cat in there. This is band practice. It's already up at $500. That's great. Retails at $800. This is Linda Nunez, and I love Linda's work, and the person behind the work is just as amazing. This is encaustic, and it would retail for $800. Right now, it's at $500. There's a precious kitty cat right here. And is that a bunny?
Bunny rabbit.
A bunny and a kitty. Okay, that's so cute. And all the this is just beautiful. Take it away, Maureen.
I had the pleasure of sharing Archival Gallery in August with Linda.
Nice.
So it was very fun. It was the first time I'd met her, and she is just an absolutely lovely person and a very accomplished artist.
Very.
Yeah, encaustic is not an easy medium. And she just makes it look effortless. I spoke with her the other day on the phone, and I said, well, now what was the inspiration for these fun little characters that she has here? And they're very detailed.
Oh, very. That's what I love so much.
To get this much detail with an encaustic is rather difficult.
Look at the television.
Yeah.
Look at that
I mean,
precious cat playing the guitar.
Little tiny dots on top, and the little crisscrosses and diamond shapes here, whiskers. We've got sunglasses on the bunny.
I mean, these little pieces, just the cat as well as the bunny, those are pieces in and of themselves.
Yes,
And there's so many pieces of art in this one piece, which I love.
She told me she wanted to go back to a child's place. She said, the world right now is so messy. She said, I had to go somewhere else. And I went, right on. Right on.
This is a bell ringer
It's
waiting to happen. I'm telling you.
It's just joyous.
It's filled with joy, and it is filled with light. It's filled with happy colors. The yellows are gorgeous, as well as the blues. All of those colors help relax the soul. Let's turn things over to Dee and check in and see what's happening with the piece. I believe she has School One Day.
Yes, I've got 40B School One Day. We have a current bid of $4,000. It's a $2,000 piece. It is 31 by 46. We measured it when the measurements might have been misstated a little earlier because it has a huge frame on it. It is an absolutely gorgeous piece. I love the sheep down here. It kind of reminds me of Sutter Creek a little bit. Anyway, 40B, it's sitting at $400. We want $2,000 for it. Absolution 40A is getting up there. We're at $750 and we want to see $900. Let's go back out to Rob again.
Fantastic. This piece is at $500 by the very talented Linda Nunez, and this is encaustic, and it is a beautiful piece called Band Practice. We have about a minute more on this piece. That means you need to decide quickly and pick up the phone. Maureen?
The joy here is reinforced by these bubbles. You know, this it's just exuding happiness here, because when we all think of bubbles, of blowing the bubbles when we're children, and we watch young children and the joy that they have every time they blow those bubbles, that's what's happening here.
It's really pretty.
And our characters are floating on the bubbles. And then down here we have all this other activity with the same circular shapes repeated over and over.
And very typical to a cat. It's doing its own thing, not looking at anybody else, and the bunny's just staring the cat down.
Yeah. It's like, what are you doing
Very
over there?
cute. $500. As I said, this is a bell ringer waiting to happen because this is an encaustic, a highly collected artist, Linda Nunez, and it is right now up on the screen for you to take a look at. Just a couple of more seconds because it's going to move quickly. Are these characters at the bottom? Do I see Chinese characters here? Look, it's on the screen, zoomed in. Yeah.
Yes, they are. Oh, I know what that is. It's a paper underneath the encaustic.
Oh, nice.
So she has used some collage elements in here, and she does that a bit on her work. Not necessarily in this one, we have this one piece here, but in lots of her other work, she'll have a bird that's buried under the wax, so it's very mysterious. It's another...
Not a real bird. But...
No, I mean, a paper bird. Thank you for clarifying
And
that.
look, when you did that, I could see how thick it was.
Yes.
That paper is way under there.
Lots of layers of wax.
Golly. That's fascinating to me. Well, there's several people on the line for this one, so we're going to keep it on and move to the next piece because this one has a lot of action. Pick up the phone, the number's on the screen. Band practice just jumped up to 550. We're looking for 600. I guarantee it's going to be a bell ringer. So just keep the bids coming. Let's move on over here to this next piece. This is by Cami Maliki. This is acrylic on canvas and retails at $350. We have a starting bid at $150, and this is a spectacular piece. There was bold red in here as well, like we saw earlier with Charlotte Cooper's piece, but it's a different story.
Totally different. This red wants you to pay attention. It's not a stop. It's not stop here and don't go any further because this is all relative to what's being said here. I talked to Cami on the phone and he told me that the importance of this piece is the young child here. And we see that child clearly because of the red. The child is faceless.
I saw that. What's that?
It's a feminine child. And what Cami is trying to say is that he wants the attention brought to the female gender here because he is really ardently supporting equality for females.
Absolutely.
And that was a very important thing for him to tell me, and he kept repeating it in our conversation. So it's something very important to him, and he put that in his statement here in the painting.
It's also beyond just morally right. It is the law.
Yeah,
in fact, California has hashtag CA equal pay right now, and it's a fantastic thing that the first partner, Jennifer Seibel Newsom's doing right now. You should check that out. This is for $150, and the Free Spirit is the name. $350 is the retail, and it is for hashtag girl power.
He was very, he's from Iran.
Fantastic.
And I didn't get into his
now
politics.
That's a whole, I love that you just brought that up.
A whole nother layer.
But that for equal rights for females and males.
Yes, so that was important.
Good job, Cami.
He told me that the buildings back here, which are faded and a little bit foggy, they're not as clear, the blacks are very muted into grays back here. He said those represent the past. And things that have occurred in the past. And he wants the world to come forward into the foreground and start moving on the future.
The fact that you just told me this artist is from Iran and that it's about equality makes me want to just see the price go through the roof.
Yeah.
Because that is such a statement.
Yes.
I love it. $200 is where we are now. And let's check in with the phone bank, and she has Linda's piece across the way.
Linda Nunez just came off of a very successful show at the Archival Gallery, a place I know rather well. We have band practice here, piece 40C. It's at $650. I'd really like us to hit that retail price of $800. We can do that if you call 844-584-3278. Like I said, they go really fast. I've heard more than one time in the last 10 minutes. What do you mean it's closed? Call us now before we close out the piece that you want, and let's look at that piece again.
Okay, we only have 45 seconds left on this piece, but it just jumped up to 300. We're calling for 350 right now because this fantastic piece that is a statement piece is about to be a bell ringer. 325, come on, let's get to 350, and we can make this a bell ringer live on the air. Do we have 350 from the person on the phone? Maureen, let's talk about this for a second while they make up their mind.
As I was saying, the front is very well defined. There's a lot of very delicate brushwork in here, and on the figure, these stripes on the dress and the tiny hand. These flowers are a little bit thicker paint, so they do come away from the surface a little bit more. And then he's been so careful with the brush strokes across this back, and they continue into the sky. So he really wants this past to recede and to disappear.
I think it is so important for us to make this one a bell ringer right now while we're live on the air because of the message this piece says. Equality for females and males. Equality is what this is about. And the feminine figure here in the front with no face, and that was intentional.
Yes, it could be anyone. It could be anyone.
It is to draw the attention to the female gender. It's a fantastic piece. All right, that one's still live because there's several people on the phone. We're going to move on to recurrence number 9. We're looking for a starting bid of $150. This is by the highly collectible Sean Royal, someone who is very dedicated to helping us here at the station with the auction annually. I know that he's shown in our gallery here at the station as well.
Sean is a very up-and-coming artist. I own 3 of Sean's work.
Wow, fantastic.
Yes, he's just, he and I have these wonderful talks about art and about what to do with art and what's been done with art. He's one of those artists who takes something and just sees where it goes. He has no plan for what he's going to do with it. The only plan he had with this piece is that he had a lot of materials around in his studio that he needed to work with, and he said, I've got to do something with all these materials here.
And he pulled this together with that?
So he pulled it, it's called recurrence, and he pulled it together, and these were all things that were just around.
So I see the fist, and then I see what could be interpreted as a peace sign behind it. And the sticks, whatever they are, these are the small pieces in front.
Yes, these are popsicle sticks that he'll take, lay out a whole table full of popsicle sticks, put shapes all over the top of them like gaskets and rings and keys or whatever else is around, and then he takes the spray paint and then he moves those pieces around, takes the spray paint again, and the patterns and the colors that creates are just phenomenal. And then in some cases I have a piece of sculpture that's very tall and very small, lean I mean, and because I had a very specific place I needed to put a piece of art. I had a wall that was empty.
Filled it.
Yep, and he filled it.
We need to get these phones ringing because we want to have a gangbuster banner night tonight. Pick up the phone, call the number on the screen. There you have it. This is a highly collectible artist, Sean Royal, and his price point is going higher and higher. This is a great chance to get a contemporary classic from a California collectible artist, that is for sure. This is a starting bid we need of $100 for this collectible contemporary classics artist. Tell us more about this because you and Sean have a connection.
Yes, we do. He shows in San Francisco as far as the collectible goes. He has a gallery and they sell out every show.
Great.
And he also shows in Palm Springs as well at Art Gallery.
As you do too.
Yes. So his prices are going to go up. This piece, as I said, is a recurrence. Here he has a photograph of the strength, and there's a little bit of tattooing that he's put over the top of the photograph. He uses spray paint so easily. This zero that's over here, the circle and the blue spot, is balanced so perfectly with this little smudge over here.
And there's a 9 in that smudge. Yeah. Hey, $100. Pick up the phone on the screen right now. The number is there live. I'm going to give you a quick recap. School One Day is at $475. That retails at $2,000. All right, there's a bidding war going on right now as we speak. So interesting to watch. Band practice is at $700. I know this is going to be a bell ringer because it retails at $800. Free Spirit is at $325. Let's get that up to $350. And we're looking for a starting bid of $100 on recurrence number 9, Sean Royal.
It's fantastic.
Oh, look what just came out. Golly, this next half hour is jam up. Keep going.
The rest of the night's jam up.
Yeah. So is this half hour too.
This half hour too. These again are, he's putting these tongue depressors or sticks down on this board and then spray painting them. But he doesn't overdo it. He knows when to stop. You have to push your art and keep pushing it and pushing it. And sometimes you go over the line, but it's really the true seer who can know when to stop. And Sean seems to have that quality, which is so impressive.
Phenomenal person as well. Let's check in with Dee in the phone bank. Hi, Dee.
Howdy, I'm over here with Free Spirit. Item number 40D is sitting at $325. Another $25 brings it to a bell ringer. Band Practice number 40C, that great piece by Linda Nunez, is at $700. It's only $100 shy from being a bell ringer. Number 40B is still open. The School One Day with those beautiful little sheep in the foreground is at $525. It's a $2,000 piece. You got to call and bid now because we're fixing to close these three out. We're going to take a look at a brand new, gorgeous landscape.
This is absolutely beautiful. It is called Breakthrough. It's by Allison Spreedborough, and it is a watercolor measuring at 29 by 23, retails at $950. We're looking for a starting bid at $200 right here on your PBS station, KVIE, and this is the live art auction all across Northern California. Take this one away.
I just want to say one more thing about Sean's piece. We discovered tonight it has a bell hanging on the back side.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's just so it could be a bell ringer.
Very much so. We need a starting bid on that one, by the way, of $100. Tell us about this.
So our watercolor here. This artist creates directly from nature, and she's a watercolorist. Her technique is a wet in wet.
Do you mean as in paints in nature, plein air?
Yep.
Okay.
She's outside.
Good. We got Sean $100, by the way.
Good, good.
Let's get $200 for this now.
Definitely. This is wet and wet. In other words, this canvas is wet, or this paper is wet and stretched and ready to go, and then the watercolor is put into it. So you get this bleeding effect here.
Hold up, the paper's wet, and then the paint's wet.
The paint's wet, so they bleed. It's called a wet on wet technique for watercolor. Now, if the watercolor paper is dry and you put the watercolor on it, you'll get a hard edge.
It's just wet.
Yeah.
$200, we're looking for a starting bid on this at $200, and this beautiful piece, Breakthrough, retails for $900. This is Allison Spreadborough, and this is called Breakthrough. Look at that color on the screen.
Yes.
It's breaking right through the screen. We're going to check in the phone bank right now and turn things over to Dee and Phoebe.
I have Sean Royal's recurrence number 940E in the phone bank. I currently have a $100 bid on it. Phoebe's doing a lovely job holding it for me. It's a $650 piece. This guy is a hot new artist. He's showing in Palm Springs. He does very well in local galleries, and people just can't get enough of him. I've got it sitting at $100. I want to see something closer to that, $650. 40E, Sean Royal, call right now. We're only going to hold it open for a few more minutes. Let's go back to Rob.
All right, thank you so much, Dee. And this is Breakthrough. We need a starting bid at $200 on this beautiful piece. And just look at the gorgeous sun breaking through on whatever device you're watching this on. It's spectacular.
Yeah, Allison studied locally at CSUS and has exhibited in many educational institutions. She is a member of the Plein Air Artists, California Plein Air Artists, and she's the artist in residence this year at the Redwood State National Reserve.
Wow, what an honor.
So yes, she was chosen for that position this year in 2019.
Well, we can see why, because she certainly can capture nature in all of its splendor.
Yeah, and it's a very peaceful because of the watercolor technique. The coloration, the balance in the colorations. We have these really strong orange horizontals, and then the burst, the breakthrough comes up and comes out at you. It's kind of anchored by these darker colors at the bottom, again, horizontal, with a little bit of diagonal here to give us some interest. But the flow of the watercolor itself creates so much.
It's just beautiful.
Yes.
And as you said, it's called wet on wet, right?
Yes, yes.
So, yes, we have a bell ringer on Free Spirit in the phone bank. Let's go over to Dee. I'm so glad.
So that was a bell ringer on the black and white with a little splotch of red in it, Free Spirit. It is still open, item number 40D. Reoccurrence, the Sean Royal wood piece with the hand is still open. We have a current bid of $100, that's 40E. We're looking for a bid. Breakthrough is now at $200. The piece that Rob's standing next to, let's take one more look at it.
Yes, because we just got a bid for $200. This is a retail value of $950, 10 seconds.
If you want something to keep you calm in your house, this is it. This is it.
That's perfect,
This
Maureen.
is it.
Thank you. It's been great having you. Stay tuned because there's much more art coming up in the next half hour right here on the KVIE Art Auction. Thanks.
Welcome to the 38th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin.
Oh my God, panic.
To start is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the Award Winners Collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features current and past award winners from the KVIE Art Auction that were carefully selected by the jurors and the curator. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome back to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm David Lowe, and over the next half hour, you're going to have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works from the Award Winners Collection. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item number 41A is Shop Girl, Local Papers. It's by Maureen Hood. It's mixed media and has a retail value of $2,300. Item number 41B is Persimmon Glow by Judy Knott. It's an oil on canvas. It measures 21 by 17, has a retail value of $950, and it is a Juror Award winner in still life. Item number 41C is Untitled by Michael Pasquale. It's mixed media. It's framed by the artist, has a retail value of $800, and it also is a Juror Award winner in Contemporary Classics. Item number 41D is Delta Island Fields by Richard Stein. It's acrylic on canvas and it measures a whopping 48 by 36. You're going to see that pretty soon. Retail value of $1950, and it is a Juror Award winner in landscape. Item number 41E is Untitled by Judith Harrison. It's mixed media, measures a foot by a foot, otherwise known as 12 by 12. Retail value is $650. It's the first place winner in Contemporary Classics. And the final piece in this half-hour lot is item 41F, titled Misty by Deborah Kreck-Harnish. It's mixed media, measuring 32 by 30 by 48, kind of a life size you're going to see. Retail value is $700, and it is a Juror Award winner for sculpture. So here we are during this break. I am pleased to be joined with Kim Scott. Kim is a nationally known artist who has been active in the Sacramento art community for over 30 years. She's recently retired from teaching art. She's a California master and has participated in the art auction for the past decade and had a piece that went last night. So thank you for that, Kim. And thanks for being here as our art expert for this half hour. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you. I love it.
All right, well, let's get started then. This is item number 41A, as we mentioned already. Shop Girl Local Papers by Maureen Hood. And if you saw the last half hour, well, you already met Maureen. But Kim's going to tell us a little bit more about her. Yeah, there you go.
So Maureen does collage, mixed media, and this is no exception. This piece that is called Shop Girl Local Papers is part of the third piece in a 3-part series that she did. The first one being a shop girl in Paris, the second one being a shop girl in Madrid, and this one being a shop girl in Sacramento. Also, what she's included in this piece, it really tells a story. It looks like a scene when you back up from it. It looks like a scene, like a shop girl scene, but when you get up close, there's all kinds of clues about the story that she's telling you. Part of what she's interested in is this is a thank you to all the teachers she's had in Sacramento that have influenced her and the businesses that have supported her through the years. And I see here, you can spot some of the stuff. There's like Tower Records here. There's Gary Pruner down here. There's different artists in here. And so those are all like little clues about.
So we have a bid right now of $450. You can get in on the action right now by making a call, but we're going to check in right now with Dee in the phone bank.
Okay, people, this is ridiculous. I've only got 2 people that have open phone lines. There are people bidding on everything in this break right now. So if you're interested in something that you just saw in this break and you don't call in, you're not going to get on the phone in time. We've got all the Shop Girl local papers. 41A is at $450. I have bids on everything else in this section. So call now or you're going to miss your favorite piece. Let's take a look at that piece again.
That's right, and we're back. So a $450 bid right now is current, but you can jump in on the action right now, well below the value of $2,300. Let's make this a bell ringer.
Yeah, definitely. Maureen has done so much for the auction in past years, and this is an award winner, so really it's time to jump on this one. So this piece is mixed media, and what that means is it's not just using one media like acrylic paints or oil paints. It's a number of different media that are put together to get this effect. Included in her media is paper, paint, colored pencil, marker, and other materials were used. I see iridescence in here, a little bit of gold. There's all kinds of stuff. The closer you look, there's pieces from magazines, art books, postcards, it looks like, and some of the pieces have been cut out in just squares, and other ones have actually been cut out into the shape of objects themselves.
And it's quite the substantial piece. This is something that's going to take up a wall, and you're going to see something new. If you're the owner of this piece, you're going to see something new every time you look at it. And of course, when your guests come to your home or your office, they're going to see something new, and when they keep coming back, they're going to see something new again. So call right now and become the high bidder at just $450 is the high bid right now. You can be the high bidder at $500.
This piece too, there's a couple things I think are really cool about it. One is it's done by a local artist, a well-known local artist, and also it's about local businesses and other local artists. So it's really a piece that's central to Sacramento.
And we only have a few more seconds with this piece. We're going to be moving on to something else, but we're going to keep it open. So the person who's the high bidder right now, they're of course hoping that someone doesn't call. But right now, all you have to do is pull out your phone, call. They're going to say, what do you want to bid on? You're going to say item number 41A. They're going to ask for a credit card number, and you're going to jump in on the action. It's that simple. But the pieces do move quickly, and you don't want to kick yourself in the morning and then not have access to this piece. But we are moving on right now to item number 41B, and this is Persimmon Glow by Judy Knott. It's an oil on canvas. It's framed. Has a retail value of $950. And as I mentioned in the opening remarks, this is a Juror Award winner in the still life category. Kim, tell us a little bit more about this piece.
Judy said in her statement that she was at a farmer's market and she saw these persimmons were set up as a display, and she asked the person, can I have them? Because they're so fabulous, they look like they're glowing. She took them home and set them up in her studio and did a painting from them. So just like that. I see that if you look very closely, you can see there's a lot of brush strokes. So it has a lot of texture to it. The white is not just white. The white has blues and pinks and peaches and all different colors in there that really makes it look like the sun shining down and through onto these persimmons. She said this is from her personal collection of candle holders. So there you go too.
And this piece, you're going to see the bids on your screen start to move up. And this is active bidding right now. We have a few people who have called in. And it's because I think they've seen what we have. You see the little pink and the blue. Looks amazing up close. Looks great from far away. If I had this piece, I'd put it in my kitchen. But of course, you can put it anywhere you want. And I love that it's really homage to our farmers markets. And we have such great farmers markets in the Sacramento region.
I know, I love it. I love it. Also, this frame, it's the canvas is in the frame, but they've left just a tiny little edge around there. And I like when that happens. It's like floating just a little bit in that frame. And that's because this painting is actually painted onto the sides of the canvas as well. And that gives you a little peek to the completion of the paint around the edge.
You really get the best of both worlds. You get the gallery wrap and it's framed. It's an amazing piece. You can be the high bidder right now when you call. And when you call, you're going to be pretty close to Dee because she's in the phone bank.
There are so many people on the phone right now. 41A Shop Girl Local Papers is now up to $1,400. It's a $2,300 value. I am here with the lovely Maureen Hood, who is the artist. Thank you, Maureen, for the great piece. You want to tell us a little about it?
It's my pleasure. I always enjoy working with KVIE. As Kim told you, this is really my homage and reference to all the other artists in Sacramento who have influenced me, people whose work I own, people whose work I enjoy, the galleries who have supported me, the professors who have taught me, and it was just kind of a fun piece. You know, even a reference here to Russ Solomon, our dear Russ Solomon, a great collector of art.
If you are an art collector from Sacramento, you were born in Sacramento, this piece would be perfect in your collection. 41A Shop Girl Local Papers. Let's go back out and look at those persimmons with David.
And we're back with the persimmons, and these persimmons can be in your home or office as early as tomorrow. That's how it works at the auction, but they can't be if you don't call. So call the number on your screen right now and make a bid.
With Thanksgiving coming up, I think this would be great in a dining room for Thanksgiving too. Okay.
Think about the people you'll be inviting over and you can show off your new painting.
So she said that when she uses oil paints, she always uses oil paints to paint representational. So like something that's realistic, she uses oil paints. When she wants to go crazy and meaning like abstract, she uses acrylics. So there you go.
And we do have a current bid right now of $175, well below the value. So someone right now is really happy. They're not wanting you to call in, but you know what? I'm asking you to be a little competitive and support KVIE, your PBS station, by making a bid right now.
That's how it gets done.
So we're going to be leaving this one pretty soon, though. But again, it's going to be open. And this auction right now, we'll tell you when it closes, but you'll be able to find that out when you call and tell them, I want to make a bid. Dee is going to tell you a little bit more. Oh, maybe we weren't ready.
This entire break is all award winners, which means these phones are lit up. We would like to thank our friends at Cali Color who helped sponsor our award winners at the gala. 41A Shop Girl is up to $1,500. I have bids coming in on every single piece. You need to call right now. There goes another phone. I've only got 2 operators available. Call right now and start bidding because this half hour is going to fly by. Let's look at this next contemporary piece.
And this is item number 41C. It's untitled by Michael Pasquale. It's mixed media and it's framed by the artist. Has a retail value of $800. You can see we have a current bid of $350. You can jump in on the action with a bid of just $400, which is half the retail, and you can make that happen right now. Kim, tell us a little bit more.
Well, a little backstory on Michael. He was a contractor for 30 years, and he had many experiences where he'd find pieces of something smooth like glass or metal that had coats of paint on it, and he would peel the paint off, and it was so easy to peel off. He started playing around with it as an art method. So this is actually a reverse glass painting. That means that you paint on the back side of the glass, so the thing that you want to show up first is the last thing. It's like you put it on nearest to the glass and then you build up back from there. So all of this paint is painted directly on the glass on the reverse side.
I'm glad you told me that because I was wondering when I saw this piece for the first time, I thought, this is so bright. I'm trying to figure out how it's being done. And now I know, and now you know, and you'll be able to tell someone else who looks at this piece when it's in your house how it was done.
It's actually, there are examples of reverse glass painting that are quite old, pre-Victorian for sure. So it's something, it's not commonly used, but it is occasionally used. And this, he's had it framed really very nice. Like you were saying, these colors are super bright. He's got a little gold fillet around here and that big black mat with a gold frame, and that really just makes this look so rich, and it would go in any decor for sure.
And remember too, just like Persimmon Glow that we just left, this is also an award winner, and you can have an award-winning piece in your collection. It's amazing, but we're going to check right now in with Dee.
I am in the phone bank with Phoebe, and she's got Persimmon Glow number 41B. It's a $950 piece. It's an award winner this year. It's right at $225. 41A Shop Girl Local Papers is at $1,500. You gotta call now because Stein's piece is coming up, and I've got people on the phone for that. Very busy here. We're having a really good time at the auction here in our last night. So let's go look at some more work with David.
That's right. We're back with Untitled. You can see a nice perspective that's next to Kim and to me and figure out maybe where it's going to fit on your wall. And remember, it's not just your home. It's something that you can also put in your office. And these are the final hours of the KVIE Art Auction. So if you've been waiting, haven't made that bid yet, this is the time for you. So you're going to see a lot of great pieces just like this one.
So this piece, most paintings, people apply with a paintbrush or with their hands or with a palette knife, but this one he uses a silicone spatula to apply his paint. So that's like quite different than most paintings.
I love this piece, but I can't bid on it because I'm here, and that's not actually fair for anybody else. But if you want to bid on it and then buy it for me, I mean, I'm not going to pay you back, but you can do it. This is a great piece. I'm excited about it because I want you to be excited about it too. And if I'm excited about it, it must be just a great piece.
Well, it's an abstract, but it's got a really formal frame on it, so it's going to go anywhere,
Well, one final thought on this, because we are going to have to move on to another piece. So if there's anything that you would say to a collector at home, what is that one statement right here?
I would just say, if you haven't started your collection, start it now. And if you already have one, here's an abstract for you.
And you can do that with an award-winning piece. We're going to keep it open, but we do have to move on because that's how the auction works. Now, wait until you see this piece. I mentioned the size of it before when we were introducing it. It's item number 41D, called Delta Island Fields by Richard Stein. And it's acrylic on canvas. It's a retail value of $19.50. We already have a high bid of $17.50. And when we come to the live shot, you're going to wonder where you're going to be able to put this in your home because you're going to have to take off a lot of art to make room for this one. And here we go, I think, with the live shot, and there it is.
Look at this thing.
It's amazing. So tell us a little bit more about it.
Well, what Richard has put in his information sheet, he says he's really interested in the textural qualities of the fields around the Sacramento Valley. And so many artists have explored this, and he's got his own take on it that's really unique. He says that he uses mathematics and rulers and all kinds of doing sketches, doing color palette samples and all kinds of stuff when he prepares to do this, because it really isn't exact. The lines on it are very exact. The filled areas are super clean. And the colors, look at that. That's so cool, that purple and yellow.
There's a lot of great colors. The texture as well on this. I just love the texture on this. I have a piece by Richard Stein. It's about half the size of this, maybe not even that. And it's a lot darker in terms of the colors. I mean, I love it. And this, when I saw it, a little bit different colors that I'd seen him use. I talked to him at the preview party. He's showing right now at the Tim Collum Gallery. It's going to be part of Second Saturday. So a lot of great things that you can go see. But you know what? Don't miss your chance to have this substantial piece. And then you know what? You can meet Richard Saturday at the Tim Collum Gallery and say, I'm the one who got your piece at the KVIE Art Auction.
This could be a centerpiece for your collection, for sure.
It's going to be the centerpiece of anything that you put it, because again, it's such a substantial piece. $17.50 is the current bid. You can be the high bidder though if you just call in right now, and we're going to check in with Dee.
It is going crazy in here. These are all award winners. I've got an award winner here from the Contemporary Classics category. This is item number 41C. It's untitled. It's at $375. It has an $800 value. We're going to hit a bell ringer on that Delta Island Fields from Richard Stein. Maybe you've seen it before. I think it was on our program guide this month. That's 41D, and we're going to take another look at that big, glorious piece.
Back with this big, glorious piece. Tell us a little bit more about, what you love about it, just the boldness of colors. I'm going to throw that out there for you.
Yeah.
Also, just, its impact on the region.
Well, for sure, this is specifically highlighting the islands in the river and the farms and the fields, of course, too. So I really like that, and the way that he handles the shadows, I really like. Now
we have a bid. I'm sorry, we'll come back to you, but we have a bid of $1,900 that's going to update on your screen right now. It's so close to a bell ringer, and we're going to get that. So come in at $2,000. You're going to be over goal on that one. It's going to be a bell ringer. I always look at Richard's pieces, and it's what I see when I'm up on an airplane and I'm looking down, and that's one of the things I love about flying in and out of Sacramento.
Yeah. One thing he's done here, which is really great, is he made the frame himself. He's floating this painting, this huge painting in this frame. And what he's done is he's wrapped this around, and the islands and the river and the fields all go around the bend on all sides of this thing. So you get another view of it when you get up close. You can see there's more to the painting than just what's straight on.
So Kim is an established artist. She's an art expert. By the way, that's a bell ringer. We hit it, $2,000. So we're going to keep going higher from there. You've used a lot of the big words as it relates to art. One of the words I think of when I see a piece like this in terms of the size is ginormous. And would you agree?
Yeah, it's definitely a substantial piece. You need a big chunk of wall for sure.
Well, I'm sure the person right now who has that $2,000 bid has already seen where they're going to put it, and they are so excited. You could still get in, though, on that bid, but we're going to move to another piece. We're going to keep it open, but we've got to move on to item number 41E. But we're not moving yet because apparently we're still on live television. Item number 41E is Untitled by Judith Harrison. It's mixed media. It's measuring 12 by 12, has a retail value of $650, and it was the first place winner in the Contemporary Classics category. And right now we are looking for an opening bid of just $175 on a retail value of $650. Kim, tell us a little bit more about this piece.
Well, you'll notice that the 12 by 12 is actually, each piece is 12 by 12. So this is actually 12 by 24 inches. So more bang for your buck there. But it's a pair. They obviously go together. They have similar sort of shapes showing up in here. Judith has been painting for 16 years, and so she's had a lot of time to really develop her technical skills and what that is, the quality that she wants to project from her work.
Well, the great thing about art like this is you can hang it like this, side by side. You could stack it. You could put it on one side of the room and the one on the other. A lot of great things you can do because art's really in the eye of the beholder. And guess what? You get to have that power if you're the winning bidder.
Well, what I see here, these are mixed media, and we talked about mixed media earlier, but it looks to me like she's using some sort of paint. There's threads in there. There's stencils, it looks like. There might even be some fabric or something in there. Really interesting looking. It almost looks like sort of a graffiti wall somehow with when you come up close to a wall and you see the posters were up there and there's pieces of signage and things like that.
I know a lot of people, when they're collecting art, they try to figure out where's it going to go and what colors are going to work with this piece and work with my home. So take a look around you right now and take a look at these colors, and I'm sure you're going to see how they're going to work in. And while you do that, we're going to check in with Dee and see how that Richard Stein piece is doing.
Let's get a bid on that first place winner out there. The Richard Stein piece is at $2,700, and we are not closing it yet. Let me go back through really quick. 41A Shop Girl Local Papers by Maureen Hood is sitting at $1,500. It's a $2,300 piece. The Persimmon Glow is sitting at $650. That's $950. The Untitled piece is sitting at $400. We'd like to see it get to $800. We need an opening bid on 41E, the Untitled first place contemporary winner for this auction. We've got another piece coming up after this, which already has a bid on it. So if you want to bid, you gotta call right now because they go really fast. Let's go down and look at that first place winner again.
That's right. You can have award-winning art in your home, and you can be the current bidder to just start it at $175. So don't delay. Pick up the phone right now and make that bid.
So Judith has won other awards too. It's not just this award. So she's proven herself numerous times.
Well, we don't give out awards willy-nilly anyway, so of course she's won other ones. And we do have that opening bid, by the way, of $175. So let's move that up in $50 increments, and let's get that $650 value that I know that the artist wanted us to have when she donated the piece to KVIE so we could get the full value.
Right. I also really enjoy, there's a lot about these that are really growing on me. They're on a wooden panel that's been slightly beveled, so they're super clean looking, but they still have that found object look to them a little bit, like bits and pieces have been put together to be very pleasing. I love these dots, these circles here, and then this one's been filled in, and the arrow that's pointing over to that piece there.
Well, remember, when you call in to make a bid, you're helping other people also kind of make that action step as well and say, wait a minute, if you're in at 175, I can be in at 250. That's how it works. It's an auction. But if you're the winning bidder, you're supporting KVIE, you're supporting the programs that you watch, local programs like Rob on the Road, Viewfinder, KVIE Art Showcase, and of course the programs like the national programs, the Masterpiece, Nova, Frontline, Nature. You're making all of that happen when you support KVIE through an art sale like this through the art auction. Kim, tell us a little bit more about it.
Well,
or about where you'd put it.
Where I would put it? Oh my gosh. I have my house stacked up like a chocolate box. I have tall ceilings and I have paintings from the ground to the ceiling. I have such a huge collection and I highly recommend it. People come in and they're mesmerized by all the art for sure.
So tell me, and you're an artist, what does it take for the artist to say, I want to do 2 of these pieces? Is it complementary? Is it really meant to be, all in one, stacked differently?
Well, it's hard for me to speak for her.
Sure.
However, she chose to give us these 2 pieces. And so I expect that she thought of them as a pair, so they belong together.
I love them. It's original art, original award-winning art that you can have. We're going to keep it open right now, but we do need to move on to another piece. It's the final piece in this half hour. And this is a figurative speech. It's a figurative piece of art. It's a really nice figure actually here. Item number 41F. It's titled Misty, and it's by Deborah Craig-Harnish, and it's mixed media that you're soon about to see. Retail value of $700. We actually already have a bid of $600. That's going to update on your screen right now. And this was a juror award in sculpture. So Kim, tell us a little bit more.
Wow. So according to her statement, she starts this, the reason she did this piece is because at 6 years old, she started taking ballet dancing, and it just caught her heart. And she's always been interested, and also the dance itself and also the costuming. So and she's interested in paper. So the 2 just came together. And she's been working on this thing. A lot of work has gone into this. She says she started by doing the skin tones first, which have tiny little, it's like sheet music, collaged on here. And then there's this iridescent, gold tone iridescent, it looks like acrylic paint over the top, glazing it. So it's got a little subtle message going on there. And then she started with the bodice part of this. And do I look under the skirt of the ballerina?
It is a 360-degree piece. I'm looking in the back, and of course I see the sheet music on the back as well. I can take a peek right here.
She did like an armature underneath to help hold the weight of all the paper on the skirt. And excuse me, all of this, it's handmade paper. And she went and squeezed all this and shaped it all herself. She got it wet and put it on there and shaped it on there herself. And all this ruffles here, that's all done by hand. And she said it just took her hours and hours and hours to just sit there and fold all those little ruffles. And
it's an amazing piece. It's going to take up a substantial part of your home where you put it. It's a $650 bid right now. We're 1 bid away from making it a bell ringer. And did you know, this is not the first time it's been shown on KVIE. She allowed us to have the piece as part of our Sunday Stories, and it was a set piece for a little bit. So we're so thankful for her for allowing us to do that, and also for her donation of art, and yours if you're going to be the winning bidder. And right now, someone is the winning bidder right now at $650. They're the high bidder. And now, though, we're going to check in with Dee.
Okay, I am here with this hour's big bell ringer. 41D Delta Island Fields is now at $3,200. Still available. We're not closing it out yet. Let's get Deborah's piece, Misty, that beautiful ballet dancer, up to the $700 it needs to be at. That's 41F. We're going to close these out in 2 or 3 minutes. So if you're interested in either one of these pieces, you really gotta call now. We've got more masters coming up. Let's take one more look at that beautiful tutu.
And we have to end this half hour with a bell ringer. We're just $50 away. All it takes is one more bid to make that happen.
You don't know how happy it makes the artist to know the full value of their work is going to KVIE too. So I see a lot of metallics on here. It's really amazing the variety of papers, and she does a lot of recycling, makes this work out of recycled materials that she has, and this is no exception. It's just, I just want to wear it. I think it's so beautiful.
Not that you really can, but in terms of it being a one-to-one ratio, you could, because this is life-size. It's a great piece of sculpture, and again, it's going to capture the attention of everybody who comes into your room where you place it to see it. They're just going to be absolutely mesmerized. We're going to keep it open right now. There is a high bidder of $650, and it's going to come in at $7. And Kim, thank you for your help during this half hour. We're going to check back in with Dee.
Okay, we've got some more potential bell ringers coming up. We've got a few more masters. Everybody's waiting for your phone call, 844-584-3278. I am going to close out 41D Delta Island Fields. It's at $3,300. If you're not on the phone, you're not going to get it. I'm going to close it out now. Going once, who's got it on the phone? Going twice, $3,300. One more chance. It's closed at $3,300. Stay tuned, because there's more art coming up in the next half hour on your KVIE Art Auction.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase, and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the figurative collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Helen Planer, this category celebrates the human and animal form in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi again, I'm David Lowe, and we're back for another half hour of live art auction excitement with the figurative category. And now here's an overview of the art that's going to be up for bid during the next half hour. Item number 42A is Canvas Back in the Autumn Delta, and it's by Anita Lowe. It's oil on canvas, has a retail value of $700, and we're looking for an opening bid of $175. Item number 42B is Mujer by Juanishi Orozco. It's acrylic on board, and it has a retail value of $1,200, and we're looking for an opening bid of just $200. Item number 42C is The Old Swimming Hole by Cynthia Bowes. This is clay. It measures 24 by 24 by 3, retail value of $350, and we're looking for an opening bid of only $75. Item number 42D is Needleworker by Yipao Zhang, and it's mixed media, and it has a retail value of $150 and already has a bid of $50, and you can jump in there with your own bid. Item number 42E is Big Blue Dog by Carolyn Moyer. It's ceramic, and it measures 24 by 11 by 14, a retail value of $400. And then the final piece, do we have a final piece? There is not one. I was looking at that and saying it's not on my screen, and I don't know what No 42F means. I thought it was a wonderful title for a piece of art. But hey, let's start with item number 42A, and it's called Canvas Back of the Autumn Delta. We're looking for, we actually have a high bid of $200. We're looking for you to jump in. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Great. So this is an oil on canvas, and it's done by Anita Lowe. And when she wrote her description of this painting, she was really interested in making sure that all these canvas-back geese were individuals and not just like a rubber stamp of the same goose over and over again. And when you look at it, you can really see some are closer, some are farther, some of them have slightly different colorations, they have their wings in different positions, and the types of positions that she's put them in, it looks like they're getting ready to land in that wetland right there.
And so if you love art of the region like I do, this is it. And you know, I'm sure you have a nature lover in your family, and maybe you could buy it for them, or maybe it's you. But we do have those preserves, the Stone Lake preserves. I can see that here. It is fall, so that's autumn. I mean, this is the right piece at the right time. Someone's excited because they have a high bid of $200, but we're trying to get this up to be a bell ringer at $700. So you can do your part. If you want this piece, don't delay. Don't kick yourself in the morning because you didn't. Just make that call and say, I want to make a bid.
She's also really interested in giving you other clues about what's going on in nature at the time. The way the clouds are, there's a lot of texture going on in these clouds. It's looking like maybe a little windy, a little stormy, the way those birds are coming in a little bit wobbly there. Also, the water's very choppy looking. And she even reads into it like maybe there's some fish in there or something for these birds to eat when they land there. And they're checking it out and seeing. She's talking about the reeds, the cattails, and the position of the reeds, how they're moving in the breeze.
It's a great detail on this. I love the orange on it. I mean, this is absolutely, I can see why it's called autumn. It has those beautiful fall colors. But each of the birds, I think, you know, you'll be able to pick out your favorite one. And then after you do, you might pick out another one and say, actually, that's my favorite, because there's a lot to see in this.
And then she's also used a burl frame on this thing, which I think is appropriate for this style of painting. And the colors look good. It has a little gray glazing on it, and she's used a lot of black and white and grays in this as well, so it really makes a nice transition between the painting and the wall.
Current high bid is $200, but you can make it an auction by being the next caller and jumping in. All you have to do is call the number on your screen. If you haven't done this yet, it's okay. There's time to start. You can make your first bid during this 3-day extravaganza KVIE Art Auction.
So she also is really interested in the patterns that geese and ducks fly in, and so she's really trying to pay attention to that and create shapes in the sky like they do when they're landing or when they're just flying over. When we're so lucky here being a flyover area, you can look up in your backyard and see geese flying over. It's great.
So I think really, if you live in Elk Grove, I just moved out of Elk Grove after a many number of years. You know, this for me would have been not only art of the region, but art of the very localized area. So, you know, if you're in Elk Grove right now, this is your local art. Call right now. Of course, if you're like right in the heart of the Delta too, that's your local art as well. Call the number on your screen, make that bid. We have a $200 high bid right now, but we're looking for you.
Now, it looks to me like she's mostly using a paintbrush. So the shapes of the brush strokes reflect the hair in the brush. And also there's places down here where it looks like she's actually using a palette knife. So that's a different type of, it's like a real choppy mark and gives a lot of texture to the work. So she's really paying attention to all those details to try to get that feeling across.
It's a chance to have some original art from the KVIE Art Auction, which is a jurred competition. Not all of the art that gets donated gets in because it has to be jurred. This is a jurred piece. It's an original. There's nothing else like this. It can be yours, and we're going to check in with Rose right now.
I just wanted to take a moment to thank our volunteers that are here with us this weekend. We have an amazing phone bank with us. Some of them have been here all weekend long, taking multiple shifts, doing multiple jobs. So thank you everyone for spending your Sunday night evening with us. It's only a few hours till the end of our art auction. Don't look back and regret not calling in. So pick up your phone, dial 844-584-3278. Let's go back to David in the next piece.
That's right. 42A, by the way, is still open, has a high bid of $300, but we have to move on to item number 42B. This is Mujer by Juanishi Orozco. It's acrylic on board. It's a large piece, as you're going to be able to see when we come back out live. Retail value of $1,200, and we're looking for an opening bid of just $200 to kick things off.
I'm so excited about this piece. It's really a treasure. I have one little correction to make. It's not actually acrylic. It's pastel on pastel paper. So, which it just makes that, it's got a very creamy surface, it's very smooth, the transitions are so smooth. Now, for those of you who may not be aware of who Juanishi Orozco is, Juanishi Orozco was one of the founding members of the Rebel Chicano Art Front, which later changed, that was in 1969.
Right, and then went to the Royal Chicano Air Force.
The Royal Chicano Air Force, which may well be the most important movement that's happened out of California. So, and it happened right here. And it was in conjunction with support for Cesar Chavez and for migrant workers and a lot of the people that were artists in this, their families came from that tradition. And so this is a rare example of one of Juanishi's pieces, and we're so lucky to have it.
Well, and he even signed it here, Juanishi Orozco, RCAF.
Yeah.
And so we've had multiple pieces from RCAF. We had one on last night, that was Captain Delta. But we're going to come back and talk about this in just a minute, but we're going to check in right now with the phone bank.
Thank you so much, David. The phones are hopping right now here at KVIE, your public television station. This is Canvas Back in the Autumn Delta. It is spectacular. And these beautiful, beautiful ducks are just flying right off of this canvas. This is right now at $400. We're trying to get this up to the retail value of $700, and you can pick it up as early as tomorrow at KVIE. 844 KVIE Art is the number on the screen, and every single dollar that you pledge to get this art goes to support the mission of public broadcasting, PBS. Look here at this beautiful piece of artwork. Canvas Back in the Autumn Delta at $425 now. Great. Let's call this up to $450 to support your PBS station. David?
We've sold over 240 pieces over these 3 days. We have just a few remaining. And if you haven't been a winning bidder yet, you can call in right now and just start this one at just $200. It's a substantial piece. As Kim corrected me, because I'm only as good as the data that's on my paper, this is pastel, because I was wondering how the acrylic could be so smooth. But I'm learning, because I'm learning from working with art experts like you. But this is a fantastic piece. And if you're looking around, you're looking at the colors that you have in your home, actually it doesn't even matter, because if the colors in your home don't work with this one, repaint your walls, put this on there, and work everything else around it.
The art is so good, it doesn't matter what color or style of house you have. It's really, it's a historical piece, really. The man is amazing. Him and a number of other people started this group for fighting for civil rights for Chicano workers, and were involved in doing all the pay stops for the marches. And he also taught art to children and adults through the years, and was part of the founding group that put together La Raza
La Galleria Posada.
Yes. Right, exactly.
All right, well, we do have an opening bid of $350. That's great. Right. That's going to update on your screen right now. RCAF, like you said, not only were they artists of all kinds, poets as well. Jose Montoya, of course, was the poet laureate of the city. He passed a few years ago. The RCAF's not going to be around forever, and again, a local, regional treasure, really a national treasure. It's a chance to get one of these pieces of art. But guess what? I have good news. It may involve a bell and some ringing. Rob?
Yes, we do. I hate to ring this near the microphone. Sorry about that, but this is a bell ringer, and we've got to celebrate that. This is at $750, so it's above bell ringing status. By the way, when it gets to be a bell ringer, it doesn't mean we're closing the piece. We just say that it has hit the retail value. Look at this spectacular piece flying off of the screen and now flying up in price at $800, retailed at $700, and we're well above that. Mohair, by the way, is at $350. I'm seeing it has a $1,200 retail. That is still open. And let's go back across the studio with David and Kim for the next piece. David?
That's right. As Rob said, Mujer is still open. You can call in right now with your bid, but we have to move on to item number 42C. And this is the Old Swimming Hole by Cynthia Bowes. It's a clay piece, as you're going to be able to see when we go live on here. Retail value of $350. We already have a bid of $75 on our way up to making this one a bell ringer as well. Tell us a little bit more about the piece.
I love it. This piece is so cool. It's skinny dipping, and with all the rivers and byways and around the Sacramento area, tell me you haven't done that once in your life.
It could be around the North Fork. I hear that happens around there. Not only do we have people skinny dipping, there's a dog in there with no clothes on.
There's a couple of critters in there too, enjoying the water. Cynthia has been a ceramicist, has been working for 20 years as a ceramicist and 10 years as a profession, has been exhibiting for 10 years. She's taken lessons from local masters like Tony Natsoulis, and you can definitely see that funky Sacramento style showing up in her work.
People are going to walk up to this and they say, well, what's going on here? And you're going to get to sit there and smile because you'll have already enjoyed the art, and you get to watch other people experience it. And that's really the beauty of having some original art when people come over and get to see it.
It's got a story to tell. I don't know who these guys are. They look like the Peepin' Toms over there.
Yeah, they got clothes on.
Yeah,
they're up in a treehouse. That's not okay.
It's so cute. And she says that I have a secret too. She's 89 years old. Can you believe it? And she's like cracking everybody up. It's great. This also can be used outdoors. It's high fire and can go outside. So
if you know,
by your pool.
Exactly, or under your patio. We love to spend our time outside in the Sacramento region because we can. We live in a great part of California, a great part of the United States, and so maybe put this up on a wall out by your outdoor barbecue. Really a great piece, and that's what I love about this piece of art. You can really put it anywhere. Has a bid right now of $75. That person is excited, and maybe they'll end up with it. I don't know, but they shouldn't, because it should be a bell ringer, which means it needs a bid of $350 or more.
Yeah, art doesn't have to be serious. It can be funny. It can bring joy to you. It can be a little bit naughty. There's all kinds of art for all kinds of people.
Well, as you're thinking about how much you're going to put your high bid on, we're going to send it right now over to Rob, and he's going to tell us a little bit more.
Okay, and we are tilting this forward just so you can see it perfectly. This is Wanishi Orozco. This is spectacularly gorgeous. $350. You see Phoebe nodding her head. She's an art major and worked at the Crocker, so she knows why she's nodding. This is a spectacular piece of art. Canvas back just jumped up to $1,000. Right now, we are showing Mujer. This is a splendid piece. The matting matches the fantastic and gorgeous acrylic on board that you see here. $350. This has a $1,200 retail value. This could be yours as early as tomorrow, and all of the money goes to support your PBS station, KVIE. Spectacular piece of artwork, ready to go to you. Back, David, to you.
That's right. We're back here with the old swimming hole, and what I love about this piece is a lot of people who have their sculptures, their ceramics, they're sitting on something. This is going to be attached to your wall. And so, if you love ceramics, or even if you don't already have one and you just think that art goes on a wall, guess what? This goes on the wall. Call right now, make that bid, put in a strong bid, and there's a chance you're going to get it. Maybe at $350, maybe at $400.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Yeah, when you put something on, you have to come up with a pedestal for something. Floor space is hard to come by, but wall space, usually there's a spot somewhere,
Well, Cynthia is a longtime contributor to the KVIE Art Auction. She donates her time. She gives freely. She provides the entire piece. The full benefit of it goes to KVIE. She is watching this right now, wanting this to go to at least $350. So she knows that the time and effort she put in is going to be appreciated by someone at home and goes to support KVIE.
It means so much to artists when it meets the bell ringer, because they know their work is being valued.
And as you mentioned, this can go outside, and that's what's fantastic. Not all ceramics can, so we don't necessarily suggest that you do that unless you know that you can. But we are saying that, yes, this piece can go outside. It can stay inside. It really can go anywhere.
So she says her favorite thing to do in art is to have humor in her art. She's always trying to make people smile, and this one really makes me smile.
We've been smiling the whole time.
I love the little bunnies down there, too, watching.
Well, we need to move on to another piece, but the piece remains open for your bid. But we have to go to item number 42D, and it's titled Needleworker by Yi-Piao Zhang. And it's mixed media because it's not just a sculpture, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. Retail value of $150, has a current bid right now of $100. You can call in right now and make it a bell ringer with just one call. But while you're waiting to do that, actually, you do that, but everyone else can hear from Kim, and let's hear a little bit more about this piece.
I confess, I'm not sure if this is a man or a woman artist.
Yi is male.
Great. That was my first thought. Okay.
There you go.
Good. So Yi has a couple of things going on here. Part of this is slab built, where he rolls out the clay and then he shapes it into the body form. You can tell the feet, but the face and the hands are done in molds. He found some really old like slip molds that were of doll slip molds, and he pressed the clay into it and added it to his piece, and it works to great effect on this. And I think it's so interesting that he has this person as an artisan who's doing like a metal needlepoint sort of project here, which is so cool. The Yi also attends a art day program and uses the studios. It's at the Creative Art Center in Yuba City, and they do great work there with people with developmental disabilities who have lots of art talent. And Yi's work, this stands up to anything else going in this auction.
Yeah, I'm surprised with the value, the retail value of only $150, which because it's a substantial piece, it's very artistic. It's something that is going to look great no matter where you put it. Has a current high bid right now of only $100. You can call in right now, make it a bell ringer with just one call. Yeah. Make it happen. Don't say, I should have, could have, would have, because this is very affordable right now at just a high bid of $100.
This would go great on a mantelpiece or on a bookshelf even. Be a beautiful addition, and the glazing is really beautiful on it too. I love that face.
Well, I love the colors on this too, and again, colors help to bring things together. So again, look around in your home, your office, and think about where you're going to put this. But yeah, I can see this coming out of the shelf in a corner or something. It's a fantastic piece, very accessible. Some of the pieces in the art auction are going for thousands of dollars. We have a piece coming up in the next half hour that has a retail value of $18,000. And then there's other art like this that's very accessible, very affordable, with a retail value of only $150.
And it's really a great piece too. It has a lot of charm.
Well, so Doug Elmitz is coming up in the next half hour, and he's known for saying, rip the posters off your wall and get some original art. Well, if you're looking for original art, this could be one of your pieces. It's a sculpture. Sculpture's fun to have and collect, really kind of a one-of-a-kind. There's going to be a story around it. People are going to want to know, where did you get it? How long have you had it? And you're going to have this story about beating everyone else out on the bid who was watching on TV.
That's
and
right.
You collected this piece.
He says he works meticulously and strives for perfection. And he tries to have a picture of something in his mind and then find a way to make it happen. And he uses all different types of materials, whatever it takes, to execute whatever it is that he wants to make.
So Old Swimming Hole, by the way, has a high bid of $150 right now on its way up, and we're going to check back in now with Rob and Phoebe.
That's right. This is a fantastic piece, and this is by a very dedicated artist who gives every year to KVIE, Cynthia Bowes. This is the Old Swimming Hole. It is a spectacular piece. Is it heavy? No, it's not heavy? Okay, great. And so this is right now at $150, retails at $350. It is a spectacular piece, and it looks like it could hang, Phoebe, as well as sit on a table, indoors or outdoors. Functional art, useful art, and it can be yours by calling the number on the screen. Let's go back across the studio. David?
So we're going to keep Needleworker open, but I need Rob to do something. I need him to ring a bell because guess what? Needleworker is at a bell ringer status at $175. There we go. So, but we are going to move on. This piece is going to stay open. So if you're bidding on it right now, keep bidding. We're going to move that on up and talk about the final piece in this half-hour collection. It's item number 42E. It's called Big Blue Dog by Carolyn Moyer, and it is a ceramic. Has a retail value of $400, but you know what? That doesn't even matter because this one is already a bell ringer with a high bid currently of $550. Thank you for that bell ringing.
That's
but
great.
You know what? We're going to go higher, and I know this will because there's a lot of interest in this piece. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Okay, so this is a ceramic piece. It has a variety of glazes on it. It has these really glossy glazes where it's the dog. I love his spotted ears, and he's got little wires for his whiskers. This style is once again is that classic California, like Central Valley, California ceramic style, kind of funky, kind of funny, bright, and a little irreverent at times.
Oh, it's a lot irreverent. There are parts of this. Let's just say it's a 360-degree sculpture here, and it's a male dog. And you may be wondering, how can a blue dog also have orange? And of course, it can't. This blue dog is wearing an orange onesie. And I know it's a onesie because there's a zipper in the back and you could, well, you actually can't take it off, but if you could and it was ceramic, you can see that there's a zipper right underneath the tail
There's
there.
the zipper.
We're just going to talk about the zipper and that's it. This is public broadcasting.
Anatomically correct.
And yes, it's
anatomically correct.
yes, that's all the calls coming in now.
He'd make
We
a
do have
great
a high
guard
bid, by
dog.
the way, of $600. It's a fantastic piece. We were at the preview party that we had last Thursday, and it had a lot of interest in it. A lot of people were talking about it. You know, as Kim mentioned, the vibrancy of these colors. It's going to be a statement piece no matter where you put this in your home. It's
And this could go
fantastic.
outdoors, right?
We always get something fun from her.
Mhm.
Carolyn provides us a lot of great pieces. It was probably hard for her to give this one to us because I can't imagine she didn't want to keep it for herself. I'd love this piece too, but guess what? Already has a high bid of $600 as a bell ringer.
That's great. I think he would make a fantastic guard dog at the front door. Would he keep anybody away? I don't know.
He'd probably just want to play and lick them to death, but that's okay. High bid of $600. Again, it's just an amazingly fun, cute blue dog wearing an orange onesie. I bet you didn't think you'd hear that on television tonight, but there it is. It's a blue dog wearing a onesie. Has a high bid that's holding right now at $600. I guarantee you the person on the phone right now is saying, don't talk about it anymore because I'm the current bidder at $600 and I don't want anyone else to come in and ruin my evening. But you could, if you pick up the phone right now and make that bid and make it an even more special bell ringer.
Yeah, so much personality. I love his orange eyebrows, and his eyes are glazed in such a way that he has a little twinkle in his eye when the light hits it.
You know what I love on the glazing is the dog, the blue is very shiny, but the onesie is kind of muted. It's a little bit more matted.
Right.
And it really kind of has that cloth kind of look.
Right. And these.
Well, you know what? We're having a lot of fun right here tonight. A lot of fun right here just with the dog, but we have to find out where else they're having fun. It's in the phone bank.
Yeah, Dee couldn't help it. She had to go over there and turn that dog around.
Well, you know, you got to see all the parts of the sculpture when you're buying.
Well, they're polka dotted. You can't miss it. So this is the KVIE Art Auction. We're so glad you're with us. All of the money goes to support your PBS station, KVIE. We have an action-packed night. Some of the best art you will see in Northern California. This lady has curated for this collection.
Okay, we've got 3 open still. 42C is at $200. 42D is at $300. 42E, the blue dog, is now at $675. We've got the investment hour coming up, and that's the one you don't want to miss.
With the investor, Doug Elmitz.
With Mr. Elmitz. He's always a good time.
He is. All right, let's go back across the studio to you guys.
That's right. We just have a couple more hours in the KVIE Art Auction. It's been a 3-day extravaganza. I want to thank everyone who's been helping us. We have this doesn't work without the volunteers. Of course, you know, the staff, we all have to work really hard, but it doesn't happen without volunteers. It doesn't happen without the people helping answer the phones. It doesn't happen without the sponsors who make it happen. It's really just an amazing time to be one of the largest art galleries in the region with more than 250 pieces over 3 days. It's fantastic. Kim, tell us one more, because this is a bell ringer. It's already at $700. That's going to get updated. Have a final closing thought on this piece.
This will be a piece when whoever gets this will be a piece that'll go down the family line to the kids, to the grandkids. Everybody's going to have a good laugh about this dog.
You heard it. It's going to go down the lines, and 3 generations from now, someone's going to talk about that old thing of television and how they got a bid and won this piece of art. That's just how it happens. So call in right now. You can make that high bid. There is a high bid of $750 on this piece. We're going to keep it open, though. That auction is going to keep happening until only one person is left on the phone. But call right now. Get ready for some other pieces. And now we're going to check in one last time in the phone bank with Dee.
Hi, I just want to thank some of our volunteers. My friend, Patty French, has been here all weekend moving artwork. We're down to the big pieces that are coming up, folks. So make us happy. Let's make lots of bids. 844.
Call in.
Call in.
Call in.
844-584-3278. Because this next half hour only has 4 pieces in it, and they're going to go so fast. So let's go back out. Are we ready?
Bell ringers.
Okay, let's go back to David one last time.
Don't go away. As Dee mentioned, there's only 4 pieces in this next collection, and they're amazing, and they're all different. There's the Jin Wang, has an $18,000 value. We know there were a lot of bids on it that came in at the preview party. There's going to be an amazing photograph that Jesse Bravo took of the Beatles. He was one of our jurors, and we asked him to provide that piece for us, and you're going to get to see that. If you love the Fab Four, and who doesn't, stay tuned. It's going to be the first piece we show it to. So, Kim, some final thoughts on just overall collection that people have a chance to bid on. Anything else you'd want to say about this piece?
I think it speaks for itself, really.
It has been at $825.
Yeah.
All right, how about tell them what they ought to think of the Jin Wang or some of the other pieces in this next collection?
I can't
Is it
wait.
Pat Mahoney?
I know. I can't wait to see these up close myself. It's a fabulous work. It's really ending with a bang here.
That's right. And so you and I are going to be off camera, but we get to stay and we get to watch and see how these pieces go. So stay tuned because there's so much more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 38th Annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin. Stay tuned for the investment collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features works by internationally known and upcoming artists whose work is expected to increase in value. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Doug Elmitz, and over the next half hour, you're going to have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art from the investment collection. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. We hope that you're watching. We hope you'll call in. The first one is 43A. It is untitled, but it's a Beatles photo. It's by Jess Bravo, great guy. It's a photograph measuring 25 by 30. It's been framed by Archival Framing, fantastic framing and matting, and it's got a retail value of $1,600, and right now we've got a high bid of $300. Now during this break, we're actually going to be joined by Maureen Hood. She's a very well-respected art expert, and we are glad to have her with us. Now we're going to go to 43B. This is The Bath. It's by Patricia Atschol. It's an oil on canvas measuring 19 by 36. It's got a retail value of $2,400, and we already have a high bid of $300. So we want to make sure that you call in. This got first place in the figurative category. 43C is Dawn American River in Winter by Jin Wang. Great guy. This is an oil on canvas measuring 38 by 40. It's got a retail value of $18,000. We already have a bid of $5,000. I know this is going to go well. And then we've got 43D. This is White Daffodil by Pat Mahoney. This is an oil on canvas measuring 19 by 22, and it's got a retail value of $2,200. So now, again, during this break, we're joined by Maureen Hood, wonderful woman. She's a well-respected Sacramento area artist. Maureen also exhibits in Palm Springs, California. She's the past Best of Show winner at the KVIE Art Auction and exhibits locally at the Archival Gallery. Welcome, Maureen. I'm so glad to be with you.
Yes, this is going to be
So let me
fun.
remind you a little bit about this great first, this is 43A. It's untitled, but it's pretty obvious. It's the Beatles. It's by Jess Bravo, who is actually a friend of mine, a fantastic photographer. And it's measuring 25 by 30, so it's beautifully framed, beautifully matted. It's obviously signed by Jess, and it was taken in 1964. So
Yes.
tell us a little bit.
This is a signed pigment ink print from an originally scanned negative by Mr. Bravo. It was taken as the Beatles came off their plane, just as they hit the ground in 1964. So this is like a one of a kind. He doesn't make very many of these, and he made one of these for our auction, which is just very generous of him. This has this was a Best Feature Award in the California Press Photographers, a National Merit Award. It's featured in the Getty Image Collection. I mean, the credentials on this are as long as your arm.
And Jess Bravo is, I should tell you, a great guy and a prolific photographer, and helped actually the Crocker Art Museum digitize their photograph collection. So he is well ingrained in the Sacramento art scene. I will tell you, in the 50th anniversary of the Beatles, what a great thing to be able to get. And right now, we've got a bid of $325. We've got a retail value of $1,600. I'm going to send it over to the phone bank, and then we'll come back and talk a little bit more about it in a second.
Okay, thank you so much, Doug. And this is a fantastic half hour. This is the investment art. You're going to see Pat Mahoney's piece coming up here shortly. I was at Pat's home in her studio where she paints when she was doing some of these irises and some of these daffodils. Her method blew me away, the way she creates with her eyes and with her hands. It is a fascinating thing to watch. I want to recap where we are right now. We're at $500 for Untitled Beatles photo. It is a phenomenal photograph. The Bath, which is coming up by Patricia Altschul, is at $625 already with a retail of $2,400. It hasn't even been on the air yet. And Dawn, American River in Winter. This is the gorgeous Jin Wong. It's at $5K right now. It's worth $18,000 right now. It's at $5,000. That is the bid we have for this. And White Daffodils, Pat Mahoney's already has a bid too for $300. Let's go back across the studio to Doug Elmitz.
Okay, Rob, thank you so much. So, Maureen, this is really interesting. This is, of course, one of a kind. So you don't want to wake up tomorrow morning thinking, oh, I should have bid on it. Whether you're a Beatles fan or whether you're not, this is an amazing photograph. And Jess does these amazing photos of all sorts of different singers and actors. And it really, don't you think, comes through in the photography?
I do. The way this is spontaneously taken, obviously, but he just had enough eye to capture that moment when they were balanced, the gaze of these figures, one up, down, it just brings you everywhere. Plus the shadowing is very interesting. He's got some very deep shadows here. Obviously Ringo's vest in the back. John balances it out over here with this deep shadowing here, but then all the highlights make a lot of sense too. He's got some very nice highlighted areas here. And so I'm thinking that he probably did a little bit of work with the photograph as he was developing it, because I don't think there was Photoshop then.
Right. Well,
this is the real deal.
Yes, and if you are into Beatles nostalgia, this is a photograph, and it's the opportunity really of a lifetime. It's valued at $1,600. Right now we've got $500. If you want to get in on the action, maybe you want to get this as a gift for somebody that is a Beatles fan. 844-584-3278 or 844-KVIE Art. I will tell you, just a couple of weeks ago, I met Ringo Starr. He was in Sacramento.
Marvelous.
And I will tell you, he is 71 years old, and I saw him on stage, and he was doing jumping jacks. I mean, I hope that when I'm 71 years old, I can do the same. But I will tell you, this is such an amazing photograph, and I think it does actually come through on TV, the intensity of black and white. Do you prefer black and white to color photography?
I do. My sister-in-law is a photographer who exhibits professionally too, and her black and whites are just exquisite.
Yeah.
And I have several black and white photographs in my collection of art. This one is really enhanced. Archival did a fantastic job with the frame on this. This tiny black line.
Right. I noticed that.
That's just perfect for this.
And it makes it pop. And we were actually at $500, where we want another $100. It's a retail value of $1,600. We're at $500. If you're the person that bid $500, how about just one more $100 for KVIE, because it all is for KVIE.
Yeah.
So we want to thank Jess Bravo and, of course, Archival Framing for donating not only the beautiful photograph, but the fantastic framing. All of it goes to KVIE, and you come to count on KVIE 365 days a year for quality programming. And that's why we have this art auction. We want to continue to bring you great art so we can continue to bring you great TV. we're going to turn it over to the phone bank. Rob on the road is going to tell us a little bit more. Rob?
Thank you, Doug Elmitz. And I think that's so cool that you met Ringo when he was here. That's fantastic. Untitled Beatles photo that Doug was just telling you about is at $500 right now with a retail value at $1,600. A spectacular photo. The Bath coming up by Patricia Altzel is at $625. She is a phenomenal human being, and her work shows how spectacular she is in person on canvas. Also, the Dawn American River in Winter is at $5,000 right now, and that is by Jen Wong. It's spectacular. Our phone bank, hey, follow me real quick, Karen. Watch the Giggle Sisters. They laugh. They do that every year. I can't help it. They just giggle, giggle, giggle. Lord have mercy, they are so much fun. Anyway, thank you for being here. Let's go back.
Well, this is such a great photo, and I will tell you, Maureen, if my wife is watching, which I think she is, hopefully she will call in and bid on this.
There we go.
Because she told me as I was leaving home, she said, please, honey, don't buy any art. But the more I look at this, I think, oh, wow.
And you've just met him.
Absolutely. And if nothing else, we can bid up the price.
We can.
It's all for KVIE.
And
where would you place this?
It would be great in your office.
It would be great, actually, in our home.
Yes.
In my office.
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
A man cave, it looks good there.
I've got one of those, too.
Corporate office. Think about if this were in a corporate office, the comments that people would come, how at ease the clients would feel looking at this, like, oh, my, you know?
Right. And well, I mean, it definitely evokes a lot of emotions,
memories.
a lot of memories, and it is absolutely fantastic. It's up to $600. Thanks, Pam. I really appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to keep this open. We're going to move on to 43B. Okay, so this is 43B. This is by Patricia Altzel. This is an oil on canvas measuring 19 by 36. It's got a retail value of $2,400. It won first place in the figurative category. So tell us a little bit about this work and also the figurative category and what else was in it and why it placed so well.
Patricia's very popular right now. She's come onto the scene, and I'll tell you why. She's a Sacramento artist. She has her BA and MFA from UC Davis, one of the finest training place for artists in the nation. And she paints women. And she understands the women she paints. She's there with them. She gets it. She feels what these women feel. She speaks what they're speaking. And that's why she's so successful and so popular right now, because especially women can relate to these figures that she does. They relate to the relaxed woman in the bath. But one really interesting thing about her work is that most of her figures are not looking straight out of the picture frame at you. They're lost in thought somewhere, or you see their backs, or they're turned to the side, looking away. And that's so thought-provoking, and it resonates with so many men and women because we see people doing that all the time. They're lost in thought. There are emotions there that we can't define. And she captures that very successfully.
And my recollection is she won Best in Show last year at the KVIE Art Auction.
Yes, she did.
So she was, this won Best of the Figurative category this year.
Yes.
Obviously very well known. And as you were saying, UC Davis is the breeding ground for some of the most well-known artists in the world. Wayne Thiebaud. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And so, I mean, we're lucky, frankly, to be able to have a piece like this in our auction. So we've got a value of $2,400. We're right now at $625. We need to hear from you. The number's on your screen. You can also go online if you want to see this and the other pieces. But we're now at $625. And we've got some big news on the Beetle photo, and we're going to go to D.
Okay, people, get off the couch. This is the part where you stand up and watch the auction with the phone in your hand and yell at the TV. I've got item 43A. The Beatles photo is now at $1,100. It's jumped 4 times since you last saw it. It has a value of $1,600. It is an investment piece. I'm expecting it to go above retail. But if you want it, you got to call now. These things sell really fast. 43A, Jeffy Bravo's Untitled Beatles photo from 1964. I was only a year old. And that's $1,100. Let's go back and look at that beautiful beautiful Patricia Altschul piece?
Okay, well, this is the bath, and it is as relaxing to look at as I think, where would you place it? I mean, I have my thoughts about where it would be placed, but I mean, where would you place it, Maureen?
Probably anywhere. I enjoy the brushwork on this. I mean, this is a characteristic, if I might say, of some of her training, some of her thought processes, something that you pick up. Those of us who went to Davis remember experiencing all of this.
Talk to us a little bit about the mood of this piece. I mean, I think that's something that people can connect with, particularly people who enjoy baths, who enjoy the tranquility. I mean, and I think it's such an interesting piece, and the way you described it initially was really, I think, very.
Yeah, she gets
it.
Yeah, she does. I mean, I keep repeating that, but it's what it is. She understands this. She has an innate feeling inside, and it's translated to the work. So we see the figure here reclining, and this is a very horizontal piece.
Right.
It's not very tall, but it's very long.
Right.
And so that is accentuated with the long horizontal white here.
Right.
And here, repeated again. So this forms a nice base, but there's this little piece of dark paint down at the bottom, the shadow on the underside of the tub, and I assume that this might be it could be a clawfoot, or it could have an edge on it, because we've got a shadow right here.
Well, and we are at $625. We need to get to $700 for this award-winning artist. This was best in the figurative category, best in show last year, this artist. We've got a retail value of $2,400, which sometimes is a little misleading, because art is, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and people will spend whatever it takes to get this piece. And this is one of those pieces where you don't want to wake up tomorrow morning and say, darn, I wish I would have bid on it, because this is going to go, and that will be it, and then you will have wished that you would have gotten it as a gift or for yourself. This is the type of thing that would be great in a bathroom, and so many times people think, oh, well, I can't imagine putting art in a bathroom.
Oh, you have
to. Well, we have art in every one of our bathrooms.
You have to.
It gives it a lot of. So we've got a bell ringer. We're going to go over to Dee, and then we'll come right back.
Number 43A, the untitled Beatles photo, is now sitting at $1,600. So anything you bid above this is a nice little tax write-off. Plus, you get this beautiful 1964 photograph by Jesse Bravo. Remember, this is the investment hour. Things are hopping. We're now at $1,650, and the Patricia Altschul just jumped up. So let's go look at 43B, Patricia Altschul's bath.
Okay, well, this is a fantastic piece, I will tell you, and we're now at $725. I think people are starting to realize that there is great value. And, we are in this investment half hour. And what that means is clearly that these works of art are a great investment. I buy art, and honestly have a very large collection, and I often think to myself, could I ever part with this? Could I ever sell it?
No, once you got it, you don't.
It's very true, but if I decided to, it would be much more valuable than it was before. Tell us just a few more thoughts before we move on.
I think what makes this so tranquil as well are the coloration here. The yellows and the blues are just, it's almost French in a way. We have a relaxed feeling about it. Plus, the brush marks are so casual. I mean, these obviously tile lines are very straight in a bath, but these aren't. These are much more relaxed. There's something thought-provoking. You wonder what this woman is thinking about, and if these lines were really straight and pinned straight as they are in real life, you wouldn't get that feeling.
You have such an interesting perspective. I mean, it's so great to be able to be on here with you, Maureen. Well, we are at $800. That's great. We want to hear more from you. If you're out there, you're thinking about it, this piece is going to go. We're at $2,400 is the retail value. We're at $800. We need to get it to $900. If you're the person that bid $800, bid an extra $100 for KVIE. Never hurts to bid against yourself.
Patricia has a show at Archival
We are going to move on to 43C. This is Dawn, American River in Winter by Jin Wang. It's an oil on canvas measuring 30 by 48. It's got a retail value of $1,800. And in full disclosure, Jin is a very good friend of mine. And we have 9 of his works of art. And I will tell you, everyone is different, it's interesting, and it is, it always generates discussion. So tell us a little bit about Jin and this piece here.
Well, I did my graduate work with Jin. He was there when I was doing my graduate work. Jin is obviously Chinese. He came to the U.S. in 1986, studied at City College, studied with Wayne Thiebaud at UCD again, and then did his master's work at Sac State. And he now lives in New York and works in New York. After a short stay, returned to Beijing. So this man is just all over the place painting.
And this has a retail value of $18,000. I mean, price is sometimes a misnomer, but I will tell you, his art goes for substantially more.
Yes.
And the value, and he's, I mean, his works of art have only increased in value, and his interest and his personality are all sort of really evoked here. This is the single most expensive piece we've ever had in the KVIE Art Auction.
That's a good
of
thing.
Any art auction.
That's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
That's a
and
good
you
thing.
and I have a pretty high bar to do. So right now we're at $18,000. We're at $5,000 right now. It was very generous of him to donate
Yes.
this. We need to hear from you. If you were the person that bid $5,000, we know you know quality art. If you want to get in on the action, the number is right there on your screen. You can also go in online. I will tell you, the television does do justice to the beauty of this work. But Maureen, can you talk to us about the thickness of the paint on this canvas?
Jin is known for his immediacy. He takes an easel out and sits it right there on the American River, and within a matter of hours, he has painted this. He is not necessarily a plein air painter, but the American River series he has done outside right there in all kinds of weather. I think what we have here is right before dusk, and we get all the grays in the bottom here. We still get the nice sunset that's reflected a little bit in the river as it moves, but his brush strokes are so immediate, so quick. The paint is very thick. It's an impasto technique, and the emotion's just right there.
We're going to toss it over to the phone bank because there's a lot of action over there. We'll be right back to talk more a little bit about this. Phone bank?
It is going crazy here in the phone bank. Let me do a little recap. 43A, the Untitled Beatles photo, is now sitting at $2,000. We're still taking bids on that. Patricia Altschul's The Bath. It's got a $2,400 retail. It is sitting at $1,200. I have 3 people fighting over this piece. Patricia Altschul shows in my gallery. She is an amazing, phenomenal artist and woman. She's got a show coming up in a couple of months. She holds the record. She sold her entire show out 2 years ago. In the first half hour, it was up on the walls. That's how in demand her work is. We don't even at the gallery let people come in and preview and see it early. It just all goes up at 11 o'clock on a Thursday, and it's first come, first serve. Well, she's always kind enough to give us a really great piece. So this piece is currently at $1,200. We've got a beautiful Jin Wang. It is now up to $6,000. It is an $18,000 piece. Jin is in major museum collections all over the place. He's shown at the Museum of Modern Art in Beijing. He is internationally known. So let's take another look at that beautiful, beautiful Jin Wang.
We're at $7,000 now for the Jin Wang painting. I will tell you that when Dee was talking about his being in museums all across the country, in fact throughout the world, he's in embassies throughout the world, and he is such a great, engaging guy. This is of major importance, not only to the KVIE Art Auction that we were able to be able to secure one of his pieces, but the fact that we're able to share this with people. And if you are an art collector, and if you're not, let me tell you, this is an amazing opportunity. We're at $8,000 right now. We're looking for $8,500. Again, the retail value, $18,000. We need to get a lot of energy here. You see the number on your screen. I think we've got several people that are thinking about this. Maybe they're getting involved in it. If you know Jin Wang, you know that this is a great, great piece and a great opportunity.
Well, speaking of the energy, his pieces have all that energy because of the quick brushwork. I mean, this guy literally is on fire.
Right.
You know, the colors are there, the action with the brush is there. I mean, we've got some sections of this that are so thick that that they take a while to dry. I mean, these obviously are all dry, or they wouldn't be sitting here. But it takes some time for this oil paint to cure, so that it's there permanently. And it is oil. It is permanent. It's archival. This is going to last for years and years and years.
And increase in value.
Absolutely.
And what a great piece to have in your home, in your office, maybe behind your Davenport, maybe in your office. It would be great in a corporate art collection. It would be great in a doctor's office, a dentist's office. If you want to get in on the action, we're at $9,500. We're looking for $10,000. $10,000. And remember, this is all for, we're at $10,000. We're looking for $11,000. Remember, this is all for KVIE. So every single set is here, and it's all for the quality programming that you come to count on 365 days a year. I will tell you that it was so generous of Jen to be able to donate this to KVIE. That was a substantial gift to KVIE, and you're getting the opportunity to own this is only furthering what our mission is here, which is to bring quality programming. So we're at $10,000. We're looking for $11,000, an amazing piece that is right now far below the retail value.
I think
we're going to keep this open, and we're going to move on to the next piece.
All right.
Okay, Rob, we're going to toss it over to you in the phone bank. There you go. Let's talk Beatles.
I'm going to tell you something about the Jen Wong piece. This is, and Dee's right over here, so she can attest to the fact. Jen would let Dee come in his house and select a piece that he had on his wall. That's how much he liked the piece. And he let Dee take it for the auction. That is absolutely huge. And I can say that I know that because I've seen her do it. It's at $10,000 right now. It is a retail of $18,000. That is fantastic. We have Untitled Beatles, which is right here. This is the piece that is now a bell ringer. Fantastic photograph by the Beatles as they stepped off the plane in 1964 in America. Also, Patricia Altschul, The Bath, is at $1,200. That is half the retail, but it's climbing up. Patricia is highly collected right now, and her pieces are going like that. The last gallery showing she had almost sold out on the first night of the 30-day show. Let's go back across the studio to Doug.
Okay, well, this is 43D. It's White Daffodils by Pat Mahoney. This is oil on canvas, measuring 19 by 22, and it's got a retail value of $2,200. And right now we've got a high bid of $525. Tell us a little bit about this. I should admit, I also have a Pat Mahoney. I feel like I've got all this art. It's great. These are such wonderful artists, and I feel so lucky to be able to be here with you and be able to auction off their work.
I think it's fabulous. You're a collector. When you run out of wall space, you say, what do I do? But you just keep collecting.
You cycle through, absolutely.
That's great. Pat has been practicing and exhibiting for 38 years, so she's a pro. She's a real pro. Yeah. That's why she's in this investment section. She has a BA from UCSB. And she says about 8 years ago, she planted 100 daffodil bulbs on the hill behind her backyard, her backyard fence, which faces Ansel Hoffman Park. So she's local. She's a Carmichael artist. And she says that when they came up the next spring and they bloomed, it just literally blew her mind. So she had to go out and just start painting these things. And she seems to have done it several times. This is not the only one. But can you imagine this? It's almost like you take a photograph of it and focus in on just one section, because 100 daffodils, my goodness.
Right.
That's a huge amount.
I know.
So there's just this flurry
and
of
it's
color.
beautifully framed. I mean, the framing, it's so interesting, almost complements. Sometimes framing takes away from the work, but this really does complement the work, don't you think?
Yeah. I think it's the bright color of it, the warm color of it picks up the warm colors in
exactly.
here.
Well, this has got a retail value of $2,200, and I will tell you, Pat Mahoney, very collectible, great investment piece. You will get your monies back whenever you decide to sell it, which you never will, because once you buy something you enjoy, you keep it. I'm going to turn it over to the phone bank. They're going to tell us a little bit about Jin Wang, and then we'll come right back.
We do. We got a bidding war going on the Jin Wang. That's awesome. We love it.
We've got 3 people on the phone right now. It's at $10,000. It's an $18,000 piece. This is the most important piece in a collection of 280 pieces.
Wow.
And this
Say that again.
There's 280
And it's
pieces.
the most important one, most valuable?
It's the most valuable.
Okay.
And I think it's the most important piece in the auction. It's sitting at $10,000 right now. This is something that you pass down in your family. Buy a Jin Wang now before you can't. Jin really supports PBS. He gives us a piece every year. We've done 2 specials on him. You've interviewed him.
I have, and I interviewed him as he was painting. DMI, is it correct that he's not doing the California landscapes now?
There are no more Sacramento landscapes.
Okay,
His
did you hear
landscapes
that?
now are all New York.
This is it.
I want to hear 10,500 right now.
We can do it.
One of the last California
10.5.
landscapes you'll ever see. He's not making them anymore. They're all New York. We want to see 10.5 on 43C, Dawn on the American River. Let's go back out and look at that great Pat Mahoney.
This is again the Pat Mahoney 43D, the numbers on your screen. And if you have children like I have children, they've all put in for the art in our house. Everybody wants something. We've got kids who want the Jin Wangs. We have people who want, other things. But I will tell you, Pat Mahoney, they all love the Pat Mahoney we
That
got.
was my next thought,
Yeah.
is if you own a piece of art like this is something that's passed down.
Absolutely.
From generation to generation to generation. So we were thinking along the same lines right there. Yeah.
So, and again, the value is $2,200. We're at $575.
We
Way
need
below
another bid.
value. We need to get this up.
need another bid.
Trust me, if you know a flower lover, a gardener, somebody who just loves the beauty of painting and wants an investment piece by a great artist, this is absolutely wonderful. So this is an Italian gold leaf frame as well. So the frame in and of itself is of substantial investment, and this is done by archival framing.
That's great. I'm really taken in by these hues that she uses. I mean, we know they're daffodils, but she's turned some of the hues a little bit pinkish here, and there are different varieties of daffodils. They're not all yellow.
Right.
You get white ones with orange centers, white ones with yellow centers, double daffodils, triple daffodils, pink daffodils. There's even one called the Mount Hood daffodil,
Is that right?
which I like very much. It's a white daffodil, and none of these colors are grayed or dulled into tones. They're all very clean hues. The yellow is complemented with the blues and the purples. So this is so lively.
Well, it's beautiful, Maureen. I want to thank you so much. We're actually at $800. This is great.
Oh, good.
And we got $11,000 for Jin Wang. We need to keep going. We are doing a great job. We want you to stay tuned because there's so much more artwork coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased art is
All right.
quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the investment collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features works by internationally known and upcoming artists whose work is expected to increase in value. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Doug Elmitz, and we're back for another half an hour of live art auction excitement featuring amazing works of art in our investment collection. And now here's our overview of the art that will be up for bid in the next half hour. We've got item 44A by Verna Berger. Or actually, it's Verna Berger by Mel Ramos. It's a lithograph measuring 19 by 24, framed by Archival Gallery, and it's got a retail value of $3,100. Beautiful piece. Now we've got item 44B. It's Balance by Jonathan Lowe. This is oil on canvas measuring 48 by 48. It's got a retail value of $2,700. This won the best in show. So if you're thinking about it, now's the time to get on the phone right now. 44C is Flamingo Flames, and it is by Maya Peebles-Bright. It's a mixed media measuring 24 by 30. It's got a retail value of $4,000. And then our final piece in this gallery is 44D Cosmic Lagoon by William Ishmael. It's a metal measuring 19 by 40 by 2, and it's got a retail value of $950. So let's talk a little bit about this first piece. This is item 44A. It's Verna Berger by Mel Ramos. And yes, I do have a Mel Ramos. It is actually of Superman, and that's what he does. He does really great works. And Dee, you know, our director, is the one who is sold that to me. Yes. And I've seen this piece before. I've longed for this piece. So if you're somebody who's thinking about this, now's the opportunity. It is got a value of $3,100. Right now, we're looking for a starting bid of $350. This is great. So tell us a little bit about Maureen.
Well, Mel, if you didn't know, is a native Sacramentan. He was a huge, huge part of the 1960s pop art movement, along with artists like Wayne Thiebaud and Andy Warhol.
Right.
So he was right in there. Roy Lichtenstein, all the big names. Mel was in there as well. He's best known for these voluptuous women, although he's done a lot of superheroes as well. This was his forte. And many of these women were presumed to be famous celebrities, although most of them weren't. What it was is he would see someone on television or in a magazine, and the thought would stay with him. Right. So the woman that was visualized or came to fruition was often very similar to someone he had seen. So they're often mistaken for celebrities.
And he is not making art any longer because he recently passed away. So that only increases the value, the investment in his works of art. My wife and I were at the Museum of Contemporary Art in San Francisco about a year ago, and we walked in and there was a big Mel Ramos piece. And so, I mean, his works of art are in museums and in collections
everywhere,
all throughout the world.
Yes.
And we're fortunate to be able to have a piece here.
Now this is a lithograph. The paintings are quite a bit larger in most cases.
Right.
There is one down in the Palm Springs Art Museum, and it's a very large piece as well. His work is all over the world. It's not just in the United States, so it's everywhere.
And I will tell you, Maureen, there's a bid right now of $1,000.
Oh, that's great.
We're of course below the retail value of $3,100, but it's a great start. We want to hear from you. This is one of a kind, a lithograph. It's got a value of $3,100 right now. We've got a bid of $1,000. Mel Ramos, very collectible, great investment, beautifully framed. What a conversation piece.
Yes.
And where would you put this?
Well, I'd put it anywhere. I mean, all kinds of art hangs anywhere in my house.
Absolutely.
You know, I have bathroom art, bedroom art. You know, it's everywhere. You know, I have a Gil Hooley in my living room. So you know, it doesn't really matter when you purchase that piece of art. You try it in different places, and when you hit the right one, you know it, and that's where it stays.
So, you know, it's so interesting. I mean, right now we're $2,000. If you want great quality investment art, and you have, say, a Velvet Elvis poster, you need to get rid of that. If you know somebody who loves art, or somebody that is just getting into art, or you want to give a gift to somebody, what a great way to start. And that's what I love about the KVIE Art Auction. There are people who call me and say, you know, I want to buy some art, but I'm not really sure how to get involved, and I'm not sure if I, you know, want to go into a gallery, and I don't know what, and I always say, go to the KVIE Art Auction. It's easy, you're anonymous, you call, you talk to a very friendly phone bank. The paintings and the art are absolutely fantastic, and you'll always get a really good deal, and it's always for public broadcasting.
Yep, it's good. You can't go wrong with it. There's such variety.
We're going to toss it over to Dee in the phone bank, and then we'll be right back.
Okay, we just closed that exciting Jin Wong at over $12,000. I'm going to close 43D White Daffodils by the incomparable Pat Mahoney. It is currently sitting at $1,575. I have 3 people on the phone. I'm letting those 3 people know I'm closing this out in about 2 minutes because we've got to go on. We've got more things to sell. 43D White Daffodils is at $1,575. Just bump it up to $2,200 and we'll call it a day. Let's go back out and look at that fabulous Mel Ramos.
Yeah. Okay, so we're back to 44A. We've got a value of $3,100. Right now we're at $2,000. Tell us a little bit about this. You had some thoughts as we were off camera.
This is not only a collectible, this is good art. I mean, this man knows he's got this very strong vertical of the figure. The shadowing and the coloration is very nice. There's the horizontal in the burger itself that she's sitting on, but then he breaks it up. He's so smart about the way he breaks it up because the legs cross create these diagonals that make this an interesting composition. In the late 60s, early 70s, when the feminist movement really came into fruition, and all of us were, quote, burning our bras, these came under a lot of fire because of the nudity and the voluptuousness. But Mel stuck to his guns, and he kept doing these because in his heart and his mind, he was not demeaning the woman. He was thinking that she was a very beautiful object. If you look very carefully at this woman's face, I don't think I would take any guff from this lady at all.
I don't think
I
so
think
either.
she's a very strong woman.
So this is Mel Ramos, pop art,
Yes.
internationally known artist.
Absolutely, great.
Collected by artists all over the world.
And museums.
In museums and collections all over. And what's great is he was born here in Sacramento.
Yes.
And you can have this right now. The value is $3,100. We're at $2,000. If you're the person that was bidding $2,000, why not a little bit more for KVIE? You can always bid against yourself. If you want to get in on the bidding, the number's right there on your screen. You can also go to KVIE.art. We are at $2,000. We're looking for $2,500. We're going to move on, but we're going to keep it open. So let's move on now to the next one that we have, which is 44B. This is Balance by Jonathan Lowe. This is oil on canvas measuring 48 by 48. This won the Best in Show, Maureen, and it's got a retail value of $2,700. And right now we have a high bid of $400. So remind us a little bit about this Best in Show piece and a little bit about the artist.
This young man, and he's a very young painter, this is his first foray into the world of KVIE and into a lot of other places. He's very young. He just graduated from the Academy of Arts in San Francisco, and his painting is at a point where it's just becoming a little bit more mature. He's really coming into his own. He's a very skilled painter, and this is a very good beginning for him and for KVIE's relationship with him, we're hoping.
And imagine getting the opportunity to get the Best in Show, first of all, but an artist who is an emerging artist, somebody who is only continue to grow. The collectability of his work is going to continue to grow. And the fact that he can now put Best in Show as a notch in his belt from the KVIE Art Auction is great. Now this is a really substantial size piece.
It's big, it's beautiful, it's very beautiful. I really am looking at his brushwork too. I mean, he really has a command of the brushwork here. It's not super thick, but he's very free with the strokes and the little, things like this with a little tiny bit of light here and the light here. His attention to details is really superb. Very superb.
This is a very, very bold statement piece, and I will tell you that if you go online, if you Google his name, you'll see other works of art by his. Now this is 48 by 48, so this is a piece that would, be very prominent in a hallway, in a living room, certainly in an office. It evokes a lot of conversation. And I will tell you, at $400 right now, it is so far below the value.
Yeah.
We need to hear from you. We want to hear from you. You don't want to pass up this piece. This is one of the things that always sort of fascinates me is that people will wake up the next day, and I've done this, trust me, I have done this multiple times, and I thought, why did I not bid on that?
Right.
Now, he was just picked up by a major gallery here in Sacramento to show and represent him.
Yes.
As a young artist, that's is
very
a
good.
really big deal.
I think as I said, his work is evolving too. Some of the other pieces that you might see of his are in the developmental stage.
Right.
He's developing his thoughts. He's deciding what subject matter he wants to do. He's a young artist. There are a lot of other things that are influencing him, but I think he's finally coming home to what really matters to him. And it's this stoic but meaningful warrior that is really resonating with him.
Well, we're up to $500. We want $600, and I will. One of the things, Maureen, is that I have purchased art of emerging artists only to see their credibility, their works, the places that they show only increase, and the value increases as well.
That's why we're in the investment hour.
Absolutely, that's why we're in the investment hour. So to be able to get in on a great piece, even if you don't love it, it's crazy not to buy it.
This one's hard not to love.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and even though this is a warrior depicting it, I mean, if you take a look at this gaze, it's off center. He's not challenging you by looking directly at you out of the painting. There's obviously a sort of a Zen quality here, you know. And the diagonals are beautiful. The way he's pulled you out here, and then there's the counter diagonal here. It's very well put together.
How great would this be in a gym or in a yoga studio or in an office or a dentist's office? You know, I know people are thinking, oh, where am I going to put this? Let me tell you, the great thing about art is you move it around. I mean, and it takes it on a different personality. So don't ever feel like you have to find the right piece of art for your furniture. That's the bad thing to do. And some people are probably looking at this going, well, I don't know if that's going to go well with my furniture or my decor.
This is not couch art. This is art.
That's exactly right.
This is art. It's not about the couch.
We are not auctioning off couch art.
No, this is not about the couch.
We're at $750. We are looking for $1,000. Let's take it up to $1,000. If you're the person that beds $750, what's an extra $250? You spend that much money on lattes during the month. Why not send it to KVIE? We come to count on you 365 days a year with great programming. We need to hear from you. We want to hear from you right now. We're going to turn it over to Dee in the phone bank. She's going to tell us a little bit more about the Mel Ramos.
I am standing next to this Mel Ramos. We lost Mel Ramos last year. He was born in Sacramento. Him and Wayne Thiebaud were friends, compatriots, both internationally known. We've got a signed piece here. It's sitting at $2,000. I'd like to see it get to $3,100. He did a beautiful retrospect at the Crocker Art Museum just 4 or 5 years ago. I don't even know how many books have been written about Mel Ramos. It's your chance to own one. This was lovingly donated by his family because they really support KVIE, because it's Mel's hometown PBS station. We're at $2,000 for 44A. Balance, we're going to look at that again, just went up to $900. So let's go out to Doug and take another look at our best of show.
Okay, well, this is 44B. This is Balance. $2,700 is the retail value. Right now we're at $900. We're looking for $1,000. We're going to keep it open and we're going to move on. But the phone bank really needs to hear from you. The number is right there on your screen. This is a great opportunity, and I will tell you that this artist has never painted a male. This is the first male that he's painted. And so it's going to be interesting to see how he grows and matures. We are going to move on to the next piece. This is 44D, 44C. This is Flamingo Flames by Maya Peebles-Bright. This is mixed media, measuring 24 by 30. I love this. I mean, this is so great. So tell us a little bit about this. Are you friends with her?
I own one of her pieces.
You do?
So I do know Maya. And I studied with a lot of the people that Maya associated with, Robert Arneson, Roy DeForest, David Gill. I have a David Gilhooly on my wall. So she is one. She was part of, she is the one remaining almost to a T here of the grandmasters of the funk art movement in the 1960s in this area. So,
incredible.
Yes, she's still with us. She's still painting. She just recently had a show in New York, and she went all the way to New York and back. And this one is just one of her best examples. It's a self-portrait.
It's great, and I'll tell you, it's got a value of $4,000. Right now, we're at $1,700. People that want to get in on this opportunity,
you need to.
This is, and it's one of a kind.
It
is very rare.
All of her pieces are just really, really one of a kind.
You know, and Maureen, I can see the enthusiasm just in your eyes and in your voice. So tell us a little bit about how she does this. It's very sort of thick. And,
it really is. She showed at the Candy Store Gallery, which for years was in historic Folsom, had all these funk artists that showed there until it finally dissolved. She is known for her irreverent spirit, believe it or not. And the beasties, she calls them beasties and critters. All these little things here. This is a beastie right here because we really don't want to know what it is. These are beasties because they're kind of crocodiles. These are little penguins and little leopards. She used to live in a house in San Francisco, one of the old painted ladies. And every single different piece of wood on that house was painted like this in different colors.
Is that right?
Yes, it was written up in the Chronicle. It was written up in the New York Times. For the time period, it was one of the outstanding houses, and it had a huge crocodile crawling up the wall. I mean, it was she's just an amazing, imaginative artist.
And if you're one of these people who has nothing on your walls or posters on your wall, what a great opportunity to get an amazingly beautiful, collectible piece of art. It's something that you can pass down to future generations. Right now, it's valued at $4,000. We're at $1,700. We need to hear from you. $1,800 is what we're looking for. The number's on your screen, 844-584-3278. You can also go to KVIE.org/art auction, and you can see it there online if you want. You know, the great thing about this art auction is that you can click in and tune in any place in the world. So if you know somebody that's in New York or somebody that's in Florida that is interested in art, now is the opportunity to be able to bid on it. We're going to turn it over to the phone bank, and they're going to tell us a little bit more, and then we'll be right back.
Okay, thank you so much, Doug. We are standing here with the Best in Show winner by Jonathan Lowe. This is the spectacular piece called Balance. Look at this stunning piece of art. This is a young artist who has a new artist who has just signed with a major gallery in Sacramento. This piece has so much peace to it. It is so zen and calming. And right now we have this at a price of $1,800. Right now it retails at $2,700. And we also have $1,700 on the Flamingo Flames piece as well. Cosmic Lagoon is coming up. Wait till you see this one. It's already at bell ringing status, but this right here is Best of Show. This is your winner for the 2019 KVIE Art Auction and Best in Show. And right now it's at $2,000. Good. We're calling for $2,100. We have several people on the phone interested in owning the Best of Show, and it can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on the screen. Let's go back to Doug across the studio.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Now, this is 44C. This is Flamingo Flames. Absolutely fantastic piece. $4,000 is the retail value. Right now we're at $1,700. We need to take it up to $1,800. We're far below the value. This is one of these wonderful pieces, as you were talking about, Maureen, that will only increase in value, and it is so collectible. She's an amazingly collectible artist.
This is brand new. This has got a 2019 date on it. So she's still very active and just really still painting.
But from the funk art
absolutely,
it's funk art sort of
1960?
movement of the 1960s.
Yeah.
So interesting. How old is she?
That makes her about 79, 78, 79, I think. I think she was born in 42. Pretty sure, yeah. But she is so active.
Yeah.
I mean, I see her at openings. She comes to my openings. I go to her openings. You know, she's just a sweetheart. She's got glitter. She always puts glitter in her paintings too. I mean, it sounds very strange, but it works so well in what she does. In here, she's got glitter and gluey stuff. She paints right out of the tube. She squeezes the tube on and goes up and down, and that's how she gets this little beaded textural quality around here.
You know, KVIE does an art gallery separate from this art auction throughout the year, and she actually was part of an exhibition that we had. So it's sort of fun. She's got a huge connection to Sacramento, obviously, because she's from here, but she has a connection to KVIE. And I just want to remind our viewers, and I'm sort of like a one-trick pony here when I say that, remember, these artists have donated their works to KVIE so that we can bring you this great programming all year long. We've got big news. We've got a bell ringer. Rob, why do you always get to do the bell ringing? I don't get to do any bell ringing.
Come on over. You can do this with me because you helped it happen. Yay! Balance is at a bell ringer right now, and above that already, Dee, your Best in Show got a bell ringer. Take it away. You should do this because this is your best in show.
I'm so excited
As she
about
jumps
this
right in
piece.
front.
We're at $3,200 for this piece. It is your chance to pick up somebody before they become Sacramento's next famous artist.
Right.
This kid is going places, and I say kid because he's under 40. I call everybody under 40 a kid. Balance right now is at $3,200.
It's beautiful,
It's
Dee.
a beautiful piece. It will just take over any room that you put it in. 44B's at $3,200. You better call soon. Let's go back and look at. I love Maya Peebles' work.
I know, and it looks like her just popping right off of there.
It is.
Let's go to
popping
Maya.
off.
It's Maya.
It really is.
Yeah.
This is what she's known for.
Yes, it is.
So when people see this particular type of art, Maureen, they instinctively know that it's Maya Peebles, right?
Oh, you can't miss it.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing else like
It's
it.
not like she's doing any other.
No,
this is
she does
her
nothing
genre.
else.
Yeah.
I mean, when she comes to, when she dresses to go out, her shoes have this on them. Her clothes have this
Right.
on them. I mean, you know it's
Right.
Maya. She lives it, eats it, breathes it. It's who she is. And she's the most. She's came from Latvia as a child. And her family embraced America. And then, she was going to be trained in mathematics, as a matter of fact, but decided she liked art better.
Yeah.
And here's where we are.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
So we've got a value of $4,000 right now at $1,700. If you were the person that bid $1,700, what's an extra $100 for KVIE? As I've said before, you spend that much money in lattes during the month. Why not send it to KVIE? We need to hear from you now. We need to turn this into a bell ringer. I will tell you that we're lucky to be able to have this in this
yes.
gallery. This would be great, again, in a living room, in a dining room. Maybe you want to get it for somebody that's getting married. Christmas is coming up, Kwanzaa, Hanukkah. What a great opportunity. We're going to move on to 44D, but we're going to keep this open. So let's move on to 44D. This is Cosmic Lagoon by William Ishmael. It is on metal. This is on metal, measuring 19 by 40 by 2. It's got a retail value of $950, and it's already a bell ringer at $1,200. Maybe they'll bring the bell over here, and I'll be able to ring it over here. But tell us a little bit about that.
There it is.
All right, it's a great way to start on this piece.
Yes, we like
And I
this.
might add that Flamingo Flames now is going up.
Good. We like to see that.
Thank you so much, Rob.
All right, go for it.
I've always wanted to do this. They do this at the Kings games. I think when they're playing the Lakers,
Well, I don't think
it becomes
you can take
very,
it with
very
you.
irritating to the Lakers.
You're going to have to leave that here, though.
Yeah, okay, I will. Okay. Well, tell us a little bit about that.
So, William is a friend of mine. We've worked together on collaborative pieces. We lunch regularly, and this guy he's one of those artists that's really kind of just out there. I mean, he does the most amazing things with these steel pieces.
Right.
This will hang a little bit away from the wall because there's a little bit of a structure behind it, so it'll hang. So this actually will come out from the wall, which creates a very dynamic effect. Besides the color and what he has done with this sheet of, he calls it mild steel, and it is actual steel. I mean, this guy will take his steel out and put it outside on the patio and leave it there for the entire winter and let it get rained on and let the twigs fall on it, and it rusts and it does fantastic things to the background.
So this is a major artist in our region.
Oh,
major artist.
He's amazing.
We need to get this up to $1,500. The retail value is now at this point immaterial. If you are somebody that's interested in a fantastic collectible piece of art that will increase in value, what a great opportunity.
Yes.
And so many people think of art as being on a canvas or
No.
maybe a sculpture. This is on steel.
This is on
so that
steel.
makes it even more interesting. We're going to toss it over to Dee, then we'll be right back. Dee's in the phone bank.
Okay, quick update. 44B, the best of show balance, is now sitting at $4,500. It's still open. I'm here with 44C, Flamingo Flames by the incomparable Maya Peebles-Bright. We love that woman. It's sitting at $2,500. It's got a $4,000 value. It is time to add a major piece of California funk to your art collection. No collection is complete without a piece of Maya's Peebles. I want to see $1,500 on William Ishmael's Cosmic Lagoon. That's 44D. Let's take another look at it.
Okay, so this is really something else. It's Cosmic Lagoon. I was thinking as Dee was talking, you know, my mom and dad were big art collectors, and when they passed away, my brothers and I were the recipients of many of those pieces of art. And I think that's one of the great things about art, is to be able to pass art down to future generations. And I know my kids have an interest in art and probably want this. What a great opportunity to be able to get a fantastic work of art by like this, and be able to have it and then pass it down to future generations.
Yeah, I agree. And this one really pulls your attention too. I mean, it not only sparks the imagination, but the coloration is so clean on it.
It is.
This contrast between the rust color, which is really an orangey in the orange family, with the blue, and those two are opposites on the color wheel. So when you see those two together, it's very striking. And then what he does is the paint just happens to be where it is. But again, he's one of those sensitive artists that when it gets to the right place, he knows when to back off. And that's something that's totally intuitive. And I think the reason is, I called William yesterday and I had one question for him. Why, after 40 years of being a civil engineer, did you decide to make art?
You can keep going.
And he said, from Paris. He was in Paris, so I had to talk to him from long distance. And he said, because making art is way more fun. With lots of A's in the way. And you can see he has way more fun doing these pieces.
And his pieces are in galleries and in collections all throughout the country. It's great, again, that he's a Sacramentan. We're lucky to have him. The value is $1,200. If you want to get in on the bidding, the number's right there on your screen. We need to hear from you. We need to hear from you, because this is going to be the end. This is the last of the art auction. Tonight, then it's next year. So if you want to get a great piece, now's your opportunity. I'm going to turn it over to Rob in the phone bank. He's going to update us. Rob?
We just want to tell you thank you. We are filled with gratitude here at KVIE to you for pledging your support. Every single piece in this investment hour is well over a bell ringer, but most importantly, we are so glad that the art is connecting with you, and that is showing up in all of the pieces and in all of the calls. Thank you, Phone Bank. Thank you all. Our staff is phenomenal. We have the best team in PBS land right here at KVIE. Back to you across the studio.
I think all of the pieces in this section of the auction have been bell ringers. We're really lucky. This is already a bell ringer. Now somebody's starting to realize, as we're getting down to the narrow end, that you need to bid. So we're at $1,250 right now. If you want to bid, now's your opportunity, because once it's over, and then you're not going to be able to get an original piece of art.
Then you're going to have to go down to Palm Springs to find him at the gallery down there, or you're going to have to go to Archival to find him here. You know, so
thank you so much, Maureen. It's been a pleasure to be with you. It really has. We want you to stay tuned, because there's so much more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 38th Annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for the California Masters Collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Selected by curator D. Oldham Neath, this category recognizes the works of this region's amazing artists. Don't miss your chance to secure a piece from a California master. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the final hour of the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. And I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan. During this break, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art in the California Masters Collection. Now, program note for those of you tuning in as you would customarily to watch Masterpiece at Sunday at 9 p.m. Because of this final hour of the art auction, the Durrells in Corfu will air at 10 p.m. tonight and at 11 p.m. Poldark. So look forward to those two. Set your DVR or just stay up and tune in. But first things first, we have a great hour of art to cap the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. Here's an overview of the art that's going to be up for bid during this next half hour. First, we're going to look at item 45A. It's called Summer Camp by Eric Dolan. This adorable ceramic measures 9 by 10 by 8 with a retail value of $400. Then we'll move on to item 45B, Examination of a Dream by Corey Okada. This is mixed media measuring 37 by 27 inches with a retail value of $750. Item 45C is Jerry Goes to Work by the artist Robert Ransom. This oil on canvas measures 49 inches by 60 inches with a retail value of $6,000. Item 45D is Dory's Garden by Marilyn Kirksht. This is steel measuring 14 by 10 by 9 with a retail value of $650. And we'll round out the half hour with item 45E, Earth Mother by Tommy Mahler. This ceramic measures 31 by 26 by 30 with a retail value of $5,000. And during this last hour, I am pleased to be joined by Dee Oldham-Neath, Entirely Fitting. She is KVIE's art curator. She's been involved in the Sacramento art community for over 30 years. You are one of the founders of Second Saturday, and you not only curate this art auction, but also the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of operation. All right, Dee, we have some money to raise. Let's get started.
I know, this is our last hour of the KVIE Art Auction, and we're starting it off with a really sentimental piece, and I'm going to try and get through this without crying. We lost the dear Eric Dolan, a.k.a. the Bunny Man, who was not only a great artist, not only someone who taught at Mira Loma High School for over 30 years. He was everybody's teacher, but he was a really good friend of both mine and my family. We are really proud to present one of his last little bunnies, and it's a blue-eyed bunny, and it's called Summer Camp. It is already a bell ringer at $600. It has a $400 retail value. It's just a beautiful, sweet little piece. He kind of reminds me a little bit of a Cupid.
You should be the one, Dee, to ring the bell for this one.
Mr. Dolan.
That is...
Thank you, Mr. Dolan.
A fitting tribute to a great friend, not only to many of us personally, but to the KVIE Art Auction. And he is... One of the things that makes me so happy about this piece is that while it's a sad occasion for us, it's such a happy piece, and the happiness endures through art, doesn't it?
Always, especially with Eric's work. We dedicated the KVIE Art Auction this year. It's my 10th art auction that I've curated, and 10 years ago when I curated my very first art collection for KVIE, it was with Eric Dolan as a co-curator. So it's only fitting that we dedicate the auction to him tonight, and this piece is already up to $800.
That's right. The bidding is fast and furious, which is a wonderful thing. It's a great tribute to Eric, but it's also just an incredibly adorable piece. He's the cutest little bunny.
He is fabulous, and he's got blue eyes, and he's got Eric's famous big giant bunny feet. The piece is signed on... Can I say bunny butt on
You
TV?
should, yes. Bunny butt is, the FCC has no objection.
The piece is signed right here on the bunny's bottom. It's a very nice, clear signature that says Dolan. I have quite a few of Eric's pieces. We are at $900 for the bunny right now.
The arrow is pointing right at Dee's heart.
That's right. It's a Cupid
I always
arrow.
look for signs. It's pointing right at her heart.
Yeah,
Isn't that
it's a
the
beautiful little piece. It's a bell ringer at $900. We're going to keep taking bids on this. I would like to also say that Eric's widow, Cheryl, who is also a very good friend of mine, hi Cheryl, was at the gala and has agreed to give us a piece for next year's auction. So Eric's legacy will stay in KVIE.
Yeah, just a tremendous piece of generosity and entirely fitting because he will forever be part of the KVIE family, as is our dear Rob Stewart. He's over in the phone bank. Let's check in.
That's just so wonderful. What a wonderful tribute from Dee and from Cheryl, Eric Dahlin's wife, making sure that his piece of art comes into next year's auction as well. And it's at $1,100. That's a beautiful piece, Summer Camp by Eric Dahlin, who we lost this year. Examination of a Dream is coming up, and that is for retail at $750. We're looking for an opening bid of $200. We have opening bids on the rest of the half hour. This is our last hour at the KVIE Art Auction, and we are just so grateful for you. We could not do any of this without you or our team here, and we are just eternally grateful that you have showed your support for your PBS station. We have another hour to go, so we've got some more pieces to sell, and let's go back across the studio.
Thank you so much, Rob. The bidding continues on this phenomenal Summer Camp, The Bunny by the great Eric Dahlin. The high bid right now is at $1,250. We're looking for $1,350. That'll make you perhaps the next owner of this wonderful piece. And it is worth mentioning that when the artists donate the pieces to the auction, they want you, they take it on faith that you at home will call in and bid to support the station at the retail level or more. We're at $1,300 right now. We're looking for $1,350. Dee, thank you for twirling the
and God bless the Kleenex lady for bringing me a Kleenex on live TV.
It's an emotional
it's
moment
at
for us.
$1,350.
And also, but also a happy moment. It is a lovely piece, and it's great to see so much support. We're going to continue on and show you the rest of the pieces in this half hour, but don't you worry, the bidding continues, and we'll keep you posted on how it goes. We're at $1,500 and moving. And speaking of moving, we're going to move on down to item 45B, Examination of a Dream by Corey Okada. And we'll keep you posted, as I mentioned, on how the bidding continues for Eric Dahlin's adorable Summer Camp Bunny. All right, Examination of a Dream. You see it there on the screen. We're looking for a starting bid of $200 right now. This is a $750 piece, mixed media. Dee, Corey Okada, another great friend to the KVIE Art Auction and another great artist.
Right, and best man at my wedding. I've known.
Wow, this is
this is all
tugging at the heartstrings half hour for you.
Corey Okada has been a popular artist in Sacramento for over 30 years. He started out as an introductions artist way back in 1981, and his career has just continued. The nice thing about this piece is this piece was done in collaboration. There was an artist, we will talk about her later on tonight, Lorene Landau, who passed away and left a folio of unfinished work. So artists were invited to take her background works and turn them into their own pieces. So you're kind of getting two artists in one with this piece. The background imagery was done by Lorene Landau. The color squares here are a very well-known part of her work. And then the rest of it was done by Corey Okada. It's got this nice sort of mysterious Aladdin-y sort of lamp. And it's a beautiful piece. It's oil on paper. And right now, we're looking for a bid of $200.
Right, so we're looking for you to call in right now. Support public television. It's here for you every hour of every day of the year. And when we talked about Masterpiece getting kicked back an hour, this is the hour where we raise the money that makes it possible for programs like Masterpiece to be there every other Sunday night of the year. So now's your moment to be generous, and you're going to be treating yourself to an interesting piece of art. We're looking for that $200 starting bid right now. You'll be dialing in to the phone bank where there's always action. So let's send it on over there right now and find out what that action is.
Hi. Hello,
okay,
hello,
well, we're
hello.
on. You're good. It's okay.
We were just
We'll just do it live. How about that? This is Virginia, and she's been here all weekend long. As well as, I wish we had a big shot above because everybody's been here working them. So there it is right there. And a big round of applause to everybody. Yeah. You've been here all weekend as a floor producer. How has it felt?
Amazing, exhilarating, fun. It's gone by super fast, and we are so excited to get all these calls.
Can you believe how fast it goes?
Yes, I can, because I've been here all weekend.
All right, well, we're going to turn things back over to Dee and Kevin across the studio as we're watching Summer Camp just go way up to $2,500. Thanks, Virginia.
Thank you.
All right. Meantime, Dee and I are back here, and we're diving deeper and deeper into Examination of a Dream, still looking for that opening bid of just $200. This is a complex work. There is a lot at stake. There's a lot going on in here.
You know, one of the things that both Lorene and Corey approach a painting from almost a real traditional painterly style. They're very concerned with how the colors play off of each other and the layers of the painting. They've got a real Renaissance style about it. I love this painting because you look at it, you don't know if it was done last year or 200 years ago. It's done on paper with an oil. I love the lamp. It's got kind of a romantic feel to it. Behind the lamp, you can see that there's sort of it's actually a stack of cornbread that is behind the lamp that Corey's imposed the lamp over the top of. It's got beautiful coloring, and it's just a really gorgeous, moody piece.
Yeah, it kind of pulls you in. You mentioned how it's got this timelessness to it. It looks like it could be from any era. And obviously, because it's related by title to the dream, you see that it's got this ethereal sense. It draws you in, but without conclusion. It's really open-ended.
Well, they both have a real formal aesthetic to the way that they approach work. You know, I love the fact that they blur the horizon line. You know, there's not a clear horizon line in this piece at all. It sort of borders between a still life and an abstract. It would really go just about anywhere. It's a beautiful piece, and you've got a chance to pick it up. We've got an opening bid on it right now. Let's get that opening bid up to 400.
Yep, right now we're 200. We're looking for 400. In the meantime, we're going to send it out over to see what the latest is with the Eric Dolan bunny. Rob's got it.
Yes, isn't this absolutely beautiful, adorable, sentimental, and special? This is Summer Camp by Eric Dolan. It retailed for $400, and look, $3,000 is where we are right now with it, because this piece is a sentiment of so much kindness and love, because Eric Dolan passed away this year, and the entire auction is dedicated to Eric Dolan this year. And this is his beautiful bunny that he has in this year's auction. Next year we've secured a piece as well for it. But this, we just had to show you one more time. This entire leg of the phone bank was filled with people bidding on it. And right now the person on the very end over here is on the phone for it at $3,000. Okay, we'll send it back across the studio.
Thanks, Rob. We are going to move on shortly. So it's great news that we have the $200 high bid now on Examination of a Dream by Corey Okada. But this is a $750 piece. When he donated it, it was his intention that KVIE would net $750 to support the mission of the station. Let's make that happen. The way that happens is you pick up the phone right now and make that call. Meantime, the bidding will remain open even as we move on to item 45C. You see it there on your screen. It's called Jerry Goes to Work. Jerry's a working man, and he's got his lunch pail, and he's getting dropped off, it looks like, at his workplace. It's an oil on canvas. It is big. It's 49 inches by 60 inches. It's got a retail value from the artist Robert Ransom of $6,000. And right now, I believe we have a high bid of $500. So we're going to be looking to go to $750 as the next bid increment. That seems like a fair enough way to get going. Dee, you're the curator of the auction.
Well, speaking of being the curator.
When this thing came in, you know, tell me the story.
So speaking of being the curator, since I'm celebrating my 10th auction, I wanted to do the last hour. So some of these pieces are some of my favorite pieces in the collection, because I kind of wanted to end it on a fun note. So what we've got is a Robert Ransom piece. He is a very well-known artist from the Davis area. This piece was donated by one of our leadership giving folks. We usually,
Thank you.
It usually
Thank you for
comes
the donor.
from the artist, but sometimes we do curate in pieces from people that are downsizing their collection, or maybe they just have a piece they really want to see. This guy really wanted to see Robert Ransom represented in the auction. So we've got Jerry Goes to Work. It is a lovely, poppy, amazing piece. I love the guy in the hard hat. You don't know if he's saying goodbye to his wife. Is he just walking along the street? But it's a big, bold statement piece that just really makes you smile.
Yeah, all right, let's hear those phones ring. We've
You
got
own
that.
a construction company, you need this in your lobby.
This is a very relevant point. We're at 500. We're looking for 750. You can become the next high bidder on Jerry Goes to Work. Jerry's going to work. He's got a working pail. He's got the hard hat on. The use of geometry, D, the round curves versus the sharp edges of the buildings and other spots. Talk about composition.
He really plays a lot with the light and dark. He uses very basic shapes to give us depth and meaning to them. I mean, we all know a car isn't shaped this way. I love the fact that his head is turned at an odd angle from his feet and his hands. And the two figures aren't exactly looking at each other. There's just such a story in it, and it carries from clear across the room. It's a big piece that needs a nice big space.
All right, so if you've got that and you like it, pick up the phone right now. Be generous with your bidding. We are raising money to support public television all year round right here in the Sacramento region. This is, after all, a $6,000 retail value, and it's only at $500 right now. So, of course, the leading bidder, the $500 bidder, is like, rest of you, please don't call, right? But we need more people to get in on the fun, and they'll be dialing into the phone bank where we're going to send it over right now.
All right, thank you so much. And we are standing here with Corey Okada's beautiful piece. This is Examination of a Dream, and we have an auction and a bidding war going on right now on this piece. It's at $350, and this is a retail of $750. It is absolutely exquisite. As you can see, there is a beautiful signature piece up here in the top. That is Lorene Landau, and she is an exquisite artist who passed away, dear friend of Dee's, and this was a joint effort. Dee's going to tell us more about that in a minute, but right now this one's at $500. Fantastic. Let's get this up to $750 at the retail value, and $550. How about $600? We're calling for $600 right now live as we toss it back over across the studio to Kevin and Dee.
All right, thanks, Rob. Dee and I are here with the $6,000 piece. Jerry Goes to Work is at just $500 right now. And Dee,
we don't mind if you get a bargain. That's fine.
Yeah, you don't.
But yeah,
I do.
But $500 is a little too much of a bargain.
Fair
so
point.
let's at least bump that up to about $1,500. Jerry Goes to Work by Robert Ransom, very well-known artist. There we go, $750. That's a little better. We're almost up there now. Let's get it up over $1,000. He is shown at Natsulis Gallery. He showed with the Himovitz Gallery back in the 80s.
Yeah.
If you have a Robert Ransom, you can spot his work every single time.
Good news, we've broken 1,000 on the way closer to that 6,000 or even at the $6,000 retail value. Every dollar supports the mission of KVIE, all the wonderful children's programs and science and nature.
That's
news,
a better bid
public
right
affairs, masterpiece. It all comes.
So we're
all these
starting at
proceeds
12 now.
make that stuff happen.
We're at 13. Here we go.
You know, one of the things I just like about it is that it's kind of fun. I mean, there is a little bit of cartoon
it's just a fun piece
in this piece, right?
Yeah, and it kind of has a real Art Deco feel. I mean, it's got that like 1940s I'm going to work with my metal lunchbox feel. I love that about it. We're sitting at $1,500 now, so we're getting a good price for it. You better call now, though, because this last hour is going to be over soon.
Indeed. Time's a-ticking. So we're going to send it over to the phone bank. Now's your time to call that phone bank.
Yes, it is, and we're playing KVIE. Come on down. Holly Healy, you're next. Can you hear me, Holly? Come on over. You get to ring the bell because we just hit bell ringer status on Examination of a Dream, which is Corey Okada's piece. You've been here all weekend. What do you think, Holly?
I'm so excited. This has been so much fun. I'm happy to be here. We have a wonderful team and we have wonderful bidders. Thank you all.
Yes, we do. You've been talking to several people. You've been back here watching all of the calls come in as well as the bidders and the numbers go up. And we're just so thrilled to tell you that Examination of a Dream is at bell ringer right now. And you see Jerry Goes to Work. Where is that right now at? 1,500?
It's at
Is that what it
1,500,
says?
yes.
1,500, that's fantastic. And they're all 1,600,
Wow,
fantastic.
it keeps going up.
Say 17, maybe it'll go.
17?
17, 17, and
we'll see.
maybe over there. We can only hope. Okay, we'll go back across the studio.
All right, Rob, that's it. Just keep sending out those good vibes. Send out the good vibes into the universe. Dee and I have moved on to item 45D. This is Dory's Garden by Marilyn Kirks. There are always some pieces that just grab you, even if you don't know why. And this is one of them, isn't it?
I love Marilyn's work. Marilyn is primarily known for her huge outdoor sculptures. So this is kind of a small maquette of a large sculpture that you can put indoors. It can also go outdoors. She uses a type of automotive paint that she powder coats these with, and it's on a beautiful marble base. It would look absolutely stunning in your boardroom. It's called Dory's Garden. It kind of feels very organic with the bright yellows and the really deep, deep, deep greens. You can see the really nice sheen on it here in the studio. We've got some good lights and it looks great on the black. Marilyn primarily shows in the Bay Area. She'll be part of San Francisco's Open Studios next week. If you want to look up her website, you can go see her real big pieces. But she was very kind enough to give us this nicely manageable, smaller piece.
Yeah, you know, and right now we've got this piece. It is got that retail value you see on the screen is $650. It's the high bid is right now just $175. So we're looking for a $250 bid right now. The camera's panning down. It's capturing that metallic colors. And one of the things I like about it is that there's a lot of vibrancy to it, but it's not loud.
No, it's very graceful. It does have a really nice sheen to it, but it's not overpowering. It's a very contemplative piece, something that, you know, if you used it as a centerpiece, it's going to look a little different depending on what time of day it is. You know, in the springtime, it's going to remind you of spring, and in the fall, it's going to remind you of the trees changing color. It's an absolutely gorgeous little piece of hers. Thank you again, Marilyn. 45D. We're looking for $200.
Yep. Well, I'm looking for $250. So, you know, right now, just become the high bidder. How about that? We can agree on that. Become the high bidder by calling in right now. We need you involved in the auction. We're raising money to support public television, and you get this great little beautiful piece of sculpture. And we're going to talk a little bit more about it, and we will happily do so. But right now, I want to check in with Rob. He interests me.
I love this Robert Ransom piece. It is enormous, and it is a statement, spectacular piece. It is called Jerry Goes to Work, and it's by Robert Ransom. It is oil on canvas, 49 by 60. It's huge. I love a massive painting on a big wall and just letting it own the room. This one does it, and it looks like they're going to work and looks like they've got something to say to each other. This is an awesome, cute little car. I think the orange is pow spectacular. It's at $2,000 right now, and the retail is for $6,000. I'm going to come over here real quick. We're at Examination of a Dream, as at $750. That retails for $750 as well. And then we have Dory's Garden at $225, retails for $650, and Earth Mother coming up is at $850, and that is a $5,000 retail value. This is the last hour of the auction, and it is rocking and rolling in here. We're going to go back to Kevin and Dee.
All right, thank you, Rob. The camera has zoomed in on Dory's Garden. You can just really get a close-up look at the beauty there. We're now at $250. We're looking for a $300 bid. I know there are a couple bidders on the phone right now, so a little bit of a bidding war is underway, which is great news. One of the things, Dee, that we were talking about in our esteem for the piece is that it's kind of a different piece in that there's no front and there's no back.
Yeah, there's no front or back. There's
you can
no
move
side.
It. Yeah, after 6 months, if you want to move it 10 degrees or 40 degrees, you will, and you'll see it'll present in a different way.
Yeah, and it also casts a really fabulous shadow. If you were to light this from the front with a spotlight like most of us have in our homes, those can lights, it's going to throw this big glorious shadow on the wall. Something that we can't do here in the studio because we have a black velvet curtain.
However, You can pick up the phone and bid right now. We're at $350. We're getting closer to the retail value of $650 when Marilyn donated the piece. It was her intent that we would get up to that level, so we'll keep you posted on how the bidding goes. We're getting up close to $400 now. We've got that. We're going to move on shortly to the next piece, so don't miss out. If you're interested in Dory's Garden, if you're interested in Jerry Goes to Work, if you're interested in an examination of a dream, pick up the phone right now and get in on the KVIE Art Auction. It's a blast. You win great art, and you're supporting the important mission of public television for every single person in our region, 24 hours a day, every day of the year. All right, 45E is unlike anything else in the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. It's called Earth Mother. The artist is Tommy Mahler. It's a ceramic, and it is substantial, 31 inches tall, 26 by 30 in the other dimensions, with a retail value of $5,000. And the still image just doesn't capture it. When we go to the live, there you go. We are so lucky to have this piece.
She is my new best friend. She has been in my office next to my desk since April.
I hope that people love it as much as we love it. It's at $850 already, but this is, after all, a $5,000 piece. So let's get some more bidding. The first thing that I notice when I look at her is the pride. Right? This is a substantial person, a very, very, very self-assured, powerful woman.
Tommy Mahler is a local artist who does ceramics. She is an older lady. She's I think nearing her 90s. I don't want to overage her, but she is well aged. She still works. She does not work this large anymore. This is one of her masterpieces.
Oh, the camera zoomed in on the face there, and you can see the detail.
It came from a private collector. The piece can go outside. In fact, it has been outside before. We've got it all cleaned and restored and ready to go. We have an $850 bid. This is a $5,000 piece. This is the piece that just makes a huge statement, either in your home, when you first come into your house. It is a three-man lift, we keep saying. She is, once you place her, she is placed. I'm not picking her up or moving her around.
Yeah. Right now we're at $850. We're looking right now for a $1,250 bid. Call in right now. Be generous with your support. If she captures your heart, take advantage of the moment right now. Call in your bid, support the work of PBS KVIE, and become the next owner of Earth Mother. There's a statement here, Dee, about the strength of women. There's a conservation statement about Earth Mother and our world. Talk a little bit about the meaning you find in Earth Mother.
Well, Tommy Mahler comes from a local tribe. So she is an indigenous American, and there is a lot of that in this piece. You feel a connection to both the spirit and just Mother Earth in general. She has been so nice to sit. There's just something pleasant that comes off of this piece when I sit there at my desk and I'm stuck with my computer, and I keep touching her because she's like a talisman to me. I've been touching her throughout the entire auction, and I'm going to be so sad to see her go.
It's a precious piece.
We feel like roommates.
We want you to get involved. Pick up the phone right now. You'll be calling into the phone bank, and let's send it over there right now and find out what's the latest.
Yes, we're talking about Dory's Garden, and Rose is here too. Ring the bell! This is Marilyn Kirk's lovely piece, and it is absolutely adorable. It's called Dory's Garden, and it's at $800, which is fantastic. Well above bell ringing status. And also want to tell you that, Jerry, what'd you say? Oh, Rose, thank you for being a floor producer all weekend long.
Thank you.
They just reiterated all weekend in my ears, so
it went by
so grateful.
So quickly, and it was my pleasure to be here.
Oh, well, we're just glad that you're here with us all weekend. And Phoebe, thank you very much. And you're wearing, I noticed, some art on here too. Who is it?
This is little pop art. We've got some little Campbell's soups right here.
I love it. It's absolutely adorable. Okay, let's go back across the studio.
All right, thank you, Robin, Rose, and Phoebe. We're with Earth Mother. We're going to have to leave it right here. We're at 1500. The bidding will continue to move, which is great news. Please stay with us. Stay tuned. There's more great art coming up in the last half hour of the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. Let's hear from you.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase, and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for contemporary classics coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Peter Stiegel, this category features abstract and non-objective works in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Well, hello again. I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan. We are back for our final half hour of live art auction excitement featuring amazing works from the Contemporary Collection. So glad you're with us. You'll be glad too. Let's take a quick look at the art that's coming up for bid during this final half hour. The first item that we're going to take a look at is item 46A. It is called Pink Panther. There's the still on Pink Panther by the artist Zianya Guerra. It's a photograph measuring 20 by 26 inches. It's got a retail value of $500 and it earned a Juror Award in the figurative category. So it won many people's hearts. All right, next up will be item 46B is Blackbird by Patricia Leenders. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $250. We'll then move on to item 46C, Iridescence by Megan Bucko. This is watercolor measuring 27 by 19 with a retail value of $500. Item 46D is called Tower on Fire. Excuse me, by the artist Arthur Sordillo. This is mixed media measuring 20 by 24 with a retail value of $800. Then we'll move on to item 46E, Oysters with Color Block by the late Laureen Landau. This oil on canvas measures 35 inches by 43 with a retail value of $2,000. And then item 46F, the ultimate piece, Boston Wants to Be a Townie by Lindsay Philby. This mixed media piece measures 12 inches by 17 with a retail value of $700. Dee, welcome back. So glad to have my partner in crime in the KVIE Art Auction, our curator, Dee Oldham-Neath. It's the Contemporary Collection. Dee, let's get right to it. Provocative is one of the many things you find at the KVIE Art Auction, and you find it right here with Pink Panther.
This was one of my favorite pieces. We do a drop-off at the art auction where people can actually bring the pieces in person. This piece came in person, so when I sat down, it is my 10th auction. I want everybody to know that. 10 years of curating the KVIE Art Auction. I picked my favorite pieces for this last half hour. This is my last art auction, people. We're going to get a new curator next year. I wish KVIE the best, so I picked my best for last. I'll be here next year, don't worry. I'll come back as a volunteer. But anyway, I picked my favorite pieces, and I love this Putin piece. This was brought in by a really young artist who, this piece was actually shown in the Crocker. So, and my fingernails were the exact same color as his, but I just changed my polish. So this is his formal portrait that the artist has taken and remanipulated and made into the Pink Panther.
Yeah, which is like such a great part of the story. Now I'm going to do a little bit of the business end. This is a $500 retail value. The bid's already at $375. Let's hear from you. Pick up the phone right now. Support public television. Become the next owner of Pink Panther. That is a stylized portrait of Vladimir Putin, of course. And
it was a big favorite at the gala. There was a couple people bidding on it. Just a really fun sort of up-to-date piece. The artist was thrilled when we accepted it. Like I said, she's shown at the Crocker. She's a younger photographer who loves to work with digital manipulation, and obviously she's got a great sense of humor.
All right, Pink Panther's at $375. We're looking for a bid of $425 right now to get closer to that retail value, the bell ringer value. The camera pans in, and you can see the supreme self-assuredness, bordering on haughtiness, maybe a little bit of arrogance right there. This is a highly confident person who now is wearing eyeshadow and lipstick.
A lovely shade of purple. It's also been framed with an 8-ply mat, so it's been museum mounted and framed, so it's ready to go home and hang on your wall. And like I said, it was one of my favorites from this year's collection, and I hope it's one of yours.
All right, let's hear from you. The auction works only when people at home who enjoy the art call up and make their bid. We're at $375 right now. We're looking for a $425 bid on Pink Panther, the stylized take by the artist on the official portrait of Vladimir Putin, of course,
Yes,
the
this
ruler
would be
of
the
Russia.
unofficial portrait.
Yes, it is no longer the official portrait, I guess, when you put on powder blue fingernail polish. The color choices are pretty interesting, though, right?
She really went overboard on the choices. Mainly, you know, she didn't want to so much make him look like he was, you know, in drag per se. She wanted to make him look like he was a little on the ridiculous side. And, you know, that's her personal preference, and that's what she did. I love the bright use of the purples, and this is sort of an iridescent pink, not unlike my bangs. And the purple eyeshadow, which doesn't go with the blue fingernail polish, but we like the effect nonetheless.
All right, pick up the phone right now, call in your support. We've got that $375 bid, so that leading bidder, of course, is hoping you don't call, but everybody in the phone bank is hoping that you do call. Let's go on over there and see what David's got to say.
That's right, and actually what I want to do is call out Larry. Larry, get on up here. Come on up here. And we want to thank Larry for being a longtime volunteer. Larry, thank you so much for working so hard for all of us. And when you call, you're calling people that Larry's been helping. So really you're helping Larry by helping, and we're just all helping.
We're all helping everybody. Everybody's helping the station. We've got a ton of great volunteers here answering phones. We've got a bunch of volunteers showing art tonight, people moving art behind the scenes. We've got producers working behind the scenes. Even I don't get to see
That's
the
a great
producers.
volunteer. He's not even talking about himself. Larry, this is, let's see, is it your first year now? It's your second year. How many years, Larry?
I think this is year number 9.
Year number 9. Isn't that fantastic?
Yes, it is.
All right, well, we really appreciate your support. Thank you so much, and we're going to send it on back.
You're welcome.
I think we're back. We're coming back over.
All right, there we go. Larry, thank you for your service to the KVIE Art Auction. Thank you, David. The bidding is still open on Pink Panther, but we've moved on to item 46B. We want you to get to know Blackbird by Patricia Leenders. This is a $250 value. Right now, we have a high bid of $75. So let's look for you to come in at $125 and become the high bidder every dollar supporting the cause here at KVIE. Dee, on one level, this is a very simple shot of a bird in a tree, but it's all about the composition, the spare use of light, the focus. There's really quite a lot going on here.
Yeah, it's a simple subject matter. I picked this piece on a personal level because that Beatles song, Blackbird Singing in the Dead of Night, has always been one of my favorites. Obviously, I like crows because of my business. Crows are a very Sacramento sort of thing, and she's just done a beautiful job getting this crow sort of, it almost looks like it's almost in mid-flight. It's been mounted on an aluminum panel, so when you hang it on the wall, it sits out from the wall, and to me, it feels like it is the blackbird singing in the dead of night, you know, that it's right before the sun comes up.
Well, the light is an interesting piece of it. I'm going to go back to the bidding. We're at $75. We're looking for you to come in right now. Call the 800 number on your screen, 844-584-3278. Become a high bidder at $125. You can see that there is light out of the sort of the southeast corner of the piece. There is light that sets the bird off in relief, and it's quite sort of a dainty, spare, really precious look, feel that she has achieved?
She's done a really great job with, she's kind of hard focused down here on the leaves and where the bird is, but then there's a really nice soft focus back here. You can just barely make out the bird's eye. And see that he's got his head turned. Like I said, it feels to me just like the bird is almost ready to take flight. We've got a bid of $75 on it. It's a $250 piece. It's a sweet piece. It's a really nice size. Really easy to find a spot for a piece this size in your house.
All right, we're looking for you to call into the phone bank right now. Why don't we send it on over to David and Pink Panther?
That's right. Couple announcements for you. The first one actually is 45E Earth Mother, that very large sculpture, went for $4,000. Congratulations to that lucky bidder. And item 46A, Pink Panther right here by Zion Diaguera. It's a photograph, $500, has a high bid of $575. This here, $575, it's a bell ringer, $600. It's just going to keep going. This is an amazing piece. Don't let it go for another $25 or $50. If you're willing to bid $600 right now, bid $650, bid $700. We're going to go back to Kevin and Dee.
Thank you, David. We're here with Blackbird. It's at $100 right now. We're looking for a $125 bid, getting ever closer to ringing the bell at $250. When I look at a piece of art, Dee, I want it to make me feel something. And when I look into this piece, I find peace in it.
Yeah,
right?
there's
It's a still
serenity.
moment. It's a serene moment. Talk about the power of that.
Well, you know what? The other thing I like about this piece is the artist is from Sacramento, and Louise did shoot this in her own yard. So it is a Sacramento crow, which, you know, I'm kind of sweet on. But yeah, it is a piece, you know, even though the crow is there all by itself, it kind of has a certain strength to it. And like I said, it just looks like he's perched to take off and do great things.
You know, I think that you touched on really a wonderful point as we look for that $125 bid. We're at $100 right now, and the bidding is going to continue. But this is a snapshot of just a common moment in our lives in Sacramento that's beautiful. If you value that, call in with your bid right now, even as we prepare to depart to take a look at the next item, which is item 46C. Megan Bucko is the artist. It's called Iridescence, and you will see why in the iridescent colors presented. It's watercolor, and it measures 27 inches by 19 inches. It is a $500 value, and right now the high bid is $150, so we're going to be looking for a $200 bid up next. That's where you come in. Dee, Iridescence is apt title.
Again, it's another personal piece for me. When I chose the pieces for this last 6-piece thing, we had used the peacock as our symbol, proud as a peacock, for the gala that we had when we opened all the artwork. And I was so excited when this one came in, because normally when somebody paints a peacock, it's the full tail feathers spread. You know, it's all about the peacock feathers. This one is actually a little bit more about how elegant the peacock bird actually is. You know, it's got the elegant neck and the little headdress, and he doesn't have his feathers all spread out. It's a little more on the natural side, and she's used some really beautiful iridescent colors in it, and it just made me happy.
Yeah, it is a spectacular piece. It's at $150 right now. We're looking for a $200 bid, and when I saw it from a distance, I thought, okay, this is going to be pastel because of the softness of the colors. But what she has achieved with watercolor here, which is notoriously unforgiving, is really, really remarkable. Those colors and the nuance of the shading. Talk about that.
She's got this underlay that she's done over here where, you know, she's barely skimmed in this background. It almost feels like it's been printed. Then again, you know, we've talked about this earlier. One of the hard things about watercolor is leaving the white, because watercolor doesn't come in white. You just use the paper. We framed this in my shop. If you look at it really close, we used a little, we used a mat that has a purple back to it. So it actually has like a tuxedo line of this dark purple around it. And then this frame may look black on TV, but it's actually a deep, deep peacock green. So it was a fun piece to frame, and I think it turned out rather well.
Yeah, we like it. We think you ought to like it too. We think you ought to pick up the phone right now and dial the number 1-844-KVIE-ART. That's 584-3278. Become the leading bidder. It's going to take $225 to do that. We've got those phone bank volunteers. They are ready. These are diehards. They are working hard until the last minute. This is a 23-hour live production.
It's been a long weekend, folks, but they're still here.
Last half hour, get in on the fun. Don't wait. Let's send it over to the phone bank of whom we speak.
Just a few more items that you can bid on. And remember, every bid helps to support KVIE, your PBS station, supports all the programs that you love, whether they're the locally produced ones like Rob on the Road, Inside California Education, Viewfinder, The Journey with Rob Stewart, or the national programs that you love. Maybe you're getting ready to watch the Masterpiece. We've got Girls in Corfu coming up. We've got Poldark. Lots of things that are coming your way because you support KVIE when you donate, when you make bids for the art. So thank you. This is all about quality educational programming for you and everyone else. We're going back to Kevin and Dee.
David, thanks so much for reminding us how important the art auction is, not only to the art community, but also to KVIE's ongoing operations. This is a great way for you to support the station that you value and get yourself a great piece of art. We're a little bit stuck right now at $175, and of course that bidder is like, yeah, this is good. Nobody do anything. However, it's a $500 piece, and if you love the color, if you like the peacock subject, if you like public television,
if you live in Fair Oaks,
there
you see
you
the
go.
peacocks on your yard.
Yeah.
She did a beautiful job with the leaves down here. The KVIE Art Auction has been around for 38 years. We're going into a new decade next year. I'm sure it's going to be exciting. Pick up a piece from this year's auction. When the artist gives us a piece, she's giving us a $500 donation. So we're asking you to make her $500 donation for her.
Yep.
And right now we're at $175.
All right, so let's hear from you. Please pick up the phone and dial in right now. We're going to move on to the next item, which is 46D Tower on Fire by the renowned artist Arthur Sordillo. This is mixed media, measures 20 by 24. It carries a retail value of $800, and we are looking for an opening bid of just $150 for Tower on Fire, which D is just flat out bold. It is bold. It is bold in every way.
The next two pieces we have are both what we call legacy artists. We all believe so deeply in PBS and KVIE that these two artists have made arrangements to leave artwork to the art auction after they have passed. Arthur Sordillo is currently doing, he passed away 7 years ago. He's doing an exhibition for the Artist in Crisis Fund, something that I'm going to be working on. And his widow gave us this piece for the art auction. He was born in Sacramento. Arthur Sordillo, and I don't know if you remember back, this was about 8 years ago, won the best contemporary art piece. And when I called him to ask where I should mail his check, he is the only artist that ever told me, you just keep the check. You guys don't have to give me an award. So Arthur Sordillo, great guy. This piece was done, it's called Tower on Fire. He lived within a couple of blocks of the Twin Towers. This piece was done about 8 years before the Twin Towers went down. So it's kind of a
there's a
really
powerful,
strong piece.
Sure, powerful backstory there. We're going to send that on over to the phone bank where there are rumors of bell ringing to be done.
It's not just a rumor, it's real. I'm here with Phoebe right here holding item number 46B. This is Blackbird. Retail value $250, has a high bid currently of $350, but we don't have to stop right there. You can get in on the action right now and make a bid of $375. There's still a few minutes left in the KVIE Art Auction, but you have to call right now and we'll get you in and you get a high bid and then we'll ring that bell for you. That's as easy as it is. Going back to Kevin and Dee.
All right, thank you, Phoebe. Thank you, David. The camera is panning across Tower on Fire. I describe it as bold. It's got power. It's got motion. It requires you to look at it. It is unsettling, and not in a bad way, in an interesting way.
Arthur Sordillo really played off of that whole sort of Chicano imagery. a lot of sort of tattoo flash. This was a guy who collected motorcycles and guitars. So this is kind of a tough boy piece, which I really like about it. It's made out of layers of plexiglass. This is all cut paper. Now, this was all done before you could get a computer that would cut paper like this. It's done in that traditional Mexican style. When you see those cut paper banners in Mexico, he has cut all of this paper one sheet at a time and laid it in between all of the layers of plexiglass.
Yeah, and it's a little bit industrial. I mean, it's literally bolted to the frame, but let's talk about the bidding. It's an $800 piece. We're still looking for a $150 opening bid. Please be the person. If you like this piece of art, don't let it go. Don't miss out.
This
Take
belongs
this
in your
moment.
man cave.
Yeah, because you know what? In 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, you're not going to remember the $150 or the $300 or whatever it takes to get it, but you're going to remember having a piece that gives you emotion when you look at it. That's why you get art.
And Arthur Sordillo, very well-known artist, like I said, lived here in Sacramento for years and showed here, moved to New York where he exhibited there quite a bit. And we're really lucky to have this piece and probably a piece for next year as well, for him and his family to remember us after his passing. It's a good chance to get a really beautiful piece, Tower on Fire. We're looking for a $100 bid.
Yep, 100 is what it's going to take. We actually just lowered the starting bid to just $100. This is not the kind of piece that you will ever find anywhere else. There just aren't other pieces.
Except my house.
Yeah.
You'll find 3 of them at my house.
But not Tower on Fire. I mean, his work, Sordillo's, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a real uniqueness to this, and it is, as we keep mentioning, this guy is a high-quality artist. He achieved a lot during his art career. It's an $800 value.
There's a certain amount of machismo that goes with this piece that I love, too.
Exactly. So please call in and be generous with your support right now. Meanwhile, we're going on to the next piece, which is item 46E, Oysters with Color Block by the artist Laureen Landau. This is oil on canvas measuring 35 inches by 43 inches. It has a retail value of $2,000. And Dee, as you mentioned, you handpicked favorites for this last half hour.
Yes, it
Talk
did.
about what made this a favorite for you.
Well, everybody's heard this story for years at the auction every time I sell one of Laureen's pieces. But Laureen Landau was a very good friend of mine. I'll do this without crying, even though my Kleenex lady is gone. She was a very good friend of mine. In fact, she left me her home and left me in charge of her legacy. She also left a considerable amount of money to KVIE because
she's a very generous woman.
Yeah, she was a big supporter of PBS. So we make sure every year that the art auction gets a piece, and there's still a few left for upcoming auctions. So I chose this piece in particular because it's part of her Ignored Omen series. It was originally shown at the Solomon Dubnik Gallery as part of an exhibition. Since then, it's been reframed in this beautiful bronze frame, and it's got everything you want to see in a Laureen Landau. It's got her color grid. Every one of these colors is in this painting somewhere. They're a little hard to find, but even these bright purples are underlay colors. She taught color theory at Sac City for years and years and years to a whole generation of artists that if you really wanted good color theory, you signed up for Laureen Landau's class, even though it wasn't easy to pass.
Yeah.
And that's what we've got in this.
This is a $2,000 piece. We're looking for a starting bid right now of just $200. Every dollar supports the mission of public television. And of course, when you win the piece, you become the owner of a great piece of art made by a renowned Sacramento artist. And
she was part of the Bay Area figurative movement. She graduated from the School of Arts and Crafts in Oakland. Majorly important artist.
Good deal. Hey, let's send it over to the phone bank.
We have sold over 260 pieces in the last 3 days, and we want to sell every single piece because leading up to now, Every single piece has been sold. I'm here with item number 46D. It's Tower on Fire, and we just started a bidding war. I was actually going to encourage you to make the first bid. Guess what? In just a matter of a minute, it already happened. We have multiple people bidding. We have a current high bid of $175, but there's still room for you. All you have to do, pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and say, I want to make a bid of just $200. You're going to get in on the action. There's 2 more pieces that we have, the one that Kevin and Dee are talking about right now, and then another one coming up. We're going to sell both of those. You can make it happen.
You know, I'm not going anywhere.
All right, so Dee and I were just taking a moment to enjoy this piece. I love that the camera's going down where you can see the complexity of colors there. When you take it on the whole, it is a muted piece, but when you get up close, you can see that there's quite a lot of vibrancy in the edges.
Oh, it's a riot of color but she puts it on in layers, and I love the fact, and I also picked this on a personal note because it's it's a glass of champagne and it's sort of a toast. I don't like oysters, so don't ever fix me oysters if I come to your house. But I love the champagne glass in it. This originally was in Lorene's, in the house when I got the house, it was in the dining room. So I think it's an important piece. It's a larger piece of hers. And now we're showing the color block. If you were one of Lorene's students, you did these color blocks till 2 o'clock in the morning and probably cried every semester when you had to turn them in because she was a good teacher. But she's well known for putting those color blocks right in the middle of the painting.
All right, the bid that we're looking for right now is just $200 on this $2,000 piece, which is a commanding piece. I mean, it takes up wall space. This is a big piece, and the frame is a significant part of the presentation.
Yeah, we reframed it before we brought it in from the estate. It's got a really beautiful kind of deep bronze frame on it that so it is ready to go up and hang in your house.
All right, let's hear from you. Pick up the phone and make that bid on Oysters with Color Block. Even as we have shown you there, that beautiful still of item 46F, the very last item up for bid in the 2019 KVIE Art Auction, Boston Wants to Be a Townie. The artist is Lindsay Philby. That's 12 by 17 mixed media with a retail value, as you see on the screen there, of $700. Right now we're looking for a starting bid of $125, and I feel like the dog lovers are going to go crazy right now.
I love Lindsay's work. I have to confess, I just bought one of her pieces. I am a big mosaic fan. Mary Ellen can attest to that. It's one of my favorite art forms. I love the way she uses, these are rings from vintage sewing baskets. Women used to be very proud of their sewing baskets, and you know, they had these fancy rings on them that were sometimes made of jade and semi-precious stone. She uses all kinds of beautiful materials in them. She usually does animals and things like that. They're small, they're super bright. I've got one in my backyard. You can also put them in the house, obviously. And it was very nice for her to give this one to us. She's one of my new favorite artists.
Yeah, it's wildly interesting. There's all kinds of cool stuff going on, and there's things packed in there.
And
there's,
dog.
Of course, the adorable Boston Terrier, one of the most popular, most beloved breeds of all. This is a $700 piece. We're looking for a starting bid from you right now of just $125. If you love public television, if you love dogs, if you like mixed media, if you like interesting things, if you like color, this is the piece for you. All right, let's send it over to the phone bank. There's always something hot.
Starting bid right now of Oysters with Color Block is just $100, which is an amazing opportunity for you to get in and get a very collectible Lorene Landau. I actually have a Lorene Landau at my house. It's called Upstairs at the Crocker. It's so small, and guess what? This thing is substantial. It is going to be the centerpiece. We actually have that bid. We have $200, which is fantastic, but apparently you guys are just waiting till the end. I get it. It's fine. You guys are going to give us a heart attack. It's okay, though, but call in now because we're going to go off air real soon, and you're not going to want to miss out on this chance to own a $2,000 piece for only a high bid right now of $200. Going back to Kevin and Dee.
All right, David, thank you. Great to see some bidding getting going now on Oysters with Color Block. We're looking for the same on Boston Wants to Be a Townie. And I know there are Boston Terrier lovers out there, and I know they like art, and I know they like color. This thing is
what do they go to bed at 8 o'clock?
You got me. It's a total rush. It's like super fun. It's incredibly interesting. It's great to look at. It's a wonderful piece of art. We've got that 125 bid, which thrills me, but let's let's not make that the last bid. This is, after all, a $700
Well, and let me
piece
bring
of
up
art.
this too. This is one of those pieces that can go anywhere. It can go in your kitchen. It can even go in the bathroom, as Doug Elmitz likes to say. But, you know, it can go places where you can't put a paper or a canvas piece because it's made of tile. So it's a very, very sturdy piece. It can even be set in if you want to include it set into a wall.
Yeah, it's just fantastic. Get it for yourself. We're at $300, but we're looking to get more. And we've been invited at long last to head on over to the phone bank. Let's go do that. Even as the
Without
bidding
tripping
continues,
on a cord.
we're walking away. Don't take it personally.
That's right. No, every piece has been sold, which is great. We haven't closed them all yet, though. We still have 3 pieces that have high bids, and we're going to have them in. That's the end of this year's art auction. Thank you to the artists who graciously donated over 260 beautiful pieces of art for you to bid on and buy. Many thanks to you for supporting the arts in such a unique way on your PBS station, KVIE. Enjoy your new art and have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
And good night. Now it's time for cake and champagne. Ooh, and to get this thing out of my ear. To get. What did you just announce on air? That I'm not. I didn't cry. I can't do it anymore.